has low lipids products. I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt.
Got you down.
Peyton and Aiden alongside. And it is championship week.
Yeah, it is that. I also, just right before we went on the air.
You just got home.
Well, I didn't. I got home much earlier, and we'll talk about that at 6:40. I got home much earlier. It was Sean, Amanda, and Kristen, and I believe Justin and Emily who won our Sandlot dinner, which we'll talk about at 6:40. I think they were out much later, is what it was.
Yeah. But, yeah. Well, Sean's got a hangover, so he's out today.
Sean, yeah, that's exactly why he's gone, because of the hangover. He'll
gone all week because of the hangover.
It's that intense. He's just gotten that old. No, I actually closed the blinds right before we got on air. I was like, this is gonna let in a lot of light later. And then I remembered it's daylight savings time, so there's literally no need to close those because the sun will not come up until 9:30
That's
morning.
not going to be that late. It's funny you mentioned that because I was watching this thing in this news reel guy. I think he's from Chicago on TikTok, and he said if we never change the clocks forward, so we stayed on standard time.
Yep.
He goes in June, the sun would come up at 4:15 in the morning in Chicago.
I don't feel like that's accurate.
That's how it is in Vancouver. When I was there, the sun was up at 4:45.
Yeah, in Michigan, when I go to Gaylord, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. The sun's up in the summer in daylight savings. That's just wasted sunlight.
All right. Well, we're also not going to have that. Look, we'll get into this best versus of the weekend, but we're not going to, my whole contention is when we roll into, when we're in January, we're not going to have the sun out until literally 8:15.
8:15, yeah.
It's going to be insane.
That's late. That's late. I don't hate the way it is. Just keep it the way it is, but whatever.
Sure.
So everyone's recovered. We'll get into that at 6:40, but Peyton made it.
Maybe.
That's all I wanted to see. I wanted to see Peyton was going to roll in here and be late.
I honestly was anticipating he might be.
Yeah.
After he threw back those 3 shots of to kill you in 30 seconds and then followed it up by sipping on mixed drinks right after that.
Yeah.
But here he is. What was that? 9 hours later? 10 hours later?
Yep. You know what that means? No additives.
Nope. That's exactly it.
Yeah, no sugar, nothing. That's what that means.
Yep.
That's how you got to do it.
Just the coffee. Black coffee is all he needs this morning. That's right. That's all he's in
I
need
got some
of.
creamer in it right now.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to write the coffee thing down because I got judged for that last night.
Oh yeah, you did get judged for that. I quietly judged you for trying to get a discount on kitchen renovations too. While we're sitting there,
I'm trying to get a discount. Okay. Kitchen's fine.
Well, whatever it is,
Closet,
something
different
closet,
story.
whatever it is. All right,
Rob.
Speaking of renovations, the Dallas Cowboys are going to be renovating some things. We hope, fingers crossed.
Good luck.
With the tampering period beginning today for NFL free agency. Which, by the way,
when does free agency start?
when can you officially sign, guys?
Yeah.
Wednesday at 4 Eastern, so 3 o'clock Dallas time.
3 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So you could start the tampering today.
Today at 11 o'clock Dallas time, you can start tampering.
So no one has tampered until today.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
No, there's been plenty of it. Here's the thing that's funny about that too. Obviously, working at NFL Network, we hear word from on high at the NFL from time to time about things they like and things they don't like. And guys, let's not do that. Let's not do that. One of them is tampering period. Holy cow, do they hate when it's referred to as the tampering period by NFL reporters.
What would they rather you refer to it as?
The negotiating period.
Oh, okay.
They do not want to call it tampering or legal tampering. I remember Slater said that on the air one time. They're like, yeah, the league does not like us calling that the tampering period. Let's not call it that. But they do have an opportunity to get some things done outside the building starting at 11 o'clock today, Dallas time. But before they do that, they're going to have to figure out what they're going to do with their own in-house free agents and how they're going to wrap things up there. Now, they've actually gotten a start this year, I feel like, a little bit early. Osa got done. A little bit of a surprise, but Osa Odighizuwa got done. By the way, Osa Odighizuwa joins us fresh off his new contract at 9 a.m. today. But they've gotten Brock Hoffman done. Smaller stuff, C.J. Goodwin, Wanye Thomas. Yesterday, they get Marquise Bell done. 3 years, $12 million. Marquise Bell getting $4 million a year. That doesn't sound like an exclusive special teamer to me. So I don't know if Eberflus views him as, hey, that's somebody who can be competitive in our secondary, somebody that we might be able to lean on as a safety option, a viable player here. But that's a lot of money if you're just talking about being a backup rotational safety, because I wouldn't think he would have gotten that on the open market, personally.
So is that more, you think he is like set to start, or they're doing that as like kind of a backup plan in case they don't get who they want? He's
got a role, I think. Okay. I think he's got a role here. Now, how much he's used in that capacity, we'll see. But I mean, again, he's somebody, Marquise Bell, who safety, linebacker, like they can flex him a little bit. He's kind of a tweener, so I would guess they look at him as, hey, we can do a lot of different things with him. The top of the list, though, let's look at how the Cowboys are going to take care of their own house before they get set with free agency here. So this is the list of unrestricted free agents. I'm just going to run down the list of names really fast, and then we'll kind of circle back on them. Or if you just want to specifically say, hey, let's talk about that guy, then we'll knock it out. I'll tell you guys what I'm hearing on him. So here's the list of unrestricted free agents. Brandon Cooks, DeMarcus Lawrence, Trey Lance, Brian Anger, Eric Kendricks, Jordan Lewis, Linval Joseph, Cooper Rush, Trent Sieg, your long snapper, Chuma Edoga, Rico Dowdle, Chauncey Golston, Nick Vigil, Carl Lawson, Amani Oruwariye, Carlos Watkins, and Israel Mukwamu.
All right, let's look at Tank.
All right, DeMarcus Lawrence, I don't think is coming back here. And, they've flirted with this a couple different times. You remember there was that point where he got tagged in back-to-back off seasons, and there was a question of whether a long-term deal was ever going to get done here, or if they were going to have to do something, make a move, something else. Then there was about 3 years ago, because it's his contract's up now, where he got that extension done during the offseason, where there's the question, that was the Amari Cooper offseason when he got traded. The sense going into that offseason was Cooper and Lawrence gone, and they ended up working it out with DeMarcus Lawrence and figuring out a way to make something happen. So they've rescued it from the brink before. I just think that right now, you've kind of hit a point like you did with Tyron Smith, where guys getting hurt kind of frequently. I think there might be a little bit of a sour taste in the mouth of how things have gone the last couple of years for the player. And I think that Dallas, while viewing him as a good player still when he's healthy, they just can't bank on it reliably enough and feel like they can say, all right, with certainty, he's going to be available and we're going to be able to have access to that skill set and that level. I think when he's healthy, he can still start in the NFL pretty consistently. Still a great run defender, still a disruptive pass rusher. Just a guy that
prior to this year, he played 17 games in back-to-back years, made Pro Bowl both times.
Yeah, banged up both years.
Yeah.
But a guy who, last year I think there was a feeling at the end of the year like, he probably could have gotten back at the end of the year. And I think everybody just was like, for their own interests, give young guys opportunities to play, Tank protecting his own health. I think they just decided, you know what, let's not try to just cram in a couple more games at the end of the season.
Give me a number.
How much it'll cost? $8 million a year. That's just something where I would guess he falls 8 to 10.
Yeah, SI said 5. That was his projection.
Low.
That's low.
I think it's low.
If it is 5, there's no reason not to bring him back.
Yeah, I agree. I think. Look, I think he's going to want 3 years still. He's gotten his paydays. I don't think he's going to retire. David Cantor told us that while we were in Indianapolis. I don't believe that retirement's on the table for him, but I also don't think he strikes me as a guy from everything I've heard that I think he's willing to sit out and be one of these guys, Jadeveon Clowney style, who just goes, I'll just sign a deal in August if I don't get what I want. I'll wait around for something.
Can you find more money that way? Like, is there a desperation tax that these teams will pay?
I think it's just opportunity opens up that wasn't going to be there previously. Mm-hmm. So Dallas, it may not be the right price for him. Guys get hurt in August, all of a sudden it's the right price. Just for what you're able to put together and what you're able to do. So I think DeMarcus Lawrence is gone.
All right, let's do Anger.
Okay, Brian Anger. Brian Anger, I believe, is going to be on his way back. I was talking to some people over the weekend. It's something where I think I'll take them in tandem here. Your battery, so to speak, on the special teams with Trent Sieg, the long snapper, Brian Anger, the punter. I think they'd be interested in coming back. There's a sense, I think, of just, especially when a special teams coach changes, then there's a question about, all right, how much are you a fit for what the new special teams coach wants? How much do you want to go potentially follow your guy to Tennessee and Bones Fossil? How much do you say, you know what, this has reached a certain point where we don't want to pay that level of money and we'd like to recycle? Teams, when they settle on their guys in the special teams unit, they generally don't like to disrupt that. So that's why Dan Bailey, Chris Jones, LP Ladouceur, that was such a stable thing that they had here. Here in Dallas for a little while was Chris Boniel, John Jett, and Dale Hellestray. Last couple years, it's been Trent Sieg, Brian Anger, Brandon Aubrey. So when you settle on that,
So it doesn't matter the coach.
You generally like to settle on a group and just say, all right, that's it. That's our guys, and I'm comfortable here. The only problem is if you've got a new special teams coordinator, does that guy have guys that he likes?
But if you have a really good punter or a really good kicker, I don't care who the special teams coach. How could the special teams coach justify, you know what? That guy doesn't fit with my scheme. Well, you don't like a good net punting average?
Not so much that as much as it is when guys start performing well, like Brian Anger, who's been a Pro Bowler here, you just start saying, all right, you reach a threshold where we're just not going to pay that for a punter.
Yeah.
Somebody else might, but you've kind of leveled off here. And our special teams coordinator may say, I've got a punter that I like who was on a practice squad 2 years ago who I spotted.
Gotcha.
It's just one of these areas where you can find
anybody for
you can find somebody to be productive, and if a special teams coach believes in it. So that's the only
sounds like a Cowboys dream job. Dream the way they go.
That's the only job right now, I think, those two that there's a little bit of a question over is, do they potentially want to go follow their coordinator somewhere else? Is that a guy who says, I got some guys that can play here in Tennessee? So
all right.
I think both of them will be back. I lean that way, but there's more of a factor there of just a question of what's out there on the market for them.
All right, let's do the quarterbacks, Cooper and Trey.
So Cooper Rush and Trey Lance, both I don't anticipate will be back.
Whoa!
Both of them, that's why Stephen Jones, I think, a couple weeks ago told David Moore they're going to look to draft a quarterback, is because I think he feels like they're done. Now, he definitively said Trey Lance gone. And they've known Trey Lance was going to be gone since...
aggressive.
Yeah, there you go. They've known Trey Lance was going to be gone since late November, early December. Because they had... It was around that time... I don't think they ever traded figures or did anything like that, but they approached Trey Lance's side and said, hey, we'd like to have you back. We'd like to look at an extension. And he declined and said he was good. So Trey Lance, I think... wants an opportunity or wants to find somewhere that's a more viable opportunity or a viable path to him getting on the field than he feels exists here.
Is that because he wasn't getting any playing time and he's like, I just don't want to be around here? Was it?
I think it's. I don't think it's. I don't think it's anything. I don't think there's any bad blood there. I think just for him, it's like, okay, well, you ended up signing Dak, and then when he went down, it was Cooper. So there's not a viable path to me getting on the field. Even when the guy got hurt, I couldn't get on the field.
Well, if they sign you long term, theoretically, that would mean that they're choosing you over Cooper, right? Because he was at the end of his deal, too.
Yeah, that's what it would indicate. I think for him, though, he just felt like, I don't want to be a
backup.
Yeah, essentially just your fallback when your fallback is gone, or when he potentially goes and has a bit more of a market. I think Cooper Rush is going to have a bit more of a market this time. We talked about how when he re-signed, nobody wanted him, and the performance that he showed on the field stepping in for Dak didn't end up mattering. But I think this time around, you're going to see a little bit more interest in Cooper Rush and what he's able to do. And so I think that his level of performance, somebody out there is going to look at it and just say, we'll either have him as a spot starter, a competition guy, or that's just a solid backup that we're willing to pay $7-8 million for.
So you think he could be like a Minshew?
Yeah, a Minshew, a Chase Daniel, like a guy like that who's just like, hey, this is somebody that we keep around and we feel like we can use him effectively, either as a guy pushing for a rotation spot or somebody who is just a fallback option.
All right, a little bit of around the Dallas Cowboy free agent market. We've got plenty more of that to get to during the show this morning. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden alongside. It's Sean and RJ, 6 a.m. Club. Lots of movement in the NFL yesterday. Did another leaf fall that screwed the Cowboys again. We go around the NFL next.
Hey, freak me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Today.
M37968.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, there was a lot of things happening last night in the National Football League. Contracts, trades, everything. And that has a lasting effect on this year's Dallas Cowboys roster, we do believe, because of at least one deal. And that one deal broke yesterday afternoon. Myles Garrett, locally sourced.
Arlington Martin.
He signs a mega deal with the Cleveland Browns. I thought he wanted out, but he gets 4 years, $160. I do believe my math tells me, Peyton, that is $40 million per year.
Nailed it.
Which resets the market by quite a bit.
Does, and boy.
And what does that do for Micah?
Well, that's going to be an interesting discussion as to whether it impacts it at all. Cowboys had basically, Steven said something the other day about, I don't think anything's coming down the pike that would cause us to have something
there you go
happen with Micah's contract that we couldn't get our hands around.
Right.
So I'll say this. I understand everybody's jumping really quickly to say, look what you did here. I guess we can just wait and see. I will wait and see. I'm willing to pass judgment on them for waiting. Let's see what the number comes in at. If Mike is serious about, I don't need to be paid $40 million, which is what he said recently, that specific number, then if he's willing to sign for 37, 38, then we'll see he's right. And it wasn't anything that impacted it. If he signs above that, well, now we can go, all right, officially,
Yeah.
you messed up. I'm not willing to say the Cowboys messed it up or didn't yet until I see what the figure comes in. If we see the figure comes in higher, then we're going to know, all right, you played cute and it cost you.
Yeah, like, Micah could say when the number, because Bosa was the number at the time, right? $35 million.
Mm-hmm.
Micah could say when the number was $35 million, well, I don't need 40, which is a $5 million increase. But now when the number's 40, does it just change to, well, I don't need 45?
Right. That'll be the question. Now, if he comes in at 40 or above, then we know it impacted.
You just wanted the top of the market.
Yeah, it impacted.
He would have just wanted the top of the market.
Mm-hmm.
And that would have impacted, no doubt. So, like, he could have gotten for 35. Now, you could say, what's $5 million? When you have a $60 million quarterback and a $35 million receiver, another $5 million is a lot.
Well, and I mean,
it's one player, although it's Marquise Bell.
Right. Look, Micah can say, I don't need to be paid $40 million, but we've heard before Dak on that front, where Dak said, I don't need to be the highest
I don't need to
pay.
reset the market.
Yeah.
Necessarily. There you go.
And it had that little caveat in there. Necessarily, like, it depends on what your definition of the word is. You know what that means? You know that reference, Peyton?
How young is Peyton Russell?
Nothing.
Okay. All right. Well, that's basically what Dak did. Depends on what your definition of the word is. And Micah may be the same. Micah may genuinely mean, I'm cutting you a deal, though. Either way, this is fascinating to watch these two deals that have happened in the last week or two of Matthew Stafford and Myles Garrett, two guys who it looked like slam dunk, we're out of here, and then they figure it out. Like, what happened to all the stuff that Myles Garrett was saying about Cleveland?
Yeah, I mean, and then, I think it was on Friday. Pretty sure you were out when we were talking about this. Jimmy Haslam refused to meet with him.
Yeah.
Miles was like, hey, I want to have a meeting with you. Like, let's talk this thing out. And Jimmy's like, no. And I'm like, what? Like, that's kind of a loser boss. If one of your employees wants to talk to you, have a meeting with him. Like, that's your job as the boss. Have a meeting with him. And I hate doing vol on vol crimes. I love, Jimmy's a vol, right? He basically everything we have on campus he paid for. So I hate to do that, but that was a loser move.
DC Onion on the YouTube says, Bobby, you're my guy, but come on, man. Jerry and Steven playing checkers while everybody else is playing chess. I'm willing to say that.
I don't like the checkers slander. Can we stop this? I think checkers is a wonderful game.
King me. It is a wonderful game.
It's a wonderful game. There's just as much strategy as that.
I wouldn't say just as much.
Yes,
but
you got to go left, you got to go right. I mean, that's all just the same thing. Same thing.
It's a lot like life,
My 12-year-old's trying to play me in chess, like on the phone. He downloaded an app on my phone to play chess against me, and I'm like,
have you done it yet?
No.
Oh,
I mean, I played like 2 seconds against him, and then he got bored.
Would you whoop him?
I don't know. He's smarter than I am, so
do you sit there and go like, when you play it again, do you always have to remind yourself like how many spots exactly is the knight supposed to move? I know
exactly. I got that down. I just my strategy game is poor, but I know all the movements.
So look, I'm not saying that Jerry and Steven are right yet. I'm just saying verdict hasn't officially come in yet. If Micah shows everything he said publicly is true, and he was willing to play like come to a deal lower than that, then it didn't hurt them. The second that deal's signed, though, and we see it's higher, then we can say, all right, now it's official. You did mess it up. And now there needs to be discussion about it. I just think as of right now, given everything Micah said publicly, we can't come around to it yet. In case he does cut them a deal, like apparently Josh Allen did for the Buffalo Bills.
Yep, and that brings us to the next deal. Josh Allen. I do believe he's a quarterback who won an MVP. 6 years, $330 million with the Buffalo Bills. That's 55 guaranteed, if my math is correct. And I only know that because I asked Bobby that last night. So 6 for 330, but he still had 4 years left. So do they rip up those 4?
So it looks like they did rip up the 4.
And you're allowed to do that. You don't have to just give an extent. You're allowed to do that. Okay.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing that's confusing to me. We were sitting at dinner last night, and Sean saw the deal come through, and he had us guess. And what were we all guessing? Like 62 to 65 a year? Something like that?
Yeah, I mean, that's reset the market.
55 a year? He comes in at 55 a year. And This is from Spotrac last night. Bills quarterback Josh Allen's contract terms are massive because obviously he gets the 6-year deal, $330, that $250 guaranteed. They're big numbers
That
there.
$250 reset the market, right?
I believe
That's
so.
the market
Yeah,
reset.
that's what I was just about to look at that. But
And that they're cool with that, right? Generally, like agents are like, I want to reset something.
yeah, they're generally fine with let's get the most guaranteed. A lot of agents want new money as a percentage of the cap. They want to be they want to be at the highest there. So it kind of depends. But this is one where he comes in at 55. As Spotrac mentions here, his $55 million a year APY represents 19.7% of the current league salary cap.
Oh, so he's trying to stand at that 20%.
Where does that rank
Threshold.
in the NFL right now?
Let's see. Dak is ahead of him. 55 is what Lawrence and Goff have, and Hurts.
Mm-hmm.
So he's fourth, fifth.
Actually, it's a little above that for Lawrence and Goff. He is 13th.
At 55?
13th behind Burrow, Dak, Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Kyler Murray, Deshaun Watson, Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, Tua Tagovailoa, and Jared Goff.
Kyler Murray makes more than $55 million a year?
It's hold on, let me pull it up here. Kyler Murray, it's where his deal's at, the remainder of the deal. So it's like, for instance, Patrick Mahomes, you remember his average annual value was 45 for the life of the contract? It's what's remaining on the deal.
Oh, okay. I get you. So it's not like you're not just dividing the years by the number.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
But I mean that's significant, and he was willing to cut them a real deal here. Now on the total guaranteed,
Yeah, this
that does.
He is sorry. He is I mean, obviously, if he wasn't already just a made guy, a god in Buffalo. At the same time, when the Bills are having trouble selling season tickets in their new stadium because they've raised the prices and they've taken one of the best fan bases in sports and made them basically like, we can't sell this place. They can't sell this new stadium they have because the old stadium had such affordable tickets. And now this guy's going to take a team-friendly discount?
Dude.
Ooh.
Well, and so he did on the average annual value. Like we said on the total guaranteed, it way resets the market there.
It was Deshaun.
Deshaun was 230, and then Dak reset it at 231. So this is a $19 million jump to 250 for highest. So this is, in all likelihood, before we see a lot of the specifics of the deal, which I'm interested to see how they're breaking this down and how they're coming to this figure that he's okay with and why he's willing to be okay with it. I would guess that ultimately this ends up probably being, it looks like it's essentially a 4 to 5 year deal. And once they get past that, they'll probably negotiate another term. But either way, Josh Allen giving them a break is what it looks like. It looks like he's cutting them a deal and willing to give them a little bit of flexibility.
Look at that. All right, so Josh Allen comes in at 6 for 330, and that is the second domino that fell yesterday. Not necessarily in that order, but
sure.
Second domino. Now let's go to Seattle. They have moved on from two different players. They get Geno.
Two different players.
They sent
That
him
was a stretch.
Very much of a stretch. They sent him to the Raiders for a third-round pick, and DK Metcalf, who wanted to go to a warm weather city. That's my demand. He gets sent to balmy Pittsburgh for a second and then signs for 5 for 150.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like a middle finger, maybe. Send me to a warm weather city. Okay.
He didn't say, he wasn't specific about which month.
It's true.
He wanted to be warm.
It's true.
It'll be warm in there in the summertime.
Yeah, probably not when he's playing, which is what I imagine he meant. But still, the reports came out. I don't remember if these were out Friday or Saturday. Did you guys have the Seattle compensation?
They wanted a first and a second?
First and a third.
First and a third, yeah.
And they moved off that pretty quick.
Yeah.
It was about 24 hours later that they moved down to just a second round pick. I knew they only got a second for him when this trade broke down, which again broke out while we were at dinner. And they weren't reporting the compensation yet. All the reports said they've traded DK Metcalf to the Pittsburgh Steelers for premium compensation. And I'm like, okay, if it was a first round pick, they would have said first round pick. So that tells me it's a second or a second that could escalate. Sure enough, it's a second. He gets 5 for 150, an extension in Pittsburgh. No idea who the hell's going to throw him the ball, but
Russ.
he's there. I guess Russ or Fields potentially. Maybe Cooper Rush. Maybe that's where Cooper Rush will go get a gig. But DK, he gets $58.2 million total guaranteed, which is just above the 58.1 that Debo got. So DK clearly was just like, that needs to be higher. I need to be higher than Debo Samuel.
Okay.
Two guys who there are questions about them breaking down and were just moved. And then Geno, I guess we're taking, is that Shador off the board? Are the Raiders not going to go Shador at 6? Because there's been a lot of buzz about Ashton Genty there. So does Pete Carroll just say, look, I want to run the football. I got my quarterback here, my guy, and we're going to be set up there. And Geno's a good player.
Well, this is his last year of his deal.
Then yeah, I guess. And now here's
they obviously could resign. If you're going to give him a third for somebody, you're not just going to bring him for 1 year, right?
No, you wouldn't think so. And here's what's fascinating about bringing Geno Smith into the Raiders. That is the most consistent comp you hear from NFL talent evaluators for Shador. His mechanics are not as clean. Geno gets a ton of praise around the league for having really clean, strong, solid mechanics.
He does.
And
it's a smooth throw, man.
If you look at Shador and say, hey, that's kind of a starter kit here, or there's some similarities here, but maybe spending some time behind Geno Smith will clean that up, and he'll see, all right, here's how I find that rhythm to become that kind of a player. Maybe that makes sense. But Geno Smith, it looks like, is starting for the Raiders next year, not Shador Sanders.
I got to hand it to Seattle on this one. They got off the wheel. They got off the hamster wheel of the quarterback situation. I like Geno. Geno's a solid player, but you either need elite or cheap at the quarterback position, and Geno's neither. It's not elite. He's not cheap. 3 for 75. Not cheap. It's not expensive either, but cheap. When I say cheap, I mean free. I mean a rookie quarterback. You either have to be elite or cheap. And that's death for a team when you're in between. So I love what Seattle did. Now, they can waste it all and go size Sam Darnold. All right? That would waste all that because I would rather have Geno than Sam Darnold. But they realize we cannot win a Super Bowl with Geno Smith.
I'm looking for, well, we'll circle back on that a little bit later.
All right. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. How is Peyton Russell even alive this morning? We had our charity team dinner last night. I'll tell you what happened with Peyton, because Peyton is, I'll tell you, we're surprised he's even here. We'll do that next on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Best or worst of the weekend coming up at 7:40, 1 hour from now. Not a part of that is going to be the discussion about our team dinner last night that we had with the Sandlot Children's Charity. Emily and Justin Pate were the winners.
Back to back.
Back to back. They won. They must like us. I don't know. I like their coffee cake. I'll tell you that right now.
The coffee cake, and then
the company's not bad either.
No, they're great. They're big time listeners, and we really loved having them last year, and then this year it was we went to Knife and Plano again, which is
every year staple.
It's such a good spot, and last night everything was awesome. They did the family style setup with the sides and the food, so we're all just kind of passing it around, fellowshipping. We had the ladies there. Everybody's lady was present, as that was a something that Justin and Emily, especially Emily, was really insistent on. Like, all right, we need to get.
She didn't want to
be
be the only lady there, and
she dominated the conversation. She dominated it last year. She was like, she had like all the insight into the station.
Yeah.
She knew everything. So she's not a rookie to this. In fact, when the DK news broke, then that was the first thing she was talking about. She's like, well, who's going to throw him the ball? Because she's a Ravens fan.
Yeah.
And so she's a little uneasy because she doesn't want to see the Steelers getting any better. But she's just like, well, what the hell are the Raiders or what the hell are the Steelers doing? As a Ravens fan, she wants to know what's happening there. But great company, great food. This is the same place where last year we asked Peyton to identify the pictures on the wall.
Yep. And let's see, there was Tom Landry on the wall. He was like,
Is
said
that Bear Bryant? Yep.
There was Elvis was on the wall. I think he got that one.
He saw ZZ Top and he said AC/DC.
That's right. Yep. Duck Dynasty, he thought.
Yep. And then there was
Willie Nelson was up there.
Anthony Bourdain was on there, I think.
Yeah. So last night, I saw a picture that we didn't ask him about last year. He had no idea who Jack Nicholson was. None.
Hey.
Now Justin had to like feed the answer to him.
Yeah.
But yeah, no clue at all who Jack Nicholson was. But this was a great dinner.
It really was.
Great company.
And like, you said they did the family style, and they brought out a bunch of different steaks, sliced up. And it's just, when I hear family style, my first thought is, oh no, like obviously with steak, it's fine. Like this is what you're there for anyway. It's not like you're going to a Italian restaurant and you're going to get 16 different dishes. That's not really what I want. With steak, you're going to get it either way. But I always feel bad because it's like someone is going to overeat and then someone is going to be underfed by the time it's all said and done.
Which did not happen in this instance, I don't feel like.
I think it happened.
In fact, Pudge got a bunch of leftovers.
Yeah, we got the bones. He got the bones. I hope those bones are okay. I hope it's okay to have dogs, give them big, giant beef bones.
Yeah, no, this was, I'll tell you what, the short rib, which they referred to as the long rib after you had said the New York strip was actually the Texas strip.
Yeah, that's right. It's the Texas strip.
You made sure to correct them. So then when they said short rib, and you were just asking, what was that? Because you didn't hear it. And he's like, it's the long strip. Because he was he was like, oh, I'm getting, am I getting pushed back again?
I didn't pick up on that because I really didn't hear him. I really didn't hear what he said.
But that short rib,
it was good.
Holy cow. That
Very
was
good.
like, I mean, I could have cut that with my fork. I didn't even need the knife. I could have literally cut those pieces with my fork because it was so just
tender.
like almost like butter. It was so tender. It was so good. But fantastic food, fantastic time. And then we headed over to Mexican bar company next door for some drinks. And that's when old Peyton...
We got a couple of things, a
indulged.
couple of talking points from this. One, I don't think we're just going to play How Young is Peyton Russell anymore.
No.
We have another...
we can play How Young is Mackenzie, How Young is Sarah Countryman. We can play all these.
Yeah, we really can. We really can. I asked... We had baseball over the weekend. I'll tell that at 7:40.
Okay.
Because Sarah might have to be put on blast here for how young she is and her inability to recognize a couple of things.
Man, the girls last night, they were sitting there talking about we need our own like hotline number set up.
So
that we can call in and correct the things you guys say because how they feel like we're not accurate in our portrayals.
So Peyton is over here and I think it was Sean that ordered a round of shots for everybody.
Yep.
And
screw you, Sean.
The normal ones of us took them, and then
I did not take them.
Bobby did not take one, and I believe Mackenzie did not take one either.
Correct. Nope. And we're both. I'm on one side of Peyton, and she's on the other.
Yeah. So Peyton is at the end, and then Mackenzie next to him, and then Bobby. So they both give Peyton their shot. So Bobby, of course, has to record, and Peyton goes bam, bam, bam.
3 and 30 seconds. Now, look, we had some people pushing back, Peyton, saying that you didn't take him like a champ. They said that you kind of puckered the lips a little bit, and it was kind of like choking it down a little. I'm gonna give you props. I think the fact that you knocked him out in 3 and 30 seconds without a chaser, you just tossed him back.
You didn't need it with that. That was solid. That was a very solid drink. You did not need it. It was very, very smooth. No additives. Tell there's no sugar.
And I like how the sober people are the ones that are alcohol shaming me there for my shots. The ones sitting on their couch drinking water, are the ones
Monday morning quarterback my drinking.
Yeah, that's right.
That's exactly what it is. But Peyton, you threw it back. How did you end up feeling last night?
I was fine on the way home. Mackenzie drove home just to be safe, but it really hit me when my head hit the pillow. I showered, and as soon as my head hit the pillow, I was dazing. I was dizzy.
That was a late shower. That's a late shower.
I mean, I was sweating a little bit there. It was a little hot, a little steamy in there. I mean, I'm a shower before bed kind of guy, so I showered, but then once my head hit the pillow, I was out, and I was like, man, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. And like I was waking up at like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, slept until around 4, and I had that first burp of the morning. I was telling RJ when he walked in, that first burp was a steak and tequila. That's what it smelled like.
So. I still haven't had my first burp today.
I haven't either. Now, Peyton,
that's I remember.
You didn't just take those 3 shots of tequila though, because right after that, I'm looking at him at the end of the table.
A marg.
It wasn't even his. It was Mackenzie's margarita, and he's just like, oh, I guess I'll take this.
He was out of water.
Yeah,
he was out of water. He needed something to wet his whistle.
Was there confusion for you? How did you end up just drinking on more tequila?
So we ordered drinks right before I went to the restroom, and I told the guy Dos Equis, and he brought back Prosecco. And he was like, and I was like, this isn't mine. He's like, no, you ordered it. I said Dos Equis. I was like, all right, whatever, I'll just drink it. And I didn't like it. And so she had the margarita. The margarita tasted better. I said, all right, we're going to switch here. And so I drank, I had like half the margarita. I didn't drink the whole thing.
Now this is, but still, you were basically like sipping it as like, let's get a palate cleanser. Now my wife, who was in need of some waters last night, she was really getting onto your case about drinking water too, Peyton.
Yeah, she was like having a drink competition with me, throwing it back the water. I was like, well, I'll drink water whenever I'm ready. I'll drink some when I get home. I don't want this water right now. But she was like, no, you're drinking. She was like my mom, basically. That's
she
what
was.
She was on mom duty.
She was trying to make sure he didn't wake up with achy joints.
Yeah, you don't want the achy joints when you wake up in the morning.
And so she was like, just like, drink water. You gotta mix in water. You gotta have one here. I'm telling you, just drink water. And so he started drinking it, but she was so insistent on it. He literally just, in his buzzed state, started kind of mimicking, and whenever she would pick up her glass of drink, he would pick up his glass of drink, and he would like stare. Like without blinking, like.
And she gave me that look too. I don't know how many times you got that look, Bobby, but man, she gave me a look.
Shop got that look at dinner or at Mexican Bar Company.
I feared for my life a little bit.
I don't know if we could say the joke you said at dinner when we were talking about
Kristen.
Yeah, we were talking about babies.
Yeah,
but Choppy threw a joke at her that was funny.
It's funny. It's all. I operate in funny. I don't believe any jokes are offensive, so I operate in funny.
It was funny, but she didn't think so.
Well, that's not my problem.
Woo! And there reached a point, you said something as you kept pushing the joke. You're like, and I told her, I was like, stop jumping off sides. You're getting the hard count You're getting the Aaron Rodgers hard count, and you're jumping. Just stop.
Just stop.
Like
stop jumping.
This is what he wants. He wants the free play.
Absolutely.
And I was sitting there, and I was like, man,
you were about to say something.
There was one point you said something. I was like, oh, I've got it. I want to keep this going. I can join in on this.
I don't think it was.
It wasn't that joke.
It wasn't about that.
And I was sitting there, and I was just like, I paused. I went, no, okay, I'm not going to do it. Like I told you, I started talking. I went, nope, never mind. I don't want to get this going. But Sarah was starting to dig into your shoulder a little bit.
Oh
she's
yeah,
she's kind of like giving you the pinch. Like
she was trying.
Shut up.
Yeah, but then you should have realized like these delts. I mean, you can't dig into this. There's nothing you can dig into that. Are we gonna have? We don't have to say it now. Are you gonna tell the people the big breaking news that you told us about last night?
Yeah, I'll tell that at 7:40.
Okay, Bobby has breaking life news.
I do.
That he is going to divulge
I think
during the Expressway, best and worst of the weekend.
I think for me, I mean, this is something I've talked about on the air before. Would never happen. The news that we're talking about.
And
so this is a pivot.
Next weekend is the weekend to do it.
Ooh, that's a little bit of a clue for those of you in the know.
A little bit of the clue.
Yeah.
Or the weekend after. I'm sorry, or 3 weeks after.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've got some staggered schedules coming up.
do.
So that's kind of that's what's impacting it a little bit. And I think I also just need to give myself time to talk myself out of it.
Yeah.
Is basically what I'm looking at here. But no, it was a great time.
It was. You're feeling fine this morning. I feel fine.
I'm good. Now I did have a couple. I was probably the one who had the latest drinks of any of us here because I got back. I was doing some work and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have a little cocktail before bed. So
Bobby was sending stuff at 1 a.m.
Yeah, I was.
Dude, my phone was lighting up all night. I was
All
like,
night long.
Why is Bobby texting this late?
I'll tell you this though, I had the greatest sleep because it's like you're deep asleep, then you wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, it's probably 3 a.m. It was 12:15.
3 a.m. There's another preview.
That's right. There's another preview of things to go. It was like 12:15. I was like, oh hell yes, because it's like you feel like you've been asleep for like 6 hours, and then you still have 4 hours to go.
So the worst is when you look and it's like 26 minutes before you got to get up.
Yeah, that is.
Damn it.
That happened again. I mean, I did that. I woke up at 4:15 as well, and I was like, crap. I had to go to the bathroom, and now I was up. So that is a little bit of a recap of last night with the Pates. Thanks to them. Thanks to Sandlot Children's Charity and Knife in Plano. March Madness is here. Selection Sunday is this week. Let's catch up on what you missed all throughout the season because I watched like an idiot. And how North Carolina stole Bill from the Cowboys next in the college kegger.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
I watched, so you don't have to. Think of this as it's like a PSA.
Public service. That's what you do.
I did a public service for the people since October, and maybe November. I've watched college basketball, at least 2-3 nights a week. Tuning in, checking things out, seeing what's going on. I feel bad that Sean's not here today because his American University Eagles are in perhaps the most patriotic game in human history. I believe it's tonight, where they will take on, the American University Eagles will take on Navy for the Patriot League Championship. I don't think you can get a more USA chant going than American versus Navy for the Patriot League.
It's pretty strong.
Navy had made the tournament since 1998.
It's a pretty strong contender for that matchup. I do you think that there's a chance Sean has watched even a second of American University basketball since he left that school?
Yeah, they made the tournament like a decade ago, so I think he probably watched.
Okay, outside of if they popped into the tournament.
No.
Do you think he's like a strong alma mater, like a big supporter of his alma mater?
I don't envision him as a very strong alma mater guy. I got a call yesterday.
So you're saying
Tennessee.
he doesn't support American?
No, he does.
Interesting.
I got a call yesterday from Tennessee asking for money, and I literally said to him, I was like, man, I hate to. We're getting married here like in a month. I am not spending any money. I would love to, but I am not spending.
Have you ever donated to the school?
Oh, yeah.
Have?
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
all right.
Oh, yeah. I try to do it like once a year. I try, $250, $500, just whatever, right? Just donate something.
Well, it's a tax write-off, so
It's a tax write-off, absolutely. But also they give you those. They give you the envelope return address stickers with the T on them.
Yeah,
that's what I get. That's what I get for my money.
Some stationery.
Some stationery. I get some alumni stickers. So I'm down with that one. But so Sean's American University team in that Navy game. That game is on Wednesday. That is the final on Wednesday. Drake punched their ticket last night for the dance. I don't know how Bob Ortigal, former Mavericks Colorados, watched this game. He played at Bradley and he coached Drake. I don't know how he watched this game at all. But Drake wins. Drake's in the dance. 3-peat for them. The SEC has been
dub for Drake in a minute.
That's right. The SEC has been dominant this year. How dominant have they been, Gene?
How dominant?
They have 4 of the top 6 spots in the rankings, 7 in the top 20 in KenPom. They're going to get 12 or 13 teams in. They went 30-4 against the ACC this year, 14-2 against the Big 12. 185-23 in non-conference, and 10-9 against the Big 10. Pretty good.
That's pretty dominant.
Pretty solid. Duke has been arguably the best team not named Auburn all year. Maybe the best team, including Auburn, this year. Cooper Flagg, he is going to win your Player of the Year award. They are rolling teams. The one issue is they don't play a very tough schedule. The ACC kind of stinks. So having them play another ranked team, it's as my guy John Martin in Memphis said, it's a black swan event when 2 ACC teams are both ranked and meet in a game this year. But Duke is 2-3 against teams currently in the KenPom top 27. KenPom is like the that's how do I explain that? It's kind of like the money puck of college basketball.
Yeah, which by the way, not going to be doing money puck all this week. Because really, I mean, the only reason why we use it is just to drive Sean nuts. That's really the only reason why I reference it at this point.
I mean, I enjoy it. I like to see.
I like looking at it. I literally only reference the deserve to win meter though.
Yeah.
Just for Sean.
We got some stars talk to get to. It was I think it was the best of times and the worst of times all at the same time this weekend for the Dallas Stars. We'll get into that. So, like I said, Duke, rolling teams, maybe the best team in the nation. Rick Pitino has taken St. John's, and they've made them one of the best defensive teams in the country.
He hated that basketball team a year ago.
Hated them.
We played so many drops of him. Like we pulled audio. I felt like every 2 weeks we were playing a Rick Pitino cut of him just trashing his team. But like this is what did we see? We saw that note on ESPN the other day, Chop, that was talking about the like most losses of a preseason number one in the like AP era or whatever it was.
Kansas was the number one, right?
Well, no, it's North Carolina this year. They just set the record for the most losses in a season for a preseason number one, but the record has been like set each of the last 3 years. Where you had mentioned it. You said it just that's the new era of college where you change your fortunes overnight, or you've got these different players that you're mixing together, and you have no idea how do these guys play together, how do they work together, and how quickly can you flip a team like St. John's?
This is what happened. Memphis had the same thing happen last year. They had a really good transfer class, and they couldn't put it together at all the entire season. It's just Carolina, same thing. Their transfer class is not bad, just couldn't put it together. Arkansas, they had a really good transfer class. They struggled at times, and they put themselves in a position where they're going to be there. Like the season's not going to end where they want it to end. That's just the reality of the sport right now. So St. John's, legit title contender, Rick Pitino. They think they're hopeful for a 2 seed. They probably cannot get a 1. Your 1 seeds are probably pretty locked. Right now, the 1 seeds, Lenardi has the 1 seeds as obviously Auburn, Duke, Houston, and Florida. There's a chance, I suppose there's a chance that Alabama or Tennessee can move up depending on what happens in the SEC tournament with Florida.
Depending on if the committee just tries to force Alabama on us again.
Or what happens in the Big 12 tournament with Houston. But I do think that those are pretty set. Even if they were to lose early, I still think, obviously Auburn's in. Auburn's got the 1. They're going to be given a 1. Now, unless they have an early loss, that would be 3 straight losses for them. That could put them in a tough spot. But they're so good quad 1. Quad 1 wins, that's how they break it down. It's a top 30 home win, a top 50 neutral court win, and a top 70 road win.
So who's your pick as of this moment before we see the
Auburn's
bracket or anything else? So
Auburn's the best team.
All right. So Duke would be number 2 contender for you?
Yeah. Auburn. I love Houston. Houston plays. Houston's a really good team. They got good guard play. I love the way Florida plays. I love Texas Tech. Texas Tech is that team that they might get a 3 seed. I would not want to be in their region if I was the 1. I think Texas Tech is phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, just the way Andre Emmett plays.
Not Andre Emmett.
And I mean, Bobby Knight out there drawing things up.
Houston has the best scoring defense in the nation. They're punishing. They got great guard play. Like I said, LJ Cryer's phenomenal. Drake's got the 3rd best scoring defense. If you're like a 4 or 5 seed and you see Drake as like a 12, which that might be underseeded for them because they're like 28-3 or something. You might as well not even show up.
Might be one of the sexy 5-12 picks this year.
Yeah,
everybody always wants to. Everybody's always looking for that 5-12, 4-13.
I would be disappointed if Drake was a 12. They're listed as an 11 seed against UCLA. I mean, my goodness, if Drake is an 11 and they're playing UCLA, I'm taking Drake money line. Not with the points. I'm taking them money line in that first round. Speaking of defense, Alabama, they don't play any. I don't think there's a bigger disparity between football and basketball than Alabama. Nate Oates doesn't coach defense. I don't even think he wants his players to go back on defense. No. I think he wants to just cherry pick the entire way. By the way, Mark Sears, most overrated elite player you've ever seen. But I didn't say that out loud. So that's your update on college basketball. It is championship week, and all these conference tournaments are starting, and that will all be starting. Like I think, the big boys will start really on Wednesday and Thursday with the meat of their schedule.
Let's take a look at some college football then to wrap up the college kegger. ESPN had an insane breakdown of the Bill Belichick hire at UNC. This is David Hale, Andrea Adelson, and Chris Lowe who wrote this piece, and it's dense. There's a lot in here. There's a lot to have to kind of pick over and figure things out. I guess we'll just go down with some of the bullet points there and read some of these the quotes out of it. So when UNC made this hire, this was not as much of a football hire as much as it was a political one. Chop, do you know who is responsible for Bill Belichick being at the University of North Carolina?
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Marco Rubio?
Rubio.
Marco Rubio is responsible?
Marco Rubio is the reason why Bill Belichick ended up at UNC. This is from the article here at ESPN, and we might be able to break some of this up, do some more of this a little bit later. But their athletic director there at UNC, Bubba Cunningham, began to plan for a coaching transition, this is according to ESPN, following the JMU game, but it wasn't until November that the biggest name in the search was added to his list. Belichick first sent word of his interest for the UNC job through political allies. He reached out to a longtime friend, then Senator Marco Rubio of Florida,
Little Marco,
who then contacted Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, hoping to light a fire in Chapel Hill in support of Belichick. Tillis told ESPN, Rubio follows the sport world pretty closely, and he called me and said there's a chance Belichick would come to Chapel Hill. He said he wants a school with a great academic reputation, and he wants to try to build a program to bring them a national championship. I said, well, let me go make some calls.
Okay, so Bill sought out Carolina.
Yes.
Not the other way around.
Well, Bill sought out Marco Rubio for Carolina, yes.
So was Bill just looking for any college, but it had to be a good academic school, but did he say specifically, I want the Carolina job to Marco?
North Carolina was the one that, because you remember that North Carolina job came open. And pretty quick, he was tied to it. He wanted the job, so that was one of the ones that he at least put out for. Now, we talked about how he got picked over and he was kind of an afterthought in the NFL coaching searches. Turns out he was an afterthought even for UNC. UNC, this was not their number one pick.
No, their dean or whatever did not want him.
Yeah, so Belichick was not the first choice at UNC. It was Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith.
Oh.
Which, given some of the stuff we've heard about Arthur Smith, do you remember there were players who met with him at the Combine that were talking about how just like cold or dry he was and just would like almost seem like I couldn't tell if he even liked me as a person. He seemed really cold and distant. Is that the guy that's supposed to go coach these
Doesn't seem
NIL
like
era athletes? The quote is, athletic director Bubba Cunningham originally had a sight set on Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, but when Smith backed out, Belichick became the only option. At one point, UNC board members bypassed Cunningham and sent Belichick's camp an offer without the school's approval. This is like, wow. As they describe it in this article, they call this a Succession-style drama, which if you've ever seen that show.
I've not seen it.
Succession.
I've not seen it.
It's very good. They said that this was filled with political maneuvering, backroom deals, infighting among UNC's leadership, and it was U.S. senators, state politicians getting involved, and this internal power struggle that almost derailed everything. One source put it bluntly, it started with the politicians. So we're talking about this was a political hire almost more than anything else.
So how much power do politicians have with state universities in their hirings?
I mean, I would guess somebody like Tom Tillis, being the senator there, he just knows the right people. Gotcha. So he's going to call the right people and put the pressure on it. Now, I'm curious. I got to look here and see where he went to school. He did not go to North Carolina. So he's just a senator there within the state and was the one that kind of put the back channel communication out there and said, hey, we'd be interested. But that was only after they didn't get Arthur Smith. But that's the guy they thought, yeah, that's the dude. We'd want Arthur Smith over Bill Belichick. So even still, Bill Belichick was almost the bridesmaid even at UNC after he had spent the whole NFL coaching hiring cycle doing the same thing.
They literally went and hired or interviewed or looked at the two least appealing personalities I could think you could come around.
Yeah, I mean, those are not the guys I would want in the living room pitching parents.
No. Now, Bill was on Game Day, College Game Day this week, and I mean, he was back into classic Bill form, giving two-word answers.
Yeah.
But, Lombardi, he says Lombardi's doing everything, basically.
Well, then, I mean, what, they should be in line for 4-12 or whatever Lombardi always oversaw with Cleveland as GM?
Okie doke.
You should appreciate that. You're not a Lombardi guy.
I know, I do. All right, that's a little college kegger, college basketball, college football kegger here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Micah's price might be going up. and our best and worst of the weekend. It is the commercial-free Expressway. Coming up next on 105.3 The Fan after we...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside 1 hour from now. Man, it was a great and an awful weekend for the Dallas Stars. We'll get into that coming up at 8:20 this morning here on Sean and RJ on 105 through The Fan. Good morning, Bobby Belt.
Good morning. Got my fill this weekend of Dallas Stars basketball too, or Dallas Mavericks basketball too.
Oh yeah, last night.
What a fantastic weekend for them.
Yesterday afternoon.
What is that now? 5 straight that they've dropped. So 5 straight losses for the Mavericks. They reached a point yesterday. They had 7 players healthy.
Yeah, Jason Kidd said I've never seen anything like this. I couldn't even put people in the you couldn't even put players.
Yeah, what's the cut? Let's
bench.
play cut 3 of Jason Kidd.
No, never seen this. Never been in a game that we could not take someone out to rest them because we had no one to put in. That's just, the end of the bench. Normally you can put someone in. If not enclosed, they were in the back getting stitches or could not move or walk. So it's tough. It's tough. It is what it is, though. I mean, we got to keep pushing forward.
It's so weird. It's like they've angered God or something.
Yeah, it really is weird, man. It's you don't want to say they brought it on themselves because they didn't bring the injuries on themselves, but it's just it has gone so far downhill so fast. No one has seen anything like this.
No. I mean, this is...
I know we engage in a lot of hyperbole in sports. I don't think this is being hyperbolic.
No, this is this is basically this whole way this is played out for the Mavericks is as brutal a stretch, injury wise, luck wise, their own doing, the way they shot themselves in the foot. This is as awful a run as the Mavericks have definitely had in their entire time here, I feel like, and they had some bad years in the 90s, but I can't think of anybody in sports who's had anything sort of similar to this.
I mean, you couldn't take guys out of the game to give them a rest because you didn't have anyone else.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty rough.
I remember back in the late 90s, Clemson played a basketball game against North Carolina. They had to finish the game with 4 players on the floor.
That's about what they're down to now.
Everyone had either been kicked out or fouled out of the game, or was hurt. So they were short anyway. They had to finish with 4 players on the floor.
It's a brutal stretch for them. The fact that, and we'll play some of it later. You've got
it's like Gene Hackman and Hoosiers. My 4's out there. my team's out of the floor.
They need a Jimmy Chitwood. They don't have one. They're at they showed Nico yesterday hiding in the tunnel. I might add, no longer sitting in his seats. Man, when Dwight Powell went down, they cut to him and he turns around and he's shaking his head. It's the most emotion I've ever seen from Nico Harrison at all. And I think he just realizes, boy, I screwed this up. Poly markets, though, Chop, they're way up in the last week on him getting fired. Way up.
All right, so explain because the poly market, like around the election, that's when I really first heard about it. This is just that's all that is just a like the betting markets, right? It's all poly markets are.
Yeah, so it got really big during, like you mentioned, the election. That's where a lot of people had started picking up on the thing. In terms of what it actually is, I don't know, Chop. I don't. I just know people use it as a predictor, and that they now apparently they've got their own as according to this Chat GPT I just looked up after you asked me the question. They faced regulatory challenges. FTC's not been big fans of theirs, but it is a decentralized prediction market platform that allows users to bet on the outcomes of various real-world events. So that thing shot up after the Kyrie injury, and with good reason. I mean, it should have happened yesterday. It's past time to move on from Nico Harrison. And whether that's FC Dallas or medieval times or anything else, they're all here to bet. We'll talk about it during Best and Worst of the Weekend. We went to a concert this weekend at the House of Blues.
Well,
people just out of nowhere in between sets started chanting Luka while we were there.
Wow. One more thing in the NBA over the weekend. Joker had a game on Friday. 30, 20, and 20. 31, 22, 21.
First game ever.
First time
of that
ever.
sort.
He is a one of one. A one of one. He had a triple-double in the first half, and in the second half, he had a second triple-double. And you combine them for a 30, 20, 20 game.
He's starting to pick up more steam again. There's been a lot more conversation lately about are we sure we want to just hand this over to Shea?
Yeah.
For MVP?
He's doing things nobody does, man. He's third in points, third in rebounds, second in assists, 11th in field goal percentage in the year.
But he can't beat Luka and the Lakers.
No,
he can't do that.
No, he can. Maybe he can.
I mean, he can. But
they're tied now with Lakers for the 2 seed, and LeBron has got a groin. So we'll see how long he is going to be out for. What does the Myles Garrett contract, Bobby Belt, do for Micah Parsons?
Yeah, so Myles Garrett gets this extension done over the weekend after just trashing Cleveland, it felt like, for a month. And ultimately, it was just a leverage play.
4 for 160, 88.8 guaranteed.
Guaranteed at signing. So total guaranteed is $123 million almost.
What's the difference?
So guaranteed at signing basically means this is all you're guaranteed at the time that you signed your contract. They include total guaranteed because that includes, before the second year of the contract, maybe you have on the 5th day of the league year, then your next year's salary guarantees. So it doesn't guarantee at the time you sign it. There are like triggers and escalators along the contract that firm up more of it as you go along. So ultimately, total guaranteed is what you normally see. You normally get to that figure. But guaranteed at signing is all you're promised at the time that you put pen to paper. But he gets a full no trade clause. It's the largest annual value for a non-quarterback in history at signing. So $40 million annually, and this is something that we've heard the Cowboys talk about recently, that hey, there's nothing we see coming down the pike that we wouldn't be able to put our hands around Micah's contract. We feel comfortable about it. And Micah Parsons has, to his credit, I guess, talked about how he doesn't need to be a $40 million a year player, that he doesn't need that much. I think he talked about that actually during Super Bowl, that, hey, I don't need that. As long as I can just have enough money to get a lake house, retire at a lake house somewhere, I'm happy. But then, of course, yesterday, he tweets, LOL, yo, WTF, with a crying, laughing emoji. Because he knows he's in all likelihood about to get paid a significant amount of money. And the question will be now is, did the Cowboys wait too long? Should they have done something about this last year? Should they have done something about it earlier this offseason? Or will Micah be a guy who essentially lives up to what he's said, which is he doesn't need that much money. He's also said he doesn't plan on playing past 30, basically.
Right, which is, coming up.
He's talked about, hey, I want to be able to have some supporting cast. I need some help here. I can't do this all on my own. Let me cut them a little bit of a break here, which historically, I don't know how much the Cowboys have shown a willingness to use whatever margins you give them in negotiations. It's just something that they seem to disperse like they normally would. But Micah Parsons has said consistently, hey, I can do this a different way. I don't have to approach this from the idea of reset the market. So in theory, Mike is telling you the Myles Garrett thing has nothing to do with it. Now, what that means in reality is something completely different. But how much do you even buy what he says there about the idea that he doesn't need to be a $40 million player? He's just content with getting some generational wealth and leaving it at that. And he doesn't have to top anybody.
I'll believe it when I see it. Because the reality is that, when he said I don't need 40, that means I don't need to reset the market. Well, now the market's at 40. So you could get 40 now and not reset the market. The other issue is going to be Trey, TJ, and Hutch. Trey's getting done soon. They have to either sign him or trade him. It's getting done. And then TJ.
Which we were talking to some people while we were in Indy. We all had some conversations about Hutch's deal coming up, and there was a thought that Hutch might wait, is some of what we heard.
Okay.
Is that he could wait a little bit and see what leaves fall.
Right.
To borrow a Cowboys term.
Listen, Hutchinson's going to be the interesting one because he's coming off a gruesome injury.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how does that impact his value going forward? Are the Lions just going to pay him?
Didn't impact Dak. Now, is it different?
I think it's different. It's a more athletic position, right?
Yeah, and I mean, it requires, that ankle flexibility and different things like that. So if it's something that you think is hampered or minimized, then, yeah, it might change things a little bit. By the way, we didn't even mention yet today, Max Crosby also got Max Crosby also got his extension done. So he's over $35 million annually now.
I think we said that on Friday.
Is that Friday? Okay.
I think we said that on Friday. Did we not, Peyton?
He's up.
I think so.
He's already up. Max Crosby's at annual value. He's up over 35. That takes him past Bosa. You get Myles Garrett done 40. Like, we're seeing, all right, this is around the realm of where you're going to have to play with Micah Parsons to get this done. You're going to have, a couple $40 million players, $40+ million players, or 35+ when you consider CeeDee Lamb in there.
All right, so, now TJ Watt, too. What if he gets to 45?
Man, that feels like a big jump. Because I think
we just had a big jump.
Yeah, but it was for Garrett, right? So I think
is TJ not on that level?
I think he's on that level, but I don't think he's enough to jump him like that. I think he would end up around there. Because I feel like everybody pretty much settles around Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa, Micah Parsons, Max Crosby. Like, those are your 5. Mm-hmm. Those are your 5 best edge rushers in the NFL. So the fact that Bosa's deal got done a little bit ago, I don't know that in the same offseason Watt could get something that jumps that significantly. If he waits a year, probably.
But let's just say Watt gets $40 million. Let's say he matches 40.1.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would do, right? Well, I think there's zero chance that Micah comes in at 35 then. If you've got 2 guys at 40, I think that's the number for Micah.
That's the number the PA would put pressure on Micah and his agent to go for. There's a lot of... It doesn't get discussed very much. But when we talk about cutting somebody a deal, like, oh, let's give them a hometown discount, let's do this and that. These players and these agents behind the scenes are under tremendous pressure from the NFL Players Association too. You do not. You can want a discount all you want, or you can feel like you've earned your money all you want. You owe it to the guys coming up behind you to sign for something that's fair. You owe it to them to say, all right, this is the market standard, so that they can go to negotiations and ask for that.
That's the pressure that they put on. Baseball does it all the time. The other sports do it. Football is kind of operated on their own, where they haven't really necessarily operated the same way, where it's always about that. I think a lot of times they have in the contracts, not necessarily when it comes to guaranteed contracts or going on strike. Football players just don't go on strike. They just don't. They're not wired that way because their time is so limited. But this is going to be fascinating what happens with Micah, because the Cowboys, the longer they wait, and they're waiting, but the longer they wait, the worse this thing is going to get. Which
he's currently on the 5th-year option. Micah is, so he's getting right now, his cap number heading into next year is $24 million. That's what he's on the hook for right now.
For 2025.
Yes, he's on the hook for $24 million. If you are able to get a deal done now, let's just go off these parameters, Chop. 4 years, $160 million, so 40 a year. You go, I don't know, we'll say he resets the market, eclipses Myles Garrett by a little bit, gets 125 guaranteed. Mm-hmm. So if they were to give him, let's say, a $50 million signing bonus, the way that the NFL breaks up salary contracts or salary cap structure is your cap hit is not just whatever your average annual value is. So for those of you at home who haven't seen it operate this way before, when they say Dak is getting $60 million a year, Dak's cap hit is never 60, or very rarely is even in that area. Same with Micah. If he were to get 40, his number would probably not be 40 any season. If they were to sign him to 4 years, $160 million with a $50 million signing bonus, in theory next year or this year, his cap hit could be about $11 million.
Okay.
So you're talking about you clear up $13 million instantly by just getting an extension done. And in fact, any extension will open up money for the Cowboys because of just how big that figure is for Micah Parsons right now and how much they've committed to that. So an extension, no matter how high it is, if he's making 40, 45, in all likelihood frees up money for you right now. It's just in the future, all the accounting tricks you have to do.
Man, I'll tell you, it's the point. You you got to sign him now, man. Either sign him now or trade him for some ones, because the longer you wait, the worse this is going to get. The longer you wait, the worse this is going to get. This is the way it is.
817, NFLPA could care less about lower paid guys. Well, NFLPA cares about minimum salaries for sure, but that's normally a CBA negotiation. What NFLPA does care about is making sure that Micah Parsons doesn't mess up the deal for Aiden Hutchinson, or that a quarterback contract doesn't mess up a deal for CJ Stroud coming up the back. They want to make sure that those guys are being set up to make their money. And look, if you raise the ceiling of contracts, you do raise the floor typically, or you've got a wider gap in there where guys can settle in and make more money.
Yep, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a tough offseason for this team if they don't get this done. It would free some stuff up for them as well. Maybe they can get somebody else. What a novel concept that would be. All right, Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. It is your commercial-free expressway, and it is time for our best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
All right, best and worst. I think let's just start it off here with something that we're all hot on. For good or bad, just look outside. And it's still a little dark. Because it is daylight savings time, baby. And I will never waver on this. I love the late sunlight. It does suck in the morning. I'm going to admit that. It does suck in the morning for times.
But I get it.
But I don't
you're
need
indoors.
the sun in the morning.
Yeah. It's dark when you go for your commute regardless.
Yeah.
So for you don't notice much of a difference other than just when you're looking out the window.
I don't. You're right. My morning commute is always dark regardless. I prefer the late sunlight. That's why I like it. Because I can use it. I can't use sunlight in the morning.
To me, and look, Kristen loves the late sunlight. To her, she's like, "Are you kidding me?" She's like, "Just sunlight is like it's like a quick,
it's an antidepressant.
It's a quick depression cure at times."
Yeah.
Where she's like, I can feel. She's like, it's just harder when it's dark and it's dreary. It's not as easy to get yourself up as when you've got the late sunlight and you can do different activities and things like that. That's the other thing. I don't want to do activities, Chop. I want to stay in. I want to lay on the couch.
You're not an activities guy.
And so the later sunlight that's there, the more it creates opportunities where I have to agree to go to some things so that I can not do others. So I don't have to play that card nearly as frequently during the winter months.
The winter time, yeah.
This opens up a slew of trades that I'm going to have to operate. Fine, I'll go do this, but I'm not doing this. Whereas before I could chill. I wouldn't have to worry about it.
Yeah. So my best is the daylight savings time. I do like it. Your best, Robert?
So we had a very busy weekend. The best was probably going to the House of Blues on Saturday night to see the Tommy Richmond concert. Now,
I haven't been there in forever. I think the last time I was at House of Blues was during the the Super Bowl, where they had the media party at the House of Blues.
It's such a great venue for music to me. I think the acoustics in there are great. I love it. It's got kind of like a theater feel to it, but it's still really cozy and feels intimate, and there's really not a bad seat in the house. And so I absolutely love the House of Blues. And Addison had wanted to go to a concert. That's one of the things she wanted for Christmas. So one of the things we found was, all right, I'm looking ahead, first couple months of the year, only concert I see that she's like would super be interested in is Tommy Richmond, which for those of you that don't know Tommy Richmond, and I should have sent this to Peyton, it's he's the $1 Million Baby guy. So I never represent, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so because I want to make it so bad,
absolutely. Great
$1 Million Baby. So it's a big hit, and I think he's pretty good.
Did he play it?
He did play it.
Could you imagine if he didn't play it?
No, he was actually, I mean, and a lot of it sounds pretty similar. Now it's the question, I was texting with Reggie over the weekend about this. Now the question is like, do you grow past that like somebody like Post Malone did? Or do you just, all right, this is your bit and you're not going to move past that. You're not going to change what you are. And you're just going to lean into this. And then after a while, people are going to get tired of it. But I took her to House of Blues, and she absolutely loved it. She was introduced. This was her first experience being in a crowd where they were partaking in certain things that they were inhaling.
Whatever do you mean?
I'm talking about the marijuana.
Marahoochie.
Yep. And so this was she was talking about, she's like, why does it stink so bad in here? Why
skunk, man?
And I was like, yeah, it's those people up there. They're just they're taking part in that.
Yeah, they're just smelly, very smelly people.
But no, it was actually a really awesome show. A couple of really good opening acts. There's one opening act, Paco, that she absolutely loved. And I loved, she's leaning into my bits now. Kristen's going to get hell for the next several years because the girls mimic me in doing bits.
Yeah.
So she like sends a video of this guy doing a wild dance on the stage. And she goes, it's Paco. And Kristen replies and she said, what the heck's going on here? And Addison replied to her and said, it's Paco. You wouldn't understand. You either get Paco or you don't. And
that's the bit.
And like, she's already leaning in, just like, come on. How do you not know Paco? She's already leaning into just the like, you're not on the cool club kind of bit, like I would do, where I would just go, yeah, you either get this or you don't. How do you not know who Paco is when none of us knew who Paco was? But the worst of it was we parked here, 2.5 miles from
Your worst of the weekend is parking here?
No. This is the worst of that night.
I do it every day.
The worst of the weekend is coming up here in a sec. House of Blues is, what, 2.5 miles from here, Chop?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the Uber was? Uber to House of Blues and back. Now, I did not know this. Matt Rife was at the AAC that same night.
You go. You got surge pricing.
Oh, I got surged. What do you think the combined price for to and from the station was?
$72.
$90.
Oh, God.
$90 for an Uber, where we were waiting like 10 minutes for one to free up, too. So that was pretty hellacious, but enjoyed the concert and the opportunity for Addison to go hang out and do that. It was a cool father-daughter moment for me.
Nice. Peyton, how about your best?
Well, real quick from the Tolos, the 214 says their best was their wife's B-Day this weekend, and they took the family to Hurtado yesterday. So how about that? Shout out 214. My best was I ran to a Tolo this weekend at the donut shop, Tolo Kenny in Rockwall. I was ordering my donuts. He said, Peyton, it's Kenny. So I met with him, talked with him for a little bit, and he paid for my donuts.
Oh,
so
nice.
Shout out Kenny, man.
What kind of donuts did you get?
I had the cinnamon twist. Love the cinnamon twist donuts and the cinnamon roll, but and then I had a chocolate glazed as well with that, and a chocolate milk to top it off. So
got enough sugar there?
It's a lot of sugar.
Throwing the chocolate milk on top. The chocolate milk on top just feels a little
milk
egregious.
With the donuts though. I could have gotten regular milk, but
milk. I would think milk. That's like a palate cleanser. It
is a palate cleanser.
All right, let's change this up a little bit. I would just think the sugar from the chocolate milk would just be like, all right, this is a little much. I've had my fill.
I haven't had donuts in a while. I was treating myself.
I love a good donut, man. I could destroy a good donut.
More power to you. I'm glad you treated yourself. I just, when
sounds like the Tolo treated him.
When I have chocolate milk, like I want that to hit. I want it to hit the spot. Like to me, all that sugar I'm eating, it's going to kind of neutralize the satisfaction I feel like of throwing back a chocolate milk. It's going to taste. It's not going to have that same sweet punch. I feel like.
I never thought of it.
It's just.
I'm not a chocolate. I'm not a milk drinker.
I'm just built different,
built a little different. There you go.
Yeah,
very nice.
That's exactly what it is.
All right, you start the worst off, Peyton. I'll let you start
the worst. Look, I mean, I don't know why I agreed to take 3 shots last night. 'Cause we had wine, great red wine. What was it? A 2022 bottle?
It was a 22. I called it.
You did.
Yeah.
But I had a guess of it was like a 1 in 4 chance.
And you agreed to do it because of peer pressure.
Yeah,
from your fiance, myself, and then the whole table.
They asked me because I was sitting at the side of the closest to the door, and that's what the waiter. I guess it wasn't the waiter. It was the owner came up with the bottles of wine, and they were like, "Well, here you test to make sure this is the right wine." As if I was going to say anything else. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Right.
Not a wine guy. I said, "I'll try the red." Here you go. Swished it around. Did the nose thingy. You really got to get that schnoz in there. And is this a 2022? Just like I said to the guy, the cab driver, the Uber driver. Do I detect a Persian accent?
Yeah.
I was spot on with that one, and I nailed this one.
You did. You were like, this is 22
Persian accent.
Yeah, I'm picking up notes of recession and a mass society.
Yes, that's erosion.
Look, I do want to shout out Sean. He paid for some shots and drinks last night, but he did this on purpose. You know, he knew he had today off and all week off, so he was like, you know what, let's see. Because, you know, last year we didn't do this going out after the dinner. You know, we went straight home. We had work.
It was
the
a
next
Thursday,
day.
yeah.
Yeah,
Thursday.
and I think Bobby had that next day off, and he still went home. But Sean knew what he was doing, bought his shots. Thank you, but yeah, I can't do that again. That was a long night and early morning. Can't be doing that. So one shot would have been fine, but you know, I was playing hero
Doing
there.
Doing
3 plus the wine, little margarita.
By the way, now that we're talking about the overindulgence of he's doing the donuts and then throwing chocolate milk on top of it, it now makes sense why he's like, I gotta wash down these tequila shots with a margarita.
Yeah. Right. He needs a sugar overload.
Yeah, exactly.
Peyton gets to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He needs that sugar rush. That's what it amounts to there. You know, my worst of the weekend, I had something else written down, but I'm going to be forced to change it, I do believe. The weather was my original worst. We had baseball all weekend, sitting outside, freezing our butts off. Now, Friday was great. The Friday games, it was that first real heat of the year was like 80 degrees, and 80 degrees is nothing. But I've got this theory that when it's the first time it hits 80 after the long winter, it feels like it's 110.
Yeah.
You're just not used to it yet.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, God, this is brutal. And it's only going to get 20 degrees worse. But Saturday and Sunday, the rain, the cold, I couldn't feel my extremities. Oh, it was terrible out of the baseball all weekend. But that was my original worst.
Did you guys get hit bad by those storms on Saturday? By the way, those thunderstorms that blew through?
Not enough because we played.
That was something that
played Saturday morning.
So it was really early hours. When those came through, they were just supposed to be, all right, there's a big hail threat mainly, but I mean, it looked like I think there was a straight line winds that had like turned over a camper in Ennis. Like somebody died in the storm in Ennis. Those blew through. Those were way stronger than I had been anticipating based on the forecast.
We were playing at Oak Grove in Grapevine, and they're turf field, so we were able to get the games in. But driving up down Dove, which gets you to the park, the amount of fences that were down and trees that were down, and I don't know if that was from the storm earlier that last week. You know, there was like 80 where the sirens went off.
Yeah,
and I thought it was a tornado, or it was from that. But we saw a lot of damage. That was my original worst, but my other worst, it was I just realized how young Sarah is over the weekend.
Yeah, you did.
So 9 years younger than you?
Yeah, 9.5. Yeah.
Oh.
So on Saturday, I had these gloves on at the game, and her gloves were not working. They weren't warm enough. And I said, "Well, here, trade." And she goes, "This will never get on your hand. You'll never fit in this." And I said, "Well, if it doesn't fit, you must have quit."
Very Johnny Cochran of you.
And she said, "What's that from?"
No, she did not say that.
She said that. And I was like, oh, my God.
That's pretty young.
I was like, but you have to know that. I get it. You know, she was probably 6 years old. She was born in 89. I was born in 79.
But she's a month older than me. I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're Bobby. You're
different.
Bobby.
You're different. You're different.
Thank you.
So that was the first thing that I realized how much younger she is than me. And the second one is we were actually driving home, and, you know, we got the radio on, and, you know, music is kicking, and all of a sudden comes this song on, and I quickly put my hand over it. I put my hand over the screen.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Who sings this?"
Were you inspired to do this because of the OJ conversation?
No, I just like to do this. I like to do this with her.
You did it to me last night. You were saying, who wrote the song?
Yeah. I like to do this, right? So I just put my hand over the name, and it was a song. It was 3 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Matchbox 20.
Yep. Baby, it's 3 a.m.
And she goes, "Oh, I know this song." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know you know the song." I said, "Who sings it?" And she goes, "Oh, I can't think of who sings it." She goes, "Is this a band I should know?" And I said, "Yeah, it's absolutely a band you should know."
Yeah.
It's a 90s band. It's one of the more famous 90s bands.
Would have had 2 massive hits when she was growing up.
Yeah.
Smooth
Yeah,
with Rob
Smooth.
Thomas and Santana, and then Unwell was a
Unwell.
huge hit in 2003.
3 a.m. And I said, this is like late 90s, early 2000s. You can't say this is 1992 and you have nothing. She could not get it. She had no idea. And I finally had to say it's Matchbox 20. And then she said, oh, well, that's not a band that I should know. And I was like, what?
No,
it's absolutely a band you should know.
I would not be surprised if Peyton didn't know Matchbox 20. I wouldn't even necessarily say somebody Peyton's age should know Matchbox 20. But
I've heard you guys mention it, but that's about it.
Do you know this song?
When it's raining. Do you know it?
I don't think so.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my.
Dude, this is turn it out. This is a banger right here. It's 3 a.m. I must be lonely. Okay, it's a great song.
You don't know this, Peyton?
He is this is
Aiden, do you know this song? Oh, he's shaking his head. Oh my God. What is going on?
I'm into Foreigner. I'm not into Matchbox 20.
Oh, that's right. You like Foreigner.
Yeah.
You like Foreigner.
Gather them. Yeah.
So, there's my worst. I'm marrying a child.
My worst of the weekend is I finally went ahead and committed to something. I told Kristen this weekend I'm gonna get the old snippy snip.
What?
Yeah.
Bury the lead.
I have committed to going ahead and snipping things. And this is something that it came up last night a little bit. I think you saw it when you were making the joke that you did that we've already said was too aggressive to probably say on the air. But when we were talking about babies, like, could you sense at all the tension in the way we talk about having a baby sitting right there? The way I talk about it versus the way she does.
You know, you want one, she doesn't.
Yeah, and it's very clear. And to be clear, she wanted to clarify, if somebody just handed me a newborn baby, I'd be fine with it. She doesn't want to be pregnant. That's what this comes down to. She doesn't want to spend 9 months being pregnant is her biggest thing. But we had the talk, and she's been insistent that, well, you know, we don't want to reset the clock. We don't want to start over. As it stands right now, when the youngest one is 18 and college age, we'll be in our mid-40s. Like, why do we want to reset the clock? Why do we want to start over here? It's super expensive raising kids. Do we really want to, like, jump into that again? And so I have been,
especially because you guys haven't had your first divorce yet.
Exactly. I haven't agreed, or I've agreed, like, okay, fine, we won't have another baby. That was about a year ago that I made that agreement. But I've always said, nope, I'm not getting the old snip. But just during a discussion over the weekend, when we were talking about how, well, what if a surprise baby occurred or whatever, I was put off by the fact that she had said, yeah, if I found out, I would probably need a couple days to just kind of emotionally deal with it and react to it before I then told you. Then I was like, all right, see, that this whole thing sounds way too complicated and like a factor I don't even want to introduce potentially into our relationship of that sort of, if we're having to think about those sort of things, or you're gonna have to not tell me for a couple days, then I'm just going to get in the way of that even happening by accident, and I'm gonna go ahead and get the clip. Probably gonna do it in June sometime.
Very
is what I'm
disappointed in
thinking.
you. Very disappointed in you. You should do it in next weekend, March Madness, baby.
214 says, Bobby, we're the same age. I have 4 kids. This is the way, brother. You don't want her to resent if she gets pregnant again. So there you go. And I don't want to resent if I feel like she's unhappy about being pregnant.
I can't do it. Even if she wanted it, I can't do it.
Yeah, I mean,
can't go through with it. Nothing more useless than an unloaded gun.
Is that what it is?
That's what I say.
Love Gun by Kiss.
Right.
Yeah, just like that.
All right, that's your best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan, the commercial-free expressway. Favorite segment every single day is that expressway. 8 o'clock hour coming up next. Jacob DeGrom with as good of a spring outing as you could possibly get. We'll tell you how it all happened next in Diamond Calves on Sean and RJ on 105 through The Fan.
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are great.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KRL-FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Robert Montgomery Belt. I don't think Montgomery's his actual middle name.
Cameron.
Peyton and Aiden alongside. Sean is out this week. He has paternity leave.
He's got to use it up.
Got to use it up, yeah. You got a year to use it, I guess.
Is this week 5 now? Have we counted?
This is week 3.
Is it? How many weeks do we get?
Well, when I had children, it was 2.
Oh, it's not that anymore.
No, it's like 6. You had like 6 weeks now.
See, that was going to be my best pitch before we just talked about in the last segment, me getting the snip. That was going to be my best pitch to her for having another baby. It was just be like, look at this paternity leave I could get.
Yeah.
But
so Sean will be back like June 1st. No, I'm just joking. He'll be back next week. Rangers, we are the home of the Texas Rangers. I don't know if you've heard about that.
We are.
We have all the regular season games right here on 105.3 The Fan. And of course, we had the games over the weekend, including yesterday's 14-1 loss to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Pay no mind to the score of the game.
Revenge.
You know, when I was
Diamondbacks got their revenge, baby.
Diamondbacks got their fun. They got their revenge back. When I was doing updates, I mean, I wouldn't even give the score of the spring training game. I would just say, they're playing. This is what happened. Wyatt Langford went deep, or whoever the player was at the time. But one thing I want to talk about is Jake DeGrom. Now, Jake DeGrom on over the weekend made an outing, made a start. And Rangers Savant, which is an Instagram account that is phenomenal. All these, they go very in-depth on it. And it took an in-depth look And you're a diehard when you do an in-depth look at 2 innings of a pitcher in 31 pitches. So 31 pitches, 3 strikeouts for Jake DeGrom in his spring debut.
I've noticed you're opting for the Jake instead of the Jacob DeGrom. Is there a reason for that?
I shortened everything.
Oh, okay. Acceptable. I had noticed it. I
feel like
I thought like I didn't know if everybody had migrated over to we're calling him Jake, and I just didn't know.
No, I think I just feel like as watching him for years and years, like more people have called him Jake DeGrom than Jacob DeGrom.
Okay, I'm accepting of it. I just was curious.
Yeah, I never called him Nathaniel Lowe. It's Nate Lowe.
Yeah,
it's too long.
Peyton called him much worse than that.
Yeah. So Jake went 2 innings, struck out 3 on 31 pitches. But like I said, the Rangers savant did a really good deep dive in here. They're talking about the box score. They're going to go a little step further on this one. So first thing is Stuff Plus. That's a number that tells you how nasty a pitch is, okay? Takes into account velocity, spin, movement, all those things, right? Mm-hmm. And like other stats like OPS plus, or an OPS plus is on base plus slugging, and then the plus is like it's kind of adjusted, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got your XOBA, weighted on base average, right? These are all stats that I don't want to get too bogged down in, but the average, the league average is 100. Right? That's league average. So anything above 100 is above league average. Anything below 100 is below league average. So it gives you a score. It gives you a baseline. It's standard for a pitcher to have Stuff Plus over 100 for a pitcher too. It's not normal to have that on all of your pitches. And in the case of DeGrom, his slider averaged a 113. So 13% better than league average. Not on one individual pitch, on every single slider. His entire arsenal across the board graded out to a 108. So 8% above league average. And that, again, it's not normal to have that for every single pitch you threw in the entire outing.
And he threw 31?
He threw 31 pitches. So 31 pitches, got an average of that. He was near 70% in terms of strike rate. So his strike percentage was 67.7%. But if you look at the pitch chart, you could see that some of these were maybe setup pitches. You're not really trying to throw a strike.
Right.
There's a video out there. I think it was a Manny Ramirez at bat, but Barry Zito was pitching. And Barry threw, now he was a lefty, so he threw a fastball up and away, a purpose pitch. It's been circulating a lot. This is from years ago. I was like 15 years ago, 20 years ago. It was a purpose pitch because that eye level, right? The eye level of his curveball was the exact same.
Yeah.
So on the very next pitch, he threw the same eye level, but he threw a curveball, went right into the zone for a strike. So his pitch chart, you're getting, he was 5 of 6 getting first pitch strikes, plenty of room to work with. The slider was touching 91. And then the final stat line they show is called XWOBA, which is weighted on base average from a pitcher. And that measures the hitter's offensive value when a batter makes contact with the ball. So we've got BABIP batting average on balls in play. This is kind of like that. It's typical to see when a batter makes contact, that number to be above 300 when they make contact. Jake's was 0.38. So they were hitting basically under 50.
It's good.
0.50.
It's good.
Phenomenal.
It is spring training, and we always talk about this. Guys are working on things. Guys are doing different things. So, it's hard to extrapolate a lot from that. But, I mean, look, we're going to take anything we can get on the DeGrom front right now in terms of the signs we can get about how back he is, how ready he is. Because, I mean, one of the things, it's nice to see, all right, the slider's touching 91. But there's the one little aspect that you're wondering about, and we had talked about this with Jared Sandler recently. The idea of that velocity consistently in 22, the slider was around 92. 23, it was 92.
Right.
Last year, it had dropped to 90. And in the spring training start, his slider was on average right around 90. So the velocity, at least right now, still a little bit down. The fastball velocity, still a little bit down because he's averaging around 97 miles per hour on that four-seamer, which is what he was averaging last year. But that's down from throwing consistently about 99 with it. And so he's down about 2 miles per hour on the slider and the fastball on those 3 starts to end the year last year and then the start of spring training this year. Good news is
I don't need him throwing 98 today.
No. And that's totally. In fact, I need to look back and see how did it look. I wonder if they've got spring training numbers for StatCast for when he was pitching in previous years. But I think that there's just a little bit of concern for me at the end of last year how hard he was getting hit. Like the numbers, the numbers
show that. I mean, obviously it was spring training, just 1 start, just 2 innings, 31 pitches, but he was not getting hit hard.
Yeah, and last year it was how much are you just working back? How much might be decline? How much the fact that you were getting hit as hard as you were. He gave up, I think 3 starts last year. He gave up 3 hard hit balls that were hit harder. The exit velocity was harder in those 3 starts than any of the starts that he had in the 23 season before he got hurt in those 6 starts. And so there's a little bit of a question of like, okay, how much were you working through something versus is there anything that's slipping a little bit here? But the good news in this one, and again, it's spring training, StatCast defines a hard hit ball as 95 miles per hour or over. He had 0. There were no hard hit balls in this outing. In fact, he was one of only 2 pitchers in the game on either side that didn't give up a hard hit ball.
Wyatt Langford also made his spring debut over the weekend. He's had a single in each of the 2 games. The biggest thing I was looking for, how is he going to rebound the next day? And he played. Some days you had an oblique, you play, and you take the next day off. You're just, especially in spring training, you're just trying to kind of dip your toes into the water. Now he was back out there, so he got hits in back-to-back games. That's very good for him.
He's the number 1 seed for me in terms of most exciting thing coming up in this season is the way he finished the year last year and the way that he was just mashing the baseball. I'm so excited to see what he does this year.
Yep, I'm excited too. If he has a 900 OPS and like he did at the end of the season, they're gonna be solid. That's one of the 3 guys they need to have hit. So it's got to be him. It's got to be DeGrom, and I think Evan Carter. You got to have all 3 of those guys play 80% of their available games or whatever.
How concerned are you? We always talk about the injury question with DeGrom, for instance, or the fact that it feels like the last couple of years, Evaldi's gotten banged up at different points during the season. How high is your level of concern with Carter? Because I mean, he's a young player, but this is a couple times now that the back's flared up on him, and a back on a young player already. That's something that's concerning to me.
Yeah, it's very high. It's very high. You can't have a back injury, and in sports, you can't be an athlete with a back injury. Like you hope it was just a one-off kind of situation. A couple of other things around Major League Baseball. Vlad Jr., the Rangers are going to be in on Vlad Jr., and he disclosed that the proposal he gave to the Blue Jays was significantly less than the Juan Soto deal with the Mets, falling short of $600 million. Soto got 15 for $765. He did kind of intimate that he did say, I would like 14. Oh my God. Listen to the number of years. He goes, I'm looking for 14, 15, even 20 if they're willing to give it to me. 20-year deal. I like Vlad. Vlad's a good player. He had a really nice bounce back offensive season. His batting average rose 60 points last year. On base rose 50. The slugging percentage was up 100. It's a tremendous bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, the OPS plus, everything like that was pretty much in line with his MVP runner-up season.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was in the same league as Bobby Jr. and Aaron Judge last year. Like, he was not going to win the MVP. But he was very, very good. Defensively, you worry 15 years down the road, his defensive run saves are already kind of low.
What? He won a Gold Glove a couple years ago, Chop.
I know he won a Gold Glove. But was it Moreland or Palmeiro that won a Gold Glove where they played like 16 games at first base?
Yeah, Rafael Palmeiro won one in like 99, and he played barely any first base.
Yeah.
That was when I first realized, okay, the Gold Glove is a joke.
So like 15 years is a bit much for me for Vlad, but the Rays are going to be in on him. They're going to be in on Vlad Jr. Without a doubt. There's a really cool article on Bruce Bochy and Terry Francona on ESPN and about the families of each when they decided to come back to managing. Remember, Francona, we had Francona on the show at the golf tournament.
He was awesome.
The Invited Classic.
Mm-hmm.
And he was fantastic. And he was like, I'm not coming back to play. I'm not coming back to manage. Well, here he is. He's back to manage. And then Kim Bochy had a very similar experience, she says, in 2022. And she said, I knew he was coming back the moment CY walked through the door. She was like, crap. It's happening. And she tried to talk him out of it. Why do you want to go back? You've won your World Series. Francona's kids were like, Dad, don't do it. Don't do it. But these guys are lifers, man. You can't keep them away from it. It's the reality.
It's that sitting in the dugout, hands in the pockets, chewing on sunflower seeds, whatever. Like once you get into that lifestyle, that's just kind of your lot in life. That's what you're doing from there on out.
I mean, it really is. I mean, people stay in this business forever.
Yeah.
Look at the play-by-play guys that they basically die in the booth.
I mean, Sterling died in the booth like 4 years ago.
Oh, God. Like Mike Lang, Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, he was the legendary Penguins announcer. Scratch my back with a hacksaw. With a hacksaw, right? And, I mean, he basically died in the booth.
Yeah. No, we see that a lot. Guys they become lifers. There's like no retirement for them. They just take it all the way through to the end.
Yeah, they really do. All right, Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan, a little bit of Diamond Cavs for you. Coming up next on Sean and RJ, Stars get their man and then lose their man. Plus, Nico has been hoisted on his own petard.
Gosh, that's bad.
It's not bad. It's great. I'll tell you about it. Coming up next on the fan. After we get you over to Zerez, get that carpet professionally cleaned.
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the Stars will go the other way. Robertson, Duchesne, Robertson, score! Jason Robertson, the end-to-end rush, and Dallas has doubled their lead.
Victory plus with the call. Stars 4-1 winners over the Vancouver Canucks. Thomas Harley with a goal. Matt Duchesne, pair of assists. The Stars get back to their winning ways after the game the night before in Edmonton.
Yeah, and let's see what moneypuck.com has to say about this.
Let's see. What do we got?
Because
both of them.
It wouldn't be tradition if we didn't do it. Boy, here's the thing about this deserve to win meter. I don't understand it, Chop. I don't know how it works. In fact, while Sean's not here, I'm going to tell you what it is. So apparently the deserve to win meter is a feature from MoneyPuck where they show each team's chance of winning the game had the game been reenacted, except with average goaltending for both teams. So, like, basically no fluky stuff if you're just getting average goaltending out of it. And according to that, Chop, the Dallas Stars were 17% on the deserve to win meter, which means usually the Canucks would kick the crap out of them if that game was played the same way.
Or the Canucks, as that TV anchor once called them.
They would get their behind handed to them if they played that same game the same way multiple times over. But it's why you play the games. We don't play it on a sheet of paper or a calculator. This isn't Moneyball. The games still matter, Chop.
Yeah, the games absolutely do matter. And they matter even more so right now because the way the standings could shake out in the playoffs. Right now, the Stars coming in with the 2 spot in the Central. Look who is at number 3, Colorado. And it could be the Miko Bowl.
So,
because he was in Colorado this year, and then he got traded to Carolina, and then Carolina flipped him like a month or so later to the Stars. And the Stars get him. They lock him up over the weekend. A big-time contract. And those big-time contracts, they don't matter as much anymore as they used to. It used to be you could not win with a $10 million player. Eichel won as a $10 million, and then Florida had 2 of them. With Barkov and Bobrovsky. So they had a couple of them. You could win with a $10 million player now, and the Stars gave him more than $10 million. They gave him 12.
So Nick Harris tweeted over the on Friday, said that after the trade, the Stars are now the favorites to win the Stanley Cup, according to Bet365. They're plus 600.
Hell yeah.
Just a little bit ahead of the Oilers. So as somebody who is not up to date, Chop, with the magnitude of this move, explain this to me in the simplest terms, how significant of an acquisition this is.
Well, it's an arms race between them and Colorado because it's a very significant move. I'm trying to think if it can comparison to like, the NBA. I mean, look, it's not Luka.
Sure.
But
think of it in starting pitching terms. Who did they just acquire?
They were Houston getting Garrett Cole.
Oh, wow. So
back in 2019 or whatever? Yeah. It's a big-time deal. That's what they got. And the sweepstakes for every year, right? There's always that. Verlander going to Houston a couple, in 2017 or whatever. Only Verlander was an old man. They got an in their prime player,
and he's already scored goals in back-to-back games, and everybody seems really excited about him. But you say they lost their hope in the same weekend that they got.
Well, Rope hints. He took a puck to the eye on I guess on Saturday. It was in Edmonton. And it was gruesome, man. Like, he was down on the ice. And they even said in the broadcast, like, it's bad when they try to lift you off the ice and you don't take the towel off your face.
Yeah. He
just left it on there. And they get him out there, and he was in the hospital overnight. And it's like, I was texting some buddies. One of them is a hockey athletic trainer.
Well,
and he said it's bad news that he's still in the hospital.
Dude, just when you see the slow-mo replay of this, and just his helmet like recoil, that's a brutal shot.
Yeah. So as of 12 hours ago, they're still like determining what they want to do. The Stars did say they're optimistic, but in hockey, optimistic means we think it's really, really bad, but we don't want to tell you yet. That's what optimistic means. They always say that.
Yeah.
We'll see what winds up happening, but that's a tough one. It's a tough loss.
Optimistic does always seem to have a tone, just in general, of like
optimistic.
Why is there even a need for optimism? It sounds like you're trying to, put a nice little silver line on something that doesn't look that good.
Yeah, we're optimistic.
Yeah.
So if it's surgery, that probably could end his regular season, maybe, and then beyond that, we don't know, because the regular season is going to be over here in a handful of weeks, if that. I mean, I'm just trying to look at the schedule. They're going until April 16th, so they got about a month. So they got 4 weeks left.
It's just really nice, though, to have a general manager in the city who will do whatever it takes to win and do whatever it takes to add to a contender and try to push them over the line. I think all GMs, frankly, in sports should aspire to do that. Chop.
I think they should. And Nil is tremendous, and he does things the right way, which is let's try to improve your team and build for the long term. Now they got rid of Stanky. They had to give up Stanky, and he already got a goal. He already had a goal in his first in a game.
But did he get two?
Well, no, he did not.
Yeah, exactly.
But so it stinks to see him go. But this is the price you got to pay. You're trying to win a cup.
Yeah, and look, I mean, if you're an occupant of the AAC, you should do everything you can to try and improve your team and win. And Jim Nill has certainly followed that.
What are you kind of getting at here?
Talking about Nico Harrison.
Right.
And the continued brutality that the Mavericks run into. They had 7 healthy players there. These shots, have you seen some of these shots inside the AAC of how empty it is at times?
Yeah. I think you'll be able to get tickets.
It is just, I've never seen the AAC like that. I'd seen Reunion like that. Reunion had been like that before, but I've never seen the AAC, which midway through the third quarter of a game over the weekend, I think it was the Memphis game, we're talking about, that was probably 70% full, the arena, midway through the third quarter. There's just, the interest has died down so much, and it is wild, the energy that has maintained and stuck around this for over a month now.
There is a very big Ross Perot Jr. vibe.
Yeah, 100%.
So when Perot had the team in the 90s, he wasn't necessarily a basketball guy. Mm-hmm. He was more interested in the real estate. Got Victory Park taken care of. Did a lot of great things. Like that whole part of Dallas, I mean, you could credit a lot of that to him. Right? That's what he wanted.
Yeah. Didn't do S for your basketball team.
Didn't do anything for your basketball team. And now you got the Adelson Dumont group in there. And I know he tries to say, he's like, oh, I come from a basketball family, yada yada. He's not a basketball guy. He's interested in the real estate. He's going to move the team to Irving, put him at the old Texas Stadium location, and he wants to build a casino. We know what their plan is. We're not stupid. We know their plan. He's just not a basketball guy. So you could talk him into anything.
Yeah.
A basketball guy, I don't think you ever would have been. If they had a basketball guy as the owner, I don't think you could have talked him into the Luka trade.
No way. Look, as many times as they've tried to fluff this up, make it look better, this is something that nobody can come around on. All the reasons that they traded him, that they talk about publicly and privately, every single report we see of unnamed executives reacting to it, they all say what we said the day after it happened or 2 days after it happened. I don't care. Figure it out. You figure it out with a guy like that. I understand there are all these ways that you don't think he meets your standards. Figure it out. And that's why Devin Booker, the Suns came into town. They handed the Mavs their 5th straight loss yesterday. The Suns came into town. Devin Booker had told Mark Stein that you feel it when you land. Like you feel the tension in this city right now over the Luka departure. That you're talking about visiting players and a guy who is no friend to Luka and Devin Booker coming to town and saying like, oh no, there's a tension that you can feel it in the air, and it's everywhere you go. Like I said, we're at House of Blues this weekend. People just chanting Luka in between sets out of nowhere. You had at Medieval Times. That was your reference. What was your reference as we went to break?
That Nico was hoisted by his own petard,
which means
it's from Hamlet. I was an English minor, Bobby.
Yes, I know.
Right? It's from Hamlet. It means basically to be blown up by your own bomb.
And that's exactly what happened. And over at Medieval Times, they get the Fire Nico chants going. And pretty decent group chanting it along. The one that stunned me, though, was, did you see the FC Dallas clip?
Yeah, you sent it to me, yeah.
The FC Dallas, well, I know it's split up. I sent about 1 million things last night. The FC Dallas clip, Peyton's going to play this really quick. Listen to how loud the FC Dallas game got over the weekend with Fire Nico chants. I mean, I've never seen a city react to something. This is reaching Angelos levels, like when Orioles fans are walking out doing walkouts in the middle of games.
Dude, and here's the thing, you can't fire him.
Why?
You fire him now, then all this was for naught.
Isn't it already for naught? I mean, it blew up in his face. He banked on the health of 2 mid-30s or early to mid-30s players who have never been able to maintain consistent health. He banked on they're going to be available. And now he wants to do it with Kevin Durant, too.
I know. I just think if you... they're going to bring Durant in here now?
I mean, that's what they were trying to do, it sounded like, before the trade deadline. It sounds what they're... Did you see the moment with him and Kidd yesterday?
Which one?
That was one I texted you, so I didn't know if you'd seen that. It was, they have this weird...
where they were talking over their mouths.
Covering their mouths and talking...
I thought you were talking about Nico and Kidd. I was like, wait a second.
No. Kidd and Kevin Durant. Just totally bizarre the way that they're interacting with each other. But it sounds like everything we read and everything we hear is...
See, that's not tampering that way.
The buzz is that KD will be a target for them. But, I mean, this isn't what Klay Thompson signed up for. This isn't what Mavericks fans signed up for. We're less than a year away from NBA Finals games being played in that arena that they can't fill up now.
Guys, this is a bad run. A bad run. And they have no one to blame but themselves. They let it happen. They facilitated it.
715. I was at the Dallas Trinity Football Club match yesterday, the women's professional soccer team, and there was a guy right in the front row holding a Fire Nico sign.
Again, yeah. Look, I think it's on the table now. I just don't know, man. It's like if you were to fire him, you just let him come in and just torpedo it, and then you got rid of him, as opposed to all right, you know what? You're going to see this through, and you're going to fix this damn thing.
Yeah, but I mean that's a little bit of, isn't that the same philosophy that people have complained about with the Cowboys at times? Where it's just like, well, you did this, so you're going to finish out your contract. You're gonna do your best to write it.
30 years though versus 30 days.
Right. I'm talking about the Garrett and the McCarthys and guys like that who they just say, well, figure it out. You got yourself in this mess, now figure it out.
How about the fact that does Jason Kidd want to stick around for that?
Does Kyrie Irving want to stick around for this? We still don't know that for sure.
They have to sign Kyrie. They have to save face.
If they don't, I mean,
you will lose the fan base. You will absolutely lose the fan base.
Whatever can go wrong will go wrong, and it has with the Mavericks. And so, I mean, I at this point would just anticipate Kyrie not being back, just because that falls in line.
Robert, what is coming up next in Below the Belt?
What will the Cowboys do about their remaining expired contracts ahead of NFL free agency? That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Forward and Terrell, it is...
Have Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Should they stay or should they go? Let's talk about the Cowboys free agents and a little bit of housekeeping they'll have to do ahead of NFL free agency realistically getting going here in a couple hours. And
what time officially does the legal tampering period start? Which I know we're not supposed to call that.
The 2-day negotiating
I'm
period.
sorry, the 2-day negotiating window. When does that start officially?
Get that right. That begins at 11 o'clock Dallas time this morning.
Okay, so you have 53 hours.
52. So they'll
my math is
they'll
not
start 3
there.
p.m. on
3
Wednesday
p.m.
here in Dallas. But this will be the window where they can essentially enter into negotiating windows with unrestricted free agents. So not restricted free agents, exclusive rights guys. This is just the unrestricted free agents, which the Cowboys have.
So they will call
several.
0 people.
The Cowboys will have some conversations. They'll back channel some stuff. Realistically, this would never be. This would never. It's one of those things you just don't shine a light on, and everybody knows it goes on, but nobody talks about it. Indianapolis, when we were out there in Indianapolis, that whole thing was. There were discussions going on then for a lot of these upcoming free agents. Yeah, you know.
Bobby!
So,
what's the matter with you? You're just a big mouth.
It's just done all under the table in a very, Nick Saban, Bama dominance type of fashion where you're just doing everything under the table. But now we get the actual negotiating window here. So the Cowboys do have a couple of contracts that they need to clean up or make decisions on or just generally move in a certain direction on getting an extension done or getting a new deal done before things really open up here. So over the next few hours and over the next few days, the Cowboys will have these guys that we're going to run through really quickly. Brandon Cooks, Chuma Edoga, Rico Dowdle, Chauncey Golston, Jordan Lewis, Carl Lawson, among others. We talked earlier in the show about DeMarcus Lawrence likely done here. Trey Lance, Cooper Rush, same sort of situation. You're probably getting your special teams battery back there with your punter Brian Anger and your long snapper Trent Sieg, but that one's not settled by any means. There is definitely going to be an opportunity for them to flirt with other teams during this period. But let's take a look at some of the guys we didn't talk about. We'll lead off with Brandon Cooks, which Josina Anderson had a tweet over the weekend. She had talked to Brandon Cooks, and I want to get your thoughts on this, Chop, what Brandon Cooks had to say, because I feel like this is pretty blunt.
All right.
But I also don't think there's anything unfair about it. He said, I'm expecting a good free agency since this is the first time that I would be a free agent in my career, but I'm also open to returning to Dallas.
What? How? He's been in the league for like 20 years.
He always gets extensions before his contract's up. At the end of the day, I'm just trying to win. I'm fully healthy and have nothing to hide. On the probability of returning to Dallas, he says, I have a good relationship with Dak, the Jones family, and CD. It's just one of those things where they have to focus on what they have to get done first, too. I would love to play with the Cowboys. At the same time, they would have to use me right. I don't think they fully used me to my strengths. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I think this is a classic example of somebody trying to get and to create buzz for a market.
But is he... I think a lot of people are of the opinion Brandon Cooks is cooked.
Right, and that's why he would say he wasn't used his skill set.
And I think
that would draw attention away from the fact that his yards per route run has gone down every single year for the last 4 years.
I think he's right though, in the sense of just how many times were we watching over the last couple of years? He'd be out there at training camp just dominating people and running these go routes, and then we would never see it in the games. We would never see it when the regular season rolled around. It did feel like he wasn't being used in the way that he could most be optimized. I mean, that's just how I had felt about it. I definitely think you saw there was a little bit of slippage. Now, he was hurt last year. He was dealing with that knee last year. But to me, there's no doubt that he can still be an effective player, but you've got to use him the way that he's at his best. And that's something that the Cowboys, just for some reason, didn't seem to want to do. They wanted to run him on a lot of different, slant routes. How many different times did we talk about, why aren't you using Kevontae Turpin on these slant routes?
Slants.
Why aren't you using this guy in this?
4 all year?
Yeah, it was nothing. And to me, this is something where it's, why are you not taking advantage of that Brandon Cooks speed? I know he's a good route runner. I know he's a pro, but to me, take advantage of it. Clearly, Cowboys are not prioritizing Brandon Cooks, though, right now. As he mentioned, they have stuff they have to focus on, too, first.
So he's out.
He's, in all likelihood, out. I would say the only way that he comes back is if it's like 2 a.m. bar close, and they're both just standing around looking at each other still. That would be the instance where you might
in Indy, it's 3 a.m. It must be lonely.
Exactly. That's the kind of thing that you set up. So Brandon Cooks, in all likelihood, out. Next on this list, Chuma Edoga. I talked to some people over the weekend. Chuma Edoga's out. The thought is that he's going to go test the market. Cowboys sound like they want to move on, so Chuma Edoga likely done. Chauncey Golston, in all likelihood, getting a bigger payday than what maybe some people are expecting. I think he's somebody who NFL teams are really intrigued by and think that, all right, when he was finally allowed to just kind of focus on one position, he was a real bright spot for the Cowboys last year. So Golston, I think that was one of the things we heard that was kind of buzzing around in Indy, was just he was going to get paid, and probably more than the Cowboys are comfortable with.
Wow.
So Chauncey Golston probably out.
He had a 65 grade on PFF, which is that's decent. He was top 50 in pressures last year.
He was a good player.
All edge defenders. So out of 211, he was top 50 in pressures. He had 37 pressures.
He's a good player. I think that the Cowboys would like to keep him. It's just they're going to get priced out. And I do think that Cowboys fans, when they see what he signs for, will probably say, okay, well, I wouldn't have signed that. It's like Dorrance Armstrong.
Man, you know how he is? He is a workhorse, dude. So his snap count was top 20 in the NFL.
Yeah, he is a guy who he'll put in work, and he'll do whatever you ask him. Defensive tackle, left defensive end, right defensive end. He'll play whatever. And he's been effective at it. But if
there's value in that, and it goes undervalued a lot of times. A pitcher who makes 35 starts every year or 30 starts every year.
Yeah.
Like, you can book it every year. They're going to give you 30 starts. And even if their ERA is like close to a 4.5, that's valuable at the back end of your bullpen, back end of your rotation. And then the guys like this who are top 20 in total snaps and still producing, despite the fact that they're probably getting worn down every play, it's valuable.
He's like Kevin Millwood. Like, you remember how Kevin Millwood used to just like, you maybe get a mid-4s ERA. I mean, there were a couple of years he had that he was really good, but you may get a mid-4s ERA, but you're exactly right. He's going to be out there every fifth day. He's going to be out there giving you innings and producing, and that's exactly what Chauncey Golston does for you. But he's going to get paid more than the Cowboys will pay him.
Millwood, from 2002 to 2010, made at least 29 starts in all but one of those years. That's when he made 25 in 04.
Yeah, and there were a couple years he did make like 35 starts, I think.
34, 35, 35, 31, 31, 31, 29, 30, 25. Like, that's
workhorse.
That's a workhorse. But he made 36 starts in 2000.
I think Carl Lawson has a chance to be back. Here's just the thing with Lawson. He will be open to market, and NFL teams will take a look at him. Do they think they can get like a Dante Fowler season? So Dante Fowler obviously had a really good year for Washington, more than anybody I think would have anticipated. Mm-hmm. He really broke out in a way that he hadn't in years. I mean, he had 10.5 sacks. Last time he had double-digit sacks was 2019. That was the only other time. So he had performed at a really high level for Washington last year, and is somebody that you might look at a guy like Carl Lawson and say, all right, after he played pretty well, first month of the season was a little rocky, but he played pretty well after that. The question will be how much teams are going to trust his health, because he's had some injury issues throughout his career. He's had some times where people have felt like he's breaking down. He was not very productive early on in the season and was coming off a year when he was not very productive. And so there is some question about how much of that was just a flash in the pan. But I think Dallas would want him back. It's just going to be, all right, go out there, see what you can find, bring it back to us, and we'll figure out if we can match this. But I think they would like Carl Lawson back. The two biggest ones that they're really facing right now, Rico Dowdle is a guy that, again, they would like back. He's probably going to price himself out of the Cowboys budget. We've talked about this, $6 million a year, probably, is what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I think Cowboys want him at 3 or 4. I think they'd love to have him here as a tandem running back with a young player, a guy they get in the draft, but they want $3 to $4 million. They don't want to do $6. are teams going to be out there willing to pay that $6 million, or do they say, man, that violent running style and your injury history, we can't commit to that for 3 years?
Look, if you're going to pay a running back, I mean, they've got to be a great player.
Yeah.
Like a great player. Otherwise, just draft somebody. Like if you're going to pay Saquon or Derrick Henry, go ahead, right? Fine. But you can't be paying the 10th or 15th best player in the league at the position. You can't be giving them second contracts at running back. You just find somebody else.
To be fair, he was used so infrequently because of his injuries early on.
I know,
and trying to break into the rotation. So he doesn't have the same
wear and tear.
Yeah, he doesn't have the same tread. The question is, can he stay healthy? Look, back half the season, he was one of the best running backs in football.
He was. There's no doubt about it.
And he produced at a high level. He's somebody that I think they'd like back, but it's just the question of, are you going to be able to find on the market that which you want? If the market is not what he anticipates it's going to be, I think he's back. I just think you're going to find some team that goes, we'll bank on that. That looked really good at the end of the season, and you didn't have some dominant offensive line. That was a pretty good running back in the second half of the season. We can get use out of that. And $6 million today is $3 million for a running back in like 2020 numbers. So I think that he'll find a market, but again, sort of the same situation with Cooks. If he's standing there at the end of the day, they'll give it a shot. Really quickly, last one, Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis was the number 2 priority for the Cowboys heading into free agency behind Osa. They get Osa Odighizuwa done, which we'll talk to Osa here in just a few minutes. Jordan Lewis is number 2 for them. They want him back. They want him as their nickel. He's a priority. He is a big-time leader for them in the locker room. Jordan Lewis is looking at, I think, right now I would guess the Cowboys probably want to play in the range of $5 million, something like that. And there may be teams out there that are willing to play 9-10, something like that. It's just a matter of, I think, does Jordan Lewis want to be back here? Is he comfortable here? Is he willing to explore that? But I mean, he's 30, smaller corner who's had some injury issues. So how willing is that market going to be for him? We'll find out here in a couple hours.
We'll find out.
I think that's a tough negotiation. The Cowboys are locked in on that one. I think they think they're going to be able to get it done. They're just going to have to probably go a little bit above their comfort zone.
Below
B-Belt
right here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. The Cowboys' biggest offseason acquisition to date, Osa Odighizuwa. He joins the show coming up next on Sean and RJ, 9 o'clock hour on 105.3 The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3rd and 4, and they're going to throw it, it looks like. Locke is back in the gun. Pressured up the middle and sacked. That's Odighizuwa getting in on the party. 6 for the Cowboys today.
Oh, that is the voice of Brad Sham.
Calling
Cowboys play-by-play. You can hear every Cowboy game and every Ranger game right here on 105.3 The Fan. Calling play by Osa Odighizuwa, who is about to join us.
Yep, one of many plays he made last year, especially in a big breakout year. You know, we were just talking about, in Below the Belt, which was brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. We were talking about in Below the Belt last segment about the different free agents that they have to retain and different things like that. They clearly prioritized and put an emphasis and put top on their line item, Osa, heading into this. And I think that they were surprised that they were able to meet where they were on a deal. And I think that actually came together in a way that maybe a month prior they didn't totally expect. But I think Matt Eberflus had a big hand in, hey, this is somebody that I want in our scheme and within our system.
It's interesting because you have all bets are off when you get a new coordinator in there. All bets are off. You can have a scheme fit, scheme doesn't fit. There's growing pains with the new DC. There was this past year. We'll ask Osa that when he joins us here in a second. But what kind of scheme changes or defensive scheme changes that really kind of screw with you as a player?
And I mean, look, you mentioned the fact of they've got scheme fits and scheme concerns like with those sort of things. Matt Eberflus talked about right after he got hired when he met with the media. He said that was one of the biggest things he's evolved on in recent years is just the fact that he's not as rigid to it's got to be my scheme, it's got to be this way. It became more about, all right, how do I make sure that this scheme fits players rather than players fit my scheme? But regardless, the 3 technique is still a massive part of what he does and why he probably had such big plans for Osa.
You think so?
Yeah, I think that he absolutely had a hand in wanting to get this done. And I'm sure Aaron Whitecott and their new defensive line coach, who big on the attack front and getting penetration and being disruptive, I'm sure that was a large part of the push that they had.
Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Real quick, some other things that happened around the NFL. It was a big day yesterday. A big day in terms of the signings around the National Football League yesterday. Josh Allen getting a 6-year extension. He still had 4 years left on his deal. He gets $55 million a year. Does not reset the market.
No, but I mean, and he resets the market in the total guarantees, which is stunning. But I mean, the fact that we're talking about a guy who was willing to take $55 million average, like around where Trevor Lawrence settles in, that's wild that they were able to get that kind of commitment from him. But he must be like, all right, hey, we've got to give
a year.
you.
That's Hurts, Goff, Lawrence.
I think
Herbert.
Is Hurts a little above that? Tua's above that. Like, I mean, it's not resetting the market. It's coming in below it, which is not what I expected. I mean, I didn't have this deal getting done on my bingo card anyway right now.
You know, do you even have a bingo card?
I don't.
I like bingo. I used to go play with my grandmother's. They had those little things, those dots. They were like die. It was like a pen, and would just bam had the die in it, and that's how you would dot your their bingo card. I loved it. It was great for secondhand smoke.
I don't think I've ever.
Child.
I don't think I've ever played bingo.
Oh, these bingo halls, dude. These old ladies at the bingo hall, the old ladies, old guys. They're out there just wait, throwing dimes and dollars and $5 at every bingo card. They love to gamble. They love it.
And as I'm sitting here texting Peyton Russell as we were efforting on Osa Odighizuwa, who is not called in yet, but another domino that fell yesterday, it's from bingo to domino. Davante Adams signs a 2-year, $46 million deal with the Rams, and that's going to be in all likelihood their Cooper Kupp replacement. But man, I can't even fathom the fact that Davante Adams at this point, given what we've seen from him in recent years and the type of player that he's been, and the kind of I'm still stunned he can get $23 million annually.
Well, I'll tell you this: he does have a quarterback now. He didn't have one with the Raiders, and Aaron Rodgers was not Aaron Rodgers.
How many first-team All-Pros do you think Davante Adams has in his career, or second team, first or second team?
2,
3. And he hasn't made one since 22, first year with the Raiders.
I think Brady only has 3.
Yeah, because there were so many years where it was Peyton and just the absurd statistics that he was putting up. That was a big thing that ended up clipping him.
Yeah, that's true. Look, it's could you make the argument the Rams are the best skill position players in the conference?
So it would be
Puka and Adams.
They've got their running back situation, which is
it Kyron Williams?
Kyron Williams. And then they've also got behind that, they've also got Blake Corum.
Oh God, Michigan.
Yeah,
and then Stafford, obviously.
Yeah, and then they've got
tight end. Is it Higbee?
Tutu Atwell is there as a receiver. Colby Parkinson is the tight end, and then they've also got Higbee there too. But no, I mean it's a good
better
group.
than Detroit? Who's got Amon-Ra?
No, because
Jameson.
Detroit just goes so deep.
Gibbs, Laporta, Goff.
Detroit's depth
Montgomery.
just can't be touched.
Oh God, yeah. No, yeah, Detroit's got the best.
But I mean, if you look at like the fact that Aaron Jones just re-signed with Minnesota,
they've got good
Minnesota's got really good skill players. In fact, it's turned rather quickly for Dallas, where there was a time where they were right up there in the mix of that with Pollard, Lamb. We had Lamb, Cooper, Gallup there, which we haven't even gotten to that yet. Michael Gallup's making a comeback, apparently.
Okay, tell me about this.
So this was the news that came out over the weekend.
So do the Raiders still hold his rights?
They do. So what do the Raiders want to do with that? Do they want to move him, or how do they want to address that? Remains to be seen. But yeah, Michael Gallup had told through his agent, who's 29 years old right now, Michael Gallup is, had told the media this weekend that Michael Gallup is attempting a comeback. And Gallup was a guy who, we've talked about it before, after he tore his ACL, he just was not the same dude. And it wasn't even an issue of the physical aspect of it, I don't think. I think a large part of it for him was just the mental side of trusting that knee again. And that's something that a lot of guys struggle with, is the ability to cut on that again or to make plays on that same knee again. And he's had a lot of trouble with that and had to adjust that. Hopefully, he's a great guy. He's a great locker room presence. he's the type of guy that'd be great if he spent the year away, kind of had a reset, cleared his head a little bit, and is ready to come back out there. If he's cleared that up, I don't think there's any reason not to be excited about his potential.
He's made $30 million in his career. Hopefully he's got most of that left. This isn't a money situation.
No, yeah, I think he's fine on that front. I do think it's probably he just needed the reset. Like I said, mentally he was not the same player. He had not been able to really trust in the knee after that, and I think it just messed with his mental approach and got him a little bit between theirs, and he lost a lot of confidence along the way. He talked about it in the locker room at times. The Cowboys talked about it. Mike McCarthy had mentioned it, that a lot of that confidence was gone. Now, he's back, and he's feeling ready to go, and he does have that confidence boost, and he has cleared up some of the reservations that he had about the knee. If he's free and he's open, Dallas has spots. If he's willing to come back and he's already got that relationship with Dak and he's got that chemistry that he's shown with Dak before, that might be somebody that they then look at and go, okay, we're going to investigate this again. It's insane to look at it, though. Out of his, 6 seasons in the NFL, he twice went over 507 yards receiving. Which I would have had no clue it was that low. Because he looked so on the ascent in 2019 when he had that 1,100-yard season. And that was the first year Kellen was calling plays and Randall Cobb was here. And they were just able to move the ball so effectively through the passing game with Amari Cooper, Cobb, Gallup. And he just looked like he was about ready to blow up and ascend to a level that, was going to get him paid really, really well. And he did get paid well, but I mean, he never broke out into that true number 2 that you thought he could be.
Shout out to the Seattle Seahawks. They have gotten themselves off that hamster wheel. They have traded Geno Smith for a 3.
And that's...
the Raiders. To the Raiders, who... Does this mean that Shador's off the board?
So, we've talked about this before. Shador's biggest comp is Geno Smith. That's who he most gets compared to in terms of build, play style, some of the mechanics. The mechanics are not as clean, but it technically looks very similar when they're delivering the football, and they've got a lot of similarities. Geno is one of the cleanest technicians at the quarterback position in the NFL. There's very few that are as clean and technical and precise as Geno is. So if you're looking to clean up some of those issues with, all right, does Shador Sanders have that kind of attention to detail, and is he cleaned up all those mechanics to get the most out of his game when he doesn't have a rocket arm? He doesn't have this big Josh Allen arm. If you're wanting to clean some of those things up, it would still make sense to have him sit for a year behind Geno. Pete Carroll's obviously comfortable with him and is fine, I would think, approaching that this year with Geno Smith, but have him kind of waiting in the wings. Just have a setup that's similar to Kirk and Penix. Only just don't commit to Kirk for 4 years or whatever you do.
Yeah, so Geno's he's in the final year of his deal. I don't imagine you give up a 3 for somebody you're just going to get rid of, though, after 1 year. I don't think you would do that. Only the Cowboys would do that with Trey Lance. But they even had him for more than a year. They had him for a year and a half. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying we're still waiting to see if we can get Osa Odighizuwa on the line. Still trying to run him down, but we'll just sit tight for now.
All right. All that said, I got to give props to the Seahawks. Look, Geno's a nice quarterback. He's a good, solid player. But to me, at that position, you either need elite or you need cheap. And Geno is not elite, and Geno is not cheap. He's cheap compared to quarterbacks, but when I say cheap, I mean free. I'm looking like rookie deal quarterback. Not someone making $25 million a year.
What's your ceiling as a football team with Geno Smith? Is he one of these guys who you can get hot with him and potentially go on a run?
So like you have like a Flacco run?
Sure.
Yeah, that's no way to live though.
How good does the team have to be around him?
Legion of Boom.
That level for Geno to win that way. I mean, Geno's been
not. I mean, like, all right. Would Geno have won?
I mean, 3 straight years with a winning record.
He's a good player. Do I think Geno would have won with Detroit this year? No. They had, I don't think so. Would he have done what Dak did a couple years ago, go 12-5, 3 straight years? And I don't think so. I like Geno. I think Geno's a good player. I think the ceiling is probably unless you're going to go on this and have this amazing 2000 Ravens team, second round, division round?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the fact that he's been able to, and we've seen this a lot with quarterbacks recently, guys.
Then again, anybody can go on a run. I mean, Mark Sanchez went back to the AFC Championship game. Like, anybody can go on a run.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, realistically, it's been the last decade or so that we've seen Tannehill, Baker Mayfield, Geno, these guys who
Darnold.
It takes a little bit longer. Darnold's another great example. Who that's a lot of the buzz that's coming out this week is that with Geno going to the Raiders in that trade, that Seattle's targeting Darnold.
All right. Well, then if you're Seattle, then you're just dumb because I'd rather have Geno than Darnold. And
ooh, really?
Yeah, I think so. I think Geno's a better player.
I think I would too, but I mean, it's interesting that you're that quick to. So let's see. Geno's 7 years older.
God,
Darnold did just win 14 games.
Yeah, I know.
But I mean, you look at the QBR, which we reference a lot in terms of just efficiency and different things like that. A few years ago, when Geno made the Pro Bowl for the first time with Seattle, his QBR was 63. Darnold's last year was 60. So Darnold's about because 60 is kind of like the baseline.
That's a career year for Darnold.
Yeah, I mean, completely. His QBR in previous seasons had never been higher than 51. Yeah, and you're talking about a guy who he gave you a shot to win consistently.
I like Geno better. If you're going to move on from Geno, you got to go into the draft. Quinn will be there when you pick at 1. Jackson Dart will be there when you pick in your first round, right? All those guys are going to be there. For Tyler Shuck, they'll all be there when you pick at 1. Just get one of them, man, and ride it, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean I'm
very proud of you that you didn't stop down on that when I said ride it.
Yeah, exactly. No, but I mean I think you're right that's probably the best approach.
Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Did Myles Garrett just ruin the Cowboys offseason with Micah Parsons? It's Sean and RJ coming up next to The Fan.
But first, let's talk about the fine folks over at D&M Leasing. That's the same.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
When you win, Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
On the baseline, Booker squares up. X-Men goes strong to the basket, lays it up and in and got the foul call. Devin Booker, Muscle Beach, goes to the line for the three-point play opportunity.
Muscle Beach. Suns radio with the call. Suns 125-116 over the Mavericks despite a near 30-point triple-double from Najee. He had 34, 9, and 10 assists. 9 boards, 10 assists. Good game for Najee. But the Mavs fall with just 7 available players, which I've never really seen. That's awful.
I mean, getting down to 7 available players, and with Dwight Powell, being banged up, like you're talking about, there was a point yesterday where the tallest player available to the Dallas Mavericks was 6'6" Najee Marshall. They've gotten just absolutely destroyed by injuries, and just it could not have gone worse since the Luka trade.
So that team could have competed with the 07 Warriors because they went small ball.
Yeah, I guess that's the takeaway from it.
That's the takeaway.
Yeah, that's exactly what you get out of that. But I mean, they've just been ravaged by injuries to an extent that has made it impossible to even function.
Jason Kidd was asked if you've ever seen this before when you've had so few players on the bench available to you.
No, never seen this. Never been in a game that we could not take someone out to rest them because we had no one to put in. That's just, the end of the bench. Normally you can put someone in. If not in clothes, they were in the back getting stitches or could not move or walk. So it's tough. It's tough. It is what it is, though. I mean, we got to keep pushing forward.
Well, pushing forward 7 guys is going to be difficult. They have game tonight against the Spurs, 7:30.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be you're looking at that setup now for the Mavericks, and you're looking at, all right, this is probably a situation where now you're looking at asking the tanking question again, because of just where things are at. I mean, you're talking about now with this most recent 5-game losing streak, you're now 1 game below 500. Suns are a game and a half behind you. Suns don't seem to want to win basketball games, though. Even with, Booker there and Durant and a team that should be functioning at a much higher level than you would expect, they just have not wanted to really play good basketball consistently enough to make any sort of a dent in what Dallas has gone. This stretch where Dallas is 3-7 in their last 10, Phoenix is 4-6. So you're talking about making it really difficult because they're right there on the edge. Dallas is 10th right now. And so Phoenix 1.5 games back in the play-in, and it sets it up to where, look, do you start asking yourself the question of how much do we really, same question you were faced a couple years ago before they picked Derek Lively, how much do you really want to push to get involved in a playoff run, quote unquote, that won't amount to much other than just potentially ruining draft position for you?
Well, I just simmed the lottery 20 times. The Mavericks did not move off 13, any of them.
Oh, I just got it on my 8th one. I got them to 3rd, Chop. So
all right,
that's still not Cooper flag.
22, 23, 24, and 25. And they have not moved.
It's just not working out for him. So, but I mean, this is, and they showed Nico yesterday. It's the first time I've seen him show really any emotion at all. He's a very emotionless individual, very stoic.
Yeah, definitely emotionless.
And
cold-blooded, too.
He shook his head when another player went down. And it's got to be just completely unbelievable for him. And no sympathy there or anything else. I mean, this is completely self-inflicted what they've done, but you have to just, as somebody said on Reddit that I saw recently, I've never been a sports curse guy, but like this run that Nico and the Mavs are on for the last 5 weeks is starting to test that theory a little bit. The idea that sports curses are real because they've just it doesn't seem possible that this is a curse.
This is starting to act and feel like a legitimate curse.
Yeah.
Is Slovenia a curse type place? Like, do they have witchcraft and all that things?
No more than I think maybe here. Like, I mean, just your normal amount of witchcraft, I would think. Slovenian witchcraft.
Yeah,
I would think so.
Possible. So, I mean, maybe there's something's going on with that.
Well, if there is any witchcraft, and Nico wanted to send any bad vibes towards the Lakers, maybe it worked.
Maybe it worked.
We see LeBron James is now going to be out a week, 1 to 2 weeks.
1 to 2 weeks
with a groin strain. And one of my favorite things I saw over the weekend was Lakers fans. There was some Laker fan who tweeted something to the effect of like, well, now we'll see if Luke is really that guy. Here's his chance to show it. It's hasn't he showed it by dragging the team to the West Finals, and he just got to the NBA Finals last year? I think he's shown he's a pretty good player, but they had been on a great run.
They had been, but LeBron and this thing they can give it they can give any timeline they want. He's 40 years old.
Yeah,
40-year-olds don't heal on a normal timeline. It could be 2 weeks. It could be 1. It could be 6. Like you just don't that's not gonna be 6, but you just don't know how a 40-year-old is going to heal. He's not your average 40-year-old. He is the most uncommon man among uncommon men I think I've ever seen athletically.
Yeah.
But you still just don't know. I mean, anytime it's a soft tissue injury, you have no idea how long that's going to take. But this could be great for Luka. I mean, it's now his chance. This is his team.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about whose team this is for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and it's honestly...
And it sure as hell ain't Austin Reeves.
No. As much as Austin Reeves wants to put up, feels like 25 shots a game at times. And he's a good player. But this is, in essence, this might not be a bad thing, though, for the Lakers. For Luka to get that, maybe find that rhythm. We've talked about it before. There's still a growing process of figuring out how to play with LeBron, with them both being so ball dominant. This might actually be an opportunity to, like, all right, get Luka settled into his rhythm, not have to play back and forth with LeBron and figure out each other's roles. Just let Luka be Luka for the next week or two and establish himself and get comfortable playing ball there. And I think he's largely, he looks happy when you see him on the court right now. He doesn't look like it's lingering like it looked like early on in the process. But it'll be a good opportunity, I think, for Luka to just go ahead and establish what is eventually going to be his team in the very near future and get a chance to do that right now.
Let's see. The Stars, like we update you on that, they pulled off the blockbuster trade over the weekend. They get Mikko Rantanen, and immediate impact from him. But then, of course, Rope getting nailed in the eye with a puck on Saturday in Edmonton, and they're still. I still have not seen an update on any kind of surgeries that they're going to have. They said they were optimistic yesterday, but optimistic in hockey terms can mean a whole slew of things, including we just don't want to tell you how bad it really is right now.
Yeah, and I mean, because that's whenever you hear the optimism line, it's like, well, why do you even need to clarify that with the optimistic line? Generally, yeah, you see the look, we're optimistic. It's like he had a good day today. We're thinking good thoughts. So is this basically?
And by the way, he flew back. He's not with the team. He flew back to DFW.
Yeah, Brian Ray said Pete DeBoer called it day to day.
Yeah, are we all?
Yeah, exactly. But is this pretty much is this an even trade-off? Like, whatever you're getting now from Mikko, are you losing for however long Rope's out?
That's interesting because, it might actually, in the short term, you might be losing more because you have to get him up to speed. You got to get Mikko up to speed. You used to playing with these other guys. I know that, some of the guys he's played with on the Finnish national team or whatever, but for the most part, Rope is entrenched here. You don't have to get him up to speed. I mean, he's been here for years. Mikko, you got to get up to speed. So you might, in the short term, take a little bit of a hit because of that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with Rope. You hope they had to go to surgery, because if he has to go to surgery, then that comes into question his availability. Probably certainly for the rest of the regular season. But what that does beyond that into the postseason, because right now they would face Colorado in the first round, the Mikko Bowl. That would be a juicy first round matchup, and I don't like, for this very reason, I don't like the NHL's playoff. I don't like the setup,
the way everything's seated.
Right, it should be 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7. Like let's do something like that. Stars and Avalanche don't need to be meeting in the first round. These are two of the 5 best teams.
We've got a couple of little bits of breaking news in NBA and NFL if you want.
We have a guest.
Oh, a phone's ringing.
Who might this be, Bobby Belt?
We're now joined by Dallas Cowboys defensive tackle Osa Odighizuwa. He's got a gala for his Odighizuwa Foundation coming up on March 29th at the Omni Frisco Hotel at the Star. We're going to tell you a little bit how you can take part, and we're also going to chat with him a little bit about his decision to come back to Dallas. Osa, how you doing this morning, man?
I'm doing great, man. I just got done working out.
So were you as surprised as, I guess, a lot of us that, when the season ended, we felt like, man, Osa's going to command a big contract. He may not be able to fit within the budget that the Cowboys have here. And then it just seemed like there was a real big push, about a month after the season where it gained momentum. Did you feel like when the season ended, you had potentially played your last game with Dallas?
I definitely had considered that a possibility. Didn't feel like during the season, during camp and stuff like that, I didn't really hear much back from the team. So I was assuming, due to cap issues, that I wasn't really going to be able to come back. And that was something that I was prepared for. Obviously, I was planning to be able to come back. That's part of the reason why I was playing so hard, is so I could come back, and it would be, I wanted to make it as difficult as possible for them to let me go. That's kind of what was in my mind as I was going through, the season, and especially as the season was, coming to a close. I'm like, man, I don't want to leave, bro. I want to stay here. So when I got back that initial offer, it was pretty exciting because, it told me, one, they're, really serious about bringing me back, and two, I don't know what they're going to make happen. Guys restructured, and I know that was part of it, but it made me very hopeful of the possibility of me coming back.
Osa, it's obvious you wanted to be here. If you were to go back and look, how would you rank the most important things to you in this? Was it money versus the city versus the fit, with the new scheme?
All of those things go into it. If I were to leave and go play for a different D coordinator, it'd still be the same as if I stayed here. Definitely the routine and everything that I've built in Dallas is part of what got me to the position that I'm in now, and to be able to get a second deal. So that was a huge part of it as well. Taxes were also a huge part of it. And then, obviously wanting to get what's fair based on like my market price and everything. So I felt like everything aligned pretty well with me staying in Dallas. You know, I guess like, well, you never know. Like, apparently we'd be able to get like a higher price on the open market, but at the same time, at a certain point, you feel me? What is the point? And then like taxes and stuff like that, it all shakes out to about the same depending on where you're playing. Like my 80 in Dallas is worth 90 in like in New York or something like that. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of factors that played into it.
Cowboys defensive tackle Osa Odighizuwa joining us here on 105 to the Fan. We're about to tell you about how you can attend a gala for his Odighizuwa Foundation here in a couple weeks. Osa, really quick, you know, Matt Eberflus coming in as the defensive coordinator. He said before in interviews the three technique position is the most critical piece of what he does in terms of his defensive structure. How exciting is that opportunity for you to know that you're coming into a situation or remaining in a situation where a new defensive coordinator views what you do as the most critical aspect for his defense?
It's very exciting. You know, I feel like being in a situation where, and being the kind of guy that I am, like wanting to be as productive as possible and wanting to have as many opportunities to make plays as possible. It's exciting to have that challenge and that you know what I mean? Not even pressure, but that importance put on me and that responsibility put on me. So I'm ready to take on the challenge.
So when you get a new defensive coordinator in, like you had one in last year, obviously when Quinn left and Zim came in, how long is the learning curve for the defense to be kind of completely together, a complete cohesive unit? Like, is it several weeks, several games? I mean, how long generally is that learning curve?
I mean, at this point, I feel like I'll be able to learn the X's and O's very fast. And it would just really kind of depend on the coaching. I try and be a coachable guy, but you know, just learning the X's and O's and then finding ways to do what I do best within that. So I'll probably say if we have a good spring and like good camp, could hit the ground running at the beginning of the season. For me personally, but you know, it definitely takes a couple of live games to get used to it, you know?
Osa, when you know, new head coach coming in here with Brian Schottenheimer, but a guy that's been in the building, somebody who actually worked with the defense a couple years ago, you know, with Dan Quinn on some game plan stuff. Just for those who aren't as familiar with him, just explain your experiences with Shotty and the type of personality that you guys have as your head coach now.
Shotty's a great guy, bro. Like a real guy. You know what I mean? His energy is extremely genuine. He's a genuine dude. Speaks from the heart, and he loves the game of football. Like, I think it's going to be very fun to play under him. He's very, very personable. You know what I mean? Like, kind of person that you can sit down and have a conversation with, go to dinner with. Like, he's called and definitely express support for like what I do off the field, and it's just you know, he reached out to me a couple of times throughout the process of like getting the deal done and helped me and my family celebrate when we went to dinner. So like he cares about us, you know what I mean? So that's the kind of coach that you can definitely run through a wall for, and he put together a good staff.
You know, Osa, you mentioned it there that you got a lot of support for what you do and what you do here within the community. You know, you've been a very charitable individual ever since you got to Dallas, 4 years ago. You've got the Odighizuwa Foundation, which is dedicated to maximizing the valuable potential of single parents and their children by supporting initiatives that afford them equitable access to education, resources, and opportunities both locally and nationally. I know I've attended a few of the events you've done, whether it's movie nights or toy drives or different things like that. But you've got a gala coming up here at the Omni Frisco Hotel at the Star on March 29th. Tell people a little bit about what you're doing with the foundation and this gala that you have coming up.
So the gala is for us to be able to fundraise and do more things like the movie nights. And we did a baby shower for single mothers on Labor Day. We had 20 single moms and we gave them essentials and stuff like that. The gala is just to be able to raise money to be able to do more stuff like that, just support single parents in even bigger and more impactful ways. It's going to be awesome. It's on March 29th, 5 to 8 p.m. There's going to be live music there. Good amount of my teammates are going to pull up. Going to be doing an online auction with pretty cool items to purchase, and then a live auction at the gala with some items to purchase as well. Going to be doing some makeovers for about 10 moms. It's been fun getting the looks together for those. I'm going to be styling those myself, and I have a volunteer co-stylist helping me out as well. So we got a pretty awesome event coming up.
Yeah, and you guys have there are going to be sponsorship opportunities, like you mentioned, the auction. There's going to be some live performances there, too. You can go to odighizuwafoundation.org and purchase tickets there for that gala coming up here, and it's right here in our own backyard in Frisco. Osa Odighizuwa, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. Thrilled to have you back here in Dallas, and that you'll be remaining around for a few years.
Yes, sir. Glad to be here.
Thank you, Osa. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Congratulations on the contract. Very rich man.
Yeah,
very rich.
Yeah, but you heard him there. He knows you sacrifice a little bit just to say
comfort.
This is where I want to be.
Comfort.
And he wanted to be a Cowboy.
Yes, he did. The KNC masterpiece is next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Hey, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. Happy daylight savings time. To you too, Kate.
There we go, Hagee.
I hate it, but it feels right.
This feel right.
This morning when I woke up, it was still, a little dark, but just
dusky.
Yeah.
Dawny.
I did hate the drive to the highway because I had to drive east. Sun was right in the eyes. But I had extra daylight yesterday, so I was pretty okay with that. It wasn't dark at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I was fine with that.
Yeah.
I hate the darkness. Now, it hasn't been dark at 4 o'clock in a while.
What are you doing with that? What are you doing with that extra hour of sunlight?
Pool.
Is that
mowing the lawn?
So this is really a pool thing.
So it's a yard work thing. A lot of times I get done with work around 5 o'clock in the wintertime. You just can't. I let my yard go to crap. I got to get my agave. I have an agave out there.
Yeah.
I got to get my koa de Hima, and then chop that thing out. I got to get the
so you can make some tequila.
Absolutely.
Oh. You make your own tequila?
I don't.
But that feels like a thing you would do.
It feels like something I would absolutely try to do, or at least say I did it.
Do you think that we make an error by moving the hour all at once? So here's my theory.
You should move like 10 minutes a week.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
So
I tried figuring out how to do this. This is a really smart idea.
Here's what I would like to do. I would like us to move forward 8.5 minutes per day for a week. And then you'll get your hour. We'll get the extra 30 seconds somewhere else. Then you'll get your hour, and it won't be so shocking. You'll wake up, and instead, it's not 7 o'clock, it's 8 o'clock. But now you'll be like, instead of 7 o'clock, it's 7:08. And you're like, okay, that's not so bad.
You could do with that and just keep the time the same. And then, like, every day, and no one will know the difference.
That's probably true.
Right? You can just keep the time the same. No one will know the difference. You're just moving the clocks forward, and then eventually you get there.
I mean,
our bodies won't be all messed up.
If you do it 10 minutes at a time, and you've got like a state like Arizona, which doesn't move at all.
Yeah.
You know how much that would screw up time zones if you had to do something with somebody in Arizona and you're like, what am I an hour 20 ahead of you this week? Or
that's a good point.
Yeah, that's their stuff to deal with.
Is it China that doesn't do time zones at all?
What? They don't have a time? Or you're just saying the entire country's at the same time?
I think the entire country in the same time zone.
I do not know
Hawaii and Arizona do not observe daylight saving. American Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Yeah, China has one official time zone, China Standard Time, 8 hours ahead of UTC.
They call that the one-time policy in China.
Okay.
You got it, Hagee. That's all I got.
I got it too. I got it too. But that's like, it seems like that should be not like there should be like 4 different time zones in China. China's a big country.
Yeah, in fact, it is according to Google, Chop, it is the largest sovereign nation in the world that observes one time zone.
Well,
it's quite spacious.
Interesting.
So.
Why do you want them to have one time? Why do you not want them to have one time zone?
Oh, I don't care. It doesn't bother me at all. I just think if I lived on one side of the country, it'd be like, hey, why am I getting
with no daylight savings time either?
Right.
Hasn't been observed since 1991.
So you're gonna have.
Would you complain to the government about that?
You're gonna have one side of the country. It's like it's 4 a.m. light every day and dark at 4 p.m. And then the other country, it doesn't get light till 7 and it gets dark at 7.
Okay.
Do you think that's what Tank Man was standing in?
No,
in front of
I don't, Bobby.
Do you think he's like,
night.
I want time zones?
Yeah, I don't think that's why he was protesting. Several years ago, my son and I, we went to Alaska in July, and we were in a spot in Alaska where it was light outside 21 hours. No, it was not Ketchikan. It was closer to Anchorage.
Well,
so it
Alaska.
was light outside 21 hours of the day.
That's too much.
That's fair.
That movie, Al Pacino, Insomnia. Yeah.
Good movie.
Yeah.
But it was weird because like we went
I think
to
that's a Robin Williams movie.
that is
You
maybe
put it
so.
in Robin Williams first?
Maybe so. That in 1 hour photo.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so we went to a pizza place and you're just
that's what- yeah.
standing outside at like 10 at night and it looks like it's 2 in the afternoon. It's very strange.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking of the wrong movie. Oh, no, it was Robin Williams in it. In your face, Corey.
He's a bad guy.
What do we have coming up with the show?
Oh, man.
More talk about Robin Williams and his career.
The NFL, maybe. The NFL is crushing it right now, ladies and gentlemen. Khalil Mack information just got released. He's signed a big deal with the Chargers. J.C. Horn, now the J.C. Horn, the highest paid defensive back.
That impacts your Deron Bland situation.
It definitely does. So we'll talk about that right out the gate.
There's no leaves. Nope. No leaves.
All the leaves are falling right now, and we're good with that.
You don't think they want to wait until Jamar Chase gets $42 million so then they can pay Micah even more?
That's probably what they want. Yeah.
Boy, by the way, that $25 million a year contract J.C. Horn just signed, which is way above the top of the market, and it's crazy that was negotiated by Micah Parsons' agent.
And that's...
Did Carolina just have to spend the money? They were like, we have to spend it or we lose it.
That's a guy who's played 3 games, 13 games, 6 games, and 15 games.
Yeah,
highest paid
defensive
Why
back.
is the corner market not even close to the receiver market?
Yeah, you got to go cover the receivers. You got to go. You
That's
have to go.
been their
You're being
argument.
charged with stopping those guys.
That's honestly that's been their argument has been that like, okay, you want me to stop that guy if I'm the best at doing it, you need to pay me like he is. So I mean, it's probably just in general tied to the valuation of the quarterback, so receivers reflect it. I mean, tackles and edge rushers aren't totally in sync. It's actually kind of reversed, like where the edge rushers are making a ton more money than the tackles are.
Yes. That is strange. It is strange how that, I guess they're saying like, the person who makes the impact play, not the one that stops it.
They view the offensive player as a defensive player, the tackle, because he's trying to protect the quarterback. So it's not an attacking. It's just the attacking style or the offensive type of position.
They're paying a toxic masculinity there. That's what I like.
What?
I bet you do.
Yeah.
You'd be the highest damn paid person we got at the station.
All right.
Also, we do get into Puck Around and Find Out at 10:20. And
that was not a good. I mean, it was a great weekend and a terrible
Yesterday
weekend.
was better.
All at the same time.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
I agree with you. It was one of those you were, oh no, and then yay. So
yeah, I mean, because Rope could be out for ever. Not ever. He'll be back eventually.
But are you sure?
I would assume so.
He got hit in the face with the puck.
If Rantanen hadn't been there, maybe Rope wouldn't have gotten hit in the face.
Wow. That's where we're going. Yeah. That's a really...
It's a butterfly effect kind of deal.
Mm-hmm. You can only have
plea in here.
You can only have so many good players. When the Rangers went to the World Series, what happened? Best player, Jacob DeGrom, or Jake, as Choppy likes to call him.
Jake.
Done. We can only have so much good.
So your hypothesis is, had Jacob DeGrom not gotten hurt, we would not have won the World Series?
Exactly. I think that's fair. I don't see any other way to look at it.
Yeah. Who stepped up in that moment? Nathan Eovaldi, otherwise known as Nate.
Nasty Nate.
And Jordan.
Couldn't he have still stepped up and you still would have had DeGrom?
Well,
I mean, he wouldn't have been in that spot.
You had to get Montgomery because you didn't have DeGrom, right?
Monty. We call him Monty.
So, this whole idiotic conversation wouldn't be taking place if Sean was still here.
No,
Probably true. That's fair.
I don't know.
That's fair. He wouldn't have been here anyway because he was out too late last night. That's for sure.
Oh, with the baby?
No, with us. We had our Sandlot Children's Charity Dinner.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and I learned over the weekend. Tell me that this is a problem. Sarah didn't know the phrase "if it doesn't fit, you must quit."
Yeah, it's a problem.
She's not quite in your demographic though, Shop. So
was she alive yet?
She was alive.
I know. I'm younger than her.
Her and Bobby.
I know. Like I know what it is. I'm a month younger.
The same
than her.
age?
I'm a month younger.
There's no way.
Yep.
You do not look younger than her.
I wasn't alive, but I know I am not a crook. I know that line.
Who said that?
Richard M. Nixon.
Very nice. What's the M stand for?
Millhouse.
Very good.
Yeah.
What's your middle name again?
Cameron.
Bobby.
I hate it.
Not Montgomery, like you said earlier this morning.
No.
It's because I say that because Bobby Knight's name is Robert Montgomery. And Dick Vitale, he just say, the General Robert Montgomery Knight. Oh. All right.
We got to go.
We got to go. KNC Masterpiece next.
Yeah, wait.
Thanks to Comerica, you...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You have Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, it is tampering day. Welcome to the program. How we doing?
I think it's good that it's tampering day because I was able to find Night Court on one of the TVs. So, you know what happens whenever you tamper, you go to court.
Did you ever watch the new Night Court? It was okay for a minute. I quit.
Yeah, I saw like 2 episodes of it. Was there more?
It was pretty much the same.
The old one was perfect.
Yeah.
Alec, have you ever heard of Night Court?
I've heard of it.
You've never watched Night Court?
No. Never.
That's the divide right there. If you either seen Night Court or not seen Night Court. That's the divide. And if you haven't seen it, you're probably in your 20s. And if you have seen it, you lived a great life.
You don't know who Richard Mole is?
Yeah, exactly. And Florence Hallop. Yeah, no.
That's an old episode.
Yeah, this is one of the first ones. So text in if you remember Night Court, and we know exactly how old you are at that point.
And how many variations of there are two kinds of people are there?
All of them.
Yeah.
There's all the variations because somebody's going to see something and just say, I disagree with that. So it's either you or me. And that's the dividing line.
And from the 214, Kevin, AEW Revolution last night was straight fire. I actually did not get the chance to see it. I saw that spot off the top of the cage. That looked pretty amazing with Fletcher and Ospreay. But I have not seen the show. I'm glad to hear that it was excellent.
Dude, it sounded lately like you have not watched much wrestling at all.
Oh, no.
Much wrestling. Every time somebody says something, you're like, oh, I didn't get a chance to see it. Are you even a wrestling fan?
With my damn baby and stuff.
Oh, really? Going to see Blippy and stuff?
Yes.
Dude, he looked awesome.
Okay.
He looked awesome dressed up as Blippy. I've never even seen Blippy.
When I have an opportunity to see if I can bond with anybody here, 877-881-1053. Do you know what the hell Blippy is? And if so, were you in Allen yesterday for the Blippy show? And was that a fake Blippy? All right, those are the three questions that I have this morning.
By the way, the people that are, instead of texting in that they've seen Night Court, they're just texting in Marky Post. I appreciate that. This is a Marky Post appreciation show. She was special.
She was
no longer with us.
She looked like a Dallas lady, too, because she had the big hair.
Dressed great,
So,
yeah.
Yeah. From the 940, I'm 50, and I loved Night Court. Quick question for you, Alec, before we dive into sports content, probably. How do you feel about daylight savings time in the spring forward?
The spring forward sucks because I still feel like something's wrong internally. Like my body's like, I don't understand it. But I'm kind of like Corey. I like that we're getting the later sunset. So, that does make me happy because I like to be outdoors and, the sun's starting to go away at like 5:59 p.m. is stupid. So.
Yes. See, and that's, I like this time frame. I just hate that they drop an hour on us all at once. I really wish that it would start at like 1 p.m. on a Wednesday. And they're like, oh, your show's over. Sorry. And we just move the C block up to 1240, still get that in. They're like, oh, daylight savings time. Your show's overtime for the G-Bag Nation. I think that would be really neat. You'd save a lot of people an hour of work. Instead, you take away an hour of our weekend. From the 254. They said they do not care for Blippy.
Multiple people have said this.
I'm going to clear it. I'm going to clean it up. Won't let my kids watch that or Miss Rachel. And I appreciate that you're doing a damn fine job of parenting. But sometimes when I want to do something else, and he says, I want the iPad, and that's fine, because then that will allow me to finish what I want to do, whether it's work, watching a movie, whatever else. And I get that.
Is it true that sometimes Miss Rachel's shirt's see-through? Or is that different?
No, not that I'm aware of. But yes, we watched a lot of Miss Rachel, a lot of Blippy. And for the people shouting out Danny Go last summer, Noah went to a Danny Go concert, and it was the most jacked up he had ever been in his entire life. And he thought it was amazing. So yes, if you're like, I parent by always spending time with my kid, that is good for you.
Yeah.
Sometimes
kids are great.
I'm like, if you want to watch some Danny Go for a while, that's okay.
Hey, I like to watch TV. It's okay.
Yeah. There you go.
Every once in a while.
From the 318, don't like Blippy, Miss Rachel is the best. No, about this other Miss Rachel stuff. Even if that's true, I don't want to know that.
I think it was just TikTok said something one day. They're like, hey, is this real? And I was like, I don't know. I never watched that show. So I'm learning right now. Man, I love all the texts that are pouring in right now.
Man, and shout out to the 469. I remember Harry Stone was a spinoff character from Cheers. You're damn right.
That is true.
He was a con man on Cheers, and then he became a judge. All right, now let's talk about football, damn it. Give me cut number 5, Alec, if you can, because I was trying to put this off.
From the red zone, 3rd and 8. Lawrence hits. Myles Garrett does it again.
All right, I will fully admit that the official free agency tampering period, you know what, I'm just going to say fake free agency, starts at 11 a.m. So we're about 52 and a half minutes away.
Can we call it, instead of fake, can we call it pre-free agency?
Yes.
That makes it sound more official.
I like it. Pre-agency.
Pre-agency.
Okay. So pre-agency starts in about, now it's down to 52 minutes. So nothing has technically happened in terms of people moving and shifting, and I already feel like the Cowboys have lost. Why is that? Do I have good reason for it, or is it just because, like a lot of people listening right now, I'm a jaded Dallas Cowboys fan, and I've been set up prepared for failure?
Yeah, as you're seeing names pop up that are being released and moved on from, there's multiple things to discuss there. A, why didn't the Cowboys get involved?
Yes.
And B, they're not gonna. They're not. There's no chance. They're gonna sign their own right now, and then they're gonna pick up some scraps along the way. But the idea, the concept of it all, that the Cowboys aren't going to be in this part of it where everybody's throwing numbers around. So if you see like a Darius Slayton being released by the Giants, you're not going, oh my gosh, the Cowboys can get a good number 2 receiver, right? Or number 3 receiver for that matter on this team. You're not thinking that. The first thought is, man, it'd be nice if my team could, but they won't. So that's where this whole thing is with free agency and the Cowboys. Better than to get emotionally invested in what's going on. But the other thing is, Mickey does ask this question. I always think it's a good question to ask when you're deciding whether or not you want a player. Why is he being released?
Yeah.
What is the reason that they are moving on? My feeling is that whenever these situations, you got to figure out, does it fit your team? And if it fits your team, then you go make the play. The Cowboys are like, nah, we're good.
So I'm annoyed for a couple of reasons but I'm also caught up with all of these people sending in all of these things that have now started to center around strictly Miss Rachel. I will try to respond to some of these because I have thoughts about a few of these things that y'all have texted in. In the meantime, Danny Go is fantastic if you want to pawn your child off on the TV.
From the 817, if free agency hasn't started, then how did Devontae Adams already agree to a contract with the Rams?
Because he got let go.
These are verbal agreements, correct?
That is true. But also then because he got released, and so then you could do that
you can jump around
whenever
and do what
you
you
wanted.
want.
Now, the league year will hit, or like when they allow it, will hit at 11 o'clock Central. But there's two things that happened yesterday that were just infuriating if you're a Cowboys fan. First of all, Josh Allen, the 6-year, $330 million deal. Now, I get it. You should tell me I probably shouldn't care. Let's do some quick math here.
Okay.
That's $55 million per year annual value on his salary.
Okay.
How much did Dak get?
260.
240 over 4. So that's $60 million.
Sure.
So Josh Allen took $5 million less per year than Dak Prescott. And I get it. He got more guaranteed money. I understand all of that.
That's
but
all
if you're
matters.
just talking about annual value, it's $5 million less per year than what Dak got with the Cowboys. So that's irritation number one. Irritation number two. We've talked about this forever. Some positions don't get cheaper. Right now, wide receiver, not getting cheaper. Edge, not getting cheaper. Tackles, not getting cheaper. And yet the Cowboys have decided, let's wait as long as possible to get a deal done. Last year, Nick Bosa was paid $34 million per year. All right, I get it. Maybe Micah and his agent didn't want to sign a contract last year. Because if they did, then the Cowboys just screwed themselves out of $30 million because Myles Garrett got an extension worth $40 million per year. And now Micah tweeted out, obviously he's super impressed with that amount of money. And he was like, oh man, is this for real? Sorry, I'm paraphrasing right there. And it was only a 3-word tweet, so I probably should have been able to memorize it. But my point is, Micah said, I want to get this done immediately so I can help the Cowboys out in free agency. And so they could have done it immediately because he was on their team. They could have re-signed that. Now the going rate has gone from $34.5 million to $40 million.
Mm-hmm.
So $5 million to $6 million per year higher. And maybe Micah takes less. What a magical world that would be. But if you're Micah, you probably look at it. You're his agent. You probably look at it and say, negotiations start now at $40 million. instead of $35 million per year because the Cowboys sat around and decided to wait.
You know the cap's going up next year, though, right?
I mean, that's great. If next
the cap
year
goes up, we'll just get more money.
Yeah, and then we'll definitely use it this time. Except we just cleared out all of that money, and you have about $50 million in free agency money. Now,
if you don't use it,
then it carries over.
Carries over to next year.
And you know what? The Cowboys carry over their free agent money like I do my checkbook. And they're like, hey, this is more money I can save for another day, not more money that you can spend elsewhere. And so the agitating part is if you did that deal for Micah Parsons, whether it was last week, last year, or today, his salary cap hit could be $12 million less. And you know what's even cooler than having $50 million going into free agency? Having $62 million going into free agency.
Heck yeah.
But no, they're like, you know what? Let's wait. Let's wait until free agency starts. And the players that maybe we did want are off the board, that maybe could have filled some key holes and we wouldn't have to draft up because we're missing that position on our roster. Instead, they're like, nah, let's wait.
That's the way they like to do things.
Okay, is it because they don't like Micah Parsons? If it's because they don't like Micah Parsons, they're not sure they should pay him and they might trade him, that's one thing. But I don't think it's that at all.
What do you think it is?
I think they're like, let's just wait and somehow the Cowboys are going to get a magical discount because that never happens.
I think they just like to wait until they are the only ones doing it.
But why?
So that they can get attention.
Even if it's going to make them
so they can get
worse team?
So they get 1 week of talk about that signing. Well, right now, Seahawks, Steelers, everybody's getting talked about. And Jerry knows whenever I do this, they'll talk about us for a week. Now, the thing is, though, they'll already do that.
Yeah.
If you do it the same time as everybody else because you're the Cowboys. That's just the way that it is.
And that's what I don't understand. You're not the Colts, all right? The Colts or the Jags or whatever just rando team that you think is bleh, whatever. That's who needs attention. The Cowboys don't need attention, all right? They can get attention at the drop of a hat.
They want attention.
Okay, you can get it doing anything. You don't have to continually change your relationship status to it's complicated, all right? Just go get a freaking trophy wife or husband and go do something with your football team. I hate it so much. And I see people saying, yeah, but it's spring break now. You can't get that started. And you might be onto something. I just don't understand. Micah was like, I want to get this deal done. I want to get it done fast. I want to help you with ammunition for free agency. And we're like, let's wait. And then Myles Garrett got a lot more money. And I saw somebody text in, but Myles Garrett won Defensive Player of the Year, and Micah never has. I hear you, but the Cowboys don't win negotiations.
Well, and I mean, J.C. Horn just got the highest paid contract for a defensive back, and what's he doing? How did he look?
He misses time.
Is he the best cornerback in the league?
Behind Trayvon Diggs. No, I'm just kidding. Or maybe you don't think he's as good as Deron Bland, so waiting to pay that's going to cost you.
You know how many All-Pros he's gotten in his career?
2?
0. You know how many Pro Bowls he's had in his carear? In 4 years?
How many?
1.
Oh, that's one more than Osa.
So,
and we gave him.
Okay, that's different.
Okay.
That's different. The JC Horn, I'm really interested to see if he had 1 interception last year and got in the Pro Bowl. I don't understand, man. And now he's getting paid like he's a max contract guy. It's weird to me how these NFL teams distribute their money sometimes.
And there is a shocking amount of people who have opinions about Miss Rachel and Night Court along the way.
What are you talking about?
And yeah,
I've
heard that same thing. I don't think that's true.
Marky Post is no longer with us.
That's true.
So I can't look her up, right?
What do you mean? Look her up for what?
We gotta go.
What are the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan? Coming up next, probably some more football. Probably football notes all day long. But also puck around and find out back-to-back games and maybe another injury for the new look stars. Next on The Fan.
Nutmeg mate. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
6-on-5 here for Vancouver. Bounces past Hronek. Mikko Rantanen towards the empty net. He scores! It's 2 goals in 2 games for Mikko Rantanen in Dallas. This one, the knockout punch in Vancouver.
In your face, Canucks. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Asking the questions that matter. Like if you tell a joke and somebody doesn't laugh, is it because the joke wasn't funny? Or is it because the people you told it to are lactose intolerant? So... You want to laugh?
I think if you tell a joke and nobody laughs because everybody hates you. That's what I think.
Gosh.
Everybody hates you.
Such an escalation. Hey, I'm not the person who took Twitter down, okay?
Yeah, let's be mad at that guy.
877-881-1053. Yes, I've also noticed.
To Twitter?
I don't know. I think it's because Rappaport and Schefter had too many scoops.
This is the day that Twitter needs to be rocking.
What are they doing with their lives? Are they posting on his Threads still around?
That has got to be Facebook.
Okay.
Threads.
Good luck with all of that.
Instagram.
Okay, Instagram is doing very well.
Instagram, TikTok is Bobby said this one day. I agree with him. I think it's the perfect app for entertainment. Like you go on TikTok and it's going to eventually figure out what you like by the algorithm.
Okay.
Instagram is the better version of Twitter in that it's just pictures and you can kind of go based on what you see there and you kind of need that. But you can also get the same information and updates. It's just not a timeline like Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Where Twitter is like the most recent thing is right here at the top for you to look at.
So,
unless you land on the For You page and then you're screwed.
Oh, my gosh. All right. So new look stars. You get a win, you get a loss, and you get an injury. How concerned are you for Rope? And honestly, how surprised are you that this doesn't happen more often? That the puck makes its way inside the visor and smashes somebody in the face?
I definitely am concerned for him. Obviously, because he's a big part. I wanted that line to have plenty of time before the playoffs to get used to each other.
Yeah.
I really wanted that line to have, to be clicking. By the time the playoffs started, they were like, all right, we got this. Or maybe the line didn't work out and DeBoer had plenty of time to say, okay, I can move Wyatt and I can move these guys around, and now I got a even better top 3. So I am very afraid for him, but it sounded like it was underneath the optical bone.
Yeah.
So we'll figure out how that goes. He's getting a second opinion, correct?
That is correct.
So I hope it turns out good, but I am surprised, Kevin, that was it Marchment? Marchment has the underneath one, right? Where it blocks his chin now because he took one on the face.
Think so.
Yeah, I saw him wearing that this weekend.
By the way, I feel like this is hurtful from the 940. I hate you for that joke, Kevin. Although from the 432, yes, Kevin, I miss these jokes. That's
your number.
Go.
You texted that in.
You know that's not my phone number. You've given my phone number out on the air before. All right. Now, to go along with this, I have a philosophical question for y'all, and then we can talk more about the Vancouver victory. The Stars lose the first game with Rantanen in there, and for most
a bum of a trade, right?
For most of the night, it wasn't particularly close. It was a very rough start for Oettinger as he let in 4 goals on the first 9 shots that were on net. So you're probably not going to win those games. Now, Are people better off if they would have just moved on with their life after Connor Brown scored a couple minutes left to go in the second period and it's 5-1? Are those people better off for having moved on with your life and the Stars lost anyway? Or are the people who stuck with the game better off because the Stars scored 3 times in the first 10 minutes of the third period, including 10 or 11 seconds apart? And then you had the last part of the third period, and you're going wild with the opportunity for one of the best comebacks that you've ever seen.
I am one of the people that after goal 5 was scored by Edmonton on Saturday night, I turned everything off and shut it down.
I get it.
So I was like, look, man, and I tweeted it out. That stinks. Give it time. Because I think with time, this team will learn how to use that player, and I think we saw a little more of it yesterday, a little more of how they can work with that, even though his goal was the empty netter. But
sure.
Again, go back and look at it was Granlund's goal. His goal is because 2 defenders are like, I got to be on Rantanen right now, and Granlund's wide open. Amazing dive technique on that goal. I really appreciate
really
that.
Late in the period.
Yeah. So, but I'm one of the people, Kevin, that I said I'm going to take myself away from this one. And when I woke up, I was like, oh my gosh, they almost came back and won. And then in my mind, I thought, this is classic Kevin going, yeah, but not really. It was Edmonton playing defense or prevent defense the rest of the game.
Hey, those 2 goals that the Stars scored in quick succession, I did kind of think that Edmonton was just D'ing around and not in a defensive way. And so then when Dumba scored, you're like, okay, that's a whole different deal.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of it, you still didn't win.
Right.
So Corey, Alec.
You do get that excitement, though.
Corey moved on with his life, and he didn't deal with the third period, and the Stars still lost. Do you think that was the way to go, or do you think the excitement of getting to see back-to-back-to-back goals and having 10 minutes to complete an insane comeback, even if it didn't happen, was worth it?
I think it's worth it just because, kind of going to what Corey was talking about with the chemistry fit and stuff with a new look team. It's like, that would be a great character building moment to see if they actually pull this thing off. And that builds a lot of confidence in a first game with a big acquisition for a guy that you just gave a ton of money to. So me personally, I'm sticking around to see if there's anything I can take away from it, even if they don't win like they didn't in that situation. I'm looking for stuff I can take away as a positive. So I'm not a quitter in that instance.
The way that Edmonton looked in their first 5 goals, Kevin, I was like, how have they lost a game this year?
Yeah.
Because offensively, there was one pass. It was the perfect pass for that breakaway for the goal. It was there was nothing anybody could have done to stop the pass from happening, and it set up a perfect breakaway goal. McDavid just... Have you ever seen anything look so beautiful and been like, how much do I hate that?
Yeah.
The way that they scored, it was like nobody could get even close to them because they were flying so fast and they had perfect stick or puck control. It was very... I was like, I'm watching a completely different team play right now. This is a playoff version of Edmonton playing against a Stars team that's like, we're trying to get used to the season. That's what it looked like, and then the Stars woke up. So I'm a little concerned, Kevin. I do have this concern. I know they beat them 4-1 in September or whatever, but I am a little concerned that because you lost to them in the way that you lost to them in the playoffs, maybe Edmonton's a little in your head now, and they know what they can do offensively against you, and they could fly against you. And maybe when your defense is less leaky, because it was bad, you can be better.
Now, one good thing about that Edmonton game, too, is, again, you saw a couple power play goals. Now, if you want to argue that you do not think maybe at those particular points in time Edmonton was giving it their all, I hear you. But we've talked about this since the beginning of the calendar year, so January 1st. This power play has been really impressive. And then last night you saw they didn't convert any of their opportunities, but they still beat down Vancouver nonetheless. So some encouragement from there, and I go back to this time and time again. I know we've talked about it. You have a nice little cushion between yourself, Colorado, and Minnesota. And Winnipeg, the division is still there for the taking. You're down by 6 points. I get that. But Winnipeg also lost again yesterday. And so you have a game in hand. So realistically, you could only be 4 points back. You're going to have the opportunity, or you have the opportunity now, to potentially take this division and get an easier road in the playoffs. And you can avoid playing Colorado or Winnipeg in the first round.
Kevin, I also have one other thing I'd like to gripe about a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Hockey should not start at 9 o'clock. Even on a Saturday, hockey should not start at 8 o'clock at the latest.
Okay.
All right? 9 o'clock is too late for a sporting event to start for anybody to make
Even
it
if
through
it's on
the
the
entire.
West Coast?
Again, maybe we just absorb them like China with all the time zones. We just absorb it and say everybody's starting at 8. Good luck. But 9 o'clock's too late.
Okay. That was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Reach out to the NHL and tell them to fix it.
All right. So not only was it the discrepancy in goals in the game, it was the time that it started that had you being like, nah, I'm out on this.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, now I'm going to have to
I waited all day for that game, though. All day. I did. I scheduled my whole life around it. I was exhausted by the time I got to I should have taken a nap. That's what I should have done. Should have taken a nap around 4 o'clock to be prepared for staying up that late.
Okay,
I sound like an old man right now.
You do.
I have lots of kids that wake me up early.
I have good and bad news for you. The good news is the Stars only have 3 more games that late the rest of the year.
Great.
The bad news is they're all pretty much in this same Canadian/West Coast cluster where 9 p.m. against Edmonton, 8 p.m. against Calgary the next night. 2 nights later, 9:30 against Seattle. 2 nights later, 9 p.m. against Seattle. So we might just have to remember to block out that time where Corey is going to be like, hey, tell me what happens.
Corey needs a nap, or I'll nap earlier in the day.
Okay.
I can try to get a nap in so I can be up later for the late night hockey.
So you'll call it a hockey nap.
Yeah, I will say though, I am very pleased so far with the trade.
For sure.
I'm very happy. I love Jason Robertson's face when he scored that goal yesterday, by the way. It was just hey, I did that. But
Rantanen is somebody who's picked up the pace for sure.
Rantanen is a big body you can plant right in front of the net, and he can stay there. He can do all these other things, but he can just stand right in front of the net and say, I'm taking up space. And again, 2 defenders feel like they have to be around him, and that opens up other space. I think he's going to do for other players on the ice is, I think that's going to be exceptional for the other players, and then he's going to figure out how to get his along the way.
And I know Hintz is out right now because of the aforementioned puck that we talked about, but the power play unit potentially of Robertson, Hintz, Rantanen, Johnston, and Thomas Harley, for a power play that has really already been clicking the last couple months, I think that is very exciting and very optimistic. By the way, did you hear DeBoer's quote about Rantanen?
No.
This was after the first game, I believe. So after Saturday's game, he goes, I think Rantanen's going to be all right for us. I think we'll keep him.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a long contract with that guy.
I just appreciated the level of sarcasm. I thought that was fun.
I thought you were going to say he said something like deplorable. Can you believe game 1? Like, we got to be better next game.
No.
But we have a week until the next one. It would have been the next day, Kevin.
Oh, okay.
Because this isn't football.
I was about to say, they just played the next day.
It's hockey.
Right,
they play a
what you're
lot.
saying. Okay, so the Stars split decision over the weekend, but then again, they don't play until Friday. So you've got a little bit of time. Yeah. And it's a 7 o'clock start that night.
Look at this. They're like scheduling just for me.
You will approve. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, which might include a little bit of NFL talk, but also the biggest favorite in a long time. Next on The Fan.
Coming.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The Dodgers a strike away from a championship, from a proper celebration. Start the party, Los Angeles! Your Dodgers have won the World Series!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It is Baseball Nuggets without Mike Bassick.
Right.
That was specially requested by somebody. I don't know if we'll be doing
817
that every single day.
Gotcha.
Okay.
We got you down.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right.
It's a CA special, by the way.
Let's talk about the Los Angeles Dodgers. They are only a plus 240 to win the World Series. That makes them the heaviest preseason favorites to win the World Series since the Yankees in 2003. However, the Yankees did not win the World Series in 2003. They were upset by the Marlins in the World Series. So,
is there anything better than the Yankees losing the World Series? The answer is yes. The Rangers winning the World Series.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because think about it. We've pretty much reversed it. So the Yankees were this unstoppable force. And this other team that doesn't always get a lot of attention in the opposite league came up and took them down. So perhaps the unstoppable force like that is the Los Angeles Dodgers, this other team, and not everyone is given all the credit to, and the Texas Rangers will come up and be victorious.
I like your idea here, man.
But seriously, 30% likelihood the Dodgers win the World Series. Would you take the Dodgers or every other team in the National League?
I know it seems ridiculous because the right thing to do is take every other team. Like that's the correct thing to do right now because you have the odds are in your favor there, right? Like it just says you have all these teams rather than one. However, they have so many good players on that team that if any of them get hurt, they're still better than you.
Yeah.
So I would have to take the Dodgers on that bet.
Alec, are you taking the Dodgers or every other team in the National League?
Since we're just going National League, I'm going to take the Dodgers over everybody.
Man.
World Series altogether, I'd probably say I'd take anybody else.
Okay.
But for the National League, I don't see anybody really hanging with them in their 15 million starting pitchers and 15 closers.
And it is interesting that even then you go, I'd probably take every other team.
Yeah.
Which is like you would think, obviously, I'll take all the other teams, but you're like, I think I'll probably take all of the other teams. Let's go from that to Art Shalleck. Do you know who Art Shalleck is or was?
Art Shellac is what you're talking about there.
It could be when you got to get some crap off the painting. I
Yeah.
know what you're saying. He was the oldest living ex-major leaguer. He died
March 5th
over the weekend at the age, I guess last week then, at the age of 100.
Dude, that's impressive.
He became a centenarian. That's when you get to 100 years old. Last spring, they had a big birthday party and everything like that, and his family announced on Saturday that he had died.
I'm very interested in this question to old people. If you're an old person and you're near 100, is it worth it?
I would also like to know
Are the last 10 years your like best 10 years of my life? I really have always wanted to know this because has the goal been let's try and live as long as we can? Like everybody's trying to figure out ways to live longer. And I always want to know from the old people if they're like, you know what? About 65, I could have been fine. I don't know. I don't know what age it is.
See, because you'd probably only take off one of these accomplishments. I'll read you his accomplishments, and I think only one of them happened post 65. This is per his family. A beloved father, check. Grandfather, check.
All right.
Great grandfather, I don't know about that. And friends.
Hold on, you don't know if he was a great grandfather?
No. I'm saying he probably wouldn't have been a great grandfather at the age of 65. Not saying it's impossible.
Because he still has a lot to learn before he's a good grandfather.
No, just from an age standpoint.
Okay.
And friend, Art lived a remarkable life from serving his country in World War II to achieving his dream of playing Major League Baseball. As a pitcher for the Yankees, won multiple championships. So if he would have lived to 65, he would have done all of those things still, except probably be a great grandfather. Does he think that extra 35 years made it worthwhile?
I don't know the answer to the question, but I appreciate anybody that has a thought on that. Now, Kevin from the 940, I hate the Dodgers far more than the Yankees these days. I don't know if I ever can. The Dodgers are in the National League, so like that's always going to be a thing. I don't have to deal with them until I get to the World Series. We'll play them in the regular season occasionally, but until I get to the World Series, that's when I complain about that. If I don't get to the World Series and they're there, then we fell short. Maybe we should be more like the Dodgers, right? Like that's my mindset on that. But I will always, no matter what the Dodgers do, I don't think I can hate them as much as I do the Yankees.
Yeah, I'm with you for now. If we got into that scenario you described, maybe I'd change my mind. But the Yankees beat us in the playoffs too many times. By the way, another fun note about Shalleck. Did you know he made his Major League debut in 1951 when the Yankees sent a 19-year-old upstart named Mickey Mantle back down to AAA?
Oh, can you believe Mickey Mantle ever played in AAA baseball? Based on stories, doesn't feel like it.
That is true, and that's weird, but that's a very impressive life. He fought in World War II, made it to Major League Baseball, won multiple World Series, and it said he was a great friend. So that's a lot of accomplishments right there. Do we have thoughts from people if they want to be 100 or not?
Oh, yeah, there are some thoughts here. Not sure if you guys are going to read this on air. You're in luck. My wife's grandmother passed away at 103.
Oh.
And at 101, she was still trying to sneak out of the house to get down to the corner store to grab cigarettes.
She probably didn't climb out the window and down the what are those? Was it a trellis? What is that? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Crap. I can't think of the exact name of it. You climb down on the side of a fence, on the side of the house. It looks like a big old fence that you're just climbing down.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
You have no idea what I'm
the
talking
940s,
about.
I think it's trellis. My wife's grandmother is 106.
Wow.
She still works in the garden, cooks, and gets around well.
Okay.
Wow.
See, that's going to make me need to reevaluate my life because, like, the Saturday when we came back from spring training, I was like, man, I'm tired. I think I'm going to just hang out and rest today. That lady's 106, and she's like, I'm going to go work in the garden.
From the 817-70 is enough. I'm only 53 bodies breaking down. So, see, there are some people. My name is Tom Thompson, and I'm already 101 years old. Totally worth it. No cap, he says.
Okay.
I've seen world history and the dumbest trade ever made.
First of all,
at the same time.
I do not think
What a rush.
that the 101-year-old is saying no cap.
No cap.
Also, this is probably ageist of me and unfair. I apologize. I don't know if I think a 100-year-old person is texting.
Whoa, you think old people can't text?
No, I didn't say that. I said if you're 100, I don't think you're texting.
Is it
I think
lattice?
you can be old and, ooh,
Lattice
yeah,
work?
that sounds right.
Open
Lattice.
framework consisting of crisscross. Oh, yeah, it's a lattice.
Thank you very, very much for helping me out. All right, let's go to this. The Texas Rangers, they had another round of cuts yesterday. Corey, you had asked, when does baseball really start to get serious? And while we were at spring training, Mike said, you know, this past Friday, the 7th, and then this Monday, today, the 10th, because you would see some more cuts in there, and you saw it yesterday. Cole Winn, Jacob Latz, Walter Pennington sent to AAA Round Rock, and then Winston Santos, the number 5 prospect in the Rangers organization, he was optioned to AA Frisco. So nothing particularly stunning yet, but you're starting to see some of the cuts amp up.
Yeah, there were some Rangers front office people that also said March 7th is whenever we start kicking it into gear. Like, you're sitting down watching games and you're kind of like, okay, but it's funny, Kevin, because the Chris Young group that he works with, they are just as competitive as Chris Young.
Oh, yeah.
And I like that about them because they even said, I kind of have to back off just a little bit whenever spring training starts because you're like, it's baseball. And you're so excited to get it going, but you have to realize it is spring training, you know? And so March 7th is when they said, okay, now you're starting to see the teams are starting to come together. You're starting to say, okay, we paired off these guys. And now we're starting to really prepare for the regular season. And that's what you kind of see with DeGrom over the weekend, getting his work in and stuff like that.
And Dulles back in the cage and everything like that.
And there's plenty to talk to about this Rangers team right now.
And I know we've talked about Jack Leiter and some of the additions to his repertoire and also getting his velo up a couple miles per hour in spring training. But I wanted to make another note is the Athletic. They went through GMs and managers to be like, hey, I know it's spring training, but like, who's somebody who has stood out to you in spring training? We'll get to DeGrom in a little bit, but Bochy talked about Leiter. He said Leiter is throwing well. His fastball's up to 98 miles an hour, and he has a 2-seamer now and has come up with a great changeup too. So if you don't want to just take our word for it, well, there's somebody we all know and trust and love when it comes to baseball information. Bruce Bochy being like, here are 3 things. I love that his velocity's up. I love his 2-seamer. And he's got a new changeup that's throwing people off. So Bruce Bochy right there is like, check, check, check. Here's a lot of stuff to like about Jack Leiter.
That is fantastic news to hear. Jared talked about it last week that, you know, he was saying, listen, it seems like he's run out of places to go in AAA. You know, like he's done almost everything he can do in AAA, and now we need him in the big leagues. But what's the best way to use him? They think, based on what Jared was telling us, they think they can still use him in the bullpen and quickly, if they need to, use him as a starter. So it would be very Dane Dunning type, but that's another thing. Where's Dane Dunning fit in this? How many spots in the bullpen do you actually really have for high leverage situations versus long relief, and what do you really need there? But hearing that about Jack Leiter, I think everybody, and I might be wrong, Tolos, let me know if I'm wrong about this. We're all excited about it. But it's more now it's become when I see it actually come to fruition. I think with me, I was so excited so early, and it was like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting.
Now, one more quick note. It's not official yet, but Garrett Cole had an issue, went to go get it checked out. The first thing that he was told is you will need Tommy John surgery. And now Garrett Cole is going to go for a second opinion. So not official that he will get Tommy John surgery, but it's looking pretty darn likely that he will need Tommy John surgery.
That's tough. I mean, as much as I don't like the Yankees, I don't want to see a great pitcher like that not be out there doing his thing.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next in 5.5 minutes, pre-agency begins. It is the NFL tampering period. We will keep you up to date with all of the deals that were magically made within 1 minute, even though no one had talked before that exact time. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 972. Twitter completely down at the start of NFL free agency. WTF? Why the face? And so the question is going to become, where do you get your information from? Hopefully we are helping out with that. I opened up Instagram, and I guess I don't do a lot of Instagramming because the first thing that popped up was that Kyrie is out for the season with an ACL injury.
Instagram is behind. Instagram is not as up to date as the Twitter.
And from the 903, I know it's about to be the start of tampering period for the NFL. Does that mean they can legally start signing free agents, or do they have to wait? So you can agree to the framework of a deal, but not technically sign for 2 more days. And actually, I think it's on Wednesday at like 3 p.m., give or take. So it's about 53 hours, but we have begun. And if stuff goes down, we will get it to you as soon as we can.
Is the Twitter thing, is this Elon saying, you know what, until they start saying X, I'm going to really screw up NFL time for everybody so that nobody knows what's going on?
I will say I am a huge part of the reason then that we lost Twitter, because I call it Twitter.
Yeah, me too.
And I don't call it X, and I'm probably never going to call it X unless somehow I get forced to.
And well, right now, what if that's happening? He's trying to force you to. Or maybe there's not enough efficiency in that building right
This
now.
is a smart time. I mean, maybe that's true. I'm not going to say it.
I mean, it pretty much shows that there's not right now. There's got to be a reason.
All right. So, look, no. From the 817, guys, I just started that Netflix series with Robert De Niro, and then I wake up and hear Twitter and Instagram are all jacked up. Uh-oh. I'm not saying...
What happens on 0 Day?
I think it's like a cyber attack.
Oh, really?
I don't think that that's what's happening, but to be fair, I have no freaking idea. But we will let you know if you want to check it out. Do you do Threads? Is that still around? Is it Blue Sky? Is that a thing?
Blue Sky is an alternative.
Okay.
I believe that's a very liberal alternative.
Oh.
I believe. I'm not sure.
Well, okay. In the meantime, we head into free agency for the Cowboys with about $50 million to spend. Now, I realize a lot of that money will be carved out for the draft class, and they're still probably going to try to re-sign some of their own, like Brian Anger immediately jumps to mind. But the Cowboys have money if you would like to see them make some moves. It is possible this year, although the Cowboys have conditioned us to not necessarily expect it.
I heard a line that Trent Sig and Brian Anger go where Bones goes. And
really?
Like Anger, that's one of those things, Kevin, where you might have taken that for granted.
I can see that.
Because he's been a fantastic punter for you. And I don't know if that's the case. Maybe the Cowboys are like, no, we got the money to take care of you, make sure you're going to be around. And it seems like Trent Sig and Brandon Aubrey were really tight, but that shoulder surgery that Brandon Aubrey's having obviously is affecting their relationship.
Well, we'll see about that, and we'll see if today is Threads' opportunity to shine.
Schefter is posted on Threads. So
is he?
I'm going to go pull Threads back up, Kevin.
Yeah, I don't think I have that on my phone.
I have it.
All right.
Somewhere.
All right. You pull Threads up and let us know what's happening there. In the meantime, I actually wanted to talk about something completely different. If you could give me cut number 8, let's talk about Jacob deGrom.
deGrom in on the count at 1-2. He deals, and there's a swing and a miss by Witt on a slider that broke off the plate at 91.5 miles an hour. So 2 consecutive punch-outs for deGrom to start, both of them coming on the slider.
Now, I was originally, this topic was going to be shaped as, will this Ranger be the MLB comeback player of the year?
Okay.
But now I think I've shifted it, and Evan Grant wrote the article, and I'm like, man, I can't help but catch that fever. Jacob deGrom's spring debut from Evan Grant makes it clear, when healthy, he's the best pitcher in Major League Baseball.
It's true.
Now, there's probably a balance somewhere in between, hey, I've pitched enough and pitched well enough to be the comeback player of the year, and I have reminded everybody that I'm absolutely the best pitcher in all of baseball. And I know it's spring training, and it was only 2 innings, and I probably shouldn't freak out. but it was 2 perfect innings for DeGrom. He struck out a pair of big leaguers, struck out a minor leaguer or presumed minor leaguer as well. But Jacob DeGrom, he threw 31 pitches, 21 for strikes, and averaged at 97 miles per hour.
Yeah.
It's just, you can't help but be like, oh my gosh, I remember how amazing this is. But is this a sucker bet? Is this the same thing as me saying the Cowboys have $50 million in free agency, so maybe they'll go get people? Is that the same thing as me thinking Jacob DeGrom's back, he's healthy, and he's going to kick ass all year long?
Yes.
Okay.
It is. Well, and I think DeGrom's even saying the slow ramp is important to him. The way the Rangers are doing it. We talked last week with Jared about him being at the back of the rotation.
Yes.
Why can't you take it easy on DeGrom, Kevin? Why do you?
Because Evan Grant's headline got me all hyped up all over again.
That can be true. Listen, everybody. It can be true that DeGrom, when he pitches, is the best pitcher on the planet. When he's on the mound, you're probably not having a better pitcher on the mound. But we all know the reality, and so we just have to temper every expectation about what he is and understand that even if he has 12 strikeouts in 5 innings, he might be done for the day.
Yeah.
We've done everything we need to for the day. Bullpen is fine, and we'll take care of it. We don't need to push you anymore. Kevin, every time he gets on the mound, I will hold my breath most of the game just because I'm like, oh my gosh, just waiting for the moment where he looks to the dugout and then looks at his arm. Like, I'm just waiting for that.
Does that prevent you from enjoying his season?
I hope not. I'm dead serious. I hope not, because I've said this. I missed out on Max Scherzer's when he was at his best. I don't want to miss out on us having DeGrom still in his prime, or what the back part of his prime being, good to go. I don't want to miss it and not enjoy it. But it is a part of me that's kind of sitting there squeezing and clenching a little bit with every pitch that he throws. But he can still be great, but still have those things. And if we'll say it over and over, as long as he's great during the playoffs, we're happy.
Now, somebody asked who are going to be our 3 or 4 starters for the Rangers pitching. Now, logically, you'd say Gray and Bradford. Now, I realize since DeGrom's going to pitch at the back of the rotation, but I actually don't count him as like our 5th starter, which is maybe the way of cheating the system. But I think it goes something along the lines of DeGrom, Eovaldi, Gray, Bradford, and Malley.
Okay.
To start off, assuming everybody's healthy.
You want Rocker, though, right?
I mean,
after this weekend,
I do.
He was in an inner squad through 3 awesome innings,
which we needed because he's had a struggle to start, and it parallels our GM right now, which is a really fun story we'll get to.
When it comes to that, that was March 7th, right? The first outings of Rocker were before that, so we're good there.
Now, we're going to bounce back and forth between baseball and football, probably a lot of football during the day. The Bucs are taking a chance that Aaron Rodgers cursed everything with the Jets last year. They have given Hassan Reddick a 1-year, $14 million deal with $12 million guaranteed. Obviously, Reddick was a heck of a player for several years, and then last year he got sucked into the void of Jets terribleness. So we'll see if he bounces back for that. But Hassan Reddick, boom, magically got that deal done in 8 minutes.
Chris Godwin back to the Bucs, 3 years, $66 million. Chance to make 24 by the time it's done. And Kevin, your guys, the Kansas City Chiefs, you've always been a big fan of them.
Man, I was ready to rant this morning, but they got to take care of it.
They have a new blindside protector for Patrick Mahomes. Jalen Moore from the 49ers. They've reached an agreement, a 2-year, $30 million deal, so that he has a left tackle.
All right, so with him and Smith and obviously keeping Bolton, they're like, hey, we need to keep some of our defensive players. We need to make sure we continue to fortify our offensive line. And clearly Kansas City had a hell of a season last year.
If you are like trying to scroll Twitter and it's not working for you, Threads is like, that's where Schefter and Jordan Schultz and all of them are throwing up their big stuff right now.
And this is going to be a really dumb question. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to this. Is Threads a Facebook-owned property, or is it just its own?
It's from Instagram. So if Instagram is Facebook-owned, then it's everything I've ever posted on Instagram has gone to Threads, since I got Threads.
All right, gotcha. And from the 940, why is Kevin mad at the Cowboys? They signed Marquise Bell. All right, I'm not saying that I'm mad at the Cowboys or anything like that.
It feels like it,
but
though.
they did bring back. No, I was mad at myself for getting preemptively excited about the amount of money that the Cowboys have in free agency since, And then, yes, Threads is owned by Meta, which I guess owns all of these things.
Everything owns everything.
All right. So, Jacob deGrom, comeback player of the year. Yay or nay? I know you told me to just enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely capable of it. If he goes out there and pitches and makes it the majority of the season. I just need him to get through spring right now. All I'm hoping is please get through spring, buddy.
All right, that's way too measured. I need some crazy predictions. Alec, Corey is way too reasonable. Jacob deGrom, top 5 in Cy Young voting this year. Yay or nay?
Oh my gosh!
That's why I couldn't ask you.
You just said comeback player. Now you're already throwing him as a Cy Younger.
I just need to gauge where my excitement level can be at.
I'm actually going to have an old friend answer this.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Too
Tall says it could happen. All right, Corey. For the first time in the history of the Rangers, could they win the Cy Young this year because of Jacob deGrom? They've never had a Cy Young winner, ever.
In the history of the Rangers?
Nope.
Not even during Nolan's time?
No. Well, Nolan Ryan never won a Cy Young.
That's ridiculous.
I didn't vote for the Cy Young. I'm just
7 no-hitters in his career.
Okay, yeah, 7 more Cy Youngs than he ever won.
Should have 7 Cy Youngs then for each no-hitter.
Yeah, I'm dumbfounded.
Thank you very much, Boach.
All right. You said maybe comeback player of the year. Alec, up the
I think he's
ante.
definitely winning the Cy Young this year.
Oh.
Not even in the top 5. He's winning it.
My goodness, which makes your answer about comeback player of the year all the more confusing since you said he could do it,
Yeah.
but he will.
This is a different award,
Definitely,
though.
man.
Who wants comeback player of the year? Nobody. Nobody wants to win that unless they are coming back. And then they're like, I guess I want it. You don't want to start out as a comeback player of the year. Never want that.
What a heated competition that would be.
I mean, you
Jacob
got hurt.
deGrom wins Cy Young, but does not win comeback player
On the
of the year.
2-1-4 curveball for you. It's going to be Evaldi that gets the Cy Young.
That's fine with me. You've had numerous MVPs. I can think of at least 5 MVP seasons that Texas Rangers have had. They've never had a Cy Young. So I would love to see that happen. Evaldi, deGrom, whatever. All
I don't
right.
think Evaldi can. My personal opinion, I don't think he's a full season pitcher.
Okay.
I think he's going to have a moment where the Rangers are going to need to rest his arm a little bit, and then he's going to be ready for playoffs.
But if he won the Cy Young and deGrom was the comeback player of the year, holy moly, now you really got something to talk about. By the way, this is going to continue to evolve, but another thing that we saw on Friday is kind of sorry, I pushed the bell, an early look at the Rangers roster. I once again go to Evan Grant. I know I was kidding about that highlight, about the headline, but he does provide, him and Sean McFarland provide some excellent coverage, as does Kennedy Landry out there with the print media. We already told you about the starters. For the relievers, projection. This was as of Friday. Obviously, this changes quickly. Chris Martin, Luke Jackson, Sean Armstrong, Jacob Webb, Hobie Milner. That's nosebleeds guy. Robert Garcia, Dane Dunning, and Mark Church, infielders. Not particularly surprising here. Jake Berger, Marcus Semien, Corey Seager, Josh Young, Josh Smith, and Jock Peterson. Outfielders, Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter, Adolis Garcia, Leody Taveras, and Kevin Pillar. Now, in the outfield, especially with the minor injury to Adolis, though he was in BP yesterday, that's probably where the most interesting position battle lies in who is going to be your center fielder. Because I'll admit, I've kind of made the assumption that it was going to be Evan Carter, but maybe that is not the case.
Do we have a little more time to talk about that somewhere today?
Yes, we do.
Okay, because I want to dive a little further into that than we have at the moment.
Yes, we will.
Okay, good.
And then Hyman Higgy for the catchers. That would be what the roster looks like.
Dude, Hickey's fun to watch hit, man. He is fun to watch. He's got some pop to him. I did have a dream, though, that Jonah Heim won the home run derby. I don't think he's ever playing it, like going to compete in the home run derby, but I had a dream that he won it, and it was awesome. And he did it batting right-handed, and then he switched to lefty for the second round. It was pretty awesome.
You remember the year that we convinced Elvis Andrus to try to enter the home run derby, and he's like, dude, I've tried.
He's like, they've never asked me. And we were like, dude, you have hit 5 home runs in the last 3 years. You should definitely be in it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus fruit snacks can and will get you in trouble. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Legal tampering for the NFL has begun. 49ers offensive tackle Jalen Moore is on the way to the Kansas City Chiefs. 2 years, $30 million, including $21.24 million fully guaranteed. And then a big move for the Bears in the break. Former Falcons center Drew Dalman, who most people would say the best center on the market, he gets a 3-year, $42 million deal, $28 million guaranteed with the Chicago Bears. That will make him the second highest paid center in the NFL. And obviously, we've talked about this. The Bears needed to address their offensive line. So big step taken with that today. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea of what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM right here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer the question of the day. Plus, how fruit snacks and the NFL Combine do not mesh. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. A great story from now second-year wide receiver Keon Coleman of the Buffalo Bills. He was on a podcast talking about how fruit snacks got him in trouble. And we'll get to that in a little bit because today is a very important holiday, gentlemen. Today,
NFL free agency.
Yes, that's a holiday to me because I am spam refreshing any made-up social media accounts now because, Twitter doesn't want to work. So keeping an eye on that, but I'm also keeping an eye on the calendar because today is also National Mario Day.
Oh, yeah.
So,
this is March the 10th. Yeah, okay.
You see where it makes sense?
Spell it out.
It's kind of like the Star Wars May the 4th be with you, a little play on words.
That is clever.
Yeah, see?
That is clever.
That's great. That's something I could never think of. I'm not smart enough or clever enough.
That game's been out for 75 years. And this is the first time I've ever heard of this.
Really?
When was this a thing?
So I knew this was a thing for several years just because the Lego website will hype up, we got deals on Mario Legos.
Oh, okay. So I need to go to the Lego website more?
Yes.
It's interesting, and I don't want to
Lego.com?
I don't want to divert your question of the day. Can I add a side question of the day?
Sure.
Is that allowed? Have you learned about any specific days because of like a store or a retailer that you would not have known about otherwise? Because I think the Lego store is why I know about Mario Day.
Oh, man, it's giving me an option. Do I just continue on to Lego.com or go to the Play Zone? And I don't know which one.
You need to focus on the show.
877-881-1053. I'm doing research for y'all. So I'm focusing on the show. Back to you.
I hate that I knew exactly what you were about to ask because I go to that website more than I probably should. But in honor of National Mario Day, I'm gonna make this a little bit tough. You only get to play one video game for the rest of your life. What is that video game? 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. Because mine actually falls in the Mario family. I think it would be, you could give me any variation of Mario Kart. And I will play it happily because I feel like I never get bored of it. I always try to beat PRs and, do the mirrored mode to flip it backwards and try it a different way. Like, I love Mario Kart. I don't think I would ever get tired of it. I think I would be totally fine if that was the one video game I could actually play the rest of my life.
I'm going to go with, and I'll add a caveat on this. My gaming pretty much stopped with the GameCube. So I'm not going against anybody who games. Good for you. That's just not me.
I know the answer, though.
Do you?
I think I do.
Okay, let's hear it.
Words with Friends.
Okay.
Nobody's played that game since Mario came out, and Kevin still plays it.
I quit playing that game.
What?
Let me ask you.
Because you were getting upset with people for cheating?
No, that's why a very funny
It became boring
a very
to you?
fun friend of ours was like, I don't like playing with Kevin. I was like, okay. Alec, if I have one of those micro games that you download on your phone and I'm now top 50 in the world on score, that means I need to stop playing that game, right? And I have a problem.
No, I think you need to keep going. You need to aim for top 10 now.
Yeah. It's
not what I needed to hear.
I've become enamored with
Penny and
my
Flo.
crossword
Here we
puzzle
go.
ranking. I'm currently in the top 300 in the world in my crossword puzzle. I think I'm in the top 48,000 in Clash of Clans, but my kid only wants to call it the acronym, so he's just running around saying that all the time. But yeah, those two games, I'm definitely,
I get that.
I'm definitely, if it was one video game for the rest of my life, it's Call of Duty. It's broken. It's weird, but I did retire. I think April 28th, I'm making a comeback. If anybody wants to hop back in, I think April 28th is when we're coming back. But it's all I could play that all night, all day, and just be extremely happy. I could sit there and watch people play, and I'm like, oh, this is fun.
So I'm going to go with Nintendo 64's WWF No Mercy game. That's
such a deep cut.
One of the greatest wrestling games of all time. And look, again, my gaming peaked out with a Nintendo 64, even though I was totally awful at GoldenEye and the GameCube. People like playing GoldenEye with me because I was the person that I would look up at the screen and see the back of my head in somebody's screen. And I was like, oh no. And then I would be dead. And so, NWO WCW Revenge was awesome. No Mercy took it to the next level. That would be the game I don't think I would ever get tired of.
I'm watching No Mercy right now, Kevin, and there's a guy who has hearts on his pants.
Is it Bret Hart?
Really?
I don't know.
It looks like he's kicking Hulk Hogan, but his leg keeps going through Hulk Hogan.
Hey, the question, correct me if I'm wrong, Alec, the question was not which game has the most cutting edge graphics. It was, which game would you play forever?
Oh, Goldust just made an appearance.
Because
he looks like Cody.
Next on my list might be the original Zelda. So look, I'm not picking the best looking graphics.
Man, if you want modern day wrestling games, WWE 2K13 will forever have my heart. It was the one with CM Punk on the cover. That is where it peaked for me in the 2K era. Oh boy, that was such a fun game. I still have it buried somewhere. I might have to dig it out and play a few matches there, do a couple Royal Rumbles. I'd create a wrestler, because I still, to this day, not the biggest guy, but especially when I was a kid, was always the smallest kid in the group. So I'd make my creator wrestler like 6'5", 275 pounds, just completely chiseled.
Would you call him Big Red?
Yes, actually. Because, like for your ring entrance, you have to pick from pre-selected names because they're actually this is before AI or anything. So they actually had to record these taglines and stuff. So you had to choose pre-made names. So I would do the Red Machine or the Red Monster or Big Red or something like that. And I would make myself the #1 entrant in the Royal Rumble every year and I would win. I would sit there through an hour of playing a video game and win the Royal Rumble with 15 eliminations, if not more. And I would go on and main event WrestleMania. It was great.
That's awesome. By the way, for people asking about my game, it's called Penny and Flo. It's like a fun sort of puzzle game. I enjoy it very much. And then Adam Schefter reporting that defensive tackle BJ Hill signing a 3-year, $33 million deal with $16 million guaranteed with the Bengals. And then Schefter put out an interesting note. We had talked about the remaking of the Bears offensive line. You've got Dalman in the middle, and then starting from the left side, Braxton Jones, Joe Thuney, and then on the right side, Jonah Jackson at guard and Darnell Wright at the right tackle. So they have put a lot of resources into this. Whether or not it pays off for Caleb and crew, we'll see.
And that might also be the side effects of two things. One, a GM that's been in place for a couple of staff changes that he might be on the hot seat. And two, the new hotshot head coach coming in and he says, look, if you want me to work my offensive magic, I've got to keep the quarterback standing. So can we invest some assets, please? And like you said, time will tell if that actually works. But it's cool to see teams actually address needs.
It really is. I feel like that might have been a shot at the Cowboys. But
maybe.
don't you worry. They know what they're doing.
Dude, this is awesome. Birdman and Tatanka just made their way into the ring.
I have not heard Tatanka's name in so long.
Coco Beware?
They literally threw the Undertaker through the cage. Like, he went through the cage. They threw him.
Oh, so you're in on my game is what I'm hearing.
I'm in on this video. It's like when Tatanka came running out, his face was just flat. All right. They looked like they drew a little pig's face on a flat piece of paper and then just like stuck it. Again, Kevin, the graphics aren't spectacular.
That might be the most hurtful insult I've ever heard.
Oh,
for a
it's
video
not.
game.
It's not the Undertaker. Who's the other guy? Who's this guy? He's hold on. He also wears a heart on his stuff, and he has
on his sleeve.
Yeah, that guy right there. Who's that?
That's Bret Hart.
Okay, the other guy had hearts on his pants. I think maybe it was somebody else.
All right. We'll get back to you.
Sorry, No Mercy really got me. A heroic attitude comes to a crushing end at WrestleMania, thanks to an old friend.
Back to you, Alex.
Let's see, from the 214, the one video game they would choose to play for the rest of time, Red Dead Redemption 2.
Ooh.
From the 432 GTA, basically the modern day version of Red Dead Redemption.
Dude,
I like that.
Red Dead, my kid played that, and that like seemed like an endless world. It seemed like you could just find new things, and you had to go find you had to climb a mountain in Antarctica or something. And it was a really cool looking game.
I swear I never achieved anything productive in that game because I would play online with my friends and we would just sneak up on each other riding a horse and just throw a lasso, yank them off their horse.
And then run.
And the crazy thing is, it's so realistic. The horse freaks out and runs away. So then they need to go get a new horse and they're mad at you because they're like, I only got $10 and a horse costs $12.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was so
you had to go
chaotic.
see a man about a horse.
And then you can go yeet them off the side of the mountain.
We would actually do that, yeah. You could actually hog tie like your friends and like drag them with your horse and then just launch them off
the
the
hell
hill.
kind of game is this?
It's a fun game.
It was really fun, yeah, absolutely. NBA 2K from the 972, Guitar Hero 3 from the 903.
Dude, 2K can definitely, and what they've done, Heartbreak Kid, it was Heartbart Kid who that was.
That makes sense.
The 2K is one of those games where you create the U mode, your career. You can really get hooked in because they have all these fun little storylines. You go to your apartment and Shaq's just hanging out, or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's like, "Hey, I see you got a new MVP trophy," and you're like,
then he tells you about his aphid. Yeah.
Jeez.
If you're listening to this station all the time, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I hear it in my sleep, if we're being honest. From Ian Rappaport of the NFL, because, you know, that's the league that runs this thing. Defensive tackle Javon Kinlaw to the Commanders. 3 years, $45 million, $30 million guaranteed. So the Commanders loading up on defense as well. And
it's not like we need defensive tackles.
Of course they are.
Nobody needs defensive tackle.
We got Osa.
Yeah.
That's right. He was on our airwaves this morning.
On a discount.
All's
Look at
right
that.
in the world.
Real quick, I'm going to run some of this from 7 p.m. in Brooklyn, the podcast. Keon Coleman, the Bills receiver, was on, and they were talking about the NFL Combine, and he said he's not a big fan of it.
Did you ever like watching the combine?
Not me. We got linemen out here running a 40 and vertical jumping. When they ever doing that? It's kind of set up to kind of throw you off your P's and Q's so you can mess up. You be out there all day. Team's mad I'm eating fruit snacks. I'm like, I'm hungry. I'm listening. Can I, grab a little fruit snack every now and then? Y'all got all the snacks in here, but that's just for show. If you ain't gonna drive me over some fruit snacks.
It becomes a headline. It's like, oh man, this is disrespectful.
Disrespectful, yeah. If you could change the combine, how would you change it? I'd change it from Indianapolis at least. Texas,
So
Damn,
some fruit
what
snacks.
a last-minute drive-by on Indy right there.
Traded
He was
Indy
like,
at some
man, you have me working out here. I'm running all over the place doing these drills, and you want to interview me after I'm hungry. And you got these fruit snacks sitting here, but I'm unprofessional because I want to eat a fruit snack. And then he's like, yeah, Indianapolis, get it out of there, put it in Texas or something.
That does seem like the thing teams would key in on. Is like, I don't know. You just took the fruit snacks without asking. Who cares?
That's so dumb.
If he would have took like the Oreos or something, we would have been a little bit more okay with that. Get some sugar in there, but he took the fruit snacks without asking, and that's the offensive coordinator's favorite snack. They were there for him, so I don't know. But hey, unprofessional if you eat fruit snacks, which I have some in my bag, so I'm not going to eat them today.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we got into Gridiron Gravy. Not only free agency today, but the NFL offseason kicked into high gear over the weekend. We'll catch you up next on The Fan.
Your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
With the first and goal, Rodgers caught, touchdown. Jets have got the lead back. Davante Adams.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I know normally we go to the Corey news desk, but before we get into Gridiron, I believe we have to go to the Alec news desk for news.
We do, and breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. The Jaguars are signing Jordan Lewis per Peter Schrager. He becomes the NFL's highest paid nickel corner.
Okay, so I know that leads us in the right direction, but specifically then we don't have an exact price. But anytime you hear highest paid, it was easy to assume that the Cowboys would be out. Well, that really sucks.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Jordan Lewis, the way that the style that he plays, and I've said this a lot of times. He never makes business decisions, which means he goes and tackles.
Yeah.
And if he sees that a play needs to be made, he's like, I'm going to put my nose in there and go make the play instead of, hey, you know what? I'm going to let my safety do it. And so I've always admired that about his play style. Now, he had some injuries, but I thought he was growing and developing into a really good leader in that locker room. And now he is going to go to the Jaguars, where I'm interested to see what they put together there.
Yeah.
I mean, he got paid. And
Yeah.
that's what ultimately what free agency is about. Can you get paid or not? And he definitely did get paid, as he just pointed out, highest paid nickel.
Because I think we talked about Spotrac had it at we think he'll get a 2-year deal worth $6 million total. And you're like, oh my gosh, I could not say yes to that fast enough. I could see why Jordan Lewis would not be as enthralled by that idea, and safe to say he's made significantly more money than that. And so now all of a sudden you're losing a cornerback, nickel or not, that was a huge part of your team. And Deron Bland is in the wings, obviously probably waiting to get paid. Trayvon Diggs, you already paid, and he has, unfortunately, because of injuries, been a colossal disappointment since he got all of the money. So I'm curious to see what the next move is for the Cowboys.
Good luck to them as they try. Hey, Kevin, Jerry told us last week, doesn't see any or 2 weeks ago, doesn't see any voids that they need to fill in free agency.
Yeah.
So they'll do it in the draft. So that's obviously where they're going to go to fill this. Either they have it already in-house or they're going to go to the draft.
And I didn't realize until maybe 2 years ago how fiery people had opinions on Jordan Lewis from the 214. Bro, 2 years ago, we wanted to run him out of here. And then from the 214, he had a good year last year because he tried hard for his contract. Man, I don't know. I always liked him pretty well. I realize he had his flaws, but for the amount of money that you had him on this team for much of that time, I thought it was a good value.
Yeah, and I think, you could probably attest that I've been a big fan of his for quite some time. So
yeah,
good for him.
He's moving on down the road to Jacksonville, so no more Jordan Lewis with the Dallas Cowboys. But there's been a lot of stuff already happening today. So right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Jimmy Garoppolo back with the Rams on a 1-year deal, though safe to say that is not the biggest splash the Rams have had in the last couple of days. They signed Davante Adams to a 2-year, $46 million deal with $26 million guaranteed. I was really curious to see what Davante Adams' deal was going to look like. And so for people who want the Cowboys to maybe trade for Cooper Kupp, here's the comparison in the last 3 seasons. Kupp, 201 catches. Adams, 288. Kupp, 17 touchdowns. Adams, 30 touchdowns. So, again,
because he's played more games.
That is true.
That is the definite fact there.
And we talked about it earlier. Everyone got sucked into the void of terribleness for the New York Jets, but we'll see what Davante Adams does now that he's going to the Rams. So the Rams went from, hey, maybe we don't need Matthew Stafford. We're comfortable with Jimmy Garoppolo, too. We're keeping Stafford. We're still going to bring back Garoppolo, and we're going to make a trade for Devontae Adams to upgrade our, depending on what you think about Puka, our 1 or 2 wide receiver.
Dude, that's a good question what you think about him, because I think Puka's a 1.
Yes.
And Devontae Adams is a 1. So, like, this is going to be great for Matthew Stafford to have 2 guys like that. And I think Devontae Adams relatively healthy. Is to be out on the field, like, he's a great route runner. He sees the game the same way as Stafford. That offense is going to be very potent this year.
Now, let's go to another wide receiver. The Seattle Seahawks traded DK Metcalf to the Steelers for a second-round pick, and then Metcalf, immediately signed a 5-year, $150 million extension. We talked about this last week. I will say it again. I think that's too high. And I'm not quite sure what the Steelers are doing, especially with a whole bunch of, I guess, kind of spare part quarterbacks laying around.
I'm with you on DK. I think the dude, like, physically is a beast. We saw Seattle absolutely destroy the Cowboys defense in that game for sure. And DK Metcalf was right there at the forefront of it. I saw it happen. I'm with you, though, on I don't think he's as good as a lot of people think he is. I think it was Chris Sims I saw this morning say he's very interested in this because he didn't think quarterback play in Seattle was that good and didn't maximize what DK was. And then he said, but I'm even more interested now in what the Steelers are going to do at quarterback.
Yes.
Because that thing is looking like, hey, we want Fields, we want Russell Wilson, we want Aaron Rodgers. We're going to talk to all 3 and figure out which one, and none of them are good options.
And the other team that might end up with Aaron Rodgers is the Giants. So right now, the Giants have 1 quarterback under contract, and that is Tommy DeVito, baby. Now, I know there's also thought that they could draft a quarterback. There are some people who believe they will draft a quarterback and bring in Aaron Rodgers to try to have that mentorship in place because you know how well that's worked in the past. So we'll see. But as of right now, the Giants are clearly going to make some more moves at quarterback. But
they got rid of Zach Wilson. They were like, hey, we'll have Aaron Rodgers come in and kind of usher it in for. Nope, we got rid of him.
Which is confusing probably for him, I'm sure. And in other quarterback news, the Raiders traded a 3rd-round pick for Geno Smith. We talked about this yesterday. This weekend was unbelievable for NFL news. It was just boom, 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 boom. And now you stack it on with today with the big news already being Jordan Lewis, not Jordan Love, Jordan Lewis on his way to Jacksonville, no longer with the Dallas Cowboys, but Geno Smith on his way to the Raiders. Then you wonder if Sam Darnold is on his way to the Seahawks. At least that would be my guess, but we'll see how that shakes out.
I really do want Aaron Rodgers to land in Minnesota, though.
And follow the Brett Favre career
the whole
trajectory.
Arc. Yeah, just finish it off there, and then post-career, we know what's going to happen.
Is he gonna? I need to move that bell.
That bell jumped off sides way too many times
That
today.
did seem like I really think Aaron Rodgers is gonna get in trouble for stealing money from the government and charities and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm gonna move that bell over just a little bit because I'm not necessarily saying that is gonna happen.
You just like to fidget with things.
That is true.
You need a spinner.
Geno Smith with the Seahawks do anything for you?
Going to Vegas? Is that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Leaving the Seahawks to go to Vegas, yes.
Vegas, they don't sound any alarms for me yet.
Sure.
And I'm sure there's a Raiders fan that's just furious. What about the Cowboys? I get it. That's my team. Vegas is what it is, and it hasn't been good lately.
By the way, if your retort on most of these things is, what about the Cowboys? They're not good at this. My response is probably going to be like, yeah.
Yeah. Good point. You win. But like they just don't move the needle at all for me. So I feel like he's being sent to a bad place right now. That's how I feel for him right now. But we'll see if it turns out for him. They needed a better quarterback, and they got a better one than they had.
Over the weekend, the Kansas City Chiefs signed Hollywood Brown. I know they re-signed him. I know that's somebody that maybe the Cowboys would be taking an interest in. And then, I don't know if this pushed them even more to make the news, but Xavier Worthy got arrested on felony domestic violence charges over the weekend, and then the district attorney said they're not going to charge him.
Okay.
And so, like, I don't know if this was always the Chiefs' plan, or if they're like, oh no, is he in trouble? Then maybe we do need to go ahead and pull the trigger. I don't know, but as of now, no charges. So hopefully they've dodged a bullet. It's you always hate to hear about domestic violence situations. The Ravens locked down Ronnie Stanley. He's not going anywhere. 3 years, $60 million.
I'm serious. Like, I would love for the Cowboys to have one of these names that I'm seeing on offensive line.
Do you want me to tell you who they're actually going to get, though?
Brock Hoffman.
Tell me this doesn't make all the sense in the world. The Bills released Von Miller to free up $8.4 million in cap space.
Stop it.
But tell me I'm wrong. Does the Cowboys signing Von Miller in the year 2025 not feel like something the Cowboys would absolutely do?
It is many years after his prime. He is 35 years old. It seems like the perfect thing for the Cowboys.
We'll be all in.
Yeah, exactly. Do you remember that time we offered you, we offered you maybe $4 million to come play defensive end for us, and you said no? $4 million looking pretty good right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they're like, he's like, oh, and they're like, yeah, we could make it 3.
I mean, look, I could see that being a thing.
Gerald McCoy.
That happens.
It is the names that you're like,
they like to
we wanted this 3 years ago, dude.
Aaron Jones re-signed with the Vikings. Greg Rousseau re-signed with the Bills. And then the 49ers cut Malik Collins, and the Lions are going to release Zadarius Smith. A lot of stuff happening today. Another big move for the Chiefs. They re-signed Nick Bolton the day before his birthday. So his birthday is actually today. So hooray. Contract extension. You get to stay with the Chiefs. Feels like a pretty darn good weekend.
You celebrate then, huh?
Absolutely.
Where?
I don't.
Hurtado in Dallas.
Oh, okay. All right. Either that or Chuck E. Cheese was going to be my guess. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the good, the bad, and the confusing of Rangers spring training thus far. Plus, probably more NFL free agency stuffs next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to take you to Mike Garofalo, or Garofalo if you're fancy. He said that agents and teams are hitting up like him, Schefter, Rappaport, like the newsmakers, and saying, what are you guys doing? Because they follow all of this on Twitter as well. So with X, Twitter still down, they're operating and they don't know what some of this stuff is happening. And so Chase Daniel, quote, threaded that, I guess, teams literally don't know what to do without Twitter. It's quite literally how they get their information is from other insiders. Now, can you quibble with the fact that he used literally twice in the same sentence? You can. But it's an interesting dynamic that for a huge sports day with a lot of this usually happening on Twitter, People have been moving over to Threads, Schefter, Rappaport. People have been like, hey, check out Threads. And the thing that we learned in the break, specifically what the numbers are for Jordan Lewis. And as soon as you heard this, I thought that there's no way in hell the Cowboys were ever going to pay this. Jordan Lewis to the Jags, we talked about that before. 3 years, $30 million total. Woo! With $20 million guaranteed.
I'm happy for him, man.
So $10 million per year guaranteed, $10 million per year with $20 million guaranteed. You just said you're happy for him. Why?
I like Jordan Lewis. And
I do too.
All these dudes get into this. They do their job and they hope that they get recognized and paid. Some team out there will pay them if they do a good job. Somebody suggested, Kevin, on the fan text moments ago, that the only reason Jordan Lewis played good this year was because he had a contract coming up. And that is one of my 3 definite things: is contract season, revenge, and fun babies. And maybe that was an extra reason to have the juice. But he played the same kind of game that he played all along. So he was just healthy all this year.
Now, while the Chicago Bears have been stocking up on offensive lines, so are the Tennessee Titans. So they agree with the generically named Dan Moore on a 4-year, $82 million deal.
The only thing more generic is like David Moore. That would be a generic name.
Oh, that's true.
I like David Moore.
Dan Moore, 4-year, $82 million deal with $50 million guaranteed and $30 million in year 1 for the Titans. So they take him away from the Steelers, now with the Titans.
It makes sense. Will Levis is not the best quarterback. And there are a lot of times whenever he's under duress, he makes poor decisions. And then his coach says, what the F are you doing?
And if it's not him, it'll probably be a rookie, right?
And that was the other thing that I was hitting there, is that they're looking at somebody else. So that is a very good approach, is make sure you have a line to protect your quarterback, no matter who they are and how young they are.
The Panthers.
I mean, look at the Bears. They said, let's do the same thing.
Now, I'm going to get to the Mansfield native in just a second, but while we're trying to bring you all of the news, it looks like the Panthers are about to get a deal done with Milton Williams. So that's obviously somebody that we talked about. A great deal, had a huge impact in the Super Bowl. I'm curious what his number looks like after we talk so much about Osa. Now to the Alec news desk for local news.
Not born here, but played his high school ball in Mansfield, Paulson Adebo is signing with the New York Giants after a few solid years with the New Orleans Saints. Sounds like he's going to get a nice payday. Waiting on numbers for that, because as soon as the news came out, Twitter went down again. So as soon as we get numbers,
so it did come back up for a minute, though?
Yes, it did. It literally just so I could get that notification. And when I tapped on the notification, it says error, post not loading. So, but Rappaport did repost it on Threads. So, and they were talking about it on NFL Network a second ago. So that deal is done. The Saints lose a Mansfield product.
And we'll keep an eye out on Milton Williams to the Panthers as teams are moving and shaking. And a lot of this weekend was teams keeping their own players, but obviously not so much today.
You just said that NFL teams are like, what are y'all doing?
Yes.
And I'm kind of curious if they're watching Twitter, like NFL teams watching Twitter, what are the Cowboys doing? Are they just like, because they're not doing anything. They're like, we just made our moves last night. Did you not see that? We signed Marquise Bell, which, by the way, I want to add.
And it's nothing against Marquise Bell.
I was told, go look at Eddie Jackson's career in Chicago and what Eberflus did with him, and they were like, Marquise Bell could be another Eddie Jackson, find his footing in that kind of defense. He's a physical kind of guy. Eddie Jackson had his best year whenever Eberflus got there, since like he was 25 and he was an all pro. So like that was his best. So the Eddie Jackson comparison is kind of what I'm going with. But that's one dude that I don't even know. Is he a starter on this team? Like the rest of it is.
I don't think.
Do the Cowboys sit around and they're just like, no, we're not. This is a first wave. Give me the list at the end of the day, and then we'll look at what is left tomorrow.
Okay.
I really want to know what they are doing.
Because can you not see a scenario where that exact thing is playing out? And I'm going to tell you why that annoys me. Well, I'm sure you could probably figure it out. But let's just say
are teams overpaying today?
Probably. And that's why. But don't you at least want to know? Like, I do not believe this is going to be the case. But what if for some reason they're like, oh yeah, Milton Williams, 4 years, $48 million total. And you're like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
And so like, I just want to know that they made the calls to these agents or the agents called them and then they heard what we had to offer, laughed at them, hung up the phone and went back to the real teams. I would honestly feel better about that because at least you made the phone call. What I'm worried about, Corey, is exactly what you just said. I'm worried that the day wraps up, they get a sheet maybe off of a dot matrix printer, and it tells you all of the deals that got done. And you're like, here are the names that are now left, even though you didn't look into any of these people.
What I love so much is that Alec didn't even laugh about the dot matrix commercial because he doesn't know. He never seen a dot matrix printer before. He doesn't know that. He's too young for that. We got laser jets is what he grew up on, you know?
Yeah.
And now we're at 3D printers. So
what?
And from the 254, Jordan Lewis is gone. That's why you got to turn it on, leave it on. Broke that news about maybe 25 minutes ago. 3-year, $30 million deal with $20 million guaranteed to go to the Jags.
From the 432, Jerry paid off Twitter to crash because he knows the Cowboys aren't going to do anything. But again,
the only thing I can do to not get madder is to laugh. So
I don't know if Kevin, you just teams may be overpaying today. That is a reality.
I accept that for sure.
And I that's why I want to know that at least they're paying attention to that. And if that, and maybe that's something that we need to just get used to as a fan base. Hey guys, we don't, but we're going to crush it on day 2. You know, and that's where I want to be like, look, and it works out for us. Instead of last year when we looked at it and we were like, oh my gosh, none of the free agents, they're all hurt. They're all old.
Yes.
I want to just know that it works and that other teams are sitting there going, why do the Cowboys keep doing this? We have to copy what they're doing. That doesn't feel like it, though.
And I'm not saying that they were ever going to be involved in, you know, Hassan Reddick.
Right.
Or Javon Kinlaw or Dan Moore, any of these people. I'm not saying they would have been involved in any of these, but I just would love to know if they made the phone call. That's what I want to know. Did you make the phone call and they're like, it's not going to work out?
Carlton Davis, cornerback, 3 years, $60 million, $35.4 million, fully guaranteed.
And that feeds into the idea of why the Cowboys might not be playing.
And you're a bargain shopper.
I am.
You love coupons.
I do.
Dude, I've seen him clip coupons before. When we would work weekends, he would come in here with a newspaper and clip coupons.
We have a coupon folder at the house still. Like, I don't even know why you're trying to disparage that. All right, but think about it like this. Let's use Carlton Davis. That's a great example. All right, so Carlton Davis is going to the Patriots. And I get it. The Patriots have all the money, and you probably didn't want to get into a bidding war with them. Well, for some reason, if you decided that Carlton Davis was the dude that would make this defense run again. Mm-hmm. And you're like, hey, I know we're going to lose Jordan Lewis. Maybe we're going to have injury problems, Trayvon Diggs. I believe that Carlton Davis is going to make things happen for this team. You have the money. You have about $50 million, and I know it can kind of vary. If you would have pulled the trigger on the Micah extension by now, you would have been up to $62 million. And yes, it is weird that you pay somebody a lot of money and then you get more cap space, but that's just the way it works because he's on a static 1 year, $24 million deal right now. If you saw somebody, and there's a good chance you didn't, but could there not be a free agent that you might have coveted?
Yeah, maybe so.
And I know, like, I'm afraid of what happened with all of these other players in the past. And like, remember what happened with Nnamdi Asomugha? That's great. Just take a look. And if they did and they couldn't afford it, then I will take back that critique. Good for them for checking and being like, oh yeah, this is never going to work. Sorry.
From the 907, per Adam Schefter, the Cowboys were unaware this was the start of the legal tampering period.
So, can I give you a great example of that? Corey knows how mad I was about this last year. But we needed to move on. We had other things to talk about, and you only get a finite amount of time when you're talking to people. We had Stephen Jones in our tent last year, and we asked about Micah. I might not tell the rest of that story. But we asked about Micah, and he goes, oh, well, Micah, like that's... that just happened. And yes, it did. So it just happened last year. He was just now eligible for a contract at a position that continues to go up and up and up. I get it. You got to have two to tango. And if his agency was never interested in doing that last year, rock on. Then there's nothing you can do. But did we really check? Or did we go, well, why would we do that now? We just paid CeeDee Lamb more money than we would have had to because we waited. We just paid Dak Prescott more money than we would have had to because we just waited. Should we learn a lesson from all of that? Pass. He just became eligible. Let's talk about it next year. All right, next year is here. Micah Parsons. I desperately want to get this done to make sure the Cowboys have money in free agency. The Cowboys' response is, yeah, no, we haven't talked. We'll probably talk the combine or something, figure it out. And then nothing happens again. And then Myles Garrett gets all of the money, makes the market jump up $5.5 million per year. Micah Parsons wakes up and he goes, LOL, yo, WTF. Because he's about to get even more money because the Cowboys sat there and did nothing.
From the 865, I don't know what makes me angrier. The Joneses are being reminded of the sound of a dot matrix printer.
That's what I think of with the Cowboys right now.
That sound, the way it would.
The Cowboys on free agency are the dot matrix printer where the paper got stuck and you just keep running the same line over and over and over again. You pull out that paper and it's like the thickest line of ink you've ever seen in your life. And you're like, well, great. What a giant waste of time.
This is the life we've chosen.
I know, Jerry. Sometimes I regret it. And I shouldn't be this mad because you know what the logical text in is? What the hell did you think was going to happen, Kevin? That's a fair point. And I need to calm down. But it's not even about spending the money. It's like, did you put in the effort? That's my only question. I don't need the Cowboys to sign a whole bunch of people today. Did you put in the effort? Did you at least try to try?
I feel like the effort was we know get to the draft, fill that up, and then we're good. That's what Jerry told us, Kevin.
He did.
Hey, look, we're going to fill some spots that we have, we're going to go get us a Zach Thomas kind of guy, an older player that plays linebacker.
Or maybe really Zach Thomas.
Eric Kendricks, and we're going to throw it in there, and then, we'll do that the next thing. But, yeah, at the moment, there's a lot of buzzing, and the Cowboys aren't part of the buzz. And that is what we're kind of used to here.
Yeah, that is frustrating. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more free agency. We can talk more about the Dallas Cowboys salary cap situation, or we can dive back into Rangers. Plenty of options, all of it coming at you in the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, for you.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line if you want to get involved in the conversation. Also, in this segment, we'll have a ticket giveaway to go see The Fray when they come to the Southside Ballroom on Friday, July 25th. Now, a text came in from the 214. This is a fair question, and I just wanted to go ahead and answer it. Why do y'all get so emotional? You're a radio host and a fan. You're not in the front office. Now, Corey's response was, fans never get emotional, ? Because we were all born and raised in the Metroplex, all three of us.
Mm-hmm.
And we all grew up as Cowboys fans. And I know we talked about it. Mike got to the breaking point where he just couldn't be a Cowboys fan anymore. I'm a Cowboys fan now. I'm sure I'll be a Cowboys fan the entirety of my life, just like my mom was, just like my two boys are. Well, Noah will eventually be a Cowboys fan. And so I'm frustrated because, not because they're not signing anybody, but I just wonder about the lack of effort that's taking place, or the perceived lack of effort, especially for a franchise that has the longest championship game drought in the entire NFC. Feels like at some point
Did you throw air quotes up when you said that, though?
Yeah, I will not, because that's a real thing, Stephen. We didn't just make it up. And so that's why me personally, get frustrated. It's not because they're not signing anybody. It's because they didn't even get like the Micah extension done and things like that.
Yeah, and for me, it's the Micah extension. I understand where you stand on that, because a lot of that is based on, in your mind, how they can approach the next free agent.
Yes.
And so how they can make their team better. For me, it's making your team better is by adding talent. And it feels like the Cowboys just say, that talent is not for us. I can't afford it. I'm not going to afford it. We're just going to leave it alone. It did feel like that was when Bill Parcells got here. They started a lot of that mentality.
Yeah.
I remember Parcells talking about, look, this is how we do it. You're going to pay a real premium early on for guys. If you just wait it out, you can get some other guys for cheaper and still build a relatively good team. And so that is their approach. It'll work its way out at some point, I'm sure.
That's the spirit. Now, we're going to talk some more about the Rangers. More free agency stuff happens, and we've been getting it left and right. I probably shouldn't have said it like that. We will let you know. But in the meantime, let's talk about baseball. The good, the bad, and the confusing of Rangers spring training thus far. Do you want to go with the good, the bad, or the confusing?
I mean, let's start. I'm going to go in order, but I feel like we're going to spend a lot of time on the bad and the confusing.
Okay. So Corey already with a negative outlook.
I'm already confused.
So the good. Now I want to say with all of this, it's spring training. I get that. And keep that in mind with any of the discussions that we have. The team is hitting fastballs better. That has actually been that was a struggle for the Rangers last year. They were 26th in fastball, in hitting percentage, in batting average, and things like that.
Which is one of the reasons they added Jake Berger, who crushes fastballs. Sure. Jock Peterson, and quite honestly, in the World Series year, Nathaniel Lowe could not hit a fastball. Go back and watch. I think he had like an 18 pitch at bat at one point in the Astros series, which led to a fantastic moment because of what he did. But the reason it was he was fighting off fastballs, knocking them opposite field foul because he couldn't catch up to it. He needed a changeup, and he could crush changeups. Last year was a real struggle. So they said, what are we gonna do? Hope Seager's back and healthy. Wyatt Langford, year 2. Marcus Semien told us the other day, right, when we had him on, I'm hunting fastball inside. Yeah. If I see fastball inside, I'm swinging immediately because he thinks that's the place I can pull and put it out of the park. And then that's by adding those two guys, you have 2 other guys in your lineup that crush there. So this is a good thing to see early on. Bochy did say, sometimes guys are kind of catching up to things and then they finally catch up to speed. But it looks like they're where they want to be right now.
Now, specifically with the 4-seam fastball, the major league lineup thus far in spring training has been significantly better. They're hitting .275 and are 8th in slugging against the 4-seam fastball. And like we said, they jumped up. They're 9th in spring training right now, hitting against the 4-seam fastball, whereas last season, in the regular season, they were 26th. Now, you mentioned a specific player right there, Wyatt Langford. We talked about how Dos Garcia was taking some BP, but Wyatt Langford is back out there. And we've been talking about the oblique injury that he suffered, even though he did confirm to us in spring training that both obliques are pretty important.
But he understood the importance of the left one for a right-handed hitter.
He did. He made his debut on Saturday, had an exit velocity of 97.6 on a single. And then yesterday, he had an exit velocity of 103.1 on a single against the Diamondbacks, where you don't want to know anything else about that game because it was a catastrophe.
Was it 14-1 or 10?
That is correct. It was 14-1. But the point is, Saturday, Sunday, Wyatt Langford with a pair of singles, but probably more importantly, smashing the ball on those singles.
That is a big deal right now with serious power. We know what he's capable of. Like that's been a thing that we've known what he's capable of. Can he do that in season 2?
From the 469. I'm sorry.
Don't do it.
Is that okay? Is this rude? And I appreciate the engagement. I just want to encourage people to listen. Breaking news: Jordan Lewis gone. Okay, we broke that news.
Hold on, they followed up.
Okay,
they had really hoped to retain him, but he left for the Jaguars.
Okay. So we broke that news about 45 minutes ago. I can give you even more information.
That is a person that's just hopping in on their lunch break.
3 years, $30 million, $20 million guaranteed, becomes the highest paid nickel cornerback in the league. So I'm with you. That's why we got the app. We would love it if y'all could listen all the time and make sure that you're caught up with all of the latest information. All right. For the Rangers, the bad.
This is bad.
Do you want to go with Adolis or Rocker?
Oh, I don't know anything bad about Rocker.
Okay.
Everything's great in my world.
So, and you might still feel that way. This is just a fun story that could potentially be bad.
I don't know how you can say fun and bad at the same time.
Hear me out then.
Unless I'm having fun with a baddie.
Okay.
Both of the redheads perked up.
I understood what that meant. And yes, there was a comment once going all the way back to the beginning of our show where someone said that Mrs. Rachel was a baddie. If you really want to connect the entire show. All right. Kumar Rocker, he's allowed 8 runs in 2 innings of Cactus League play on the main field, so not in the B games or anything like that. But You know who helped talk him through it? Chris Young. Chris Young's first ever spring training with Bruce Bochy's San Diego Padres. That spring, he gave up 22 runs in 20 innings, and he walked 14 batters. So it went really, really terrible, and he turned out to be okay. But Chris Young said, yeah, it kind of reminded me of my first spring training pitching for Boch. I had the worst spring training you've ever seen. I couldn't get anybody out. It was horrendous. I kept thinking, what day are they going to send me down? Boch and I have had some laughs remembering that. And then they pivoted, and this is the good part. But they just said that Rocker hasn't refined his command yet. But everything physically, medically, good to go.
That's great to hear. Like, seriously, dude, this is a guy who
for sure
pitched a couple games last year for you. By the way, from the 469, just hopping in for my lunch break. Thanks, guys. I love y'all.
I hope you know we're just having fun with it.
He didn't pitch much in the last couple of years, and then didn't get a great opportunity until the very end of last season, and he definitely still has work to do. We got very excited because we were like, holy crap, this dude right here can pitch after we saw the Seattle game. But then we saw him to open things up, and what did we see? He was working on a curveball that was just a little bit of a different curveball. I don't know how much of that was affected, but the part of getting out there and getting hit, that does kind of wear on your mind a little bit, but you do have to understand the difference in the level of competition, where you are, where you're going to be whenever you get into the regular season. He's a guy that wants to make this roster immediately. They would love for him to, but they also understand he still has a little room that he has to grow through.
So do you see what I'm saying?
He looks like that. He looks like a pitcher on that mound.
So not bad.
Okay,
kind
gotcha.
of bad, but kind of fun.
Okay, that's not bad.
You might be more concerned with this. Adolis Garcia. All right. So Adolis Garcia in the offseason, his goal was to become more explosive with his swings and cut down on the strikeouts. Because of that, the thought is, and I know he got hurt with the oblique as well, but that his swing in spring training has looked tentative and defensive. It's led to more contact, but it's led to a lot of kind of soft contact. Yeah. He's averaging 86.8 exit velocity when he gets to the ball. That's 200th among 260 qualifying players. And I think when you think of Adolis, you think of somebody who can smash the hell out of the baseball. So,
seen it so many times.
There is concern that he's overcompensated to avoid the strikeouts, and that's actually going to take away some of his power.
Okay. So that's the thing that I need to kind of figure out, because most coaches will tell you, I've coached you up until the point you step into the box. When you step into the box, you're on your own now. I can't do any. I can't change it. I can try and say, come on, Adolis, you're going to be fine. Yeah. But I can't really adjust you too much once you're in the batter's box, because all the things we did were setting you up for that moment. So I'm not going to talk to you and get in your head while you're at the plate. I do wonder if this is a spring training adjustment, and what you're seeing out there right now is just because he's trying, just like the curveball. Hey, I'm working on this. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to make sure that I have quicker hands so I can get to the ball rather than that, because he had that huge stroke, full extension with his arms. And when he did that, those arms are so powerful. And so whenever he's doing this right now, I'm wondering if, okay, this is just something I'm going to add to the artillery whenever I actually get to the regular season. Otherwise, it is very concerning that his power looks bad. He didn't look great last year, and he said this offseason he was working on something to get better in the season, and right now it doesn't look good. That's where I'm very concerned, because that is a person that I just jot in and go home runs. Yes. And RBIs are coming, but I need to. He hasn't proven it, and so I need to see that again.
Now, here's potentially the confusing, and I want to shout out and thank Evan Grant for crunching these stats. Super helpful. The Rangers needed to figure out Evan Carter or Leody Taveras. I tried to combine them. Maybe it sounded like I was going to say Evan Cardi B. I don't know where that was going. To figure out who's going to be their best choice at center field for against lefties. The answer, thus far, they're both hitless against lefties. So Kevin Pillar.
That's not good.
No, it's not. But get ready to have your mind thrown into a loop, because one of the things that Evan Grant threw out and had a quote from Bochy to back it up, not all 0 averages against left-handers are the same. I get how on the surface you'd be like, 0 is a 0,
right.
And I get that. But
were you on base?
The Rangers, it's not even that, believe it or not. That is a fair follow-up.
You get on
not
base.
Even that. The Rangers have actually been pretty pleased with the adjustments Tavares has made. He's only struck out once against left-handers and hit a ball hard to left field against Justin Steele. And so Bochy came out and said Tavares is doing a much better job of laying off pitches he chased last year. And that's a great sign.
That is a great sign.
Now, here's the tough part about it, because I've gone off the assumption that Evan Carter is going to be your full-time starter in center field. And it's a small sample size. But Evan Carter, thus far, is 0 for... Go ahead.
You've gone off the assumption because... you like him over Tavares.
I think he's the better player.
Different.
Yes.
That's a different conversation. But the assumption, without even thinking about the effect on the team, you penciled him in, right?
Yes.
Okay.
True. Well, here's how it looks thus far. 0 for 7 against lefties with 5 strikeouts.
That's poor.
Now, you're not going to like this even more. He's seen 13 pitches against left-handers.
Okay.
He swung and missed at 9 of them.
So he's not seeing the ball out of the hand.
So it's not that he's not making contact. It's what you just said. He's not seeing the ball. He's striking out. He's swinging and missing on a giant percentage of these pitches.
And if he's not seeing the ball out of hand, then he's guessing. Like he's guessing at the pitch. And I'd
be right about that.
And that's frustrating. That's frustrating for everybody involved, because he's so good whenever against right-handed pitchers. He's so good at understanding the strike zone that I don't want that to mess with his head against right-handed pitchers either, that he's not understanding that. So this is, I guess the thing here is, it sounds like you have the same player in that neither one of them are doing well against left-handers in particular.
Yeah.
They're good defensive center fielders.
And it's not good when you have to say Leote has the better hitless average. Like, for real, that's
true.
That's a thing that we're doing right now. And either way, probably not good.
And Kevin, I've always been told that if you have 2 center fielders, you have no center fielders. That's always been the case.
You have never heard that.
Back in the Chris Leak days is when I first heard that, I believe.
That was for quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you're talking about in Florida and everything like that. I do not.
Was it TiVo and Leak? They had no quarterbacks.
I do not believe that is a saying that I'm familiar with when it comes to center fielders.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess we'll keep an eye on that. I don't know.
So I felt like for the longest time that Wyatt was going to wind up in center field. I really did feel like he was going to wind up in center field, and you were going to have somebody else out in left. That still could be the case. If Evan Carter's not hitting and Leote isn't hitting and they need a right-handed bat out there in left field, they're going to have to do something different. Maybe Pillar does make the difference for you in center field. He's a veteran, very good defensive center fielder. Maybe he's the difference for you there. But I'm really still hopeful that Evan Carter comes along. And a lot of people are like, it's just left-handed. Why can't he hit a left-handed pitcher? I mean, it's the same, right? It's just a little bit different of picking the ball up. And you're having to make a decision just like that. It's so fast to have to make these decisions, and it's just a little bit different for them.
Quick update for you. Isaiah Rodgers is going from the Eagles to the Minnesota Vikings, 2 years, $15 million deal, $8 million fully guaranteed. Is it true that in my head I almost said the Minnesota Timberwolves? Yes, that is true.
Kevin, I would like to steal a few minutes here in the middle of the expressway to go with the new segment, Corey's Just Afternoon Thinker.
Wait, is there an intro for this?
No, that was the sound effect you went with.
Yep.
Not my favorite one, but you know what? We'll work on that, Alec.
Gosh.
We will continue to
your
work.
Face, Alec.
Next time I have an afternoon thinker, I just told him to bring up any audio. I said any sound effect you can.
You said effect,
Yeah,
so
that
I
was
went
one
with
of them.
something that's disruptive.
It was disruptive. Thank you. I have a question.
I'm sorry, Alec. I thought it was great.
Whose job is it to tell the hostess how many people are in a group at the restaurant? Is it the first person that walks in the door?
Yes.
Or is it just the most aggressive person in the room? Because here it is. Maybe it's both. And that's why, like, they walked in first. That person was like, I'm going to tell everybody. But I'm going to be honest, Kevin. I usually don't. When I get to a restaurant, I have no clue how many people are in my party. Like, my immediate family, I know 5 of us. But the fellas showing up at cold beer and cheeseburgers, I still don't know how many of us there were. I'm serious. I went to that dinner, and I still don't know how many were in that group. Like, I can go back and count by saying each person's name at the table, and I'll eventually get there. I can remember where everybody was sitting, but I'd have to mentally count in order to have the number. And so that would be a problem for me. And that's usually why I just get nervous and hang out in the back while somebody else does it. It looks fun to be the person that tells the number, but it's a lot of responsibility and it gives me anxiety. So whose job is it?
By the way, DJ Reed just tweeted out Detroit on Instagram.
Good for
I
him.
guess didn't tweet it out. So 3-year, $48 million deal. He is headed from the Jets to the Lions. I think I've become more aware of this since Brandon, he's a waiter now, but he started out as a server at Cheddar's. And he said one of his annoyances was, it's not that you don't know if it's 9 or 10. It's that people would go, oh yeah, we got 6. And then 5 minutes later it'd be like, it looks like we're going to have 11.
Can we slide that other table over here?
And so that's the part. If it's not going to drastically impact the size of the space that you need, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But if you're going to go with we need a whole new table, that's going to be problematic. And to your point, do you trust the person who gets there first to be ready with that information?
Most of the time. Like when Adrian's family's in town, she walks in and she goes 8. And I'm like, oh, man, how'd she do that so fast? She was probably thinking about it on the drive over, though, right?
Of course.
I'm not. I'm thinking about driving us there and getting us there. So usually from the 469, just say 20, everything. They'll make room. And so, yeah, I stay in the back. If I go in first, I'll open the door and stand there and wait for everybody else to go in, just so I can not be the person to do it. Again, looks fun, but it's too much pressure.
Quick side question to go along with this. How much time do you usually chop off the amount of time they tell you? Because I feel like
I always add.
Oh, really?
If they say 45 minutes, I add 15.
Okay, see, because Brandon told me as a host, he tried to overquote. So they'd be like, oh, wow. You said 35. It was only 25.
Yeah, and that is true. There would be times once it got to 45 minutes, I'd just say hour and a half. You don't want to wait here. Just leave and go somewhere else. I'm sorry. We're packed right now. By the time we get to the point where you're gonna be starving, you're gonna do 3 baskets of chips before we even get your drink order. So we're not even dealing with that. Here it is from the 325. I always hold the door, so I'm not the first inside. So there you go. I appreciate people that are in on that. Back to you, Kevin.
That just also depends on the trust level with the rest of your family. Like you just said, hey, I trust my wife. She knows the
She's
deal.
good at this stuff.
There's some sections of my family where I would hold the door and absolutely trust whoever goes through to get it done. There are other parts of my family where I'm like, hey, I'll hold the door for everyone when we're leaving because I can't trust you to get this done correctly.
Every time I send my kids into the restaurant, I'm like, hey, go tell them table for 5 because I'm getting Lucy out of the car or something. I always get in and they're just standing there. And I'm like,
they
right.
didn't ask.
And they're like, yeah, I didn't ask yet. What are you doing? What have you been doing? They're like, getting mints. All right, guys, whatever.
Getting mints.
Let's give something away.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a pair of tickets to go see the Fray when they come to the Southside Ballroom on Friday, July 25th. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. If for some reason you miss out, because it's probably a popular giveaway, we'll be doing this giveaway all week long. Now, you also want to talk about some college basketball? Can we do cut number 11, please?
Now Duke with an advantage. Withers behind the play. James, Brown the trailer, and it's a 12-0 run for Duke.
Did you watch any of the Duke North Carolina game? Obviously, I was invested. I did not go after Jesse Holley because in the second half it looked like it was going to go poorly.
Kevin, I did not catch up until Sunday morning. Michigan and Michigan State was what I caught. I told you I was going to take Friday off, but then I hopped back in on Sunday. But man, Duke is still very good at basketballing.
Their conference still sucks, but yes, they are. Look, I
got to be honest with yourself.
Yeah, I want to be honest. There are flashes that where if Duke wins the NCAA tournament, you're like, this is going to go down as an all-time great college basketball team. But then there are other times that I wonder, are they going to struggle because they haven't had a real close game in like 3 months?
Yeah, and I don't know. Because who's watching them right now and just going, oh, we know how to stop that. We know exactly how to stop that.
Yeah.
But I do like the way you're approaching this. Is you're not getting your hopes up because you're giving real credibility to the competition.
That being said, if they don't at least make it to the Final Four, I'm going to be really, really, really sad.
Oh, really? We had a good Houston and Baylor game over the weekend, too.
Okay.
That turned out pretty fun.
How are you feeling about Houston going into the tournament? Because the thought is that Houston will be a number 1 seed. So I think the idea is, despite the losses over the week and the weekend, that Auburn, Duke, and Houston are all locked in as number 1 seeds. That's what some pundits believe.
Houston early in the season was scoring big. And it seems like lately, are they on like a 10-game win streak in the Big 12 right now?
By the way, I'm pretty sure they have the longest road winning streak in the history of the Big 12.
Yeah, it's 10-game winning streak right now, and it's all points in like the 60s, somewhere between 60 and 80, but not much, not higher. Like they're right in that range where they're just like, we're going to play strong defense and we're going to be smart offensively. Didn't it feel like last couple of years, they've been pushing the ball a lot, and this just seems like a different approach.
Last year is tough just because obviously they had a big injury right before they lost in the tournament, and that ended up being like a lower scoring game. But Houston, a team to watch. Texas A&M, Wade Taylor IV becomes the all-time leading scorer in basketball.
Oh, he took AC Law's record
for the Aggies. And keep an eye on Texas. Most people still
doing it? Are they surging?
I think most people still have them in the first 4 out.
Oh.
So they're going to need to do something in what looks like the most competitive conference tournament in the history of the world.
Alabama, Auburn getting after it too, man. 93-91, Alabama takes down Auburn in that game. It was Sunday morning, though, whenever I woke up and I got up to the gym because I woke up and it said, hey, it's 9:45 already. And I was like, what are you talking about? It doesn't even feel later than 8:45. But they were like, no, it's daylight savings. It screwed you over. So I hop into the gym and start doing my thing. And I look up and Michigan State's like up by 20 points already. And I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And we had been discussing Michigan State as, hey man, that's that team that you always kind of pencil in, but they are playing at a high level right now.
Except the one year I did pick them to win the tournament and they lost in the first round. And I feel like I've been afraid to pick them ever since. But Michigan, when they lost the game before this, Michigan State had the path to the conference championship. They smoke Michigan. They win the conference regular season. I think Michigan State is another team I'm really fascinated by. I want to talk real quick, and we'll get to that Alabama-Auburn game. I want to talk real quick about NC State. What the hell are they doing? So they fired their head coach, Kevin Keatts, after 8 years. You know what they did last year? Went to the Final Four.
Yeah.
Now, I know this year they're terrible, and they went 12-19, and they're 5-15 in the ACC. Do you think he got fired because not only did they have a terrible record in the ACC, we've talked a lot about how terrible the ACC is, and their AD was like, Final Four or not, you're out. Maybe not.
Maybe so.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, man. This is kind of baffling right now that you would move on from that guy at this moment.
Yes.
It feels too early, but maybe you want to get ahead of new NIL stuff with a complete new group. Is NIL, like, how effective is it in college basketball?
Absolutely.
Right now?
There are some people who think that's why Cooper Flagg could go back to Duke. I personally do not think that. But you talked about the game of the weekend, Alabama-Auburn rematch. It's tied. It's overtime. Let's go to it.
Early, did Auburn have a chance to throw one in?
Last week, Meshack won it for Tennessee. Is someone doing it today? Here goes. Sears! He just did it! Oh, are you serious? Mark Sears on the road with the winner for Alabama, and they get the revenge they wanted.
Are you serious, baby?
We're about to get
Vital. Don't edit that.
Is it this week? This is the week, right? For all
conference tournaments.
All the conference tournament, like SEC conference tournament starts on the 12th, I believe.
Which is Wednesday?
Yeah, and the ACC starts on the 11th. So, like, this is fun time.
And it's weird too because the
Big 12, 11.
The way the conferences grew, now in a lot of these you see teams with a double bye, and they're like, "Hey, you're the 12th seed. Go screw yourself. You have to play every day for 5 days straight." And then the top seeds are like, "I'll see you in 2 days if you make it this far, chomps." But that game was awesome, and this is going to be a struggle, I think, for a lot of people. Who is the best SEC team? Are you going to think it's going to be Auburn because they're probably going to be the number 1 overall seed in their tournament? Or are you going to be like, hey, they just lost 2 straight games this past week? Do you think it's Alabama because they beat Auburn? Do you think it's Tennessee? Do you think it's Florida, who might have the most complete team in all of college basketball? Are you just going to go off of who wins the SEC tournament and be like, well, that's the hottest team, and then it's going to be some weirdo team that you're like, that's not even one of the teams I thought of?
Yeah, I can't say it's whoever's going to win the tournament or the SEC tournament, because that we go back and forth. You played a team, now you play a team another time. They're more amped up for the second time of it. Like, this is fun because you get teams that are like, okay, we're playing for something, but they might even take another step in the NCAA tournament after that.
Yeah.
So I love this.
Now, Corey, this is a tough call in the midst of our college basketball segment as we try to get people to love college basketball.
Yeah, that is what Kevin is trying to accomplish at the moment.
Am I succeeding?
Look, man, I've watched more college basketball than I have the last week. So,
and from the 504, I thought this person was doing a bit, but now they've texted this in 4 times. Hey, breaking news. Jordan Lewis signs with the Jags and is now the highest paid nickel corner. All right, I'll take you to about an hour and 10 minutes ago. We provided that news. Jordan Lewis has signed with the Jags 3 years, $30 million with $20 million guaranteed. So I thought maybe they're doing a bit, but they kept texting it in. So maybe not a bit. And I'm glad that we helped you catch up.
Hey, this is the kind of day. That's the one Cowboys signing that didn't go in the Cowboys' favor. So all the other ones have gone in their favor. Marquise Bell.
They signed Bell and
the rest of the team's
they'll
players.
Do some stuff.
So,
And I was going to say they'll bring back Sig and Anger, but then you were like, they might just go where Bones goes.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to land.
Yeah, I don't know. From the 254, it's going to be A&M, Kevin. For another 214, I think it's going to be Missouri because all other kids are 5th year, 25-year-old seniors, and they have experience. So
in the tournament, that experience matters.
I like that. And then from the 940, talk about Duke less. I mean, they're really, really, really good team.
In the ACC.
In the ACC.
Which is a terrible
agree.
conference. It might be worse than the Ohio Valley Conference.
Ooh, man, that is an interesting question. But the conference I really want to talk about is the Big South. Because High Point is going to the NCAA tournament for the first time ever. They beat Winthrop. That's right, Winthrop. 81-69 to qualify for their first trip to the NCAA tournament. My question, Corey, is twofold. Do you care? And what state do you think High Point is in?
I mean, obviously it's in the highest point of the United States. So it's in, what's the top state? Washington? Alaska.
Are you just saying because it goes up on a map?
Yeah. Highest point of America.
Okay. Incorrect.
Don't we feel like it's Maine, but then you look over and you're like, oh, it's actually Washington.
So High Point is actually in North Carolina. Now, if your question is, did I know that before I looked it up? Absolutely not. Secondly, do you care when schools make the NCAA tournament for the first time?
I do. I think it's cool. For your whole history of your school, you haven't done this yet. I always like if a team hasn't done it in a while. I think it's pretty fun. For a team to jump into it. Do I think they're going to go take the tournament over? No, not really. But I am interested for them.
From the 504
Stop
follow-up.
Stop it.
It was a bit, Kevin.
No,
Thank you.
from the 817, breaking news: the Cowboys traded Herschel Walker to Minnesota. Stop. Stop. Just because X is down doesn't mean we have to play pranks on people today.
Hold on. More breaking news. The Cowboys have hired Brian Schottenheimer
That is,
as
stop
their next head coach. Corey, your immediate reactions.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the C Block, ladies and gentlemen. Did Myles Garrett just give up on his dream?
Oh, yeah.
And when did you give up on yours? Next in the Fan.
Gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block. Sorry, Corey Majors. Some of these breaking news alerts are actually really funny.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this segment if everybody's going to continue to do this, though. So I need a little help from the Tolos. If you don't mind helping me out here, just don't send in these jokes right now. All right, you can send in others, like you can participate in the show here.
Breaking news: Mike Bassick has left the Fan. And also, we got rid of Tom Landry as the coach.
He is.
Breaking news.
Thank you, Lucy, but you didn't need to do that. I will start with, and I know we discussed this a little bit, Kevin, but I will start with Woj.
Okay.
Woj, we did discuss that he's auctioning off his old phones.
Yeah, it's done.
Did you? Oh, but he also auctioned off his old credentials.
Yes.
And that was where I was like, oh, hold on, because I have almost every old credential from every Super Bowl, from every spring training, from games that I've been to, like all sorts of stuff. Will anybody, do you think we could put those up for auction for Peace-a-thon, and would they sell for anything? And also, why is my phone ringing?
Oh, you think it's Jordan Lewis?
It's a spam risk.
Okay. So a couple things about that. First of all, if so, I'm going to feel really stupid because I used to keep that stuff, but now I just throw a lot of it away.
When I get home, in my closet, I have this little hook, and I just throw them all on the hook.
Now, to go along with that, Chris Arnold also has a huge collection of hats. It looks like it's about 80 hats. He put that picture up on Twitter, or I guess maybe that's over. So he put it up on Threads and Instagram, and it was like hats from the Olympics and the Super Bowl and everything like that. And so I want to know if we could also sell those to sponsor Chris Arnold's vacation or money for Peace-a-thon. So I want to know the answer to that as well.
It looks like Woj raised about almost $25,000.
That's pretty darn good.
St. Bonaventure basketball there by selling those things. Now, granted, looking at some of these credentials, NBA draft lottery credentials, the draft, there are some really significant ones. And I do wonder, hey, this is the game that so-and-so did this. I think I have a credential from Cliff Lee's first game, which is very comparable to Mikko Rantanen's first game with the Stars, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Rangers got shelled that day and got destroyed in his first game, and they got destroyed by Edmonton on Saturday night at 9 o'clock. Actually, it felt like they just got destroyed immediately at 9.
So I do have some things like that. Like I kept my notes from the district golf tournament where Jordan Spieth destroyed everybody, because I'd heard so much buzz about this kid, and he was one of only 2 players to shoot under par because it was like raining and windy and terrible conditions for golf, and he won by 10 strokes, and I was like, holy crap, this kid is amazing.
Yeah, Jordan Spieth was an exceptional high school golfer.
Seems like it's turned out pretty okay for him.
He's made a career of it, at least. That's been nice for him. So I was just kind of curious. If anybody texts in and says, no, we will not buy that, then I won't put it up for auction, Kevin. And I honestly don't know which. This morning, I reached into a box above my clothes in my closet, pulled out a 2011-2012 Dallas Mavericks NBA, the whole season credential. And I was like, this is awesome.
That was when we started on Christmas Day.
Yeah, it was. Good job,
Kevin. It didn't go very well.
I wanted to get to Myles Garrett. 877-881-1053. When did you give up on your dream? And
whenever they backed a truck full of money to my house.
And go ahead and text in. When did you give up on your dream? Whatever it was. Maybe you're doing your dream now. Like I am doing a version of the dream that I had right now. I love this job. But Kevin, I did want to go to Hollywood and be a great actor at one point.
You did.
Until my girlfriend, who was eventually going to be my wife, said she didn't think it was for me. And so that's where the dream died.
Did you ever question before the marriage, getting married since she didn't believe in your dream?
I liked her a lot. So I was like, I'll figure it out. But here's the thing about that. I did marry her despite that. You know, I wanted to go be, and she continues to this day say that never happened, which is a damn lie.
Oh.
So, but yeah, Myles Garrett from the 817, he sold out for the bag. Myles Garrett told everybody, trade me to a winner. I want to see that this team is doing everything they can in order to win a Super Bowl. I've been stuck in Cleveland for, it feels like eternity here, and it is purgatory. Not hell. Not hell, because he's getting paid a lot of money, but it is purgatory here. Trade me. Get rid of me or else. And they said, what if we offer you more money? He was like, deal. That sounds like a great deal to me. So his dream was to win a Super Bowl. But he gave up on his dream immediately when they showed him $40 million a year. And he was like, I guess I can play football and I can live that dream.
I would also 100% sell out if that's what it came to, because that's what happened. Myles Garrett sold out, and that's fine. Mm-hmm. I sometimes think people underrate the art of selling out. And you're like, I didn't sell out. I bought in because I'm going to have all of the money in the world. Am I ever going to win a championship? No, not unless I force them to trade me. But you saw how quickly they caved on this. But this just brings up more questions. Like, why did the owner of the Browns say, I'm not going to meet with you? Is it because he was like, don't worry, I'm going to give you all the money either way? But it comes a time when it's like a difference of $8 to $10 million a year where you're like, you know what? I will stay. And nobody expects them to win.
From the 858, when I worked my tail off for a year to get 7th place in an amateur bodybuilding competition and was told by one of the judges I didn't have the genetics. That's when they gave up on their dream.
Oh, man.
From the 940, most of my dreams died when I peaked at 5'7".
Oh, in your face, Alec.
Why do you look at me?
You just told us that you're 5'7".
And do you believe that?
No.
Why not?
You're in that chair, maybe you are.
Oh, my God. Sorry. I did not.
I'm sorry.
Expect that to be said. That was messed up.
That was really rude of me. And
this is like the time that Colby said he was 5'10" or 5'11", and my older son was that exact height at the time. And so we got a picture at the venue of them standing next to each other, and Brandon was taller than him. And he goes, the hell are you doing? And then punched me in the arm before he even really knew what we were doing.
The tape measure says 5'7", Alec. But it doesn't measure heart. All right? It never has and never will. Heart, courage, personality. Those are the things that matter the most about you, Alec.
Thanks,
Don't
I
ever
guess.
forget that part.
Milton Williams to the Patriots.
What?
Milton Williams to the Patriots, Kevin.
I thought he was going to go to the Panthers.
Well, see what happens.
Let's see. I think we have numbers.
Or maybe Patriots and Panthers are spelled the same.
No, it was, I swear.
From the 979 or 972, 18 years old after varsity baseball ended, I realized, damn, that's it. Not as good as I thought. Only JUCO offers. It was time to hang up the spikes. From the 806, have tried for years to move up through the restaurant industry. I've gotten close to the top, but my 5-year plan is dwindling pretty fast. Time to pack up and go to school.
Okay, so I had to give up my dreams once at the newspaper. Now, you might be thinking, didn't you give up your dreams if you were working up at the newspaper?
Was it a no ads newspaper for 1 week?
Oh, man, that was depressing. But we had put together this football preview tab. First time our company has been able to pull it off in like 7 years. Brought in a ton of money for the company. The very next week, I was like, hey, can we just get a little bit of extra space? Because we just made a lot of money. And I was told no. And I walked back to my desk and I pushed this chair in because it was sitting like out in the walkway. And I was just trying to forcefully push it back in, but it bounced back out and flipped over. And so it looked like I flipped out and flipped the chair. So I had to put it back, and then I just sat in my chair and stared at the ceiling for like 15 minutes.
Cool story, Kevin.
Oh my gosh.
About your soul-crushing moment.
God, it's like when you were like, hey, what do you wish you could do with your dad if he was still alive last week?
Dude, so many people messaged me about that segment and how they wish they could call their dad. And I was like, oh my God, I'm terrible at this.
Yeah.
Kevin,
Is this
I'm
about the Cowboys?
Sorry about your dream, dude.
Better be.
Long snapper Trent Sieg reached an agreement on 3 years, $4.45 million deal that includes $3.1 million for guaranteed for the Cowboys. So he's back. Thank you, Lucy. We got a long snapper.
Neat. Next, we'll get Brian Anger back, and they'll be like, "Look at all the things we did." That's what you interrupted my soul-crushing story for?
I got another phone call coming in here, Kevin. It's another spam risk. What's up with that today? My dream died when my wife cheated on me for over a year with my best friend, got a divorce, and then was forced to pay child support. Couldn't afford college anymore.
Because the courts are biased against men.
They are, definitely. Dreams die? Never. 38, still playing beer league hockey. Jim Nill here. Jim Nill, I'm here and ready. I love it. From the 817, blew out my knee a week before my pro rugby tryout. After surgery, never was the same.
Okay, and thank you for the justification from the 817. They definitely said Panthers earlier, and now Rappaport is rapporting on Threads that Milton Williams is going to get $26 million per year, and he's going to the Patriots. Like we said, you probably don't want to get in a bidding war with the Patriots, who had $100 million of cap space. And I don't mean sarcastically like, dude, so much. I think it was really like $100 million. So they pick up one of the biggest defenders on the free agent market in Milton Williams.
And then this story that I wanted to get to, I appreciate all the people that are texting in when their dreams were crushed. Sorry. This does sound like it was a bad thing.
Hey, here's a pick-me-up from the 512. Gave up my dream of dating Natalie Portman when I got married. I thought it said when she got married, and I was going to be like, good news for you. Not for her. She got a divorce because her husband might have cheated on her, which is confusing.
And it's always good to, if you are married, just say she's hotter than Natalie Portman. Just say it.
Even if you don't mean it.
Yeah,
I got you.
That way she believes it and she starts, feeling like she's hotter or something.
Okay.
You're making her feel good. Stu Sternberg, owner of the Tampa Bay Rays, is being pressured to sell his team by MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred and some other owners. And this is fascinating to me, Kevin. Evidently, they've been trying to get a new stadium for 17 years now.
Oh, my God. Well, okay, you're talking about dead dreams. Why not give up on that? If you haven't gotten the stadium for 17 years, newsflash, it ain't going to happen.
A $1.3 billion stadium deal in the gas plant district was what they were proposing. And I guess the Tampa Bay Rays ownership is having problems politically with the mayor and the people on the city council in that area, and they're like, look, Manfred's come in and said basically, if you can't get something done, you need to sell the team and get other people in here.
How awesome would it be? Like, you see all these signs up for city council and mayor. How cool would it be if you had that position and then Rob Manfred came in to make a pitch to you and your city council buddies about how, hey, if you don't give us the stadium, we're going to take your broke-ass team somewhere else down the road. Man,
St. Petersburg.
Yeah, that would be an exciting city council meeting.
And that is the C block, ladies and gentlemen. The Cowboys are on the board.
They brought back Bell. They brought back Sig. There's nothing stopping this team now.
Let's go, baby.
Except for all the other
It takes work to get these done, Kevin. It's a slow process.
Okay. And I know we got to go. But it's not a slow process when they're already on your team. You could have talked to them this entire time. This legal tampering period that started at 11 o'clock today, that was for players that weren't on your team. Trent Sig was already on your team. Marquise Bell was already on your team. The next 3 people they announced they're going to sign will probably have already been on your team.
That's true.
Why didn't you do that before?
Look, man, you just got to take things the way they are, the order that they come in.
No more cliches from you right now. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend and maybe more NFL free agency stuff, or maybe that will converge with the lack of signings for one team. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Finds Durant, who skips it over to Royce O'Neal in the corner for three, and Royce O'Neal knocks home that three. And finally, the Suns get a little separation here down the stretch. They lead it by 16. It's a 118-102 game on the strength of the O'Neal three.
We're going to do some wanker of the weekend here, but there is free agency news has been happening all day long. Ian Rappaport is rapporting that Sam Darnold is on his way to the Seahawks. We talked about that this morning. That was the likely outcome once you saw Geno Smith go over to the Raiders, look for Sam Darnold to go in that spot. The last I saw, it was a 3-year deal worth about $100 million. And so if you think Sam Darnold is an upgrade over Geno Smith, then I'm sure you'll be pumped as a Seahawks fan. And he also didn't get all of the money.
Sam Darnold is also a quarterback.
That's true.
That's what I feel whenever comparing him to Geno Smith.
Okay,
Sam Darnold
I gotcha.
is also a quarterback in the NFL.
3 for 110.5, $55 million guaranteed.
How quick can he get connected with Jackson Smith and Jigba? What kind of offense do they plan on running? There's a lot going on up there, and I'm interested to see it. Last year, he had the best receiver in the world on the field, and he was able to rack up really big numbers with him. But I'm interested to see what he does without that guy on the field.
Yeah,
so.
No DK Metcalf. That is
Tyler Lockett's gone.
Yeah, interesting turn of events. So Sam Darnold, 3 years, $110.5 million to go to the Seahawks. And I'm curious how quickly things move from here, whether with Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, Daniel Jones, Aaron Rodgers. I think some teams might have been waiting it out for just a second to see what Darnold got, and he's on his way to the Seahawks and cleared a path for J.J. McCarthy unless the Vikings decide they're going to trick it up just a little bit. Wanker of the weekend, we have to start with the Mavericks, right? Although I oddly think the Mavericks are doing the right thing. They lost to the Suns again last night, 125-116. The Mavericks had a couple of players run into each other and ended the game with 7 healthy players, to which point Jason Kidd was like, I don't know if I've ever seen that before, where you just don't really have an option for bringing anybody else in when somebody is tired.
Yeah. Can they add any more? Can they add any other people to their roster?
They can. I just think the issue was because some of those injuries happened in game.
So they don't have like an emergency goalie. Just somebody.
Some guy sitting up in the stands, and he's like, "I'm 6'8".
Yeah, you need a point guard. I got you. I'm sure there are a lot of people here in DFW that love that opportunity to do that.
I don't dispute that whatsoever.
I understand what you're saying by saying that they're doing it the way you think they should.
Yes.
Tanking appropriately after already having 32 wins. You're doing it at the wrong time. And it just seems like you've all these things. But yeah, man, it looks like high school S out there, dude.
That's true.
Watching their shoot around is, Kevin, we've seen, like, you go to a game and you're like, okay, this school, not a very rich school.
Yeah.
Maybe they have enough players. They have 6 players. Oh my gosh. They are, and you look at the other side, they got a full roster, maybe even extra shooters around. You're like, oh my gosh. And that's where the Mavericks are right now. It is almost to that point where they are irrelevant in the DFW.
Now, they're only a game and a half up on the Suns. So
that was the goal.
Yes, absolutely. They play the Spurs tonight. That would be another big game to lose because...
Didn't Chop say the Spurs are a 7-point favorite tonight?
Yes. That's how you just said how bad it's gotten for the Mavericks. But if you can lose this game, you can still stay within striking distance of San Antonio in the lottery and still potentially have the 8th worst record in basketball to up your chances, I guess, in the draft lottery. Although I know, of course, the Mavericks have never moved up in the draft lottery. But they lost. More players got hurt. Oh, yeah, we didn't even mention Omax Prosper is expected to have season-ending injury, has a season-ending injury and will need surgery. And then a couple of their players ran into each other and got more hurt during the game. So bravo, Dallas Mavericks.
Can I throw Twitter in to Wanker of the Weekend?
For sure.
It's up today. It's back up, though.
Oh!
It's live and in action right now.
Okay. Do you stick with Threads the rest of the day because they've been there for you?
I feel like I've just always been like I understand it. It's like when you go to a website and they've changed the website and you're like, why? I knew how to navigate this thing. Why did you change it from what it was?
Yeah.
And they're like, because it looks cooler. And you're like, you just needed something to do. Like, you're just trying to sell your job to somebody right now. Somebody did tweet us and say, nothing like being at a sales call with one of my reps, and all of a sudden I hear, oh, thank Kevin, and in the majors coming out of my pocket on the Odyssey app. I love it.
Did you close the sale?
I'm really hoping what happened was the people that heard it were like, oh, I also too am a master peep. Let us now work together. That's what I'm hoping for.
Okay. Now, this might be nitpicking just a little bit, but let's take you to Kim Mulkey, the head coach of the LSU women's basketball team. So in some of these conference tournaments, you get squished together. And so the media room is kind of right over by like where people can get food and everything like that in a work area for the press.
But we learned from Keon Coleman, you can't eat that food.
That is true. So there was a reporter who was there to cover South Carolina, and she was in the back to the left of the room, like in the workspace, but had some, I think, chicken fingers. And let's go to Kim Mulkey, and she has some quick thoughts.
Are those media over there, or are they just eating?
She thought it was hilarious.
Is that the media over there, or are they
just eating?
Dude, food is good. And chicken fingers are delicious.
And she like pointed over at the people and stuff like that, and was like, "Hey."
So they weren't media?
No, they were.
They were media.
But they were working and eating, and the lady was like, I wasn't even covering your team. Like,
I'm just doing my thing over here right now.
All right.
I like it.
From the 903, breaking. I need to see if this person has texted him before. The Dallas Cowboys signed Trent Sig. Look, that's why you got to turn it on, leave it on. We hit that about 20 minutes ago, but yes, that is true.
Wanker of the Weekend. Everybody that's trolling Kevin today.
Man,
I love it.
This is a quality joke from the 321. If Kevin is using Threads now, does that mean he thinks that Twitter is his ex? That's some quality wordplay right there, ladies and gentlemen.
You just got a gold star from Kevin.
Now let's go to something that makes me more sad. What month are we in, Corey?
We're in March.
So the Lakers were presented with the Alpha Award for Transaction of the Year across all sports at the Sloan Analytics Conference this weekend for their trade of Luka. All right. It's March. Feels too early. But also, that will probably win in December or next January. But it already happened. I don't even know. Maybe they normally do this in October, and they're like, there's no one who's going to be better than this. They got the Alpha Award, Corey, for the best sports move across all the sports for taking Luka.
See, and that's the thing. No credit should be given to the Lakers.
Yeah.
Zero credit should be given to the Lakers on this deal. Everything should be given to Nico's decision. Nobody else on the planet would have made that move. Nobody. I don't know anybody that would go, we gotta trade Luka. And so the Lakers don't deserve credit for the success of this. Nico just deserves the blame for the failure of it. And that's something he has to wear for whatever his career continues to be. That stinks for him because he seemed like a nice dude and he had made some good moves, and here the Lakers are. No, they don't deserve credit for that trade.
Okay. So you think
Alpha Award.
You think Nico should have gotten the Alpha or the Beta Award? Maybe, I don't know how that would work.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. Is because Beta's just below Alpha, but Omega's the end, right? So
you think he
I'm the Alpha and the Omega?
The Omega.
Yeah, which one's the worst one? Y'all text in the worst. Greek.
I think that is correct.
Yeah. Which one's
Greek
the worst?
alphabet.
Y'all tell us.
Okay.
Try lamb. Lambda, lambda, lambda.
No, that is a Revenge of the Nerds reference, I believe.
How many people have seen Revenge of the Nerds?
All right. Let's go from that to this really was shocking. Like, not a joke at all. I could not believe it. I watched this video. Corey can attest like 5 or 6 times this morning.
Darius Slay to the Steelers.
Ooh, do we have a number on that?
Not at the moment.
Okay. So on Friday, teenage sprinter Kaylin Tucker was running in the 4x200 in Virginia at the Class 3 State Indoor Championships. So Tucker was 3rd on the track. She made a move to get ahead of another girl. And the girl kept kind of like, per the video, they were like hand fighting, like you'll see sometimes in this. But then the other girl took the baton for the relay and smashed Tucker in the head at least 3 times.
Her opponent?
Yes.
Or her teammate?
No, her opponent.
Her team, that would be weird, though.
That would be weird. And so she suffered a concussion. She might have a fractured skull. Obviously, she departed the racetrack because it is like, it sounds like a dumb little bit. And you're like, oh, yeah, it's crazy. But like,
yeah, you've been watching this video all morning.
She smashed the hell out of her. And Tucker said, when you go to the other side of the track, you have to cross into lane 1. You have to merge. As I was coming up, she kind of tried to cut me off a little bit. I get it. So I backed off. Then when we got around the curve, she kept bumping me in the arm. We finally got off the curb. I slowly passed her, and that's where she just hit me with the baton, and I fell off the track.
Okay, so that's street justice right there, right?
That is horrifying.
The street being the track. But you talk about street justice, how you slow down in front of people, and
if they were speeding in the school zone.
Yeah, when is the appropriate, like, I don't think you should hit somebody with a baton. Like, I don't think that should happen. When is the appropriate time, though, to let somebody know that's not how this works? And you do kind of have to physically, in that kind of thing, do something. But in wrestling, y'all have talked about this a lot of times. When a wrestler doesn't know how to wrestle, the wrestlers let them know in the match.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not taking it easy on you. I'm going to whoop your butt right now. And then I'm going to tell you, you suck at wrestling. So, like, when is that time when you tell somebody, this isn't how it's done?
And I don't know if they were just trying to rush out of there or what, or they didn't think anything was done wrong. But the girl who did this, her and her mom, neither one of them apologized to the competitor or their team, and they just left.
Wow.
So we don't know as of now.
Sounded like there's a vendetta there and they were trying to fulfill.
Not surprisingly, her team, Norcom, was disqualified for that.
Oh, man, you're kidding me.
I mean, not that surprising. So the Tucker family could still press charges, like criminal charges.
Yeah, that's a criminal charge.
Yeah, this is something that goes outside of the bounds of just competition. I haven't heard word if that's going to happen yet, and the incident is being investigated. So we'll see what happens. But like, that is way, way over the line, and she might have a fractured skull.
That's terrifying, dude. That is terrifying.
It really,
those
really
batons should be plastic.
Oh,
not hard plastic, like. You know, something that's not going to hurt. That's what I've decided.
Okay.
Come on, track. Get with the program.
And then you'd be okay with people smashing each other in the head with
You hit
a
somebody
baton?
with something made out of styrofoam. It's not going to hurt, Kevin.
Sounds like something we can put to the test. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, all the news from the start of the legal tampering period in the NFL. Ask Reddit at 7:40, and did the Mavs break the streak against the Spurs? It's a Tuesday morning on The Fan.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Conference Tournament Week is here in college hoops with 13 projected tournament teams. All eyes will be on the SEC in Nashville. 4 to win the event at plus 250 shows a lot of value considering the Gators are ranked in the top 10.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
Doing good. It's been a busy day. So we talked about Sam Darnold going to the Seahawks, and now Justin Fields is going to the Jets. 2 years, $40 million total, with $30 million guaranteed. Is that the amount of money you would have paid Justin Fields or Sam Darnold?
No. Good for him. I don't want to make it about, anything personal like that. But if I was running an NFL team, I have money for Fields as backup only.
Okay.
This would be the final straw if I was a Jets fan today. I'm done.
Wow.
Yeah, and I can't even pick the Giants. I gotta go outside the city limits here to find a new team.
Okay. Corey, your thoughts about Justin
Is
Fields?
Pittsburgh the closest city? Is that the Philadelphia?
Yeah, trying to help him find a new team.
Trying to figure out what's the closest team up there.
I don't feel like I can do Boston.
Yeah.
Take Buffalo.
Little Buffalo action. That's right across the river or whatever. Yeah. I'm still, I haven't seen the best version of Justin Fields. The one that I thought that I was going to see at some point. Maybe it works out for him. But that does seem like a hefty price. Actually, it seems like the right price for 2 years.
Okay.
For 2 years, it seems like the right price for that guy. And if he can make something else happen, maybe they can get a bigger deal out of that.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers ends up with Vikings, Giants?
The Giants.
Somewhere else?
Yeah, we were doing our BetMGM show yesterday, and it seemed like we had EJ Stewart on, who does Maggie and Perloff's show. He's their EP, so he's in the know there in New York, and he said it sounds like they're all in on trying to get Aaron Rodgers. And he just bought a new house. I guess he'd prefer to stay in that New Jersey area. So I think if all things are equal, unless maybe the Steelers just want to pay him more money,
dude,
he's going to end up with the Giants.
Yeah, I was thinking Giants as of yesterday as well. But there's a guy from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette saying that Aaron Rodgers is getting close to signing a deal with the Steelers. That was about an hour ago. So maybe the Steelers, because that would be a more
That's a more attractive option.
Definitely. Yeah. If you're Aaron Rodgers, the Steelers, you can at least compete. They just brought in DK Metcalf as well. So that would make more sense for Aaron Rodgers than going to the Giants.
What's y'all's faith level in, I know it was injuries a couple years ago and just the Jets were a disaster last year. What, if any, faith do you have in Aaron Rodgers to go to either one of those places and have quality season?
Well, I think going to Pittsburgh gives you a chance because of how committed they've been to running the ball and playing defense over an extended period of time. Now, I think they need some better offensive linemen if they're going to run the ball better. Then maybe they need a new runner. But that would be the team I would have the most faith in could build the kind of squad around Rodgers that he would need to be successful with. I have no faith he's at the point in his career he could put a team on his back. They're trying to win almost in spite of him and hope he can manage the game.
Yeah, I feel like he needs to kind of evolve as a quarterback a little bit, the same way Jason Kidd evolved as a player whenever he was no longer a dominant point guard that did what he did. He became a three-point shooter, which was something he never really did. Rodgers does not have the same escapability that he used to have, which was a thing that was a big factor for him, and that creates plays where he's holding on to the ball too long, and then that's when he gets sacked, and then it just falls apart. They're 3 and out. So I think he needs to evolve a little more within that, and maybe teams need to be like, we're not going to rely on you for the offense, but we do want you to be a quarterback of this offense that we're going to build with you.
Broadus?
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, that he's done. And, but going to Pittsburgh does probably play a little bit better into his strength of him, the commitment that, with that offensive coordinator and how they do like to run the football. The head coach is all about playing defense, being tough-minded that way. It's probably a lot better fit for a guy whose skill level is clearly on the decline.
Now, the loss of Jordan Lewis, I think when we saw the number, we were like, yeah, I guess the Cowboys probably weren't going to play in that area. But 3 years, $30 million to the Jags, $20 million guaranteed. How big of, or maybe not that big of a loss, do you think this will be for the Cowboys?
It's huge.
That's
if you think about it. But the one thing that I've known, and I think Zach probably shares the same thought I do, is that this is a pretty deep draft when it comes to corners. And so, it's kind of like the running back draft. You can get down into the 5th round area, and there's guys that are nickel corners. You need Kalen Carson to play better, and if he would have played better, you'd feel better about the situation. I felt even before they lost Jordan Lewis, and if they signed Jordan Lewis, they were still going to need corners. That hasn't changed for me at all. So now they just need to go find a nickel corner. But the one thing the draft does, it allows you to get that type of a player.
Are you guys excited that Philadelphia losing Milton Williams is not that big of a deal? Because he could have been the Super Bowl MVP, but Moro Ojomo is just waiting to be
Texas Longhorn right there.
Elliott Shore-Parks is clearly identified that losing Milton Williams is not a big deal to their organization at all. Ojomo it gets more pressures, and he was quick to point that out. So good for Elliott Shore for keeping us up to speed on really what the situation is with that Philadelphia defensive tackle group.
Well, whoever plays next to Jalen Carter is going to benefit greatly.
That's true.
I mean, that's a nice spot to be in. Playing next to Jalen Carter in the middle. He's going to demand all the attention, and then you get the one-on-one battles. Can you make the most of it?
But the Eagles are also really good at identifying good players, solid players. Maybe it's in the top 10, Jalen Carter. Maybe it's in the first round, or maybe it's in the 3rd round like Milton Williams was. I'm not even sure where they got Ojomo.
7th round.
7th round.
Yeah.
So they do a good job of they're always peppering that position. So when a guy walks away, they usually do have some depth. So I get what he's saying, but Milton Williams is an awesome player.
Yeah. That's a loss for them.
Absolutely. One of the most coveted defensive players out there.
And the money difference, goodness gracious, he gets $26 million. Osa left so much money on the table just because he wanted to be a Cowboy.
I think that's why the Players Association is really mad at Osa and his crew for leaving that much money on the table.
Let them be mad. It's a big win for the Cowboys finally.
No, absolutely. And you caught an agent that you were able to kind of work with and kind of steer the direction you needed, and you got a player that was willing to stay. So you need those kinds of combinations.
Just further underscores how much of a perfect fit the Cowboys need to get a deal done early. One that ticks off the Players Association is the kind of deal they're looking to do.
Usually they're very helpful to the Players Association.
And I think they are with one of their other defensive players. Good for them for sitting out the Micah negotiations so the price goes up about $5 to $6 million a year. Did we pretty much give that money back?
Well, the thing about it is, did we feel like, though, that thing in Cleveland was going to get a contract extension?
I did not.
Yeah, we did not think that. I mean, that, it goes from like the owner wants nothing. I know Zach was talking about around the NFL the other day. He goes, Jimmy Haslam wants no conversations right now. And I'm thinking, and the next thing I know, you wake up, the guy's making $40 million a year.
And it's crazy.
That just shows you.
No, I agree. You're right about that. I guess the part for me is if you're kicking the tires on any of these people today, getting that Micah deal done frees up about $12 million. Not to say that would have been spent today, but I just like to live in my fantasy world where they called all these people's agents and did all the due diligence, and they were like, well, we'd love to have that player. We just can't afford
You knew that the Micah Parsons deal was going to be north of $30 million.
That's true.
And I think if you look at David Mulugeta, who's his agent, has already knocked out some deals early. So he might have put Micah's deal on the back burner to make sure that he had these other deals taken care of. Because you're dealing with the Cowboys, and we all know what the Cowboys is. Dawson gave them the nickname the Cavemen. So we'll see how that plays out. Yeah.
If you want the kind of experience you were describing, Hagee, you do have options with the local hockey team and the local baseball team.
I'm all about both of those. Stars get a big win last night.
Yeah, I think Bobby said this morning his agent was it the J.C. Horn deal?
Yeah.
Got the highest paid
which
defensive
is
back.
That's what David Mulugeta, he's really good at this.
Last year he got $1 billion worth of money for his clients. First agent ever to do that.
Awesome.
You guys were kicking around in crosstalk today, too, just the idea that wide receivers get paid so much more than corners, and why is that?
Yeah.
And I think, and it's the same thing where edge rushers are getting paid more than offensive tackles, and I think it's just because there's so much more of them, and they're always one-upping each other on the deals. There's not as many good corners in the NFL as there are wide receivers. So there's not a constant resetting of the market with the next guy who keeps being up. And same thing with offensive linemen. There's not enough good ones, so they're not resetting the market constantly with great studs. Edge rushers, there's a plethora. So I think that's why there's the discrepancy there. There's just not enough great players to keep resetting the market like there is at receiver.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
It was a big weekend of news for DFW sports winners. We'll talk Rangers and Stars right out of the gates, get some free agency going. We got 5, though, and we're cooking. Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. All kinds of free agency updates, no doubt, as well.
Oh, and Blippy sucks. Sorry.
Wow. Okay, we need to have a conversation about that off air.
Hi, friends.
We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a good one. We're going to lead with winners here. I know that sounds good to you, Brian. There's Brian Bros, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion over there. He's ready for draft season. He's taking notes. He's watching film, and he's bringing you the best coverage in the world here, live on 105.3 The Fan, all draft season. Of course, it's NFL free agency season. We got a lot of news to talk to you about there. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, keeping the Gators down best he can. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in the house. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. Yes, I think the most exciting thing is Jacob deGrom's spring debut was just sensational on Saturday, wasn't he, Wolchuk?
He was brilliant. It also was nice to see Wyatt out there, but I think he was just reminding everybody, when healthy, there's no question who the GOAT of all current Major League Baseball pitchers are. It is. And it is one and only Jacob deGrom. And he didn't even, I loved his comments afterwards. He's just talking about, if I can just put the ball wherever I want, I don't care if I'm hitting triple digits, like 97. I'm cool with that. This dude's just got so many ways to beat you. He's not even at his best right now, but he just looks so damn unhittable. Like, if I'm a batter going into the box against Jacob deGrom, I'm like, I feel like I've lost. Like, mentally, there's few guys in the game that have that against you, but he is a dominant, imposing, just mental warfare at its finest there, and deGrom's got the stuff to back it up.
I like him taking something off it, too. Maybe that keeps him healthier for longer.
Yeah.
I think the biggest takeaway is just that, man, this guy might be good enough to make you just redo all your expectations for this baseball season.
Yeah, if he's going to be able to stick it out all season long and get you 25 starts or so, goodness gracious, dude. And I think right now you can get like at plus 3,000 odds him leading the league in punch-outs. And he's just a punch-out monster. If he starts 25 games, I think you're feeling great about that.
And the Cy Young, like we were doing BetMGM yesterday, like the odds for that I thought were low. And then he's got like the fourth highest odds to win the American League Cy Young. Like, I think if he's able to get, he was 32 starts the 2 times that he won the Cy Young for the Mets. I think if you get at least 25 from him, he's going to be leading the majority of categories when it comes to whip, ERA, Ks. Like, I love the odds on that for deGrom this year.
Perfect 2 innings through 31 pitches. He's scheduled to pitch again Thursday against San Francisco. The pitch count will probably rise 10 to 15 pitches, putting him in the 40 to 45 range. Morning news, Evan Grant here. He'll get an extra day of rest with a scheduled off day for the team, and then probably will pitch in the final exhibition of the spring in Arlington against Kansas City, March 25th. I would say that would be worth going to as a fan. It's just anybody that's seen Jacob deGrom pitch knows what I'm talking about, but you want to go check this out to help you set expectations and really to get jacked and excited for what is to come. If the schedule holds, that would put him in the 75 pitch range going into the season, and then the Rangers will likely keep him close to that mark for a couple of early season starts. So could just be, probably 5 inning max, maybe as the season gets underway with deGrom. But that's what we want, is just get this to the playoffs. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's all we need to do right now is make sure the team is good enough to make the playoffs and then deploy deGrom twice a series and Eovaldi in the other games. You got 4 of the 7, either Eovaldi or deGrom. If you can just get there, this could potentially be a very, very exciting season. Okay, and the Stars got a win 4-1 against Vancouver yesterday after losing to Edmonton in overtime on Saturday. But you have Rupe Hintz now. We're waiting for an update on him. He had to go to the hospital after getting hit in the face with a hockey puck.
Getting a second opinion on that. The good thing is the Stars basically have the week off after what was a nice swing back-to-back there with Vancouver.
Yeah.
You're probably just going to have to wear a mask, I would assume, for Rupe. Like, we've seen these guys get nailed in the face. They come back and play. But, gosh, I can't imagine a worse injury in-game than getting just blasted in the face with a frozen hockey puck.
Yeah.
That just sounds awful. Luckily, I think it was right below, like, the eye.
Yeah.
So I don't think there was any damage to his vision, which is always what you would be scared about most.
Right. Yeah, it's man, I tell you what, though, these guys, and they just skate off like nothing happens.
Crazy.
It's just going to just go to the bench, go up the tunnel. I mean, it's just crazy how this all works. But, the Stars the other night, though, I mean, this Western Canada swing for them, though, pretty important because if you look at, with Winnipeg on the horizon as well, I stuck with that game Saturday night, even though they got down big. I just I don't know, man.
They kept the hope alive.
They kept the hope alive, and they got it. They got within one with 9 minutes going. They're going to find a way to win this damn thing. But you got to give Edmonton some credit for the way they finished that out. But man, some really, really good chances, and it looks like the additions that they've made are kind of paying off in a big way for them.
Yeah, and you just hope for the best here with Hintz. I mean, 25 goals, 27 assists in 59 games this year. The Stars have lost 5 players to a facial injury this season. Mason Marchment's took over a month to come back from. A couple have taken just a couple of days, but obviously him heading back to Dallas for treatment is not a great omen. We'll hope for the best there. Well-timed break, though, as Wolchuk said. You have the rest of the week, and then you play Winnipeg on Friday, Sunday at Colorado, and then they'll get to be home for 4 games after that. NFL free agency is off and running. Jordan Lewis has gone to the Jags. Good for him, 3 years and $30 million. Ultimately, he's too good for the Cowboys.
Yeah. When I saw the numbers on that, it was like, okay, he's going to be now the highest paid nickel corner in NFL history. The Cowboys would not be touching that at all. And it also goes to show that some of the pre-free agency lists where they're putting the top 75, 100,
he wasn't on it. Yeah,
he was not on a lot of those lists.
Well, the 2.4 average per year, like that. I mean, a lot of these have been proven to be, these dudes are getting way more than that on the open market, which is what they talk about, like good players getting paid great money. But good for Jordan Lewis. He deserved a payday, man. He earned it. I just kind of wish he was going to a better situation than Jacksonville.
Hey, but big loss though for the Cowboys. Like
Sure.
it is now. You got one guy that you can really depend on right now.
But a leadership void, too. I mean, J-Lou was a big-time leader on that football team in the locker room as well.
He's part of your, leadership crew. He was good against the run. He was healthy, which is something that I think only Kalen Carson and Deron Blank could say right now. Are you two healthy corners?
Yeah.
Josh Butler's hurt. Trayvon Diggs is hurt. You got maybe you got to bring back Mukawamu. So there's not a lot of great options out there. Obviously, you got to look at the draft, and they already did have to look at the draft, Brian. But maybe you got to double dip at corner now. Is that a double dip situation?
Yeah, to me, that's. I was hopeful. There was a couple positions I was hopeful that they would be able to, and maybe when we get to like tier 3, tier 4, there might be some names. I mean, there's a lot of big money that's being thrown around on some of these guys that haven't really. There's some guys that haven't. Saw this on Twitter. Some guys that haven't played full seasons that are getting big paydays. So let's see where this thing shakes out in the next couple of days, and maybe there'll be a name or two there that you kind of like. But
best name's probably Charvarius Ward.
And I was looking at his deal, and that's about $13.5 million right there.
And he was with the Cowboys.
Yeah,
and before they traded him to get that guard from Kansas City that never played it down for him.
Yeah, him and like Byron Murphy, a couple of guys too, from Minnesota. That might be a guy that you might want to consider as well.
So sorry, Chief,
Mike Hilton is just another name as a nickel.
Yeah.
If you're trying to just replace Jordan Lewis at the nickel spot, he's a physical dude, guy. Probably more affordable, definitely more affordable than what Lewis got coming from the Bengals. He's a solid nickel.
I tell you what, though, this draft is kind of lining up, though, and I know it's draft, and you want to try and add some players if you can, but they will be able to. I think they'll be able to replace Jordan Lewis with some nickel players here. And guys that can also play on the outside and play well. The guys who kick inside. I know this kid named Parrish from Kansas State.
I love Jacob Parrish.
Jacob Parrish is like a guy that can play on the outside. He could also play in the nickel. I mean, there's those kinds of guys, not just one. Even though Lewis played a little bit on the outside and was okay, it wasn't something he was doing all the time. You could get guys that can play both spots and play both spots well in this particular draft. So that part of it gives me a little bit of like, okay, this thing is not going to be, terrible. You hate losing Lewis, but there are players in this draft that can absolutely play on inside or outside and do it pretty well.
Yeah, and I think that's how they're going to fix it. I don't look at any of the free agents that are going to make a substantial amount of money. I think it might be tier 3 and tier 4.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the thing was with the linebackers, I know Zach's talked about Greenlaw, and that's about $7 million is where that one was.
Yeah, which
But
I think
it's
affordable
fine. That's
deal, right?
very affordable
That's
deal
why
right
I'm
there.
holding out hope. Maybe Dre Greenlaw could be an option for them. I think there's interest.
Very hopeful there on that, and you're absolutely right. I think what we've seen, though, early in free agency, there were some linebackers that got re-signed quickly by their own teams. We've talked about maybe not at the top of the board. I was talking to a team that said, hey, listen, we got 2 linebackers in the top 75 on our board. Wow. And so now you're thinking, okay, why are these teams really quick at jumping and signing their linebackers? I think it's for that reason alone. That they're at the top of the board, you're really kind of looking at a couple of guys there. When you look at Walker and Campbell as those top guys, maybe Swearinger from UCLA would be in that mix. But this is free agency. If you could have signed a guy or two, that would have been something that could have really helped you not having to draft guys. But there's 3rd and 4th, 5th round guy linebackers here that are actually pretty good as well.
Okay, a lot of news is flying as we are inside this negotiating period now in the NFL. It's effectively kicked off NFL free agency. The Cowboys did bring back their long snapper Trent Sieg, so congrats to him. Brandon Cook quote here from a Cowboys Twitter. He gave a quote to Josina Anderson this afternoon. Would love to play with the Cowboys. At the same time, they would have to use me right. I don't think they fully use me to my strengths. If he has significantly more to give and you could get the deal done, I wouldn't be opposed to bringing back Brandon Cooks here. You need a wide receiver, too, pretty bad right now, don't you, Brian?
Yeah, but the things he's asking to do is what they do with CeeDee Lamb. So if you want to say, okay, we're going to use you take things away from the CeeDee Lamb plate, then Brandon Cooks has got no spot here.
You can't use him opposite CeeDee Lamb and do some of the same things?
I think that when you talk about Lamb, he's more of a guy that plays on the slot, plays on the move. That's kind of where Brandon Cooks' game is. You think Brandon Cooks is a vertical player. He really hasn't done very much the last couple of years.
They haven't used him as a vertical player.
I don't think that, but maybe your quarterback can't get him the ball as a vertical player. Maybe that's why they don't do it.
Wow, Brian's got his fastball working this afternoon. Josh Allen hitting $55 million, about 8-9% less than Dak. APY. I don't think that's going to win many Dak fans over.
No.
What do you did the Cowboys ever pay for Dak? Is that what we found out here, Wolchuk?
Well, it sounds like it after the Josh Allen deal. It's like if Josh Allen's making 55 per, and hey, I mean, I'm not trying to watchdog with Dak. God, go get your money, bro. But I don't think that there's any debate on who's a better quarterback between the two. I mean, one just won an MVP. He's been to 2 conference championships. He's really won a lot of playoff games. He just struggles against guys like Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow. Those are the only 2 that he's lost to in the postseason. But it's like, man, a year later, and he comes in at $5 million less per year. That's a little bit shocking there. I mean, shout out to Todd France. They did a hell of a job there working last year for Dak and that agent.
Cap goes up 10%.
Yeah.
You get 10% less. I mean, maybe Josh Allen is just more willing to work with your guy, but man, I think that's tough to take. Is how what kind of player does that represent? The difference in those 2 deals, and I don't think the Cowboys can say in any way that waiting till the end is doing them any favors or that they're good negotiators at all. That's the definition of caving right there, Brian.
Yeah, no, that's a terrible look right now for your football team that they were able to get that deal done and on a player of that caliber. When you start to talk about all the things that he's done and well worth the $55 million that they're going to pay him. But yeah, that's just a bad look for your Dallas Cowboys. They have no one to blame but themselves on that. The player was, he was looking for a number. He got the number. So that's on that front office for not getting it done at a price. They could have got it done, maybe years ago, and they chose not to do it. And there's always two way. It's a 2-way street here. But the Cowboys agents have figured out is we can wait these guys out. We don't have to be proactive with them. We just don't, because they're going to end up giving us exactly what they want. And and Todd France and his crew got exactly what they wanted.
I don't think they're really negotiating. I think they decide we need to have this player back because he's wearing 88 or because he's the great pass rusher or he's a franchise quarterback. And then they just go up to the deadline and do whatever kind of a deal that the player's asking for.
Yeah.
The agents got this thing sorted. If the Cowboys don't want you, they're going to let you go fairly easily. It's time to look elsewhere. But if they say they want you, then you just keep asking for what you want. Mavericks are watchable. At least the highlights are watchable. Okay, I didn't sit down to watch the entire game, but Najee Marshall is an event. Okay, he had 34, 9, and 10 assists coming off 29 and 17. The Mavs lost, thankfully, to Phoenix. They're just a game and a half up on them now for that 10th play-in spot. But that was kind of cool. I think Najee Marshall's a baller, and he's gonna show that here as they only got 8 or 9 players for tonight's game. But another development is Dwight Powell had another collision, this time not with the ball but with a teammate, and it appears it might take him out for a little bit.
Goodness gracious, man! The hits keep coming. They have no players.
Could they have to forfeit a game?
That is on the table. I think there is a chance of that. And with all the apron stuff and the moves that they've made, they've really just handicapped themselves in being able to bring on more players without dipping back over the apron. That's not something they want to do. They have like $50,000 to work with, basically. So they can't even sign another two-way, like 10-day
I think that's
contract.
That's $127,000. I think that 10-day contract is.
But that was a must-lose game yesterday. I'm glad they did it. A team like the Suns,
yes,
you got to let them leap you. We're in full-on take the L mode.
It is, and two in a row with San Antonio here that could get interesting as well. I guess possibly winnable games if your guys make their threes. We'll see. G-Bag today's coming up at 2:30. We'll Chuck, where are we going next?
All right, let's get into the Chuck Wagon. Is this a potential trend for college sports? And how about the deadline grade for your Dallas Stars? That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 8 minutes. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or loved ones injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk.
Well, we're standing by for all the NFL news. It is official that the Eagles did lose Josh Sweat. We're waiting to find out who Elliott Shore-Parks is going to say is better than Josh Sweat on the team. So this is not a big loss, but he's signing himself a nice deal with the Cardinals, 4 years, $76.4 million to go there. And we're waiting Aaron Rodgers' decision. Apparently the ball is in his court. Steelers have made an offer. Giants have made an offer. The Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes. And maybe we're standing by for Minnesota, because I'm personally just holding out hope that he goes full Favre and he says, you know what, I'm following the same path, baby.
Yeah.
Jets, let's end the career in Minnesota.
Just don't go full Favre like after the playing days and end up in a fraudulent scheme and
no.
We're taking videos.
Never go
money
full
fraud
Favre.
or do the croc deal.
Hopefully there was no sexting going on with masseuses with the Jets.
Yes.
Croc shots.
You wanted to, have full
That's right.
parallels.
Man.
So it got weird.
Were you ever on the wrong side of one of those texts, Brian, from Brett?
No.
Never?
No.
Like an accidental late night?
We weren't a...
Definitely wouldn't have narked on him, though.
We were, when I was there, my last year with him was in 95. Were we cell phoning it then?
That's a good point.
Maybe a couple of us were. We had to have the big one. I think
the brick with the antenna in it.
He was probably sending Kodaks.
I think you needed a briefcase.
He was sending writing boobs on the pagers, just goofing around with my buddies.
Yeah.
Dude, but if you're Aaron Rodgers, you got to go to the Steelers, right? That's a unless the Giants are paying you so much more, why would that even be a choice if you're Aaron Rodgers?
The winning standpoint,
you want to go to Pittsburgh.
Better roster's Pittsburgh, but I guess maybe he's looking at it like, I've got a bunch of money invested in this area already. I don't know. I don't know where his brain's at.
He did buy that Jersey house that he's pretty proud of.
It would be painful, but I think as a competitor, you got to go with the chance to win the Super Bowl, and that's much bigger in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and just like you're at the end, dude. Don't you want to do some level of competing for winning? Don't you want to look somewhat competent at the position, or do you just want to go have another disaster for a few more million, or because you just bought a home in New Jersey, as if you can't afford one in Pittsburgh too?
think
That's true. I guess he could.
Come on. It's not like it's that
He's
far
like, well,
away.
I bought one house. I can't buy another. Yes, you can.
After all the things he went through with the Jets, which he brought upon himself, through the media and things like that, I'd get the hell out of there.
I would too.
I'd be on my way to Pittsburgh in a heartbeat.
You're winning 10 games easy.
Don't want to deal with that media anymore.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but the other way of looking at it is in Pittsburgh, while you have a better chance to win, you're now dealing with a coach that's not going to put up with any of your BS.
In a conference, it's much harder to win, I would say.
The division, I was kind of thinking of the quarterbacks there. And
division, and even in the playoffs. I mean, now we're going to go through a gauntlet where I don't think the Giants are even a playoff roster, but if they were to get there, the road to the Super Bowl in the NFC is easier than the AFC. If you think you can make that much of a difference. And I got a couple of texts. We didn't say the name Brett and then the last name together.
Nope.
So we were dancing around this thing. All right. So I'm good. I'm good on
Thanks for
owing
listening,
rules are rules. Thank you very much. Yeah. Are we going to see a trend here? So Steph Curry just landed a role with Davidson. He's going to be the assistant GM for their basketball team. And, we just had Woj go to St. Bonaventures. He's going to be a GM.
So he's going back to school.
So he's, I guess, while playing, I think this might be like a financial backing.
He's
going to have some say on like, hey, I can scout him up. Send me some tape. I'll watch him on the side. This might be a good guy we can offer.
I'm sure he's going to be scouting him up.
On the flights, you don't think he's got a great scout's eye there, Steph Curry?
I don't think he will spend a single second of scouting anyone.
No?
It'll just be simply, hey, Steph, we like this player. Can you help foot the bills and NIL stuff for us?
Call him for us.
Yeah, hype him up a little bit.
But I think this is a trend that we're seeing now because James Harden has also donated a bunch of money to Arizona State, but specifically to their NIL collective.
Right.
So this money is going to go straight to paying the players to come and play. Mm-hmm. So now, at least in the NBA, this is kind of kicking off. Is this now going to translate to other sports? We're going to see some NFLers get in on this?
It used to be you put your name on the side of a building. Now you just give them the money and let them go buy players is what you do.
If you're Pat Mahomes, hey, I'll pay for Texas Tech's quarterback every year. Sure. I got $10 million. Yeah. I just go ahead and tell me who you want. I got you.
But this is a little different, though, because this is Steph Curry working for the front office. I want that relationship more than just giving you money. I mean, you're making your own money. Buy your own players.
You're at least kind of tied in. Like, if you win, I'm getting a ring, too.
Yeah, I want a ring. I want, some sort of maybe a role, You know what I'm saying, Wilchuck?
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. You want to have a presence. You want to be at the very least, a luminary?
Okay, man. We'll send you a 3/4 zip sweater with the Davidson logo on it, and you can wear that around.
If I want to show up,
we need your money, man. Can you just give us money?
I need your money. I made you relevant for like 4 years, and you ripped me off there. So I'm damn sure not working for you for free.
Yeah.
I want
to. You're asking him to Davidson to pay.
Oh
him?
yeah.
Put him on the payroll.
That's what this is. I'm the assistant GM. I'm not paying you to go pay for players.
I think this is kind of their way of doing things without. I mean, is this the way they find
somebody
funnel
did
money
say
to
tax
the school?
purposes from the 214? That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
There's always a bigger purpose, I guess.
Not paying you. Reason. Take your 3/4 zip and go on.
You think this is a fancy way for Steph Curry to give the university money?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he just announce a donation?
Yeah, he could.
But
go
he didn't want to put his name on the. He didn't want to put his name on the court or anything. He just says, "Here, take the money and go buy players."
I'm reading this story that Steph Curry is going to be the assistant GM of the Davidson basketball program and probably consult them on how to build a successful basketball team.
What? Who
find a good coach?
Did he help with the golf program somewhere? One of those
Steph?
Historically black schools. I think that
like an HBCU.
Yeah, I think he gave. I want to say he gave Howard or somebody like that. He funds their golf program.
HU. Yeah,
absolutely.
I was waiting for y'all to say but then I was like, what am I doing?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
What am I
doing? We don't know.
Hey, what do we have to say?
Howard University.
Okay, but Lucius, what do we have to say when you say something?
HU. You go.
Okay, there we go. It's like Ohio State.
Yeah, man. My sister went there.
IO.
Yeah.
There we go.
We got trade grades. Stars had the second best trade grade for the deadline. Only team ahead of them, the Colorado Avalanche, which could end up being the first round matchup. Jeez. The Avs really kind of rebuilt their team over the course of this entire first half of the season. I mean, they first traded Mikko Rantanen, and they got back a nice haul from Carolina Carolina that trades him to the Stars. They get Logan Stankoven. But Avs got the A+, Stars got the A. Stars' approach to this year's deadline was an adjustment of their philosophies. Dallas built its core using the draft. Had traditionally been hesitant to part with draft capital, but that strategy has allowed the Stars to reach the conference finals the last 2 years. This more aggressive approach might lead to an even bigger prize, hoisting Lord Stanley's Cup.
I loved learning on the broadcast the other night that his nickname is Moose.
He looks like a moose, dude. I mean, at 6'4", with skates on, he is a giant human being.
Yeah. That's a good nickname if you can get it. Derek Anderson, remember him, the old Panthers quarterback?
Yeah.
His nickname was the Moose from Scappoose because he's from Scappoose, Oregon.
He's got one of the best post-game rants, too, when he was caught laughing on the sidelines.
It's time to go now into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-bag of the day.
H-U. What? What'd you say?
O-H.
You know.
I know.
All right, let's see here. Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far is a man named Matthew Garside. Garside. He's a legend up there. What is that?
Sophomore player.
Is it Ithaca? Utica?
Schenectady.
Yeah. Union College, Division III. This man right here eats game winners for dinner, Matthew Garside. And he gets the student broadcasters pretty excited. And in fact, they went viral for basically breaking the equipment when Garside gets in his bag.
Throw it in. Garside. Up the court. Garside. Puts it up for the win.
Got hit with the lightning bolt there.
It still makes me think about that. I was driving to work today thinking about, man, that really does sound like the man got struck by lightning.
Yeah, I can't unhear it now. Incredible.
Someone to help him.
If you told me that was Marv in Home Alone, I'd be like, yeah, you're dang right it is.
Yeah, it sure is. All right, well, they got word that we were making fun of them for breaking the equipment every time Garside gets in his bag. But Matthew Garside did it again, a game winner, and this is how they took it.
Matthew Garside. If you've been on TikTok and
we haven't,
maybe have some relations to Union College, I'm sure you've seen some of our announcing on those two buzzer beater shots that Garside was able to hit. Now they're leaving Garside right now.
Garside.
John Mack, he's going to be guarded by Alex Mesh. But Garside wants this one. He shoots it early. And he makes it go. Matthew Garside.
I hated that one.
Yes,
we neutered him, man.
That man is a legend up there, bro.
Yeah.
He's going to have a car lot and everything.
Yeah.
Garside Automotives.
Garlot.
Car lot.
Only a sophomore up there right now.
It's going to be a damn restaurant called Garside's.
Yeah.
Ooh, that sounds
Going out to
nice.
Garside's is nice, man.
Yeah.
He could have his own cigar lounge.
I could see that. I could see a whole franchise of different entertainment options. Garside.
I love how those were repeating each other. Hold on, I gotta go back. I'm sorry.
Throw it in. Garside. Up the court. Garside. Puts it up for the win.
Just repeating each other.
You guys kind of jealous. One gets to do it, the other doesn't.
All right, let's see here. We got a DC bus driver.
All right.
Lays down the rules before a bus trip. I think they're going up to New York. Check this out.
I do that for y'all. My bathroom is clean. Don't go back there spraying it like y'all wore in the lawn and the yard. Wipe up behind yourself. When the bus moves, you going to go everywhere. Just do the best you can. Because I got to clean this junk, clean it up, and bring it back down to DC, and I don't like cleaning up after grown people. That's right. I may stop on the way up there. It's like 35 people in here. You get left at one of these rest stops, it ain't on me. I don't care. I'm going to give you a time to get back on this bus. You miss it, I don't wait for french fries. So if you wait for french fries, it's going to cost you $115 to get up New York because another bus will not come pick you up. What else? When I said I don't feel like it,
a checklist
I'm the #1 driver.
Period.
We ain't got to worry about none of that. I ain't got to tell y'all what the safety X is at because ain't nothing happened.
Okay.
God got
Period.
me.
Wow. I ain't got to tell you what a safety X is at because God got me. Yeah. What else? What else?
#1 driver. I think I'll take it. Hey, if you're going to be strict, you better be #1.
Come on, man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
I'll take that deal.
Attention to detail. Yesterday was a church day. Pray you got your blessing because there's a blessing out there for you. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie D. Haynes. Yes. All right, I got a combo pack for you. We have a pastor in prayer. Let's see what he's praying for.
We continue to grow spiritually, that you will continue to be the foundation that we build our lives, our marriages, our parenting, our hookups, our habits, our fears, depressions, our anxieties. You will help us build those on you. We love you. And we're going to sing now and take an offering, and I'm going to be quiet and get off the stage. I love you, Jesus. In your name we pray. Amen. Chris, sing something.
Sing something.
Praying for our hookups.
Mixed up his confessionals in there. Wrong list. Oh, crap.
Yeah, man. Let's see. Another one right here. The pastor's wife is usually called the first lady in our church.
Okay.
This first lady right here, she takes a shot at men that wash dishes and kind of clean the house up a little bit. But yeah,
I like
took it
this
personal.
message.
I took it personal there, Broadus. I seen you look up a little bit.
Not a little bit, a lot.
I cleaned that house today. I mean, this weekend, walking there smell like pine salt.
Yeah.
Motivated the woman to start cleaning up that carpet for all her dogs.
Mm-hmm.
I see the little spot your dog left there. Could you go ahead and get that carpet going? Anyway, this lady takes a shot at all the men's that cleans up.
I married a Hispanic, a Puerto Rican. I was going to help with the dishes. I started the first day we came back from our honeymoon. I thought, I'm going to be a good husband. I started doing the dishes. And my wife said to me, and I quote, "What are you, gay?"
Oh, no.
So that's the one benefit, one of many, of marrying into the outside of the white race. Amen. You're not expected to help with the housework. You're expected to not help with the housework.
Oh, my God.
She's outside of the white race.
Oh,
Amen.
my God. All over the place.
Holy crap.
Oh, my God.
That thing went off the rails and stayed there.
All over the place.
He didn't even
bro.
try to yank it back on. He was like,
he just
"No,
You know what? I'm just going to run with
He
this.
just kept on. He just kept monster trucking over it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I said when I first heard it.
That was a direct quote, by the way. I mean, we got to break this down piece by piece, but part of me really likes this if I'm walking into that in my kitchen.
You paraphrasing there,
I certainly am
Pastor?
not.
No, that's what the words.
Let me prove that by never doing a dish the rest of my life.
And my wife said to me, and I quote, "What are you, gay?" So that's the one benefit, one of many, of marrying into the outside of the white race.
Okay.
And the
What
white
are the many
race.
benefits?
And the white race.
Did you hear the ladies in there laugh like, ha, ha, ha,
One of the many.
ha? Oh, my God.
What is going on?
Oh, my God.
Garside.
Garside.
Oh, jeez.
It is time to vote for your G-Bag of the day. Is it Garside makes it go? Did you guys say yesterday or Friday he's doing 11 points per game? Garside is?
8
points per game?
Yeah, but he's hitting nothing but game winners, bro. He's clutch when it needs to be clutch, dog.
Wow, that improves the legend even more.
He ain't even warmed up, bro.
No. He's just kind of like that cone all game long, not really doing anything, hustling for loose balls, not coming up with it. Game time, dude. Where's Garside? The other team's leaving him alone.
Exactly right.
That's why.
He's a jump ball king. He's always grabbing on the ball. Like, jump ball again. Damn.
The first 47 minutes are just a decoy.
Jump ball.
It's Garside time.
Get in there, mix it up, Garside.
DC bus driver's the number one driver. The preacher was caught in prayer, and the first lady of the church asked the preacher if he's gay. And that's why he's doing dishes. It's a loaded question, man. I'll go with Garside, Chief.
I'm going to go with the dishes.
No.
Lucius.
Church combo, man.
Church combo. Wolchuk.
I'll go with the church combo.
Uh-oh.
Brian.
I'm going to let them vote this thing off. I'm going to go with the basketball.
Well, I think once it's comboed up, they're for both. So the church actually already won.
Did they?
Look, by my count, that's what happened right there.
Okay.
Right? Church combo by a score of 3-1 or to 2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Okay, where are we going next, guys?
We have Best of the Weekend. I got the best sports clips of the weekend featuring Luka and Juju, plus tales from a double date night with the bully next in the nation.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. And thanks to everybody out there making us part of your day. It's time now for Chief to recap what just transpired over these last 48 hours. Here he is, Eric.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, I mean, yesterday, how about that? The rare March football Sunday.
Craziness.
I mean, it was like, oh my gosh, me and Wolchuk doing the BetMGM show, and it was just NFL news. Every couple of minutes, there's a new rumor or a new re-signing or a trade when it comes to the DK Metcalf stuff. Like, the NFL took over on a March Sunday, and it felt good. It felt right. The other thing that I saw, I think maybe the best thing I saw this weekend, did you guys see the clip of our guy with the Cowboys, DeMarvion Overshown?
No, he's moving around nicely.
Carter's going to throw this thing up on the fan cam.
Mm-hmm.
Check it out, because DeMarvion Overshown, who had a pretty catastrophic knee injury during the season, is now being seen at a wedding on the dance floor cutting a rug. I mean, and I don't see any type. Maybe he's got a sleeve on or something under his pants, but it looks like he's not being helped in any way. He's dancing around pretty nicely right there.
He's moving nice.
I would say that's encouraging in terms of his return date. Like, this is a dude that we've seen already have to come off a knee injury and just hit the ground running. So you know how dedicated he is to getting himself right. He is an unbelievable player, and man, if he can make a bit of an earlier return in the season than we anticipated,
big time,
that would be awesome. This is encouraging as heck, dude. Great moves, by the way.
So you felt like that? Didn't we see Deshaun Watson do some dancing for TikTok, and then he got hurt again?
We saw Dak doing it last offseason. He was moving around pretty nice.
And then he was in the boot.
Yeah, and then he was in the boot. That's a good call. Maybe this is this a potential setback situation? Are we going to get some Overshown news?
I hope not. I hope that line dancing isn't setting us back, on our player. But yeah, he was moving around pretty good, though. That's good to see.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. I enjoyed seeing that. Now we have a couple of sports clips from the weekend. Do you want the Mavs being the butt of an SNL joke first, or do you want an announcer maybe putting their foot in their own mouth?
I want to go local.
Let's go local. SNL. This is another weekend update, and it is they have fake Kendrick Perkins at the desk, and they ask him the obvious question about our Luka.
Let's talk some NBA. So the craziest news of the season is the Dallas Mavericks took one of the league's best players, Luka Doncic, and traded him to the Lakers. Why did they do that?
Oh, now, there's a lot of questions about this here trade, but folks on the inside know Luka Dookie is hurt, okay? Now, I'm hearing rumors that he got a small tear in his interior crustaceous uterus. I ain't no doctor, but by my estimations, I believe he gonna be dead by April.
Why would you say that?
Look, hey, I just be saying things, Michael. Stephen A. Smith, he just got $100 million to go on ESPN every day and talk nothing but nonsense. And I want a piece of that too.
So a little bit morbid there, but that was pretty funny. Fake Kendrick Perkins bringing it strong on the Luka analysis.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe Nico caught a solid shot in there, with the speculation that it'll be out by May or whatever that was. That was a pretty good job.
Nico was just nodding along when he saw, like, dang right, watch what's about to happen.
Yeah.
He's like, see, he's doing the Leonardo DiCaprio meme where he's snapping at the TV, like, see, somebody
there it is, boom.
Then you also had this moment here between USC and UCLA women's basketball,
which was a really good game.
Yeah,
that center for UCLA. Oh my gosh,
Hooper. Yeah,
she's a problem.
Not Walton.
Alcindor?
Yeah. Not Alcindor either. But Juju Watkins is one of the biggest stars in all of women's basketball, certainly at the collegiate level, and she plays for USC. And the announcer was just doing the being a bit hyperbolic.
Yeah, hyperbolic.
Yeah,
no, you nailed it.
Hyperbolic with the analysis and the analogy.
Go ahead.
And
you're doing a good job.
I think she kind of put her foot in her mouth.
Suji Watkins has caught the women's basketball world by storm. Certainly lit the world of Los Angeles on fire.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
So that's what happened.
You got to be.
And we playing UCL. Come on, man. What are you doing,
I mean, it did
bro?
coincide with the start of the conference season.
I was like all in the state there.
That's weed.
Oh, crap.
The producers are like, "Gosh, dang it! Did she do that? She didn't mean to do
I think
that."
that was Beth Mowens. Is that?
I was immediately thinking who I thought it was Doris Burke for a second.
No, I think it's Beth Mowens. I think Mowens is the
She definitely has the Doris Burke accent.
Yeah, she does. Yeah,
she is leading all the way into that.
Yeah,
but that was definitely just a good old fashioned blooper there. I don't believe that was in any way intentional.
Eesh.
But that was funny though.
It was.
Now Saturday night was filled with laughter for me and Wolchuk because we got the opportunity to go to Hyenas Comedy Club in Fort Worth. Shout out to John Brown, who's a big time Tolo.
It's our dude right there.
He's a phenomenal comedian, and so he hollered at Wolchuk earlier in the week. He's like, "Hey, I'm going to be." I think he was filming his special.
Yeah.
So he's putting his own special together. And so he was like, "Hey, why don't y'all come out and check it out?" So we double dated with the wives, and he
pull
was
you guys out of the crowd. You do one of those things?
he didn't do any crowd work on us. He did tell one guy to shut the
bleep up.
Yeah, he did.
I don't know what you said. Just shut the bleep up.
It was pretty good, but he was. I mean, 25 minutes of true belly laughter.
He crushed it.
He was great. I think he might have been even better than the headliner. But he was awesome. Shout out to John Brown, and I would like for we'll go with Broadus. Broadus, why don't you read this for me, please? Read my shirt.
You ain't my real stepdad.
That's right. That's the shirt that we got. That's part of the John Brown. I can't wait to pull that and replay it forever.
Real stepdad.
That's part of one of his jokes there. We got the T-shirt. We had a great time.
Nobody loves
So
the
that means
free-
your mom's cheating? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay, yeah, okay.
He's
You're
got
the
a
stepdad.
whole bit about this.
Yeah, okay.
It's a good one.
I get it a little bit there.
Yeah.
So you're the stepdad. So that means basically she was basically cheating with you. You broke up a marriage, and now she's cheating on you with somebody else.
That's certainly one perspective on it. I believe the joke is something along the lines of he never really knew his real dad, but he grew up with a stepdad that he would call dad basically because it was his dad that he really knew, and then his mom divorced him and got a new stepdad, and that guy tried to tell him what to do, and he was like, "Hey, you can't tell me what to do. You ain't my real stepdaddy." It was a pretty awesome joke and a great
Popular
shirt.
gal.
Yeah.
100%
Nobody
cotton
loves
shirt.
the free T-shirt more than you.
Oh,
there's nobody.
What? How long was I willing to wait there, Wolchuk?
We waited. We were also talking to our buddy Head Richards. About 10 minutes.
Yeah, I was willing to wait even double that probably if I had to.
If you had to take an Uber home by yourself, you would have got that T-shirt.
There was no way I was leaving there without.
You really
the
wanted the pink shirt, but they only had the black ones left.
Yeah, they did only have the black ones available. But it was a good time. I would say that the comedy club date is one of the best dates.
It was an awesome time, and I had never been to the Fort Worth Hyenas. I'd only been to Dallas and Plano. Fort Worth is the best of the three.
Wow.
I don't know the last time I was at a comedy club. That sounds like a lot of fun.
It is, dude. If you're thinking about a date night deal, that's the move. And then we hit a
Until you
late night
get pulled
sushi.
out of the crowd.
Well, you just shut your mouth, and usually you're fine unless you're sitting so close and you look like
It's
somebody
just
that's worth picking
terrifying
on.
though when they pull you out of the crowd though.
Has it happened to you?
It's been close. Like I felt
You
like
get really
I
nervous?
felt like the spotlight thing was about to come down on me at that point. Like, okay, let's see which. And they shine a spotlight on that person. And I was kind of thinking, man, they're going to get the big bald guy here. Is what they were going to do.
One close call has traumatized you from ever going again.
It's kind of like flying, Dawson. I just don't ever want to do it again.
Say no more. I know exactly what we were talking about. By the way, saw an update over the weekend on the turbulence. It's getting worse as time goes on.
Yeah.
Because the difference in temperature from that jet stream to the rest of the air it's getting to be a bigger difference.
Yeah.
So over these next couple of decades, be ready for even more.
Yeah,
is the takeaway.
Well, that's a perfect transition to our Flightmare weekend headline. That simply reads: an Air India flight from Chicago to
the
Delhi
bathrooms.
had to turn around to make an emergency landing after just 5 hours because passengers clogged 11 out of the plane's 12 toilets with monster dumps.
11 out of the 12 got clogged.
They were 5 hours into a flight. I mean, did everyone got hit with the bubble guts on this flight? What were they serving up on this flight?
Prunes.
I guess everybody said yes to the prunes.
God.
So they had to turn around. You're 5 hours in the air, but they're like, I guess there's some sort of
there's a rule.
You
can't fly like without bathroom service.
Can't we just emergency land?
All
11
the
of
toilets
the
are clogged,
12, dude.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Was that a bad toilet paper? Probably wasn't.
Something
Might have been a
happened
bad
there.
airline.
Something going on.
Something that we need to do.
No,
a little bit
Lucius
better.
said it was the prunes.
Yeah, that would be. I think that would take the cake. Worst flying experience ever. All righty. Thank you.
No, I think it's worse when it's overflowing and then there's the.
Oh, that's
remember
right.
the
The river
river
downstream,
flooding
down the aisles.
That's right.
Did you see the lady walking naked down the aisle the other day?
I did see that.
I did not.
That was ridiculous.
That was on a plane?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No one stopped her either.
No one stopped.
How long did she walk naked?
It was a few minutes,
like,
I think.
They 20. No, they said about 20 minutes.
That's what
20
I'm
minutes.
Yeah,
Bro,
bro.
she's walking up and down the flight.
Nobody
naked.
stopped her for 20 whole minutes.
She started in the back of the plane, went to the front, came back, kind of walked around a
Well,
little
what
bit.
would you do? Would you be the one to say something in that scenario?
I tried to get like a jacket to put around you, but they didn't stop her for 20 minutes. They mean they probably like what they seen.
People were just probably really
Let her
worried.
go.
Yeah. As long as she didn't go and try and open the door or anything like that.
Yeah.
You know.
I know we're late, but don't you think that a lot of these are just the edible cannabis? People are freaking out. I mean, they'll freak out on the ground. You know,
Yeah, that's what happened to Dion Waiters. You get bit by the Nord.
That's-
You eat too many of those. You get up in the air, and all of a sudden things are happening that
Could
you
be.
could have never have imagined.
I think we need to raise more awareness about that at the airport. You know, if you're taking edibles, only take half a serving and give it 90 minutes.
Should it be a gate announcement, you think?
Don't take another one.
Yes,
Listen,
yes.
did you think it's not working? It's gonna work.
You folks
Just
Trust
wait.
the process.
If
you
you've
folks-
taken a double serving and you think you're having a heart attack, you probably aren't. Just
Yeah.
relax.
You folks with bags that are too big. You have to check those bags, but also check yourself. You're on too many mushrooms right now.
Yeah.
Kind of do something to dial that
It
back,
can
please.
happen.
Yeah.
Okay, just don't psych yourself out. NFL news today coming up next to Wolchuk. Where are you taking us?
Free agent frenzy. How is the rest of the NFL improving their teams? And would you be up for this reunion for the Cowboys? That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. The NFL signings continue to come in as we have more breaking news that's rocking the division and the state. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Okay, yeah, within the division, the Houston Texans are trading 5-time Pro Bowl offensive tackle Laramie Tunsil to the Washington Commanders for a package of picks. Okay, we got the picks.
Okay, second rounder and fourth rounder to the Texans, plus a third rounder this year. Houston sends back a fourth rounder and Laramie Tunsil. So that's from Ian Rappaport.
So a 3 and a 4
year? He said his tweet is, it reads a second rounder and a fourth rounder to the Texans, plus a third rounder this year. Maybe he meant next year when he did that, because it's a weird order that he put it in.
It sounded like it was a 2, 3,
it looks
and a
like
4.
he's going to resend this tweet out. So when we get, it's probably
for next year.
I'm hoping it's a third for next year. So 2 and a 4, a 2 and a 4 next year plus a third rounder this year. That's what he said.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, that's what okay, so a second and a fourth next year to the Texans plus a third rounder this year, and Houston sending back a fourth and Laramie Tunsil. Man, I think that's a hell of a deal for Washington. And if you're Houston, if you're CJ
So
Stroud,
all they gave up was a 3 this year then, huh?
Yes,
basically.
And a 2 and a 4 next year.
Next year, okay.
Yeah. Pretty darn good deal for Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And Washington also signed Javon Kinlaw today, former San Francisco 49er. So they move on from Jonathan Allen. Now they just lost Nami Brown, their wide receiver.
Jacksonville.
As well. Yeah, he went to Jacksonville on a 1-year deal. Jacksonville signed a pair of Cowboys too. Chume Edoga is going to Jacksonville, according to Jordan Schultz. And we know earlier in the day they signed Jordan Lewis to a 3-year deal, making him the highest paid nickel corner in all of football. So congratulations to Jordan Lewis. But Jacksonville throwing some money around today, but very interesting inside the division. You also have Jeremy Chin is leaving Washington. He just signed a 2-year, $16 million deal with the Raiders, according to Jordan Schultz. So that's another player Washington will be losing. And Philadelphia today has lost 3 players. The Vikings signed cornerback Isaiah Rodgers, formerly of the Eagles, to a 2-year, $15 million contract. Milton Williams left to go with the Patriots in free agency. He initially was going to sign with Carolina. Then New England swooped in. I said, no, we want you. So he went ahead and signed with the Patriots. And then Josh Sweat signed a 4-year deal with the Arizona Cardinals. So New England down a depth piece at corner in Isaiah Rodgers, Milton Williams, their defensive tackle, and the edge, Josh Sweat. And they have not signed anybody else. We also saw yesterday they might be trading Dallas Goedert. The report was they're hopeful they can get at least a 4th-round pick for tight end Dallas Goedert. So a lot of movement going on between Washington, Philadelphia. Not a whole lot of additions for Filthy, but a massive addition. Laramie Tunsil now at left tackle for the Washington Commanders.
Does it look like Philadelphia is taking a step back here in their aggressiveness? They're going through a calm down, cool off?
They haven't been super aggressive right now, I guess, to the extent today. Obviously, Myles Garrett, they were probably going to be in on.
Positions that Philadelphia lost, please. Do you remember what you said?
Defensive tackle, edge, and corner.
Okay. All 3 positions that are deep in the draft.
And they just went ahead and really remade their secondary with a 1 and a 2 last year at corner. They've got Nolan Smith, who's probably ready to slide in for Josh Sweat, and they've got a Jomo, who clearly they do like as a possible replacement.
And maybe they trade for Trey Hendrickson.
They could.
Maybe they have that in the works.
Washington's also been rumored to be the favorite to trade for Trey Hendrickson, but you can't ever count out Howie and the Eagles.
No, you can't. But if they're quiet right now, like the positions they've lost, they're all, like I say, they're positions.
They're okay there.
They're deep for everybody. If you want to, I mean, you and I've done the studies, and the edges are deep, the tackles are deep, and the cornerbacks, you could probably grab you one if, like we talked about. I know losing Jordan Lewis is a bad thing, or feels like a bad thing, but there's actually some players in this draft that can play both outside and inside, and play it pretty well for you in the draft.
Yeah, I'd still like to add somebody like a veteran piece if you can, because it's still one of these where I feel like all of these positions were like, yeah, they can attack this in the draft. They can't. They can't attack everything they need in the draft.
No, but they can attack that position. Would you rather have? Did you say Greenlaw went somewhere already?
No, Greenlaw is drawing a lot of interest. The Cowboys are one team that's interested in Dre Greenlaw, which I had heard and Josina Anderson officially reported as well. But there's multiple other teams that are trying to pursue him, and we know if it's probably like, hey, it's a bidding war. I don't think the Cowboys are going to win.
Okay, would you want Greenlaw or Ward from San Francisco?
I'd rather take Greenlaw.
Because of the linebacker situation?
Yeah, I'd feel better about that. Let's just get, I mean, it goes back to why we were hoping to get Bolton or one of these other linebackers. Like, let's just try and get that solidified. I'd love to get both if you possibly could.
Sure.
But, I mean, beggars can't be choosers. I feel like anytime we're like, if the Cowboys could at least sign one person, I think that'd be a celebration.
Yeah, and those are really the only two names I've seen connected that the Cowboys have been kicking around on.
Yeah.
Ward, Charvarius Ward, the corner from San Francisco, and then Dre Greenlaw, their linebacker. I would go Greenlaw there as well because the draft sort of dictates that.
Yeah.
Cowboys are also named a perfect fit for free agent wide receiver Stephon Diggs, according to Pro Football Focus. Over the past 3 years, Prescott has targeted hitch routes on 18% of throws, highest rate of any of his routes. In that same span, Stephon Diggs has an 86.1 receiving grade on hitches, which is 8th in the NFL, and has 79 targets on that route, second most in the NFL. So I guess that's a strength for his game and one that Dak Prescott clearly likes to throw. I'm hoping the offense has a little bit less hitch routes in it this year, but I guess that's something that is a strength. And, of course, you always have the family reunion ties with Trayvon Diggs and Stephon Diggs. There's nothing really of note right now with Stephon Diggs' market. So anytime it's quiet like that for a player, I think it does mean, hey, if that's going to be a third, fourth wave guy, then it's possible for the Cowboys to be interested. Same thing with Von Miller, who got cut yesterday.
What I can tell is that the market's somewhere between $13 and $15 million, and I think financially that could be a fit, or at least it should be for the Cowboys. Obviously, a player that's a little bit past his prime, but, it's just a matter of, I think, a ton of personality comes with this player, and one of the things that I thought maybe you could get with Schottenheimer and his staff is a little bit more open-mindedness to the big personality guy. Ever since Jason Garrett was here, I think they were resistant to that kind of guy, so that would make me think that probably not. I think Greg Hardy was the last time they did something like that a decade ago. But shoot, I think that's the caliber of player that we would need in order to start at least imagining that this offense could be better.
Patriots have been whipping out the credit card today. I mentioned the Milton Williams signing yesterday. You had Harold Landry, former Titan, reuniting with Mike Vrabel. They signed him to a 3-year, $43.5 million deal in New England.
He's supposed to be one of the worst edge rushers in the sport over the last few years. From a pressure rate standpoint,
I never thought he was very good. I didn't really like him coming out of Boston College. I think he had 1 year where he was
good, yeah.
like 15 sacks.
Sure did.
But he's kind of been living off that. But Vrabel knows what he's getting from the player. So maybe Vrabel is a big fan of Harold Landry, thought that wasn't an overpay. I think it was, but time will tell. They also signed Robert Spillane, who's one of the more underappreciated linebackers in the league. Like, that's a play with your hair on fire, hit anything that moves, solid in coverage, been a bright spot for a Raiders defense that has struggled over the last few years. Good signing there. Carlton Davis, they bring in as well. And then right tackle Morgan Moses, they signed to a 3-year, $24 million deal. So New England and Chicago, they've both been the ones. In Jacksonville, you could throw in there, but Chicago's been making a bunch of aggressive moves as well. They have totally remade the interior of their offensive line now, because they did sign Dahlman, the most coveted center in the NFL, former Atlanta Falcon. They signed him. They traded for Jonah Jackson. They traded for Joe Thuney. So that's why, we were looking at, okay, Bears are picking, I believe, 10th in the draft.
They are.
We thought offensive line, maybe they still take one of the tackles. Maybe they do like a Will Campbell or a Kelvin Banks or a Josh Simmons. He's getting good medical reports.
Yeah,
maybe we'll hear
medical.
that.
Yeah, the medical is, I've heard, really good on that.
Okay, maybe we can get more of that on Krusty's Corner. I'd love to get more insight on Josh Simmons. Maybe he's in play there, but I do think Ashton Jeanty to the Bears at 10 is going to be a real conversation. He might not be there for if you don't want the Cowboys to take Ashton Jeanty, Bears might be the team that takes him off your hands if he even makes it to 10.
You got to be excited. You got to be betting on the Bears. If you're looking at how bad they were running between the tackles last year, you improve your offensive line, huge investment over the last week or so. You put a running back in there. Now Caleb Williams actually has a shot.
Yeah. No doubt. And they signed Grady Jarrett. So, like, the Falcons cut Pro Bowl defensive tackle Grady Jarrett. Couple hours later, he's got a deal, 3 years, $43.5 million, $28.5 million guaranteed with the Bears, or the Bears, negotiated by Todd France. Busy day for all of these agents. It's nuts. I know, Brian, we had a gut punch yesterday. Nick Bolton signs a 3-year, $45 million deal, $30 million guaranteed to stay in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Big move for them. They needed to keep him. I mean, he's been an absolute stud, key component there for Steve Spagnuolo in that defense, who allowed under 20 points a year. Josh Allen gets a fat deal, 6 years, $330 million. One of the richest deals in all of NFL history. He's now going to make $55 million per year, which is second only behind Dak Prescott. $60 million a year average for your Dallas Cowboys. And the DK Metcalf news drops right in the final segment. We're doing BetMGM yesterday. Carter Freeman's like, guys, it's happened again. We're like, what the hell happened? Now we got a DK trade. And he did not get a good quarterback, and he did not get a warm weather city. He's going to Pittsburgh. So the Steelers now are going to have quite a 1-2 punch, George Pickens and DK Metcalf. But what's going to happen for number 14? Because they both wear 14.
I think we're going to see Pickens go back to his college number 1, because he posted something on his Instagram story of him back in a Georgia uniform wearing the number 1. So maybe DK threw him some cash or something, made a deal to get the number 14, and Pickens goes back to being numero uno.
Man, now we've got the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes. It's like a Rodgers off going on. Steelers made an offer. Giants made an offer.
I want him to go to the Giants.
I want him to be a Giant so bad, too. I did see a report like he's leaning Steelers for everything we talked to, like better chance to win. But I really want him to be a Giant. I think that would be hilarious. And then whichever team doesn't get him, then what do you do? Because the Seattle signed Sam Darnold. Like we had heard yesterday, the Steelers were really eyeing Darnold. Then you've got Seattle come in. They gave him a 3-year, $110.5 million deal. Is it then Kirk Cousins? Is it like everyone's calling about Kirk Cousins? Daniel Jones? I saw Diana Rossini earlier today. The league is waiting for what Daniel Jones is going to do. Like, who the hell is waiting on Daniel Jones to make a decision?
That is pretty dang hilarious.
The league, everybody, all 31, all 32 teams.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's either going to be Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh, or maybe it's just Russell Wilson again.
Maybe. You've got Devontae Adams yesterday signed a 2-year, $46 million deal with the Rams. Rams also signed former Texas Longhorn Poona Ford today. I think the Rams right now, when you look at, I mean, maybe the Eagles, obviously the Lions, but I love the Rams in the NFC. That defensive line is ferocious, and now you've added Adams, who I think is a good compliment to Puka Nacua. Efton Chisholm, if you haven't watched him yet, out of Eastern Washington. That dude, it's basically tailor-made for him to be Sean McVay and the Rams' next toy, to be the next Cooper Kupp. Similar skill set, similar stature. Chisholm's probably a little bit shorter than what Kupp is. Great route runner, can win out of the slot, and also a good wide slot receiver. So he fits the mold there. Khalil Mack's going back to the Chargers. 1-year, $18 million deal. So they're moving on from Joey Bosa. Bosa might sign with the 49ers, might go play with his brother there. A lot of teams are kind of monitoring what that deal is. Miami might be a team that wants not only Joey Bosa, they could be trying to snab Dre Greenlaw, the linebacker who the Cowboys are interested in. So Miami, another team that's out there looking to try to bring in somebody.
They're the only team right now that hasn't signed anybody, I believe.
Not a single free agent. Even like re-sign any of their own guys?
They're going against the grain.
Wow. Because the Cowboys at least have re-signed. Marquise Bell got done yesterday. And then Trent Sieg, the long snapper. We'll take that.
That's the Cowboys.
Super Bowls,
that's the Cowboys' favorite bit is on day one when all the big deals are going down. They sneak in there.
That's what you need to do.
Signing of the LS.
How about Chris Godwin left $20 million on the table to go back to Tampa Bay?
The Patriots were like dying to have him.
Crazy.
They're ready to give him all the money. I cannot believe he decided he wanted to stay in Tampa.
He did. He wants to stay in Tampa with Baker. They also signed Hassan Reddick. There were some rumors that the Cowboys were interested in Reddick because Aaron Whitecotton, the new D-line coach, was there with the Jets. I mean, he barely coached him with the Jets because the dude didn't even want to play for him. I mean, there's so much moves and signings and trades that are happening right now. This is going to be an all-day thing. Aaron Jones is off the board. He re-signed with Minnesota. So much to get to. We'll continue this throughout the show today.
You're the man, Wolchuk. I can't believe you told me a player just left $20 million on the table to go back to Tampa. Yeah, Chris
a
Godwin
first.
off
That's
a
a
huge
first.
injury as well.
Wow.
Well, he must love it or have one hell of a financial planner. You got to be good
$20
set up
million
for the
is
rest
a lot
of
of
your life.
money.
Yes, indeed. Well, thank you. NFL News Today every afternoon, 3 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. I mean, I don't think I'd prefer any city over another when it comes to $20 million. Maybe he's got family putting roots down. You're close to Nana, you know. You got all that stuff going on. I know how I like to spend, though. I'd want as much of a cushion as possible.
Yes.
I mean, we're one bad weekend in Vegas away from, needing a golden parachute. C-note, how does today's free agent news change how you look at the Cowboys pick at 12? That's around the corner. Krusty's corner is around that corner, and we're back in the nation.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Check cameras. Make sure your home is fully secured with
DFWsecurity.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here, home of the Rangers, home of the Cowboys. We got a C-Note for you every night at this time where we take a look at everything of relevance that's been happening with your Dallas Cowboys. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. I still think maybe the biggest thing of relevance that's happened so far is Josh Allen, a more legitimate MVP than your guy, got $5 million less APY. How this is the biggest story, isn't it? Like, and it's not a reflection on Dak. Trust me, I'm not hating on Dak. Okay, I don't. That's not what this is about. It's about how bad the Cowboys are at their job. That's next level, dude. The cap went up 10%, and a year later, the best quarterback in the NFL, or the guy that had the best quarterback NFL season, took roughly 10% less than what you gave your guy. How do you not see this as a crisis today if you're up there? Like, this should be the, oh wow, we've really been screwing up. You know, and I'll give you a little bit of a hopium here that this could happen, right? What we saw happen this offseason for the Cowboys coaching staff is something that we had hoped for. We had done coaching staff dances for. Remember when I coordinated those over the years? Chiafalo, you always had my back on those.
I'll never forget that.
Okay.
You're the only one.
And it came true. It came true. We finally got a forward-thinking offensive coaching staff that understands it's more about adaptability with your scheme than having a scheme that you learned 20 years ago and you're trying to perfect it and hoping the players execute it better. We finally, so if that light bulb came on, maybe some sort of a cap management bulb could come on. But I mean, it's embarrassing. That would be like the straw that breaks the camel's back for me if I'm Jer Bear today. I'm like, okay, Steve, is this you? What's going on here? Who's in charge of negotiating these things that made us do this deal last year? And let's get Dak's agent on the phone because I got to buy this guy a steak dinner because he whooped our butts. He didn't just kind of beat us. He dominated us in humiliating fashion.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at like the percentage of the salary cap, it's for Dak second in the league, almost 24% of the salary cap. Josh Allen now 13th in the league at under 20% of the salary cap.
Okay.
So, and I wonder how much part of that is because they were willing to commit some longer years. Josh Allen's still more so in the prime. And so it was a 6-year deal instead of a 4-year deal. He gets a little bit more in terms of guaranteed money, but he also signed on for 2 more years.
So the Cowboys have wanted to do longer deals, but Dak refused.
Yes. Yeah.
Dak and they were like, okay.
Yes.
When Allen was under contract, I think he still had like 3 or 4 years left on his deal. Like, didn't he just sign a new deal 2 years ago, like in 2021 or something like that?
Yeah, so
they've
ahead of it.
Yeah, they've gotten ahead of it a couple of times. Yeah,
I mean that's the key here. I mean now you're going to run into the same position with Micah, right? It's like and Micah is saying, "Hey, I'm open for business," and now you're just going to see Crosby get a big deal, Myles Garrett get a big deal,
Trey Hendrickson's on the horizon.
It's just waiting on this is a very puzzling move.
The Myles Garrett one is very surprising to me. That would seem like that was going to be really ugly. I know we talked about where Zach on Friday was saying, listen, Jimmy Haslam doesn't even want to talk to the guy. Yeah, it seemed like, and all of a sudden now you just completely, somebody in the organization in Cleveland says, no, we need to pay this guy this amount of money.
It seemed like he didn't want any amount of money that would make him happy. He just wanted out.
He wanted out. He wanted to go try and win. He wanted to go try and do all those things we always talk about players wanting to do. He said, hell with that. Just give me the damn money.
Yeah.
You know?
Something must have happened.
Don't. I mean, I please don't stand up there when you had the press conference and tell me that this isn't anything about money. You made a big point to try and force your way out of the off the team.
Was surprising,
and you got a big money. So good for you if that's what your plan was.
682 says it didn't take Josh Allen's contract for us to understand that the contract they gave Dak was absolutely ridiculous. You're right. I mean, a lot of people would have known that on the front end, but I would hope that today the Cowboys realize it. But I don't know. We can only hope that they're not just sort of checked out like, well, when the deadline happens, we'll see what the market is on that day, and then we'll do that contract. And I think, unfortunately, we have to imagine that could be the case, that they're not engaged enough to go actively seek solutions. We finally got the adaptable coaching staff because Schottenheimer happened to be at that point in his career. They really lucked into it. Now we need somebody to be in the right place at the right time, probably with the last name Jones, that has this epiphany. Because right now it doesn't seem like they even understand that they need to be working that hard. Commanders have traded for left tackle Laramie Tunsil. Micah Parsons retweeting it, and he says WTF. Probably imagining having to go up against a much better tackle now.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where that WTF comes from? Or maybe just the idea that here go other division rivals engaging in the arms race and we're doing nothing. Maybe that's what the WTF is about. But in either case, the Commanders have gotten better, and they had to give up a 2 and a 4 from next year's draft and a 3 from this year's draft. And then there's also a 4 going back the other way. But what do you think's going on there in Houston? Are they trying to tear down, or why are they getting rid of good players?
It's CJ Stroud killed.
Yeah,
their
offensive line was terrible. It was actually offensive last year, and Tunsil was the only good player. He does have a false start problem, but from a pressure rate given up standpoint, he's been second best in the league for the last few years outside of Tristan Wirfs. So he's still an outstanding player. This is not a great draft in terms of offensive tackles. So I don't know. I mean, it really feels like the Texans need 5 new guys on their offensive line. They just gave up their best one in a draft that is not going to be just littered with awesome, especially with where they're picking. So, yeah, if I'm a Texans fan, I'm scratching my head in a big way right now.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought, too. Sometimes guys get washed up all of a sudden, but it didn't seem like that was the case with him. I mean, if the play gets underway, you're good to go, and that's worth its weight in gold. Ed Warder with details around the Jordan Lewis signing as he goes to Jacksonville, $3 and $30 million, calls it a substantial loss for the Cowboys, who won't have 2 of their top 3 corners when the season begins. as Trayvon Diggs overcomes the injury. Lewis was underrated player and a respected leader on the team. I'm told the Cowboys weren't very competitive for Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Fisher says the Cowboys were stunned that he was that good, but I think it just comes down to it's just a matter of time before somebody around the league recognized how good Jordan Lewis was, and he had his best season of his career at the perfect time there in year 9. Becomes the top paid slot corner in the history of the league. So congrats to Jordan Lewis, but that's tough. As they, trying to build a good defense without him is going to be that much more difficult. Micah congratulated him on social, retweeted a story there, called him a dog. Dak Prescott doing an Instagram post writing the most deserved. What do you guys think here? How big of a loss is Jordan Lewis for this Cowboys defense? Is this irreplaceable or something you could imagine that they can get done?
I mean, if you didn't have as many holes as they have across their roster right now, then you could say, okay, we can kind of zero in on this particular spot. But you have so many holes, you're not going to be able to fill them all. But this has to climb the priority list because you don't have, outside of Deron Bland right now, you have nobody that you can depend on with health other than Kalen Carson. And he's a guy that was banged up and not good last year in his rookie year. So you really only have Deron Bland as a corner that you can depend on. The nickel spot is of the utmost importance, hard position to find. Broadus does say that there's plenty of guys in the draft. It runs pretty deep that you can get to fill that void, but expecting a guy as a rookie in the middle of the draft to come in and give you anything close to what Jordan Lewis gave you last year, that's going to be far-fetched.
No, Jordan Lewis is outstanding in that nickel role, and he's been a guy that he has survived. There's he's people who've tried over the years to get rid of him, move on from him, and he's survived them all. They always talked about his stature; he was too short, his arms were too short, this, that, and the other about him, and he just continued to play at a very, very high level. This is a position, though, that I kind of feel like I'm not really sure how much that they like Barron from Texas at 12.
That's a bummer. I love him.
I do too, but he doesn't fit into the measurables like we were just talking about with Jordan Lewis.
Exactly the problem.
Yeah. So that's, are they going to look at, could Ravel, be a possibility there? Could it be the corners a possibility? There's a couple of positions you might double dip on, and I think corners might be one of those. If you find somebody that you like, say at 1 or in the second round, and then turn around in the 5th again and add, I think you can do that. I really do like this Noah Williams from California. Yeah, him, Hairston from Kentucky, who ran very, very well. But keep an eye on Noah Williams from Cal. Parrish is from Kansas State. Mention them. I think there's some guys that can come in and play both on the outside and play on the inside for you.
There definitely are. The problem you run into there is, like, we liked Kalen Carson last year as a corner.
Yeah,
we were excited about him, but you never know how these rookies are going to come in and play.
You never do. You're right.
I'm hopeful a Charvarius Ward could end up being somebody that maybe the money in the market, it matches up.
If they were even to sign Ward, I'd still add somebody in this draft.
100%.
And I would absolutely consider it in the first 3 picks.
But I don't know that it's just, I think you've got to do more than just attack it with the draft. Maybe Will Johnson at 12. For them, I think they'd go Will Johnson over Ravel, and they'd do it over
There's some issues with Will Johnson. We're going to get into it at 3:40 here.
Very interesting. Looking forward to Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 3:40 here, especially during draft season. Do you feel like with Micah Parsons we could be heading for a holdout?
I don't think he's going to hold out this year, but if you lean into next year, maybe. I mean, I think he's going to show up and play. But I mean, this is one of those things where get the damn deal done. If Schultz is reporting the trade, I don't buy that, right? No. I don't think they're trading Micah Parsons. There's no benefit in waiting, but I don't think Micah would hold out.
Any chance you would tag him?
You could tag him. That's when I think you probably get into the holdout
for the
stages.
next 2 years, maybe. If you don't feel like you want to pay him $40 million a year.
Well, I mean, Acho had a quote from his agent. Says he talked with his agent Mulligeta, and he said there's 2 things in the world that are going to happen. I guarantee it. The sun's going to rise, and Micah Parsons is going to get paid.
Sure.
Yeah.
So whatever Micah Parsons has said about wanting to get a deal done and taking less, you're not saying that when you have Mulligeta as your agent.
No.
So I would assume it's going to be over 40. I would assume it's going to go right up until the last possible deadline. And if you're Micah, who's already not into OTAs and stuff, I think it puts training camp in question.
Well, Mulligeta works for Micah. and maybe that's where you have to have some hope that if Micah is saying these things about, hey, I'm not looking necessarily for 40, and you got to, that's your hope right there, that the agent is the one negotiating the deal, but the player ultimately is the one that signs off. We saw it with
Osa.
With Osa. We saw it with Josh Allen.
But I think the difference is, and like people are saying, Josh Allen willing to do a more team-friendly deal. He probably has more confidence in his organization to take.
There's no question. We're dealing with.
They're going to go.
No
Micah and Dak have no track record to say, you know what? If I do give up a little bit of my money, you're going to go do something with it and add to the roster.
There's no doubt.
That's not the case.
There's no doubt, and there's no doubt. So you're effed. Okay, if you really want to be just real honest about this, team building here gets you effed. Because they're not going to do things the traditional way. They're just not. They're not. They're going to wait on signings. And they caught a favorable agent. They caught a guy they felt like they could take advantage of. And look what they did. They got a deal done with Osa. But if you're going to, it's players are going to, unless a player comes out and says, you know what, hey, I'm willing to do this because I think it will help us. But if we just constantly believe that the organization, the front office is this way, they're never going to get this right. They'll never get it right. So, it's exhausting talking about it if that's going to be the case, in my opinion. I mean, I understand where this thing is, you got to give it a shot. You got to try with Parsons. You got to get in there and say, hey, listen, this is what we can do. Explain it to him, and if he doesn't do that, then you're effed anyway. Everybody thinks this front office is effed, and you might be absolutely right about this. That they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to get things done. So if that's the case, then as a Cowboy fan, you got no hope.
I think they know how to get things done. I just don't think they're trying hard enough right now because they've been working in it for so long. Clearly, at one point, they knew how to get things done.
They know how. They got to want to.
I think their strategy has shifted to just let the world come to us. And until then, we're too busy to care.
When they have to get the deals done, they've gotten the deals done.
Yep.
But they need to have more of a let's be the first one to do something.
Every time that we look up in a signing is a resetting of the market, with the exception of this one.
With Osa,
they caught an agent. They caught an agent that wasn't willing to wait them out. And if every agent is just going to wait them out, this front office is effed.
Well, you got to work hard in negotiation, and I don't think they want to.
If you're an agent, why would you work hard? Why would you? If the Cowboys keep calling and calling and calling, just don't take their call.
Yeah.
They're eventually going to say, okay, we're going to come, deadlines make deals. If that's the attitude that they're living on,
they're
going to overpay every single player that comes up in free agency.
Yeah. This Dak one should serve as a massive red flag to somebody up there that is hopefully
could have done it,
attention.
and it takes, I've always said this, it's a two-way street here, but the agents have figured out that by playing the waiting game with the Cowboys and not taking calls and not doing any activity, that you're ultimately going to get what you want.
They don't have a backup plan. Like they should have been like maybe the Seahawks were this year with Sam Darnold. They should have done that last year with Kirk Cousins. Like we have another plan to threaten you with. But once you know the Cowboys like you can just wait for the most possible money.
Yeah.
Whatever that value is, that's what you're going to get. And I think they're fine with it because they've got their 3 Super Bowls. They got all the money in the world. And, working is hard. They're enjoying their billionaire lifestyle. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to walk you through some players that have some pro comps to, and I'm going to see if you agree with these. We'll do those next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, all the news from the start.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Country award-winning artist Thomas Rhett. Grab tickets now at Rangers.com/TexGala.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Oh, thank you very much. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you to Reliant as well for part of this. Okay, a couple of house cleaning things that I heard over the weekend. Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State, it was got hurt in the middle of the season with the patella tendon. I got a couple of trainer friends of mine got back to me and gave me some information on him. Everything about it seems to be really, really good. He's 5 months post-op from that patella, and so he probably won't be ready for too much in the OTAs, but my two guys said, but he should be ready for training camp, and there's no other major issues that you're dealing with there. So
great news.
One of the best offensive tackles in the draft, Justin Simmons, Ohio State. Everything seems to be going in the right direction with his patella tendon injury. So he would be a guy that you do not have to worry about. I'm sure his injury has been talked about the closer we get to the draft, but it appears that everything is good there.
He'll be playing week 1?
He should be, yeah. Everything, two guys said he should be ready for training camp.
Nice.
The OTA stuff and all that, but he should be ready to go. So if that is a consideration, if Dallas wants to look at potentially an offensive tackle at 12, then that would be the guy that I would sure take a peek at. Okay, the next bit of information is that Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan, hurt his hamstring. He's not going to be working out at his pro day in their March pro day at the end of this month, and he's scheduled like a private workout for teams on April 14th.
It's a big day for him.
Yeah, so you will not know, you will not have, and there's some questions about Will Johnson's speed and the fact that he did not work out at the combine. Everybody was thinking he was going to work out the Michigan Pro Day. I know we talked about that on Friday, when that was going to take place, but now he's hurt his hamstring and he's not going to be able to work out. So you won't see him till April 14th. That's about 10 days to 12 days before the NFL draft there. So you will not have a time on him or any type of speed. And as I said, those are the questions. So Will Johnson, and that's a guy, Zach, that a lot of people are thinking that maybe if the Cowboys were going to go corner, that Will Johnson was there. I'm not hearing not that I'm not hearing positive things about Barron, but I'm not hearing, he kind of falls below the threshold of what their measurements are for that guy.
Which I wish they would adjust. I mean, we're just talking about a guy in Jordan Lewis who had a lengthy career here,
Absolutely.
was very successful, and didn't fit those measurable requirements. I mean, Barron's going to fill a lot of the needs we're talking about. If you want somebody that can play outside for you, he can do that. If you want someone that you want to put in the slot, he's able to do that. I mean, out of these three guys, you're talking about Ravel, who's coming off of an injury.
Right.
And I think they like Johnson more than Ravel, but now you've got injury concerns with Johnson.
Yep.
Now you've got a hamstring. He was just hurt during the season.
It had a turf toe problem.
And if you're comparing tape, Barron's tape is so much better to me than Will Johnson's tape. I get maybe you need to dig deep into the 2023 championship year for Will Johnson, and he looked better than he did in his 6 or 7 starts this year. But I don't think there's really a comparison between the two if you're just going based off the tape and not the traits.
Yeah, I think that to me, when you start to talk about the guys that can play outside, play inside, and play well, cover well, Barron would be one of the top guys on my list right there. So if the Cowboys were to pass on him because of the measurables, the lack of the length and all that stuff, the size, that would be a really hard one for me. This guy's just a football player. You go out there and you watch him play. He can cover. He can play man. He can play off. Tackles well enough. I don't see a problem with the length and stuff like that. He makes plays all over the field for you. But if he's just a little short, well, then, and you look at, say, Will Johnson, just because he's tall and has got a little bit more range to him as far as his body goes, that might be a mistake right there, because Will Johnson is not a better player than Barron, for sure. I shouldn't say for sure. In my book, he's not. All right, Matt Miller has given us some comparisons of some players. Zach, see if you think this is somewhat, if it holds true or not. And what I did was I took some of the players that are possibilities for the Dallas Cowboys to maybe draft, and we'll see if we can, if in fact that makes sense or that does not make sense. But he's got Ashton Genty. We'll just lead off because of the rankings of how he has his guys. So he leads off with Ashton Genty here. And he's talking about his comparison then is with Alvin Kamara. Any thought about him and Alvin Kamara maybe being, I think I've got a different lineup with that. I think he's more like with Kenneth Walker plays at Seattle. Is more the guy how I kind of thought his
physically. I agree.
Physically,
I agree with that comp to Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
Kamara, I mean, he's got the contact balance, and Kamara is really good with that too. But in terms of just, I'd say straight line speed, I'd probably say Kamara is the faster player between the two of them. But
yeah.
I like what physically the body type. I do think the Kenneth Walker comp's a good one.
The one that I like the most, I heard somebody say he's a combination of beast mode and Kamara. Kind of like the Kenneth Walker deal.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just physical as all get out, 3-down player, but the contact balance definitely is striking.
The vision is really, really, really good for this guy too. I think, and the fact that how well he catches the ball, I can understand the Kamara comparisons there. But and this guy he's got it all kind of in front of him, I think. Okay, Luther Burden, the wide receiver from Missouri, he's got him as with Stephon Diggs. And I was just kind of wondering what you were thinking about with that. Does Luther Burden? I kind of feel like that Burden could play so well in the slot, and Diggs was kind of learning how to play in the slot. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I mean he ended up being a pretty good slot player in the NFL, but he was an outside guy.
Yeah.
At Maryland, so I see what you're saying there. I mean, I think he does remind me a lot of Zay Flowers. I think Zay Flowers was a better all-around prospect than Luther Burden coming out, but they have similarities to the way they play and the size.
He was also thinking DJ Moore, was also
DJ Moore's a good comp.
Was a good comp.
I think DJ Moore's a really good comp for
But
Burden.
the thing about Burden is like that run after catch is really, really impressive with him. You know, they'll talk about the disappointment in this season and all that. This guy, to me, when you watch him with ball in hand, he's got some rare ability. Kelvin Banks, the offensive tackle, that we've talked about potentially moving to guard. He says Rashawn Slater who plays with the Chargers. He's talking about the elite footwork and lack of, makes up for any lack of length at 6'5" and 315. But he's also an elite run blocker with power and agility to overwhelm defenders. Do you see him as kind of a Rashawn Slater type of a guy?
I mean, Slater's got that versatility to go inside, outside, right? Like to kick into guard. I think the short arms thing, I can see that. I don't think that's a bad comp.
What about with Sam? Remember Sam Cosme when he came out of Texas? Yeah, that kind of thing.
And he's been better at guard than he was at tackle.
Yeah,
absolutely,
much better at that. Okay, the last couple of guys I want to talk about too. We mentioned Mason Graham.
Okay,
he talked about if the possibility. Matabuke from the Ravens.
Oh, okay.
Is his
Justin
comparison?
Madubuike,
is because he pops out on tape. You see him causing constant problems from his 3 technique alignment, 6'4", 296, 3.5 sacks, 7.5 tackles. He kind of sees that same. He's saying an AFC scout summed it up to me as saying Graham never loses a snap. So we're talking about Matabuke, that kind of. I mean, I think early in the season he was kind of struggling a little bit. I think his game picked up. But that same kind of disruptive player. So you kind of like that comparison a little bit?
I do like that. And wide. I mean, a guy who can also defend the run, but then get upfield as a pass rusher.
Yeah, and my last one I wanted to talk about, I'm going to come back to Will Johnson.
Okay.
And he says Will Johnson, who's from Michigan, is like, he said Patrick Surtain. I did not see that comparison at all. I did not see.
No, I think Surtain was just so technically sound.
Smooth.
Yes.
Never gave up anything.
The ball just didn't go his way because it was always just blanket coverage. I mean, I think that ended up hurting him a little bit was because, like, boring was the phrase, you know? But I don't see – I can see Will Johnson getting turned around. I didn't see Patrick Surtain getting turned around.
I didn't either, though. I thought, to me, like I say, Horn was more of a gambler. Surtain was more technically sound. I don't know if Will Johnson is as savvy and technically sound as what Surtain is. So I have a little bit of problem with that. Plus, now I don't know what his time's going to be, and I won't know that till the middle of April. So that'll be a problem for me going forward, I think.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
You hear from former NFL scout and executive Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, we're home of the Cowboys. Very excited about the draft and team building and hoping these Cowboys get something going. Headline worthy for free agency here any minute now. I know it's coming. But we also home of the Rangers, and I think it's now okay to get more optimistic about these Rangers than you've ever been at this point in the spring, and I'll tell you why coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, let's talk Trajan Well. That's another great place to get optimistic. TRAJAN.
Is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to talk baseball here in the G-Bag Nation. And Rangers are off today. They'll host the Angels tomorrow. Their start time is now 3:05 because Arizona smartly doesn't change their time, but we still do. So the game gets 1 hour later. We'll have updates throughout the games now. But it is startling, isn't it? As you see it coming Sunday night, you're like, what, it's this late already? My body's not ready for this. And then bam, it hits you Monday morning.
Boom.
Feels like you got up unnecessarily early, which Brian probably does every day anyway. To do all his podcasts and his Cowboys content. But we had to join you today, Brian, and it was miserable.
Oh, I'm glad you did. How'd you like it? Dark? Was it really nice and dark for you today?
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't bother me nearly as much as my body and, knowing it should still be asleep.
Lost an hour? This isn't fair.
I had a whole different kind of eye crusties this morning.
Oh.
I'm sure you've been there.
Yeah, I have. I was just wondering, it was that box of stuff we got the other day. It was affecting you in a way.
The shaman took care of us.
The shaman was, all I heard was like such positivity about the shaman. I'm like, hey, this sounds interesting, but
the shaman has some interesting products.
You kind of took full advantage of it, it sounds like. Never really gave your body a chance to adapt.
Very relaxing weekend.
Yeah, it's like, I just want to tell you guys, I laid on the couch all week.
Okay, I'll tell you this about the dang shaman products. I was like, okay, I'm almost 50 years old, bro. I do not want to trip out at all, right?
Yeah.
But he's like, oh no, these are nootropics. There's some sort of mushrooms. I'm like, okay, so again, I don't want to trip out. Oh no, this will give you energy. This will do this. This will do that. There's definitely something to those. I'll just say that in a good way.
To the point where you're just kind of continually taking them just to see what would happen to you?
Well, yeah, it's a pleasurable experience.
Okay,
I didn't have anything to do.
You were
like
worried
an Aaron
about
Rodgers kind of weekend?
You were worried about the time change so much, I could see that why you would do it.
I wasn't worried about the time change, but it definitely hit me like a ton of bricks this morning, I'll tell you that much. What was surprising is I'd already slept for 10 hours.
I know, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Like, I should be refreshed. I did watch a couple of TV shows over the weekend, by the way. One, just to tell you about Fire Country, I'd give it about a 2 out of 10.
Is that the one where they're like, it's like the love story, what they're kind of like, it's
way too much love story.
Mom and dad, she's like in like is that the son? He was in jail and all that.
The son's in jail, and there's love stories everywhere.
Got trapped. I think
they're fighting fires.
That pastor's wife would have a question for you right now.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those that's a trap.
It's a 2 out of 10. You're right.
It's and then I watched 0 Day, which is a cyber attack. There with
this
Bob
is
De Niro.
supposed to be Bob De Niro in it. Yeah. How did Angela Bassett in that as well?
Yeah, she's the president. He's the former president. They've had a cyber attack, and Robert De Niro needs to figure out who did it and why.
Yeah, she doesn't trust him, right? She doesn't trust he's going to figure it out, right?
No, she doesn't trust him, and really nobody should be trusting anybody in that show. I'd give that one a 6.5 out of 10. Probably worth your time. Probably worth your time.
Probably worth it.
Yeah. Okay.
Drive to Survive would be good to watch.
Man,
the biggest story going on right now. I should be watching Drive to Survive. You're right.
No, Dawson. I think you would honestly like it because these guys, they don't give an F what they say about each other. They do not care one bit. They're calling each other the P word with that kind of stuff and all kinds of. And there's a lot
of. To see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, and then
really?
God, it is really good. Yeah.
A lot of hatred there.
It is really good.
Yeah, seriously,
there's a lot of drama.
There's a lot of drama. A lot of drama, and these guys have such egos, and then you got guys that are kind of shady guys, and the media all of a sudden there's like one of the team principals is going to get taken down.
Yeah.
And like he's like denies it, and all of a sudden it's like he's cleared, and then the very next thing, I'm not going to tell you what happens because it'll spoil it for you, but you need to kind of watch it, and you don't have to know who the characters are, but you end up starting to hate guys.
I can tell how many people love this show that it's good.
It's good,
Yeah.
And I do like the open wheel racing.
It's very good. Yeah.
It's fun.
Very good.
You just need some sort of context, and I think this show does a great job putting it in there, put the picture in the frame for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, Jacob deGrom was so amazing on Saturday. We know he can be a Cy Young. You take away the how good is he going to be. It's a two-sided concern. Obviously, his health and his age, and coming off of a second Tommy John. Well, the biggest takeaway for a lot of people is that you're looking at the best pitcher in the game. Rangers have the best pitcher in the game. I feel like we finally have a chance here to get that season that we've always wanted as a dominant real force in the game. I think the Rangers have the chance here, to take us on a ride that we've never been on. In the 90s, the Rangers were never good. In 2010, it came out of nowhere, and we were hopeful the entire season. And then you lost Cliff Lee. 2011, it was hopeful again. They didn't have a real ace. But, I guess C.J. Wilson and Derek Holland had plans to put them on their back in the playoffs, plus Nelly Cruz had an iconic, historic run through the postseason. You get back to the World Series.
Yeah, this is very I think the one thing that in this city that we've really struggled with our sports team has been injury. I think that's the only thing holding the Rangers back potentially.
Yeah.
The staff and the injury. And can they, if it starts to, this Dallas Maverick thing is, I've never seen anything like it in my life. I'm not trying to change the subject on that, but look what injury has done. I mean, the trade was not great. I get that, but the injury aspect of this team has just completely wrecked it. All hopes we had maybe 8 weeks ago has just been completely wrecked. Trade, injury. If the Rangers, knock on wood, if they could survive any type of injuries to the staff, this team they could beat anybody.
Yeah,
they could beat anybody. So that's my hope right now that maybe this whole injury thing can maybe get behind us for this season. I don't want the Rangers to have to go.
I mean, you got to get a bullpen. Obviously, the offense has to do its part, but it's just get them to the postseason because with him and Eovaldi, we know what they can do.
And they've done an excellent job of, I think, planning for that this year. They've got a ton of depth. I mean, that's something we talked about with CY there.
We thought the Mavs had a ton of depth too, didn't we? And I'm not saying that in being just. I'm saying it is like all of a sudden that depth just gets. The Cowboys, we thought, the Cowboys have depth. And then look what happened, the injuries there.
The Rangers have done about as good of a job as I think you can do.
I'm not saying.
And that's all you can hope for going into a season. If you're going to get snake bitten, then, I mean, hell, it just wasn't meant to be.
I don't even know what the Mavericks are going through right now, what that's called. I've never seen anything
that's called Masterclass of Dog S.
Yeah. Well,
times a million.
Like with the injuries and stuff.
Like
I'm not even looking at the trade. I'm looking at just
the injuries.
And it started with Luka on Christmas Day. That's if Luka was maybe playing throughout, maybe you don't trade Luka. Maybe all of a sudden it's like, man, I mean, the guy's playing, the team's rolling along. You don't make that trade. But the fact that all of a sudden he gets hurt and now Nico's like, I told you. Now I got to deal with his 7 trainers and 2 doctors over here telling me he can't play. If I get rid of this guy, I would.
Sounds like a test you'd read about in the Bible. What the Mavs and their fans have been forced to go through.
I just hope.
Wow, we made we're Job in the story. Yeah, we're just getting absolutely crushed, and we don't deserve this.
I just hope the Rangers don't have that problem. That's the thing. Please let these pitchers. Please let DeGrom have 25 starts. Just for 2 years we haven't really seen him pitch. Please let me see.
Last year should have had a chance to repeat, but I mean, injuries got the Rangers last year in a big way with Carter and Langford, and obviously DeGrom was still coming back, and Eovaldi, and the next thing you know, they were in it. So you're right, Brian. We do need to stave off what has been a horrible run here at sports injuries. I think the Rangers won in spite of it, so that's the good news.
Yeah.
But Kyle Higashioka on his first experience in catching DeGrom over the weekend, it was fantastic. He said exactly what I had heard about him. Phenomenal command, great stuff. They were really good hitters taking really bad swings. And he said, I'm feeling good, and he looked good. So I'm really excited. But he says when you see that, you know that, all right, he's good to go, and he just needs to build up some innings. So his next start, he's going to go for like 45, and then they're talking about keeping him at about 75 pitches in the early part of the season, just wanting to be, on the extreme side of caution. Yeah. And I'm proud of him for that. You need to do some of that. I would say be even more cautious. I would schedule off a couple of long extended stretches of the regular season, and hopefully they're winning enough and the division is down enough that they'll be able to do that. Okay, Evan Grant has a progress report on the things they've been trying to work on, and there's some takeaways in here. A big goal for Adolis Garcia's or for the team in general was trying to hit the 4-seam fastball. and they're doing that much better. They're hitting .292 so far in Cactus League play against the four-seamers. That would be 9th in Major League Baseball. Last year they were 26th. And to help players more effectively train, they've brought in this Traject pitching machine. It can mimic release points and velocities for specific pitchers.
That's badass.
So it's kind of like the VR thing that
That's
we were
awesome.
talking about with Jaden Daniels. They got a video of the pitcher's motion, and then a ball fires out from the pitcher's release point.
I want to see them put in upload the Hobie Milner technique.
That arm angle is unique.
See how that works for him. That's really cool, though. I wonder how long that's been around.
Yeah, it is. It is. Hopefully it gets some results, and if they go from 26th to top 10, then I'd say that would be a pretty good sales point. We do have an Adolis Garcia update. The hot take that I had a couple of weeks ago that maybe we're seeing the beginning of the end, I don't want it to be true. You guys know how I feel about that. Some of those hot takes I have, while they echo with relevance and spontaneity and profoundness, I don't want them to be true sometimes, and this is one of them. But his exit velocity so far in spring is 86.8. That ranks 200th amongst 260 qualified hitters. Grant says he's trying to speed up his bat and make more contact, and at least for now, it's made him a little bit more timid and defensive as a hitter instead of attacking the ball like we know Doley can.
Should have probably traded him after the World Series run.
Probably, but I don't know how you do that after the things that he did against Houston.
Just moved on.
Yeah.
Cut your losses.
It's crazy to consider, though. 88 in the 80s of exit velo when Wyatt Langford's like 103s and Berger's hitting like 110s.
Yes. Okay, and speaking of that, Langford debut Saturday, he did have some very hard hit balls. One was a ground out, but 3 out of the 4 balls that he has been put in play have been triple digits, including one that was at 112. Kamar Rocker had a backfield start over the weekend. He went 3 hitless innings. He did walk Jonah Heim and he plunked Josh Smith, but that's much better because his 2 appearances out in front of everybody have been bad. But they're saying it was mechanical, and they're working through some things and trying to get him as sharp as he was last summer. So they know there's an end point there. He's just very much a work in progress. Evan Carter has swung and missed at 9 of the 13 pitches he's seen from lefties, Brian.
So I can't. It's not a breakout player. Then you don't think I could put him as the breakout player?
We should have a breakout versus righties type guy. Because versus lefties, that's still a struggle bus.
I kind of brought that up. And Dawson goes, he can't hit left-handers, bro. And I'm like, oh, okay.
No, I mean the good news is he can't hit left-handers. Period, and is probably not worth developing on a big league level. So you don't have to waste any more opportunities against lefties. Just put Pilar or whoever in there. Pilar and the other guy, Sam Haggerty, have been oppressive against lefties. Yeah. So you have some options out there. I don't think it should be Evan Carter. And Tavares is also hitless against lefties. Double hitless for these guys. So
Leote's just been better overall than Evan Carter this spring so far.
Had a couple of Bombskis when we were out there.
Yeah.
It's another one of those predictions I had that he's already peaked that I hope is not true. But I think at this point it's an easy plan for him. He's a part-time outfielder, especially.
Evan.
Yeah. Okay, we got to run. G-Bag Nation. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Where are you taking us, buddy?
National Mario Day. It's me, Mario. I've got the top 10 best video game franchises of all time. Gamers, 877-881-1053. What do you think the best franchise is? That's next.
Uber Eats has low fee products?
I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Frankel and Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
All right, happy National Mario Day. We've got the top 10 best video game franchises of all time. 877-881-1053. Text in which one do you think is the GOAT of the video game franchises. Bad news for the Yankees. The Yankees. As Garrett Cole could have to have the TJ. Tommy John. Yeah, he's got a bad elbow, and they're going to get a second opinion on this. But a couple of doctors have already advised Yankees ace Garrett Cole should probably get the Tommy John surgery done, which would be a huge hit to the Yankees. They're already dealing with elbow issues for Giancarlo Stanton. But I will say, as you're looking around in the American League, I mean, that is your reigning AL champion. That could be one that you're not feeling, hey, we're better than this club right now. So Garrett Cole, Juan Soto's gone to the Mets. It's tough times there for the Yankees. Of course, luckily, I guess they'll know about this with enough time to maybe hit the trade deadline, try and maybe bring in another arm. But not good news for the Pinstripes right now. As we're talking about health, they're a team that's really, really dealing with it. So far, so good in Ranger world, but that's a big bummer if you're a Yankee fan out there. But good news for the rest of the American League potentially if you don't have to deal with Garrett Cole for at least a year.
That's a huge bummer. And a lot of people are down on the Yankees just in general. I see a lot of just MLB bold predictions is that the Yankees won't even be making the postseason.
Well, I could see it.
That's added fuel to the fire.
I could see it. This Laramie Tunsil trade, if you missed it, he gets traded to Washington. I guess the Texans are looking at cap savings, so this is going to create $13.85 million in cap savings. They're also saving $42.7 million in cash over 2 years by moving Laramie Tunsil. So their offensive line right now is terrible, but I guess maybe they felt differently about the player than some others do, and they just said, hey, this isn't worth the money right now. I mean, they are going to end up having to pay C.J. Stroud, but he's going into year 3. I don't think that they have to worry about that probably for another year, but I don't know. I guess that's the justification they're giving right now is they wanted to free up some cap room. But we'll monitor if Houston makes any other moves to kind of shore up that offensive line. So right now I think C.J. Stroud's going to get absolutely killed back there. This is really bad.
Yeah, and they're going down a concerning road of trying to get better by giving up good players.
Strange.
That is odd.
It's very, very strange.
Best of luck to them. I mean, they have not done things conventionally with this ownership group for the last decade. Some of the things have really worked out.
And Darius Slay, the report was he had signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Word out of Pittsburgh, deal's not quite done yet. So maybe something happens here. Darius Slay could still end up being on the free agent market. Well, let's slide into the top 10 best video game franchises of all time on National Mario Day. Look, Mario's the man. Who doesn't love him? Nintendo 64 growing up. Who didn't love a good Mario Brothers, some Super Mario Bros, Mario Kart?
I think Mario Kart did the best.
Mario Kart was your number one.
It was just the best party game before internet connected us. Yeah,
it was an absolute blast. I mean, even Brian used to kick ass in Mario Kart.
Never played.
Never played.
Never one time.
It's a racing one too.
I know. I never played those.
Was it like the buttons and stuff? They just kind of freaked you out?
No, I was the one game that, and I'm sure we'll get into it, is Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods?
That was the
one.
You
like Tiger Woods?
That's the only other one I played. I didn't play anything else. That was the only one it was like Pong. That was like way back in the day. That was one of the first games ever that they had on TV.
I played Pong. We had an Atari at my house, early 80s.
Yeah, that was that was it. I'm sorry.
So
my dad actually, as much as he hated video games, introduced the family to it.
Really?
Yeah, by going out and getting that.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Pong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple of other like smaller.
What was it about the video games? You just didn't think it was good for you? Not stimulating?
He's a professor.
Go
Well,
out there and play outside and read a book.
He wanted it to be like an hour a week only because you should be doing other more wholesome things, learning and stuff.
It was his Pongs not bongs method.
Yes,
It
exactly.
was a whole dare.
That was a strategy.
Yeah.
Backfired on him pretty
Really didn't seem to work out.
Got that point across.
Man, some of the honorable mentions we've got on here, some good gaming franchises. Resident Evil is honorable mention.
What's that?
Resident Evil. It's a video game.
I played the first couple.
It's called Resident Evil.
That's like early PlayStation
It's like a horror
days.
genre. Like you got to survive, basically.
Oh, zombie attack
Yeah.
things?
Dude, the best zombie game in my mind, I mean, of course you have Call of Duty.
Yeah.
But like just strictly zombies only, for me it was Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead was great.
Left 4 Dead, the first one was just fantastic.
We got a lot of people that do love Tiger Woods as well. The Fallout series is one of the greatest from the 972.
Does Pac-Man count in this thing?
Yeah, it should.
I don't think Pac-Man is on here. I mean, that was, one of the, like, you go to...
Asteroids?
Like, I don't know. I don't
It's
think,
like arcade.
yeah, that's an arcade
Oh,
game.
these all don't count then, huh?
That's an arcade game. Yeah, we're talking about, like...
Centipede?
There's not a console that you
Battlefield.
could just Pac-Man it up on?
Maybe, but I don't think... It didn't originate as a console game.
Gotcha.
It was an arcade game, so that's not going to...
I saw Xbox is coming out with their own version of like a Game Boy. It's like a handheld version.
What was the
kinda
football
deal.
one? What was that football one that they had?
Madden?
No, there's a
NFL Blitz?
the handheld football thing.
Coleco, maybe?
Yeah, when you kind of went up, you moved the guys
Tecmo?
up, down.
They were just
up,
little dashes?
There were dashes, and then you just you ran
had
for
fun with that.
Yeah, you ran for when you got a space. You went for it. Yeah. You guys ever played that game? Never did?
I don't think so. Not the one that you're talking about.
Coleco, is that what it was called, Dawson?
I think
Calico?
so. I loved those handheld games though, and it's amazing how they could just give you enough of it. Okay, is this the one we're talking about here?
Yes, sir. That's it.
Okay.
Look at that. Look at those visuals. Those visuals right now, live radio. Call of Duty. We got a lot of text for Call of Duty. Uncharted getting texted in. Mario 3, that was their favorite. Smash Bros. All the way. Sonic, I did grow up, like Sega Dreamcast, I've talked about it on the show. That was my first ever console. So Sonic the Hedgehog games were awesome, along with NFL 2K with Randy Moss on the cover. That was the first 2K game that I ever got to play. Lucius, your favorite franchise?
Yeah. Okay, well, it was GoldenEye and NBA Live.
Dude, NBA Live I miss. It was better than 2K in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think the first one I ever played was one with Steve Francis on the cover.
Yeah.
That was so badass.
Yeah, I used to kill him with Mitch Richmond. I used to kill you, boy. I used to kill you. Don't let me get in that corner. Don't let me get in that corner. Then I think GTA took over along with 2K for me.
So good.
GTA was, still to this day, people are loving it. Did we ever get that new one released that had like the very real looking trailer?
I think it's next year.
Next Dickie?
Yeah.
Like such a tease, and then you got to wait forever.
Lord willing and the creek don't rise, we'll be able to see it.
Yeah, probably. Who knows? I mentioned Battlefield. Kingdom Hearts is an honorable mention. Mortal Kombat. Man, Mortal Kombat was a hell of a game. Need for Speed.
Yeah. Oh, did you guys ever play the snowboarding game SSX?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was.
I think I
awesome.
only played Tony Hawk. I think that was the only
Tony
snowboarding
Hawk
game
was
I
incredible.
rocked with.
I was a Pro Skater 3 guy myself.
Yeah. Tecmo Bowl being texted in. We got Jackson Daxter from the 214. I can't say I played that franchise. Donkey Kong.
That's when the game was trying to mess you up, make this music all faster. Bowser was jumping around.
The fireballs are coming.
Oh no! Dude, I'm trying to focus, dude. No!
Star Fox getting texted in.
Can you beat it for me?
Here, take it. Take the remote. Final Fantasy is an honorable mention. Mario Kart, just missing the top 10. Elder Scrolls as well is your final honorable mention. I never actually played Elder Scrolls, but I did have some friends that actually
that was fantastic.
I heard it was great.
Yeah.
Number 10 is Assassin's Creed. Top 10 best video game franchises. I dabbled in a little Assassin's Creed.
Yeah,
I've seen Bennett play that
cool.
before.
It's a pretty
yeah.
cool game.
It was a fun game to watch. One of my buddies was really good at
Was
it.
that when he was at the Colonial, like the 1776?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, they had
Jumping
different
around.
versions of it, different time periods.
Okay, I was
yeah,
trying,
historical periods.
Like the red coat dudes. He was always wiping those guys out.
Number 9, we got Gran Turismo, which they ended up just making a movie recently. I thought it was pretty good. Thought it was solid. You'd actually like it, I think, Brian.
The movie or the game?
Very F1. Yeah. Well, like basically it was there was an F1 team. They took the best Gran Turismo players and they created a competition. And between them, they had an opportunity to earn a spot to actually race the real car.
Oh wow!
And
that'd be a disaster.
Based on a true story. like really happened. And I think the guy ended up turning out to be like a decent race car driver.
He was a good driver, huh?
Yeah, crazy.
Good deal.
Yeah, that was a fun game. You'd buy cars and try to improve them. You had to put new brakes on there, new tires, new suspension.
Okay, so like you're building your own vehicle. That's pretty dope.
You'd have your garage with different vehicles in there you're working on.
8 is Call of Duty. I thought Call of Duty would be higher.
It really should be.
Crazy popular.
Yeah.
7 is Halo.
Wow, Halo above Call of Duty.
And Halo was like I felt like now I think Call of Duty is definitely bigger than Halo. But growing up, like when I was in middle school, high school, like Halo was in its prime.
But that's like 15 years ago at least.
6 is Grand Theft Auto. GTA gets in here at number 6. Top 5 best video game franchises of all time. 5 is Sonic the Hedgehog, which I guess has made a huge comeback with the movies. Like Sonic 3 just came out, had massive numbers at the box office. So Sonic's making a nice comeback.
That makes me feel like they're ranking it off of like what is your all-time sales, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I guess like
it's not about right now.
Historically, this is just like historically all time. So it's not today, like 2025. These are the most popular games of right now. 4 is Super Smash Bros, which is always an amazing game. Anytime you want to just have fun, put on Super Smash Bros. If you're having a bad day, it's going to brighten it up for you.
So Super Smash Bros, Mario Kart, and Mario itself are considered different things?
They're all 3 different. Yeah,
okay.
Mario Kart was 13, and then Super Smash Bros came in at number 4 on the list. 3 is Pokemon, which, my gosh, which one are we talking about here? Like Pokemon on Game Boy? I grew up on that one. The Pokemon Gold, Pokemon Red, those were all awesome. Number 2 is The Legend of Zelda. I didn't actually end up dabbling in any of the Zelda games. That was a hot commodity on the Twitter, though.
I was really good at Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. But that was the extent of my Zeldaing.
Was that the gold cartridge?
Yes, it was.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I didn't Zelda.
I went down quite a rabbit hole on that one.
NHL.
It was a trip back in the day, too, because you couldn't just Google, how do I do this? You had to, like, call a 1-900 number that was hitting you for, like, $3 a minute. So, yeah, you had to, like, beg your parents, can I call the Nintendo Power Hotline to get a tip? Because I can't pass this boss. And nobody in school knows.
No.
Unless they had that little gaming magazine.
Yeah.
It was like a random guy that always had a gaming magazine. They had the up, down, select, start little.
Yep.
They give you a few little codes to work with. And you don't know your buddy has a code, so he's cooking you a little bit. You're like, damn.
But I probably played Super Mario Brothers for 3 years without knowing the hacks to get all the way to level 9.
Oh,
right?
no.
I was trying to play it the whole way through.
And all these other people are doing. You're like, how are you doing
raw
this?
dogging that joint.
Yeah, I was trying to do the whole thing.
That sucks.
Unbelievable. You can win the damn game in 30 minutes.
You don't win the whole game on a little man.
I don't think I ever did it. I don't think I ever made it all the way through. It gets really tough.
Man, Zelda is incredible with its lore and storytelling from the 6A2. The storytelling in some of these games has become next level. Madden's getting some love. Of course, Madden's
FIFA
classic.
should be in there. FIFA, Madden, Call of Duty.
FIFA, I think, is really
Grand
blown up
Theft
the
Auto.
last 10 to 15 years. Number 1, though, is Super Mario Bros., the number 1 best gaming franchise of all time on National Mario Day. Shout out to you, Mario. And I will say, if you missed the Mario movie, it was actually pretty good. I went in with low expectations. I really, really enjoyed it.
Chris
Fun to
Pratt
watch.
was Mario, wasn't he?
He was.
Well, I like this little nostalgia feel, talking video games. How about we continue with that theme? Give you the top 100 sports moments of the quarter century so far. We'll see how many we can get to. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. It's a Mavs game night. And we're now about an hour away from LA Live with Lucius as well. And we're back here in the G-Bag Nation with you. But I want to chat about a different nation right now. Window.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. Oh.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I would like to add to that last segment, I don't think I've ever had more fun playing a video game than when Mike Tyson's Punch-Out came out. Because you got to put yourself in the late 80s. You know, Mike Tyson is at the top of his game. And boxing is rivaling the major sports right now in fan interest, I would say. And, you know, his character in the game was almost indestructible. I mean, it took hours and hours of training to just have a chance of surviving 1 minute against Mike Tyson. It took even more additional weeks, you know, to finally fall that, you know, maybe the greatest fighter in the history of all video games, Iron Mike Tyson, in his iconic Mike Tyson's Punch Out there in the late 80s. But anyway.
That dog from Duck Hunt, I wish there was a code to pop that dog.
Yeah, it should have been.
He get to laughing at you.
Yeah.
Like, bro, I took you, I feed you. You're my dog.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
But you're cheering for me.
A wild time back in the day, these video games, man, and what was popular. I mean, Duck Hunt. You were just any variety, anything other than what you had, and there were no rules. Like, here are the kind of games people would play, so they were making up all kinds of stuff. Okay, speaking of making stuff up, we got the top 101 moments of the last quarter century in sports. I got a question for you at 877-881-1053. What is your greatest sports moment over these last 25 years here? As we hit the quarter pole here for the 21st century, I'd say been a terrifying run at times so far. I think I liked, you know, what I remember of the 20th century, just the 80s and 90s, more in these last 25 years. But we go to the ringer.com. They have ranked such things. And I'd be interested to know what you guys would throw out there. But they say the Eli Manning to David Tyree helmet catch back in February of 2008 was their number one. The most improbable sports moment of the 21st century. 75 seconds to go, down 4. Eli Manning pursued by 2 Patriots defender, just heaving a YOLO ball downfield. David Tyree, who that season caught 4 passes and manages to pin the ball to his helmet inches from the ground for the greatest Super Bowl catch in history. I'd say I would agree with that. But top sports moment of the entire century, I don't know. What do you say, Chief?
I mean, it's hard to say that's number one. I certainly get why it would be in the top 5 or so. I'm trying to figure out what would be number one. I know I do love number 56 on this list is the butt fumble. I thought that would have been a top 20 kind of moment because we still talk about that, and we haven't seen it since. You want to talk about rarefied air? Yeah. It's not like butt fumbles are taking place left and right. No. So that's one that sticks out to me personally. But what would be number one? I mean, what was? Let's see. What do they even have down there? Is some comparable ones? Okay, so yeah, they're starting to come in on text. I'll get to these texts here in just a second. Number 2 is the block. LeBron James against the Warriors there that altered the championship course and allowed them to win there in 2016. When you said the block, I was thinking App State beating Michigan. Ooh, that was iconic from the world of college football. You know, you could go to number 3, the Red Sox come back from being down 3-0 against the Yankees in the ALCS. I believe you had bloody socks come up in this.
Yeah, I guess the bloody sock moment, like if you had to pick one moment. I mean, the David Tyree play being one and makes sense. I mean, it's maybe the biggest upset we've ever seen in the Super Bowl. It is also a play that you don't see often. I mean, I don't think you'd ever see that play replicated. Eli Manning closing his eyes. They could have blown the whistle dead. He should have been sacked. He heaves it up. Here's a no-name receiver. Nobody knows David Tyree if it isn't for that catch. That play put him as a household name. Otherwise, who the hell's David Tyree? You knock off the undefeated New England Patriots. Like, that is an unbelievable moment. That in the Super Bowl, I mean, it made so many careers. Like Eli Manning, we're not talking about him as a Hall of Famer if that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and ending the perfect season. I mean, there was so much on the line there. I get that. The Malcolm Butler play, if you're going Super Bowl, is right up there.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Tiger Woods winning the Masters at 43 years old.
That would be pretty significant.
Coming back and winning it after the knee injury.
Oh, yeah.
That was huge.
Yeah.
I think that might be my favorite as everything that we've heard so far. I get that the Giants thing was big, but it wasn't part of any bigger legacy or dynasty or something like that. That seems weird, but the dramatic Tiger Woods comeback, I at that point I thought there was no way he would ever do it. I thought he was already at the point that he is now.
Yeah.
Number 4, Michael Phelps in the greatest relay ever. I guess I just haven't paid that much attention to swimming, but apparently at the 2008 Beijing Olympics, he was part of a 4x100 that allowed him to outdo Mark Spitz's 1972 record.
Oh, the Jason Lezak final leg. Where
yes.
That was one of the closest finishes you will ever see, just barely getting a fingertip to allow the U.S. to win. That is an amazing moment. If you go back and watch that one, it'll give you some goosebumps.
2-on-4, Auburn, Bama, the
kick six.
Kick six.
Okay, that comes at number 5 on this list.
Kick 6 is pretty incredible.
That is a good memory, of course. Number 1 Alabama against number 4 Auburn.
Did Messi's World Cup win against France?
That was in the top 10.
Did that make it?
It would have to be.
Mbappe in France. I think that was number 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was an incredible run, as he had never done it, and it was a blemish on his career. So you're putting him historically up there with Maradona as the result of that happening.
Yeah.
I thought Brados would have already mentioned one of his favorite moments, the Seager dong that helped propel the Rangers to World Series championship victory.
Did that come up? Did that actually make the list? I mean, the list is so big, I didn't have a chance to sort through all of it. I was wondering if it was on there, but
it should be.
Yeah,
it is for Rangers fans. It's being texted in at a rapid rate right now.
Yeah, it sure
I mean,
is.
what's bigger, him hitting that dong or the Adolis Garcia game winner?
Right, because that's.
I mean, it's like 1 and 1A, the biggest dongs in franchise
both of them
history.
Pretty incredible. And then, just what Doley was able to do against Houston. Vince Young going for the corner, and he's got it. Vince Young scores, beating USC in the Rose Bowl. That was pretty epic.
I mean, if you're going to do one for the great state of Texas, is it that? Is it Jason Terry's big make against the Miami Heat?
Yeah.
I think, the Corey Seager bomb's got to be there in the, top 3 as well. Tiger Woods winning the Masters again was number 7. Messi, there he is at number 8. Cubs winning the World Series is number 9.
Breaking the curse.
Just for that to happen after 108 years, you're right. I mean, there's a big piece of sports culture that kind of went away on that day. Malcolm Butler picking off Russell Wilson, our guy Butler from the Super Bowl there. That comes in at number 10.
Boise State beating Oklahoma in the Fiesta Bowl.
Oh, the Statue of Liberty.
The Statue of Liberty, and then the other trick play that they had. I mean, and then you had Ian Johnson proposing to his cheerleader girlfriend afterwards. I mean, that whole game was epic.
Lynn Sanity, just in general, comes in at number 11. Just the whole idea of that and how everything went down. Dude was scoring like 25 points per game, and suddenly a G leaguer erupts.
For a mean 2.5 weeks.
Yeah. Number 12, they give to Tom Brady. Number 12, for 2.5 weeks, people were like, could he do this on another team? I mean, what's he gonna? What do we make of this post? Linsanity NBA 28-3 in Super Bowl 51. Yeah. Tom Brady and the Patriots come back with the greatest come from behind victory. Vince Young, and then we're at number 13. All right, so maybe we'll have more opportunities to look at this and harken back to years gone by. It's amazing how many years have transpired already inside this century.
It's fun to just read through and
just
relive
think
some
about
of these things.
some of these that happened.
Yeah. Luka is number 100 on this list, but I think when you go back and look at top stories of the sports century,
it's going to move it up.
It'll be a maybe top 10 story of all time.
Music City Miracle.
When everything's said and done.
Gosh.
An edition of Football's Finest coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Let's hear from Myles Garrett on the heels of his huge deal, the team in the NFC East that players are avoiding, and the one deal we wish the Cowboys would have made today, next year in the nation.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This is Zach Gelb with the Odyssey Sports Minute. Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin of the Pittsburgh Steelers traded a second-round pick to the Seattle Seahawks for wide receiver DK Metcalf. and the Steelers are giving DK a 5-year deal worth $150 million. Well done, Pittsburgh. However, teams like...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, yeah.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, Hour 4 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. LA Live in 40. Here's the Chief with a very busy edition of Football's Finest.
Yeah, I mean, it started yesterday. It was the rare Football Sunday in March. Deals were getting done in a rapid way. You had trades, DK Metcalf going to the Steelers, and today the official tampering period was allowed, so teams are now signing players or at least agreeing to deals with players from other teams. And today, I mean, it's used to be free agency was like a 5-day deal. feels like this by this time tomorrow, all the teams will have pretty much cleaned up.
You're looking like you're in tier 4 and 5 already.
Yeah, you're already approaching that. Absolutely. Well, Chuck, the Cowboys, of course, have done virtually nothing other than the traditional day one of free agency, bring back the long snapper.
Marquise Bell.
The Marquise Bell stuff.
Baby!
Congrats to him. But otherwise, it's just the Cowboys sitting around watching other teams make deals. The latest deal to get done is actually a trade. The Eagles trading quarterback Kenny Pickett to the Browns for their backup quarterback, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and a 5th-round pick. So the Eagles get a little something there for Kenny Pickett. And how funny would it be if that's the Browns planning quarterback for this year? If the Browns are just, we're going to do the Kenny Pickett thing. We're not going to take a guy. We're not going to trade up for Cam Ward or take one of these guys at number 2. We're just going to go ahead and rock and roll with Kenny Pickett. That's where the Browns are finding themselves right now. We'll see what they do from a draft standpoint, but that is pretty hilarious. And the Eagles find a way to get something. They get a 5th-round pick for Kenny Pickett. I would take that 10 times out of 10. He looked awful. I mean, how bad did he look in that game when he had to come in for Jalen Hurts and play against the Cowboys? He looked terrible. The ball threw him on one of those plays. Remember? One of the worst passing attempts we've ever seen in the history of football being played at any level.
It shouldn't be possible for any quarterback with that roster to look beatable, but he managed to on that day.
Yeah, and that's where they are with the quarterback position. Yesterday, the Browns did get the extension with Myles Garrett, $40 million per year, totally resetting the non-quarterback market there. And of course, the implications on the Cowboys and Micah, that price just went up. But Myles Garrett, who was acting like he wanted to go to a winning team, and I'm sure he did, and then they approached him with a record-setting deal, and he was like, you know what? Winning 5-6 games a year ain't all that bad.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and sign that thing. So Myles Garrett gets the fatty boombah to remain in Cleveland. Here he was. This is definitely not the fake Myles Garrett after signing the extension yesterday.
The Browns said if they traded me, it would be to the worst team in the NFL, but I already play for Cleveland. So I don't know how they could trade me to themselves. I do believe Cleveland can contend for a championship. And when I say championship, I mean a CFL championship. The only Super Bowl I'll be winning is in Madden. All I know is that I trust this organization to draft a generational QB and absolutely squander his talents and ruin his career. I look at this new contract as compensation for having to live in Cleveland, where Cracker Barrel is considered fine dining, and all the women look like they work at gas stations. With this new contract, I'm committed to the Browns, and I'm also committed to losing for the rest of my career.
I respect the honesty there and the transparency. That was a money deal.
It was such a 180. I do wonder if he and his agent and the team got together and said, listen, trading you right now is for whatever reason tough. Can we do a deal and look at trading you down the road? Maybe at the deadline this year or next off season, but you want to get your money. We want to get value from you right now. This is the best way for both those things to happen.
Yeah, maybe that's the case.
That sounds crazy. You'd think it'd be harder to trade him
without looking at the contract. I wonder what those charges
but maybe,
are. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it was just a money play for him. Maybe it really was.
The whole time he was just trying to get more money.
I think so.
When you're getting $40 million a year, I mean, he definitely set the bar for what these guys are now getting paid. I mean, maybe they just made him an offer. He's like, you know what? At least I'm going to be rich, and my grandchildren are going to be rich, and I'm just whatever.
There's just nobody that wants to give $40 million to a player and also give up multiple ones.
Yeah,
but after we pay off a huge portion of this signing bonus and the first year of the contract, then teams are going to look at you like, well, we're getting a little bit of a discount on the contract here. Now we can give up the picks that we want. It's part of a rebuilding deal for us anyway, so let us eat a big portion of this contract. Then other teams will want you.
That could make sense.
Yeah. I mean, you almost think that an in-season trade can garner more in the way of assets because teams are more desperate in the middle of the season when they feel like, oh, we can actually win right now, and maybe they had an injury to an edge player. Let's go get the best guy. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, hopefully that doesn't happen for them this year, but that type of situation.
The good news is though the Eagles and the Commanders are both not going to be having Myles Garrett on their team this year.
That's the big win.
That was 100% on the table had that deal not gotten worked out with Garrett and the Browns. So That's a huge win.
I mean, the Eagles are not
squint to find them right now for the Cowboys.
The Eagles are trending towards being not as good as they were last year. First 24 hours.
They lose Milton Williams and they lose Josh Sweat.
They don't get Myles Garrett.
Maybe they end up making a move for Trey Hendrickson. But yeah, I mean, they certainly have not gotten better at this point. They haven't brought in any talent to speak of yet. So we will see how that ends up shaking out for the Eagles. The Commanders, I don't know what they're doing with the Javon Kinlaw stuff, moving on from Jonathan Allen and then giving pretty good money to a guy who has not been very good or healthy in his career in Javon Kinlaw. So that's an interesting one. But the Commanders trading for Laramie Tunsil today. He's one of the better left tackles in the sport. Not sure what the Texans are trying to do here other than save money. They don't have anything in the way of an offensive line to speak of. The only positive on their offensive line was Laramie Tunsil, and now they trade him to the Commanders. So the Texans now, I mean, if I was a Texans fan, I would be scrambling trying to figure out what it is that our plan is here. And C.J. Stroud has to be a little bit like, what's going on, dude? Are we going to be protecting me here at all? Because that offensive line is so bad, and this is not a great O-line draft. So,
yeah, this is the time where
you're supposed to be going all
investing.
in. Yes, your quarterback's still cheap. This is where, I mean, the Commanders are doing exactly what you should be doing, which is just investing at every turn to protect your quarterback who's on a rookie deal right now. So Laramie Tunsil now in the division. The only thing I really heard in terms of frustrations about his play is just the false start stuff that he had as of late with the Texans, but that's an immediate upgrade right there, protecting the blind side of Jaden Daniels. Now, two names that the Cowboys were connected to some extent today, at least according to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, were Charvarius Ward, corner for the Niners. He has now signed, and he is off the market. Now, he goes to the Colts. He's going to get like $20 million a year. Cowboys,
it's a big contract.
They would have never done that.
Good for the Colts. I mean, the Colts secondary is getting a lot better today.
Who else did the Colts get today from a secondary standpoint?
Oh my gosh, they signed another corner. Let me go look.
Well, good for them. The Cowboys have also been tied to former Niners linebacker Dre Greenlaw.
Fingers crossed that happens.
That is a guy who, I mean, just watch Cowboys versus Niners over the last few years, and he is an absolute menace. Now, he only played a couple of games last year because he was off the Super Bowl Achilles issue from the year before. But, yeah, I mean, it's Broncos, Titans, Texans, Cowboys, Dolphins, all the teams that are interested in him. But I don't think he's going to be breaking the bank. He's got plenty of suitors, so maybe the number gets closer to $10 million per year. We've seen some linebackers get that, but probably anywhere from $7 to $10 million per year he could be had. And that would be an immediate upgrade for the Cowboys. That should be really a no-brainer move.
It all depend on the money. I mean, I would have loved both of these guys. You need a corner, you need a linebacker. So we'll see with Green, like Cam Bynum, the safety, went from Minnesota to Indy, and now they've got a corner in Ward. So filling two big needs there at safety and cornerback.
I would not get my hopes up on Dre Greenlaw, though, just because the Cowboys always draw a hard line in the sand on what they're willing to pay. And I think he's got probably 5 teams interested in him. So some team will be willing to go at least a few more dollars more than what the Cowboys will. So I would not be expecting Dre Greenlaw at all. And all these linebackers are just flying off. I mean, most of them re-signed with their teams, but then a guy like Robert Spillane, if you're going to start
it's a good contract.
Listing out some deals that you're looking at going, hey, even grading on the Cowboy curve of not breaking the bank, that's a reasonable deal that you wish the Cowboys would have done. Spillane going from the Vegas Raiders to now reuniting with Mike Vrabel in New England. That would have been an awesome signing for the Cowboys. He didn't get a huge deal. And then there's some defensive tackles that have been paid today, small money that the Cowboys probably should have been on. Sebastian Joseph Day back with the Titans, $5 million guaranteed on a 1-year deal. They should have been in play for that.
Yeah.
Bobby Brown III, not a household name. He goes from the Rams now to the Panthers. 3 years, $21 million. And that's a guy that is a heck of a run defender.
Yeah, those are the kind of deals that the Cowboys need to be in on.
Yes, those are you're not breaking the bank for that guy, but he is an upper echelon run defender. He's like 330 pounds. He would have been your starter next to Osa immediately. And again, he wasn't a huge contract dude.
Now we're at this point where this has been going on for a decade. And, so you want to maybe get so frustrated that you feel a rant starting to bubble up. Well, Chuck, I've seen that look in your eye a couple of times. And Hagee had a great rant earlier today. I was driving in, and he was just on fire about how we can't trust that these Cowboys are trying to do the right thing. Yeah. But I think that you've hit that fatigue spot, right? Where now you're like, you know what? I can't get – and as soon as you do that, the tweets and texts are going to be like, well, what'd you expect? These guys are never going to do anything, and you're going to look back at that and say, you know what? You're right. What did I expect? Why am I going on this rant right now about what the Cowboys haven't done for the 12th year in a row? It's just this is the time where this idea has to ferment and be something meaningfully different for the Cowboys to actually pivot, because we've been talking about this now for a couple of years. Are Cowboys fans actually going to follow through on this? I think this is a huge offseason because the Cowboys are looking at you in your eye and calling your bluff. They're saying BS. We are still going to own this town, own this entire country when it comes to sports watching patterns.
Right.
They don't think it matters.
Yeah, like we'll still be talked about, and we'll still have butts in the seats at AT&T Stadium, even if they're not Cowboys fans. The road fans will show up in a big way, and the viewership numbers on television will still be through the roof, and ESPN will still be talking about us 5 days a week.
Yeah.
So in their minds, it'll be fine. The only thing other than just hearing the fan frustration and hearing a lot of anecdotal stories about how, Joe Schmo has punted on the Cowboys, raising his hand or texting and saying, I'm out on this team. And then the training camp factor of fans not really showing up the same way that we had seen for forever in Oxnard. Those are the only things that you've really seen. Otherwise, the viewership stuff this year was through the roof, and Cowboys still get talked about at a extremely rapid rate from a national standpoint.
I mean, they played terribly for half the season. Dak gets hurt. Cooper Rush is in there, and their ratings were maybe down 10%.
Oh, it's like Cooper Rush versus a Joe Burrow sub 500 team. They're still breaking a Week 13 Monday Night Football records.
Yeah.
And I get all that.
And you lose Jordan Lewis now. Like, that is an emergency code red situation in the secondary. And with all of the holes that they have, I mean, it was.
They can't just say, "Oh, the draft will fix it." That's not the. I mean, last year they went the draft route. Jerry even says, "Maybe I bit off more than I could chew by starting 2 rookies on the offensive line." You're going if you want the draft to solve all your problems, that's fine. Be prepared for them to take their rookie lumps. Be prepared for Kalen Carson when he's got to play to maybe not look so good. Don't bury the kid then and be like, it's your own damn fault. It's your fault why you're in this situation. You can be a great drafting team. The draft is not going to plug all your holes for you. And you're putting so much pressure to make sure you have a home run draft to where when you don't, which maybe your draft 2 years ago is not looking so hot. Maybe your draft last year, maybe you guy never hits for you. When you miss like that, it's now setting your organization back multiple years. It's not like, guys, you've got to go out and pay $30 million a year for some of these players. But even today, you're seeing some of the Tier 3, Tier 4 players get signed. And you're standing by and not doing anything to replenish your roster in any way.
Yeah.
It's just, it's not the way to go about it. And they can think that they're smarter than anybody, but then when you end up getting into these deals with Micah Parsons and you got to pay him and you wait to the 11th hour because deadlines make deals and you pay him now $50 million a year or wherever the hell the market is then, and you don't have any money because you got to pay Deron Bland. Deron Bland now, what's he going to want? You just got $25 million for J.C. Horn? That market's going up for you. So their way of doing stuff, it's just so bizarre how they wait to pay their own, but they want to pay their own, but then you're going to pay your guys max unless you get one awesome dude in Osa who says, like, cool, man, I'm fine with 20 mil. That's fine. That's one guy. And honestly, Osa probably looks a little foolish for doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the NFLPA is not happy with it.
It's tough.
Especially not with what some of these other players have gotten, players that are far worse than what he ever is.
Yeah, so, Cowboys were just fortunate that they had a guy in Osa who just really didn't want to go anywhere else.
Yeah.
He knew it wasn't like, oh, I don't know what I could get on the open market. He knew he was going to be able to get $25-26 million a year, the same thing that Milton Williams just got. And he, for himself, just decided, no, I want to be a Cowboy. And almost no other players are doing something like that, leaving leaving $5 million per year on the table just because they want to stick around with you.
I guess Chris Godwin did the same thing with Tampa Bay. But those players are very few and far between. And I feel for a CeeDee Lamb who's restructuring his deal. And I get it. He's still going to get his money. But he's doing this stuff to try and create room to help the team. The team's never going to reward you with this if you're a Cowboys player. That's what they're basically showing you. Like, go ahead, give me some extra money. They've got $40+ million to work with. What are they going to do with that? Simply just re-sign Deron Bland? I don't believe they're going to re-sign Micah Parsons. Doesn't sound like there's any real fire there to get that deal done. Why not wait another year or two? Hell, tag him. Go tag him. Let that price go up and up and up. Just watching them, the way that it works, like I'd love to give them the benefit of the doubt, but they've lost that.
Yeah. And then now we're still on Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson watch. What's going to happen there? It looks like the Steelers and the Giants are both just waiting to hear what Aaron Rodgers is going to want to do. Is he going to be a Steeler, throw to Pickens and Metcalf, or is he going to stick around in the greater New York area and hang with the Giants? You did have Giants legend Amani Toomer say on ESPN radio, I've seen enough of Joe Shane, the general manager there, and he says that players around the league are avoiding the Giants in free agency because of him. They see a sinking ship.
Wow.
So we'll see if Aaron Rodgers feels the same way. They did sign Paulson Adebo, one of the better man-to-man corners that was available in free agency today. They gave him a nice little contract there. But otherwise, man, I just would love to see the Giants and Aaron Rodgers go
I think
on
we're
going to
get
together.
it. You know, I think everything football-wise makes sense that he would go to Pittsburgh, but I don't think he wants to move. I don't think he wants to go to a blue-collar town now that he's in New York City, where
he was in
put
a blue-collar
roots.
town for a long time of his life.
He was, you know.
No, I'm just saying that you're probably right why he doesn't want to do it.
I mean, I think that, you know, on top of that, the coaching staff is a lame duck coaching staff now with New York.
I don't know who's dumber in that scenario, Aaron Rodgers choosing the Giants or the Giants choosing Aaron Rodgers.
That's probably a question we'll be able to ponder all season long, but I don't know. Maybe he'll surprise me and go to Pittsburgh. It's time to hit the expressway. We go commercial free to the top. LA Live at 5:40. Everything that's been breaking throughout the day. And your Dallas Stars, Dallas Mavericks, Texas Rangers stories as well. That's all coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
But first, let's get you to Advanced Hair Restoration. Advanced.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway. We're going commercial-free all the way to the top, which we do every night at this time here on The Fan. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. The Expressway is presented by the On-Time Experts. It's college basketball season. You got it on TV everywhere. And you don't have Texas Rangers on today because they have a day off. We are halfway through spring training now, just to give you a gauge there. End of the month, we're going to be doing baseball coming up March 27th. And we would never cheer for injuries to our rivals, being upstanding citizens that we are. There is a very interesting piece of news that's going to make it more likely the Rangers can win the division, but we take no joy in reporting. It's just the facts. Their injuries are part of sports, and Garrett Cole is now officially out for the year. So that's going to hurt for the Yankees and their fans. They're having that moment right now where you have to think, do we still have enough to make a run at it? Probably not if you're the Yankees, considering how the Dodgers just pantsed you in front of the entire baseball world in the fall, Wolchuk.
Yeah, if you look at their rotation right now, Max Fried, who they brought in as their ace, Carlos Rodon, who's really been up and down, Marcus Stroman, can they get another good year from him? Clark Schmidt, and now Will Warren. And if they have any more injuries to that rotation, they are in some deep trouble. So maybe they end up looking at the trade deadline, the trade market. Can they try and get a Dylan Cease out of San Diego? Can they go for a Sandy Alcantara? It's the Yankees. They're going to end up trying, but this is huge. And when we're looking at our Texas Rangers being contenders in the American League, this is a big-time domino. When you lose a guy in Garrett Cole who helped propel you to a World Series run last year, since 2018, this guy's got the most wins in Major League Baseball, the most Ks in Major League Baseball, and he's top 4 in ERA, most innings pitched, and whip. He's been one of the most dominant arms in the sport. I wish him well, get healthy soon, but this is huge in terms of, hey, the competition in the American League. I know the rest of the AL East didn't feel sorry for the Yankees from a Rangers lens. I can't feel too sorry for you either. Jacob deGrom, please stay healthy because it is there for the taking, Texas Rangers.
Yeah. More than ever, pitching is about luck and how lucky you can be that your guys are healthy this year. We know there's going to be Tommy Johns all across baseball. It's just part of the new reality with the leverage they're putting on the spin rates they're trying to get and all that. And you just hope that you have a year where your important pitchers aren't having their Tommy John years.
Our city deserves some health.
They do.
In our sports teams.
We're due.
We're due.
And, Chris Young is the kind of guy that takes championships by the scruff of the neck and just brings them over to DFW. Others sit back and hope and think that, championships are tough, so don't be too tough on yourself. Okay, except the Yankees aren't in the division. Oh, Dawson. Oh, did I say division? Yeah, I meant, obviously, the American League.
American League.
Okay, Dallas Stars got a 4-1 win against Vancouver yesterday after losing 5-4 to Edmonton in overtime. But, the games themselves, once again, taking the backseat to standing by for injury news. Rope Hintz hit in the face, had to go to the hospital. So I guess looking for second opinions. There can be a big range when you get hit in the face by one of these pucks on how long you're going to be out. Zach, do we know anything yet?
Haven't heard any new updates since we started the show. So I think he's still going to try and get a second opinion. Just suffered that injury to his face. And, I mean, the vision and everything seems to be good. I guess it'll just be like, hey, how long does this end up, keeping you out? Mason Marchment missed some time. But hopefully this isn't one where it's like you got to have surgery or something. If it's not, then I think you just wear a mask. And these hockey players, they're built different, dude.
Yeah.
They'll go out there and they'll play.
You got to be kidding me. Like, okay, so 5 Dallas Stars have been injured by pucks to the face. Chief, if I'm on that team, I'm looking for some sort of a mask. Maybe get me a little doohickey thing down there to the side or, I don't need to have my vision obstructed, but I think maybe a little bit more protection might be in order.
Yes, yeah. It almost needs to be a bit of a mandate here. I mean, we have been a magnet. Our faces have been a magnet for pucks.
Yeah.
This is not. I mean, can you imagine if that's the thing that derails you in the postseason because you got too many pucks to the face? Let's go ahead and nip this in the bud right now. And Rupe Hintz, for as well as he's been playing too. I mean, goodness gracious, since the Four Nations, he leads the NHL in points. He's been on an absolute tear.
He was just the player of the week in the NHL. He's been brilliant.
Quite a playmaker. It is at least well-timed in that they have a break all week long. They don't have to play.
Yeah.
Next game's coming up Friday against Winnipeg.
That's huge.
That's huge. Winnipeg took an L yesterday, too.
They did.
Yep.
Screw you, Winnipeg.
They've been. Winnipeg's had a couple of games where they've struggled here, and Dallas has done a pretty good job of making up some ground there.
Yeah, I think they're 6 points back now. Yeah, I got a little bit of the hiccups here, gentlemen. So
You're right. I thought you might have
pardon
been
me for
fighting
that.
through eating burps or something, but that's no joke.
No, that's your run-of-the-mill case of hiccups. Morning News has 3 reasons to hop on the Stars bandwagon. I've been beating the drum. Can we pull this off at 877-881-1053? Leah Asimakopoulos has 3 reasons. Number 1, Stars just traded for one of the game's best players. Novel concept. You're really good. You want to win a championship. Let's add one of the best players in the league instead of give them away. Stars are a top 3 team, even without 2 of their 3 best. Heiskanen and Sagan both out with injuries. They've been dominating. Is Sagan still that good? Is he still considered one of the Stars' best players?
He was having a good start to the season, but now I think that he's probably dropped down. And if you were power ranking your best Dallas Stars, he's fringe top 5.
And then an exciting Central Division. 2 of the top 3 teams in the league inside this division. Winnipeg currently in first place. 4 other teams vying for a playoff spot, though, so a lot of meaningful, intense hockey coming up. You know, I think, though, this is what you want to do, especially if you're in an abusive relationship, a toxic relationship with the other teams, Brian.
Yeah, jump on if I'm sure the Stars fans don't want you jumping on that bandwagon with them. That's a very
Stars fans, you can't be doing that tonight, are you?
That's a very protective fan.
Do you think Stars fans don't want other Mavs fans to come on over?
They shouldn't, man. Grow the sport. It's good for
grow the sport. I totally agree, but that is a very protective group, and I mean that in no disrespect. They do not want you to.
They'll look down at you if you don't know something. You mispronounce a name here and there. It is.
You
weird.
don't know what offsides
is.
It's
a weird bit, but if people want to come over and learn hockey, which is an amazing sport, and I'd argue maybe the best sport to go watch live, like live watching,
no question,
and it's incredible. So don't be snobs about that. Come on,
there's some hockey snobs.
Don't be hockey
snobs.
Yeah, there are, and it's tough when you start to get the run of the mill, fan around.
Oh, they very well understand.
Help them out, educate them.
Fair weather fans.
They very well understand when you show up at a double AC and your tag's still hanging off your sweater there. That you bought before you came to the game. Yeah. They know you. They know.
Well, a lot of them, they're loyal season ticket holders.
Oh, sure.
So they'll know,
and I respect
Dan
that.
sold his tickets. Who are these 2 idiots here tonight?
I totally they're asking. They're always like, how'd you get these seats? They're that crowd.
Bottom
they're
line.
watchdogging.
Yeah, they're watchdogging. But
Jim
hey, good for them.
Again.
They've got it. They're pulling for a team that's getting it done. That's all that matters right now.
Okay, 214 says, I have zero faith in the Mavs and Cowboys and will now be endorsing Stars full-time. Whose jersey should I get?
There you go. Right there. Just
Big Wyatt Johnson.
There's a lot of jerseys you could be happy to own.
I would go on eBay and get an old Darian Hatcher jersey and wear that like you've been a fan forever.
Dude, the old school Darian Hatcher winning the Cup 99 jersey, that thing
Joe
is
Newendike,
beautiful.
I like
Eddie
a good retro sweater.
Madonna, always classic.
Break out an old jersey, so everybody thinks you're actually been a fan for a long time.
Brendan Morrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Get the C on the chest.
You do. You got it, right?
Mavs game night. A lot going on there. Bobby Belt linking to a story here in the paper. Business down 15 to 20% for the Mavs games on game night. These are the businesses around the AAC. The impact the Luka trade is having on local businesses. So that stinks. These people were expecting, as I know I was, as somebody that loves to talk about the NBA on radio, the segments are getting slashed here, Brian.
Yeah.
That's what Nico has done to not only the local sports community, but the local business community.
He's bleeping with our economy, dude.
Yeah, that's
gone too far.
It's gone too far.
Okay, it's going to be really interesting to see some of these tolls on how much it's going to be in lost revenue for the organization, lost opportunity. I don't know if they can get the votes that they would need in Austin anymore. Like, how could you be an elected official and vote for anything Patrick Dumont brings as far as legislation? You might have just looked at an opportunity to get sports gambling in the state passed.
Yeah, but money talks, right? Just go Myles Garrett on it and just money with those decision makers.
Has to be traded and then get a new casino. There you go.
So they're going to take on the Spurs tonight and Wednesday. Actually, big games for draft pick reasons. I think you're a game and a half ahead of Phoenix, still holding down that 10 spot. Top 25 college basketball. Duke ended Auburn's 8-week stay at number 1 in the AP Top 25. Tigers dropped to 3rd behind Houston. Houston's in the 2-hole there. Blue Devils take advantage of back-to-back losses by Auburn, and they're sitting in the number 1 spot for the first time since Coach K's farewell season. Aggies jump back to 14, and you have Texas Tech at 9. I know we're ready for the conference championship tournaments and full speed ahead.
They're seeing. I was kind of just going through some of the basketball teams because looking, we have to get a bracket here together in a little bit, and there's some folks that believe that Texas Tech has a Final Four team.
Well, they absolutely do. They got a shot.
Yeah,
they got one of the best players in the country in Toppin.
Okay, well then, if that's the case, I was just curious. I was like, man, somebody just picked these guys to make a run.
Grant McCaslin, one of the best coaches in the country.
That guy he came from North Texas.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a lot of good players out there right now in state, on both sides, men and women. NFL free agency is off and running, and all we can do is hope that at some point they change their team building philosophy. But for now, it's time to say goodbye to another guy who was gave you 9 good seasons. Jordan Lewis has gone to the Jacksonville Jaguars, 3 years and $30 million. He becomes the top paid slot corner of all time. It's interesting they don't get more. I would like to stop down for that because that slot corner ain't easy. But he's going to be the top paid everyone. I mean, what's that do to corner though? That's got to be the number 1 need, isn't it?
Oh, it's Gavin. Even if they were to sign Jordan Lewis, I know we've talked about it here on this show when in the draft, and Zach, and I tweeted the other day, just those needs have not changed for me, and I don't know what order you want to put them in. Put them whatever order you want. Wide receiver, running back. You could put in defensive line, and you could put in corner.
Yeah.
Defensive tackle if you want.
Right now, you don't have starters at corner.
Yeah,
you don't have anybody.
That's what I'm saying. You're cornerback was always, and Eric, I think you brought it up on one of our shows. You talk about, or it might have been Love of the Star.
Yes.
You asked me like, hey, bro, where's corner in your mix of things? And you start to kind of really walk it through, and you're like, they don't have any. So corner, even if they signed Jordan Lewis, was going to be something that I was going to absolutely consider. And you might consider it at 12.
Yeah, I think you have to. Hopefully they bring in a veteran here at some point over the course of free agency because you need bodies at the very least. But, yeah, this might be a double-dipping situation at corner when it comes to the draft because you can't depend on anybody right now other than Deron Bland. So it's crazy.
It is. Yeah, it is, and it's tough that you're in the situation you are with Diggs and that injury. But if you would hit on a corner at 12 and had that player, Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs, if you could get to midseason next year and get hold, that could turn into an absolute strength of the team.
Yeah, the thing with Diggs though is he has to be better than he rehabbed last year. He can't go through the same type of rehab he had. And then, he's not getting any kind of work in training camp and all that. I mean, he's got to be ready to go, but this is going to be pretty extensive one. But yeah, if he doesn't show up at all this year, then man, I mean, that just continues to be one of those you have to scratch your head about.
Okay, so you have that story, Jordan Lewis going to the Jags. You have Josh Allen coming in, big one over the weekend, hitting at $55 million less APY. Than Dak Prescott. I think that has got to be the big story. I would expect the national media to be tearing into that, and it's not to bring down Dak as a quarterback that he doesn't deserve it. You deserve whatever you can manage to negotiate. I think the big blinking light on this story is how bad of a job the Cowboys are doing at valuing their own players.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't even know how you could defend this. If it would have been my department, I would assume heads are going to roll, but the ultimate decision maker is the Joneses. So I guess they escape accountability on this.
I don't know how you just look at this roster right now. And even if you're overpaying for some of these free agents, like you need to. I mean, we're talking about corner. How can you line up and play? Because right now it's Deron Bland and Kalen Carson. Those are going to be your guys. You have a linebacker who's healthy. Marist, that's it. Overshown's hurt.
Yeah, Clark.
Damone Clark, you're not counting on.
Not counting on him at all.
Eric Kendricks is a free agent. At defensive line, what are you doing? DeMarcus Lawrence is a free agent. Chauncey Golston's a free agent. Those guys aren't on your roster right now. So you got Micah, you got Osa, you got Mozzie. You've got Sam Williams coming back off of injury. Is corner our biggest need? Who's starting at end for you? Mozzie and Osa, somebody gets hurt. Who's playing defensive tackle? At corner, you got needs. At wide receiver, too, I guess we can line up and play. But boy, man, we are really counting on Jonathan Mingo and Jalen Tolbert.
Well,
right?
Schefter's on right now saying the Rams are just going to end up probably releasing on March 12th.
Okay,
Cooper
Kupp.
Kupp. So that'll be another guy that we won't get, but he's out there.
It's a laundry list of big time needs. You still don't have a running back right now. Rico's a free agent.
Yeah.
And Samaje Perine's out here getting decent money. Rico Dowdle's market, is that going to end up being more than you're willing to pay? You can nickel
Jones
and
got
dime.
$10 million a year, right?
Yeah.
Minnesota.
So you can nickel and dime, and I don't want to play good, great money. If you think you are a contending team, which they say they do.
They're not.
They don't actually mean it when they say it,
They're
I
not.
guess.
Zach, you know that. You're with
Well,
your
then
heart.
they shouldn't have paid their quarterback. And they shouldn't have paid their receiver.
Okay,
but they did.
Very fair.
So their
Very
entire team building way just makes no sense
Very
at
fair.
all.
They're not. They're a team that should not be talking about championships or Super Bowls or anything like that. They shouldn't even be talking about the division right now.
Well, they're acting like they're close, aren't they?
No, but
with their lack of signs.
But they
that's
should.
what's weird.
But that means you can't. You honestly, you can. I don't know how you look at this team, and I think Zach did a very nice job of kind of spelling things out. You are not as good as the teams even in your own division.
Roster's bad right now. They need so much work. They need so much help all over. Their entire defense. Safety's the only one that's got any depth.
It's the entire defense. It's hilarious.
Well, congrats to Jordan Lewis. He got out, and as low a chance the Jags have of winning a Super Bowl, at least they're higher than the Cowboys. It's
got
time
paid
to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
Still pretty kind of bad news, right there, brothers?
Yeah, that was.
Still kind of.
I was trying to. I knew when I said it. I'm like, gosh. I looked up the clock. And I said that just went right into Lucius's segment.
Yeah, man.
I owe you lunch Friday, my friend. I'll take care
I tried,
of that.
Lucius.
I love you. I'm sorry.
I did.
All right, man. Let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live, right into the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke.
Fire up this phone.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Yeah.
Everybody get high.
Lucius, we love you, bro. 5:45 to 6 p.m. That's my jam. I try to leave work on time just to hear you. That is my entertainment for the afternoon. You keep me high, you keep me happy, keep me in the Pimp Cup, dude. Live updates every day. I love it.
There you go. Hey, shout out to you, Reggie. I appreciate that, dog. And appreciate that, Tolo, for that love, man. It is LA Live on Monday, March 10th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group, PPT, for that name, Monday, Friday. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Tis the season. Tis the season. It was acting up a little bit on Saturday, man. Tis the season. Let's see here what we got. Oh, it was a DFW versus Houston in San Antonio this weekend at the high school state basketball finals. Did y'all see that?
Yes, Duncanville getting it done.
Duncanville got it done. I'm talking about they mollywopped that squad they was playing against. Denton Geyer got it done. It was like 4A, 5A, 6A sweep.
Nice.
DFW versus Houston. DFW has the best hoopers in the state of Texas at this point.
Russian.
Kennedale boys got it done. Shout out to our guy, JP. Remember JP used to work here?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, his son got the state championship trophy, and I seen JP posted him holding the
That's
trophy.
badass, man.
Nice.
Yeah, so shout out to that. We're proud of you guys. You made history. Proud of you guys. Dallas Kimball, they beat a Houston squad. I think it was Houston, Washington. 15 dunks in a high school game by one squad. 15 dunks. That used to be 15 per season.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
When I played.
That's more than the history of the WNBA.
Okay. 15 dunks in a high school game, and they would dunk it too, bro. The boys was gliding out there. I was watching the highlights. And I'm telling you, they must have had like that Canelo steaks. The food has got to be pumped with something now. I'm telling you, it's got to be pumped with something nowadays. It's the Walmart chicken. Them chicken thighs are a little too thighy. They're too big. They didn't got
some steroids.
They're juicing them, man.
They're juicing. These kids are flying, dog.
Has anybody? I know, Lucius, you've dunked. You there was a time in your life where dunking was realistic for you.
Dunk, yes.
That's incredible.
Nice
I don't know
to be
that
able to
feeling. But I've also never been dunked on. I've never put myself in that position. Has anybody ever been actually dunked on in a like a rec league game?
No, Dawson did.
Dawson talked about this like a week or two ago, right?
Oh, really?
Wow. A couple months ago.
He said a week ago. A couple of months ago.
So you actually did get dunked on. That's
lots
tough,
of times.
dude. Lots of times.
Oh, yeah.
Were you trying to draw the charge, or were you actually trying to go to meet him at the rim? meet him at the bottom of the net?
Yeah.
He's like, oh, yeah, lots of times.
For a while, I didn't know it was that big of a deal. You know?
You just thought it was a run-of-the-mill. They just made a shot.
Yeah. Wow.
Look at Dawson taking one for the team.
Ignorance is bliss.
It was. And then at some point I realized, but this was like before the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, no phones.
Nobody ran to the gym. Oh!
Right? Yeah.
It was just star wasn't getting yelled out.
No.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I miss dunking, bro. Cary Grant tried to dunk on me one time. I moved on out the way. I let him have it. He tried to get me. Memphis was looking at him. That's how good of a hooper he was.
And you were looking at him soar.
And I said,
dude, take it.
The honorable bow out, man.
Yeah, I seen the rhythm on them steps. I said, oh, he's about to dunk. Not me. Not today, bro. Not today. Yeah, shout out to y'all, man. Mansfield Summit got one, too. That's it, everybody. Oh, and DFW is looking pretty good in track.
Yeah.
In track dunk. Speaking of Duncanville, we're looking good in track, too. DFW's having a year in high school sports. My Lord. Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all making us proud back here.
Salute.
All right, G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here is a church combo. I think God's trying to tell us something. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie D. Haynes. We have a pastor right here who's leading the church in prayer. And maybe it kind of slipped up a little bit.
We continue to grow spiritually, that you will continue to be the foundation that we build our lives, our marriages, our parenting, our hookups, our habits, our fears, our depressions, our anxieties. God, that you will help us build those on.
He hit one of them,
sorting them up.
He tickled himself to death with that one, didn't he? We have another.
Guitarist just kept going.
He's playing.
He knew.
We have another pastor right here. His wife takes a shot at men that wash the dishes.
Wow.
I wash the dishes. I don't want to wash the dishes. I clean a lot. I don't want to clean a lot. I like it clean. I just don't get help. So it's just me.
I hate dirty things. I do.
Me too.
Hate dirty
Me
things.
too. I'll white glove you.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're talking a whole lot of trash. I don't know why you mean that. What is this?
Yeah.
What's this? You worried about me?
I can tell you what you had for dinner.
You need to worry about your baseboards. Don't worry about me.
The old dust finger.
Yeah, this pastor right here, the wife takes a shot at men.
All right, are you heavily bleeding or what?
I have had testicle torsion, man. My nuts. One of my nuts is.
That is not it. Hold on.
Something about
That is for later. That is for later.
Good tease.
Act like you didn't hear that, but it's a great tease. That is for later, though. Hold on. Here's the pastor. My God.
I married a Hispanic Puerto Rican. I was going to help with the dishes. I started the first day we came back from our honeymoon. I thought, I'm going to be a good husband. I started doing the dishes. And my wife said to me, and I quote, "What are you, gay?" So that's the one benefit, one of many, of marrying into the outside of the white race. Amen. You're not expected to help with the housework. You're expected to not help with the housework.
He amened himself.
He said amen.
Outside of the white race, amen.
He did.
Hispanic
The
Puerto
white
Rican
race.
Golly.
In case you didn't know Puerto Ricans were Hispanic, I'm letting you know.
Oh, my gosh, boy.
It wasn't in the same words, but my wife did nix me at the sink when it comes to doing dishes.
Nice.
I didn't pass the test.
Does she do dishes?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, good
yeah.
for you, man.
No, it's a win. No,
That's a
total
dub,
win.
bro.
Yeah, total dub. I love it.
Yeah, my girl would say, "Oh, you need to stay out of my kitchen." Well, somebody's got to clean it.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to clean it.
Yeah.
And we know it's not you.
You can't say that and then not also do the dishes. You know, that's tough.
All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Mr. General Gavin Dawson.
Yeah.
Were you here when I played a compilation clip of New York's Knicks center cat, Karl Anthony Towns?
I don't think so.
When he drives a lane and he doesn't get the call he wants, he thinks he's fouled. He goes, "Oh my God!"
He's crying.
Oh my God! Yeah, he cries a little bit. Oh, I'll play it for you. Just get a reminder.
Oh, Towns. Oh, my God. Mason. Oh, my God. Towns, single coverage. Goes right at Smith.
I can't say that we're surprised about what's going on right
now. Oh my God! What's the foul?
That's hilarious.
Well, I found something else. I'm pretty sure Cleveland fans knew about this. I did not. So I'm gonna share it with you. Cleveland Cavaliers center Jared Allen. He likes to celebrate when he gets called for a defensive 3 seconds in the paint. Now, this is something that the team has been doing for a while. Like maybe a couple of seasons ago, but Jared keeps it alive. They want that defense to be like clogging up the paint in a sense. So if you get called 1 or 2 times, that means you guys have been doing your job. Listen to this man celebrate.
Deontay got a 3-second call in the paint.
I don't know what Jared Allen's doing.
I'm not sure either.
There's another one.
Doing on Allen, and a defensive 3 is going to be called on Cleveland, and they're going to give it to Garland.
Yeah, Jared Allen